Family, who understands? I just woke up from a hangover when an old man wearing a straw hat and smoking a pipe spat in my face. I immediately started cursing, and then he conjured up a fire dragon to attack me. I dodged with the body replacement technique and realized he was the third Hokage. Even more ridiculous, I somehow traveled to the Naruto world and became a candidate for the fourth Hokage. Let me tell you, when I opened my eyes, this old man with a straw hat and a pipe spat right in my face. His spit smelled like smoke and was all over my face. Family, who understands? I just woke up from a hangover and got my face slapped, and my temper exploded. It happened so fast. I was dreaming about my goddess who was half undressed, and suddenly I felt someone buzzing in my ear. I thought, who is so inconsiderate? I mumbled, shut up, let me sleep a bit more, and turned over to continue my dream. Then there was a huge bang like something exploded, followed by an old man's voice impatiently drilling into my ear. What's going on? Haven't woken him up yet? I had a terrible headache and barely managed to open my eyelids a crack, only to see this old man dressed like he was cosplaying, staring at me seriously. My anger flared up instantly, and I yelled, damn, who is this old man cosplaying at my bedside in the morning? Are you sick? Guess what? This old man's hands started moving rapidly like he was having a seizure, and I was dazzled watching him. I was still complaining, wow, a hardcore fan of the Hokage. With that hand speed, you've made my golden right hand, which has been single for 20 years, go silent before I could finish my sentence. He opened his mouth. Water, style water bullet. Good heavens, I was hit with a mouthful of spit that was powerful enough to smack me right in the face. It was cold, fishy, and smelled like smoke. What a feeling. I sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping, you know? My headache was gone. The goddess in my dream flew away, and I pointed at his nose, spitting out, hey, you think you can just do that because you're old? Don't think I won't hit you. Disrespecting your elders, coming to someone else's bedside to spit in the morning, dressed all flashy, half your body in the ground, and still trying to chase thrills like a young person? Do you want me to give you a couple of punches? My barrage of insults turned the old man's face green. Without saying a word, he began twitching his hands again. Oh no, he was forming hand seals. I was still there joking, didn't see that coming. Your hand speed is really fast, but when I looked up, he had actually conjured a fire dragon out of thin air. One that was blazing with fierce flames. Holy crap, now I was really awake. As I watched the fire dragon pounce on me, my mind went blank, but my body moved faster than my brain. With a bang, a puff of white smoke erupted, and I dodged to the side. Body replacement technique. Damn, my mind buzzed, and all my memories came rushing back. This old man was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Hokage, I'm sorry. Don't attack. I drank too much last night, am not human. I nearly knelt down, frantically bowing and apologizing. This old man was serious about his attacks. He didn't stop his movements and conjured a water dragon to douse the fire behind me. Phew, I saved my life. The old man gave me a cold glance, jumped out of the window he just broke, and before leaving, he tossed out, clean up and wait for me in the office. Just as his words fell, a masked Umbu appeared in my room like a ghost, extending his hand. Lord Yifei, please settle the repair costs for the house. I was dumbfounded, instinctively dragging a box from under the bed and handed him the money. Once he left, I plopped down in the drafty room, starting to doubt my life. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? I shook my head and walked over to the broken window to look outside, and I was completely stunned. Outside was not my messy dormitory at all, but a row of traditional Japanese wooden buildings, with ninjas jumping back and forth on the rooftops. Looking further, there was the iconic Hokage Rock. My expression was like that of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, my pupils shaking. Family, this is Konoha? I've traveled to the Naruto world? I rubbed my eyes and counted the heads on Hokage Rock again, 3 of them. The first, second, and third Hokage. In an instant, my mindset collapsed. Did I just point at the third Hokage's nose and call an old man? And almost got blasted by his fire dragon? No way, I can't stay here. I need to run. While this old man hasn't reacted yet, I quickly gathered my things to join the Akatsuki. Joining now to become an elder wouldn't be too much, right? But before I could even roll up my bedding, 4 figures in white masks appeared, surrounding me tightly. Lord Yifei, the third Hokage requests you in his office. Crap, I forgot that old man has a crystal ball that can monitor the whole village in real time. My little movements must have been live streamed. I forced myself to stay calm and waved at them. Got it. They'll change my clothes and be right there. As soon as they left, I exploded, hands on my hips, cursing, damn it. No way, right? With legs, you still have to jump out of the window? Why not just chop off your legs and replace them with springs? After cursing, I felt a lot better. I calmed down and started organizing the memories of this body. My name is Senju Yifei, 20 years old, an orphan of the Senju clan, seemingly just an ordinary jonin. But in reality, I was a pawn raised by that old man, preparing to support me in rising to power while he continued to pull the strings behind the scenes. Not long ago, due to his command blunders, Konoha suffered heavy losses, and he hypocritically resigned, secretly maneuvering to let me, with a narrow margin, oust the real genius Minato Namikaze and become the candidate for the Fourth Hokage. Wait a minute, I already became the Fourth Hokage. I was stunned, carefully climbing down the dilapidated stairs, walking on the streets of Konoha, feeling like I was dreaming. When I arrived at the Hokage office, the old man was sitting there smoking. When he saw me come in, that look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I guess he was cursing in his heart. You little bastard, weren't you quite capable when you were insulting me just now? We glared at each other, and in the end, he spoke first, looking kindly. Yifei, you're about to take over as Hokage. Don't be nervous, they'll support you in everything. In my heart, I was frantically complaining. Isn't it you who's supporting? Your term is almost as long as the previous 3 combined. But on the surface, I sweetly replied, sure. Thank you for your guidance, I won't let you down. As long as there are leaves fluttering, my recitation of the classic lines of the Wheel of Fire almost convinced myself, and the third Hokage was grinning ear to ear like a blooming chrysanthemum. Then I was draped in Hokage cloak and taken straight to the rooftop. Below, there was a sea of people cheering loudly, and the third Hokage beside me was reciting the same old Wheel of Fire. I was still in a daze when he finished, turned around, and drew everyone's attention to me. Oh my gosh, you didn't say there would be a speech segment. I wasn't prepared for anything. Isn't this putting me on the hot seat? There's no way around it. I have to tough it out. I clear my throat. Hello everyone, I am Senju Yifei. Thank you all for your support. Without you, there wouldn't be my today. Of course, the guidance from my leaders is also crucial. My words were sounding more and more like a year-end summary, and the third Hokage beside me had a dark expression, quietly tugging at my sleeve. I turned around and loudly asked, just hold on, I still have a bit more to say. As soon as I said that, the crowd burst into laughter, all eyes on the third Hokage. The old man awkwardly coughed a couple of times, quickly took off his hat, and solemnly placed it on my head before turning and leaving me alone, confused in the wind. Senju! The moment the hat was placed on my head, the whole village erupted. I stood on the rooftop, feeling the glory of being the center of attention, trembling with excitement. Just yesterday, I was a college student sneaking in games in class, and today I became the Hokage. The contrast was just too thrilling. Wait, that's not right. I became the fourth Hokage. What about Minato? I quickly scanned the crowd. Goodness, I saw familiar faces like Inuzuka Kiba, Uchiha Fugaku, and the 2 Hyuga brothers. Finally, I spotted a bright yellow figure in the crowd, Minato Namikaze, and beside him was the red-haired Kushina. Minato was looking over this way, but I couldn't see his expression. Judging by Kushina's puffed-up cheeks, he probably wasn't in a great mood. I sighed in relief, thankfully. The characters matched up, though I was an unexpected variable. Continuing my search in the crowd, I spotted a boy with a mask and white hair. Kakashi. Beside him, as expected, was a guy in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon head, cheerfully doing a one-handed handstand, exuding youthful energy. It seems this watermelon head is easy to fool. Imitating the third Hokage, I uttered a few words about the Wheel of Fire and quickly slipped away. Back in the empty Hokage office, I swaggered over and plopped down in that chair, symbolizing the pinnacle of power. Ding! Identity of the traveler confirmed. Ding! System activating. Ding! Emotion collection system activated. Ding 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 ding, honorable host. Your system spirit Xiao Ji has made a grand entrance. Suddenly, a series of voices rang out in my head, and I perked up, exclaiming, Good! Xiao Ji, take me back. Right now. Immediately. The entire office fell into silence in an instant. After a while, there was still no response. I tentatively called out again. Xiao Ji, I'm here. The voice sounded much more stable. Take me back. Another silence followed. Damn it. System, you can't do this to me. You have to be responsible for me. I slammed the table and stood up. As a result, the door creaked open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, walked in again. My facial expression switched instantly, and I smiled so brightly. Oh, sir from the third generation, how come you're back? After showering him with compliments, I finally sighed in relief and silently thought, all right, I'm not going back. You can come out now. Ding, dear master, your lovely little spirit, Ji, is online. Please introduce yourself. Sure, master. This system earns points by collecting the emotional impact you have on other people in the Naruto world. The more crucial the character, the greater the emotional fluctuations, and the more points you earn. Points can be exchanged for any abilities that exist in the Naruto world, including bloodline limits. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. Hey, this is great. So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and settle my points for becoming Hokage. Shouldn't T, I get at least 18 million? This time doesn't T count? No rewards. I got anxious. Why doesn't T count? The fourth Hokage. Replacing Minato Namikaze. How could that not cause an emotional reaction? Xiaoji fell silent again. After a long time of coaxing and pleading, it finally reluctantly said, "All right, I'll give you a beginner compensation package. Don't complain that it's too little. I want T complain, as long as I have something." Ding, beginner package delivered. All ninja techniques of the original body. Memory synchronization successful. In an instant, the chaotic memories in my mind became incredibly clear, and my body felt as if it had trained for 20 years, effortlessly mastering various ninja techniques. I casually formed a hand seal, and with 2 bangs, I created 2 shadow clones. Not bad. Looking good, can't complain. I got excited and asked Xiaoji, "How many emotional points do you think I could earn if I go down and demolish Hokage Rock?" Xiaoji. A new day, I arrive at the office early, standing in front of the window, feeling incredibly relaxed. I slapped the table, full of passion. Since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable. As a dignified traveler, can I not handle a small Hokage world? Knock knock. Kumin. A passerby ninja walked in, laid down a few documents, and respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, here are the materials that need your approval today." I knew very well in my heart that this was definitely a spy planted by the third Hokage. I nodded. "Got it, what's your name?" "Hokage-sama. My name is Jingxia Lai Kai." I sent this Lai Kai away and began handling official business, which was nothing more than agreeing, approving, and saying it's fine. After dealing with these trivial matters, I greeted the guard at the door and slipped out to inspect the village's sentiments. As I walked, I sorted through my memories. The Battle of Shinobi Bridge had ended, which meant that only 2 or 3 years were left until the Ninetales incident. Damn, fourth Hokage-sama, hello. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making passerby a feel excited, emotional points 5. The prompt in my head kept ringing, which annoyed me. So I hurriedly asked Xiaoji to turn it off. I assessed my own strength. My wood release was half-baked. I couldn't beat Minato, couldn't beat the 3 Sannin. And that old schemer Danzo was probably tough enough to handle. Damn, it turns out I can't beat anyone. What's the point of playing this game? Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Just as I was thinking, a commotion of children's voices came from nearby. I looked over and saw a 3-color dumpling shop, where a little boy with braided hair and 2 tear grooves on his face stood out. ISNT this me taking on 7. I laughed and walked over to ruffle his hair. Haha, little friend. You have to work hard so that I can drape the Hokage robe over you in the future. Uchiha Itachi merely glanced at me and continued eating dumplings. I waved my hand. Boss, give these little friends a skewer each, it's on me. After paying, I ruffled Itachi's hair again, making it look like a bird's nest. Eat less sweets, or you'll get cavities. Don't mess with my hair, it's rude. This little brat was quite cool. He tidied up his hairstyle, took the packed dumplings, and quickly ran to the bridge to hand them to a little girl. Hey, still a little love-struck. I shook my head with a smile. After wandering around the village, I gathered over 200 emotional points. I quickly called out to Xiaoji in my mind. Xiaoji, give me a complete version of wood release. Ding. Host's emotional points are insufficient. Flying Thunder God. Ding. Host's emotional points are insufficient. Spiral Sphere should work, right? Ding. Host's emotional points are insufficient. My face darkened, damn. Give me a list. A light screen appeared before my eyes, and when I looked, I almost died of anger. The A-level Ninjutsu Spiral Sphere costs 1,000 points. The complete version of wood release costs 50,000, and a Manjiki Sharingan is a whopping 500,000. Wait, I can already use some wood release. Why do you still charge me 50,000? What's the difference between this and selling air? Host, after redemption, it will be at the level of the first Hokage. The Sharingan will also go directly to Manjiki with no side effects. Oh, that's not bad. I'll hold on for 2 years, and when the Ninetales come, I'll just use a tree whirl descend. Ha ha ha. Host, the amount of chakra requires you to train yourself or exchange emotional points. 1 card of chakra costs 10,000 emotional points, and a complete tree whirl descend will need about 10 cards. My smile froze on my face. Card, what is that as a unit of measurement? It's the total chakra amount of Kakashi when he becomes an adult. Damn, how many cards do I have now? You have a bit more than him, 1.5 cards. I was completely speechless. Meanwhile, in a room in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, watching me with great interest through a crystal ball as my expression changed back and forth. A new day, I sat in the Hokage office, dealing with those boring documents. Agree. Approve. Okay. Third Hokage-sama, please sit for a moment. I have a big matter to discuss with you. I tell you, I just took office as Hokage. And before I even got comfortable in my seat, I was thinking about getting myself an assistant. Isn't that reasonable? So I politely asked the third Hokage, how about you come out of retirement and be my assistant? But who understands? He exploded right on the spot. He yelled at me, saying that I was thinking about him right after he retired. Absolutely not. Fine, fine, you're the boss, you decide. Just as I was arguing with him, our Konoha's golden flash, Minato Namikaze, walked in. Minato volunteered to go to the Mist Village to carry out that high-risk investigation mission. I thought this kid is pretty good. He's handsome and strong. So I mentioned to the third Hokage, how about letting him be my assistant? But the old man shot me a sideways glance and said, Minato can already hold his own against shadow-level fighters. And you want him to be your assistant? Dream on. I got really angry at that moment. I said, I'm at least a Hokage, right? What's wrong with needing an assistant? If this isn't allowed, and that isn't allowed, it's too frustrating to be a Hokage. I slammed my Hokage hat on the table, almost throwing a tantrum right there. Just then, my savior arrived. A cool guy with white hair and a mask walked in, Kakashi. I pointed at him and said to the third Hokage, it's him, the final candidate. If not, I'll go to the village entrance and perform a handstand, so everyone can see your poor judgment. The third Hokage, probably tired of my pestering, frowned and thought for a long time before finally agreeing. He specifically reminded me that Kakashi had psychological trauma from the war and asked me to be more understanding. I thought to myself, no problem, psychological issues? I'm best at physical therapy. After sending off the third Hokage, I immediately checked my little treasury and found I had 1630 emotion points. I waved my hand and said, Xiaoji, exchange for the White Fang's sword technique. 1500 points cleared instantly, and the next second, wow, that exquisite sword technique felt like it was engraved in my DNA. I felt like I could perform a lightning cutter right on the spot. The next day, I found a secluded little grove and started practicing vigorously with a short knife. Let me tell you, the feeling was electric, like currents buzzing all over my body, with flashes of blades. It was so cool I was scared of myself. But the price of being cool was that after a few rounds of practice, I was completely exhausted, lying on the ground like a dead dog. As a Hokage, can I train by myself every day? Of course not. I directly spent 100 motion points to let my AI system, Xiaoji, generate an illusion of myself to work in the office, focusing on intelligent office work. I secretly snuck back to switch shifts with it. And as soon as I stepped out, I saw Kakashi standing at the door like a guardian deity. With his signature dead fish eye looking up, he said, Lord Hokage, I am your assistant. Where else would I be if not here? I awkwardly smiled and directly put my arm around his shoulder, saying, come on, bro. I'll treat you to some ramen. Consider it an apology. Let me tell you, this guy looks thin but has quite a bit of strength. He struggled several times but couldn't break free. I was puzzled. With such talent, how did he end up as a mediocre ninja? It shouldn't be like this. Along the way, I greeted the villagers to boost my mood points while dragging Kakashi with me, and we soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. As I lifted the curtain, a super cute little loli peeked her head out, her big watery eyes looking at me, and then she dashed inside shouting, Daddy, the fourth Hokage is here for ramen. In no time, the legendary Tsutsuki Ichiraku, the hand-pulling uncle, came out. Kakashi, familiar with the place, ordered a bowl of tonkatsu miso ramen, and I ordered the same. When the noodles arrived, I pretended to casually glance over, and wow, Kakashi actually pulled down his mask. That face, quite handsome and delicate, made the little lowly SHBU next to him gaze in awe, her face turning red. I lowered my head and slurped a mouthful of noodles, feeling a bit sour inside. TSK, it's just that he's a bit more handsome, right? Am I not more handsome? Suddenly, the noodles didn't taste so good. By the time I came back to my senses, he had already finished the broth and put his mask back on, as quick as an illusion. After finishing the noodles, I praised him a lot, gaining another 150 mood points, and contentedly pulled Kakashi out. On the way, I wanted to enlighten him a bit, encouraging him not to be so down all the time, but this guy remained silent the whole time like a closed gourd. I had no choice but to let him go back first, specifically instructing him to tell the third Hokage the truth if he asked about me. I wondered if I could directly exchange some chakra for Kakashi, but the system outright denied me, saying that this thing has to be trained by oneself. Sigh. It seems the road to transforming this emo boy is still long. When I got home in the evening, I lay on my bed feeling bored. So I asked the system for some bedtime reading material. I wanted to reference Intimate Paradise and get a copy for Kakashi to help lift his spirits. In the end, the system gave me some ethereal BGM and said he was only 14, telling me to be a decent person. Finally, I spent 15 mood points to exchange for a classic book, Aben. I was snuggled up in bed, enjoying myself, when suddenly I felt a chill on my neck and sensed something slimy crawling on me. I gasped and sat up, looking down to see a blue and white slug wriggling on my hand. Right after that, an ethereal female voice echoed, "Master Yifei, I apologize for summoning you without warning. I hope you can forgive me." I was directly summoned to the wet bone forest. At that moment, the hair on my body stood on end. The slug sage said that my spiritual contract with her was about to disappear, and I felt like my aura had changed, as if I was no longer myself. I tell you, my mind was racing, cold sweat pouring down, and I immediately began to act, playing the pity card with her, saying that I was the last descendant of the Thousand Hands clan, and I didn't want this. I just wanted to live well and hope to continue receiving her help. I was so expressive that I almost convinced myself. Perhaps my acting was too convincing. The slug sage fell silent for a long time, and in the end, she actually took out the spiritual scroll and let me sign it again. When I was teleported back to my bed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But a palm-sized little slug crawled over with the book Aben from the head of the bed and said in a cute voice, "Lord Yifei, you forgot to take your book." I was instantly petrified. This was simply a major social death scene. I snatched the book and stuffed it into the blanket, so awkward that my toes were digging into the floor. The next day, I slept until noon and strolled into the office, casually stroking Kakashi's white hair on the way. As soon as I got to the street, a figure in a green tight suit came rushing over, doing a handstand. It was Might Guy. He was shouting to duel Kakashi. "Burning with youth." I saw Kakashi looking hopeless with a hint of pleading in his eyes, and I chuckled and approved on the spot. I even grabbed Guy's shoulder and passionately told him, "Guy, Kakashi's youthful energy depends on you. You must reignite it." I told you. The system prompt sound just exploded on the spot. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making Might Guy feel continuous and extreme excitement, earning you 500 emotional points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making Kakashi feel extremely speechless, earning you 100 emotional points. Wow, this is simply a score-boosting bug. I watched as Guy dragged the petrified Kakashi away like the wind, feeling satisfied as I walked towards the Hokage building. As soon as I entered the office, the third Hokage was there, fuming and glaring, upset that I had come late. I completely ignored him, sat down, and looked at the documents. Goodness, they were all complaints about the guard team, claiming they were abusing their power and forcibly collecting protection fees. Isn't the guard team just the Uchiha clan? I've been wandering around the village these past 2 days, and they've been quite responsible. This is clearly someone trying to mess with me. Who else could it be but that old Tens? I tossed those useless documents aside and, gritting my teeth, spent a full 2 hours dealing with the ninjas reporting their tasks. By the end, I felt like my soul was almost gone and collapsed directly into my chair. After a while, I hoarsely called my assistant to go bring me all the personal information of the Jonin, and go invite the third Hokage over. Just tell him I have something important to discuss. In no time, the assistant walked in, carrying a thick stack of documents, following behind the old third Hokage. I immediately put on a smile and quickly moved a stool over. "You're here? Lord Sandame, please have a seat. I have something important to discuss with you." "What is it?" I said. "It's this pile of complaints." I slammed the dozens of complaint letters in front of him, forming a small mountain. "Lord Sandame, take a look. It's only been a few days. Complaints against the guard team, complaints against the Uchiha, and there are nearly 50 in total. Is this normal? This is simply an organized attack against me." The old man picked up the documents and flipped through them page by page, his brows furrowed like a twisted donut. And guess what? After reading, he took a puff of his cigarette and calmly said, "Well, it was Danzo's doing." Good heavens, I was stunned. You understand what I felt. I had prepared a whole arsenal of arguments, ready to outsmart him in a battle of wits, but he just slid in and stole the show, openly admitting everything. I was completely thrown off. I immediately put on my business smile and hurried over to give him a shoulder massage. Oh, I knew it. As a new official, those proud Uchiha guys shouldn't be so disrespectful to me. It turns out that old man Danzo was scheming behind my back. As I pinched my fingers together, I began to sell my misfortune. "Oh, great elder, look at me, just starting out. One moment it's Uchiha, the next it's Danzo. With my small frame, the pressure is overwhelming. I can't even sleep well at night." Saying this, I quickly dashed back to my desk, pulled out a drawing I had prepared long ago, and slapped it down in front of him. It depicted a rather bizarre jutsu. I quickly formed seals with both hands and slapped the back of my neck, acting dramatically. "Look at this. Someone is watching me. It must be them." If my personal safety isn't guaranteed, how can I shine and contribute to the village? The old man glanced at me, puffing on his pipe, and said slowly, Yifei, don't rush. This matter needs to be approached gradually. We must plan for the long term. Hey, that's what I was thinking. I interrupted him. So the urgent thing now is to form my own shadow guard. The kind that is close to me. Safety first. I didn't give him a chance to respond and turned to shout outside. Lai Kai, bring me the ninja materials I asked you to prepare. Sarutobi Hizashi was left stunned, probably not expecting my topic to change so quickly. I picked up the materials and pretended to browse through them, mumbling to myself, Oil Girl Julung, an old comrade, reliable. Hinata Nabahashi, a strong man can fight. Let's go with these 5. I handed over the 5 selected documents. The 3 generations of adults, are you giving them to the advisor? He glanced at them and nodded. Good eye, they're all old subordinates who have fought alongside you on the battlefield. Reliable. Of course. I proudly slapped my thigh. Close combat, long-range attack, reconnaissance, personal bodyguard, all set. Why didn't you choose Kakashi? The old man suddenly asked. I looked puzzled. Kakashi? He's my assistant, serving tea, running errands, and handling documents. What does he have to do with the Umbu? As I spoke, it seemed like I suddenly remembered something and pulled out a document to hand over. Oh, right, Captain, I've selected the right person. Please take a look. I tell you, when Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the 4 characters Uchiha Shursui on the document, his old face turned dark all of a sudden, like the bottom of a pot, and his tone became serious. Are you sure? Senju Itachi, I hope you think carefully. I met his gaze directly, my finger confidently pointing at the information on the water stop. It's him, a member of the Uchiha clan, but with a clear mind, young, easy to fool. Oh no, easy to train. Starting with him, slowly changed the entire Uchiha clan. Isn't this a big move? I looked at his serious face and laughed again. Come on, it's just a kid from the Uchiha clan. As the Hokage, it's reasonable to have a few more people to protect myself and prevent any leaks of confidential information. The Uchiha can't really refute that, right? After saying that, I directly ordered Reikage. Go, summon Uchiha Shursui for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed at my stubbornness, stood up, and walked outside, waving his hand behind him. Forget it, do as you wish anyway. I'm here to back you up. Hey, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but feel joyful. There's no helping it, old friend. I initially wanted to play around with you a bit more, but the little things you left on me are too troublesome. If I don't get rid of them soon, I won't be able to keep my secrets anymore. After a while, a clear voice came from the door. Hokage-sama, you call for me. I looked up, and there he was, the man living in memories from Naruto. Uchiha Shursui, standing right in front of me. He really is handsome. I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Shursui, I'm forming an Umbu team and need a captain. How about you take the position? He clearly froze, his eyes full of caution. Hokage-sama, I just became a jonin. I'm afraid my strength isn't enough. Ha, don't be so quick to refuse. I smiled and handed him a scroll. Take this, read it at home. Remember to destroy it after you're done, and then meet with the team members. I believe in you. The kid came in looking completely confused and left just as bewildered. As soon as he stepped out, I heard a notification in my head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making Uchiha Shursui experience a mix of curiosity, fear, and surprise, earning 300 emotional points. Awesome. Being Hokage is tiring, but earning emotional points is really enjoyable. Off work, I directly pushed open a window and jumped out, crazily parkouring on the rooftops of Konoha. The sound of the wind whistled in my ears. It was simply exhilarating. I randomly found a barbecue restaurant and feasted heartily, then went back to sleep like a log. In the afternoon, I ran to a small forest outside the village, ready to try out my family heirloom technique from the Senju clan. Wood release. Technique of 3 rooms in 1 hall. With a clap of my hands, wow, the chakra surged out like a flood that had broken through a dam. I watched as a 2-story villa suddenly grew up from the ground with a rumble. I was marveling at the situation when suddenly I slapped my thigh. Damn. What a loss. Last time my house got blown up, I actually paid that old man to fix it. I could have built it myself. I'm so regretful. I'm really regretting it now. Looking at the villa in front of me, I felt an urge again, and my hands suddenly came together. Fire release. Fireball. Nothing happened at all. I was dumbfounded. No, my incredible ancestor, with just a clap of the hands. Everything was possible, right? How come it doesn't work for me? Not believing in evil, I honestly formed the seals. Rat, horse, snake, dragon, mouse, ox, tiger. A huge fireball roared out, and with a bang, it blew my newly built villa into a cloud of wooden debris. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet has seized. Water release. Water flow wall. Sun release. 8 gates. I unleashed a flurry of attacks, instantly draining my 5 card chakra. My legs gave way, and I collapsed on the ground to start refining. An hour later, my blue bar was full again, and it even increased by 0.01 cards. Not bad, not bad. I patted my butt and stood up, looking at the area within 100 meters that I had turned into a surface resembling the moon. I felt so satisfied. This is what ninjutsu is all about. So refreshing. However, a problem arose. I quickly called out to the system. Xiaoji, why do I feel like forming seals is half a beat slower than my original body? How am I supposed to fight like this? Master, your consciousness is yours, but your body is his. You haven't developed muscle memory for these ninjutsu yet, so of course it feels slow. Just practice more. All right, let's practice. I immediately activated my lightning attribute chakra to stimulate all my muscles. That feeling, damn, it was like my whole body was electrified, almost sending me straight off to meet my great-grandmother. I shivered and named this technique lightning. Lightning release, electric therapy. Not gonna lie, it really worked. Taking advantage of the muscle excitement, I formed hand seals, and my speed indeed increased a bit. I'm truly a genius. I was so excited that I howled. Having tasted success, I immediately wanted to try something else. Wind release, great breakthrough. However, before I could finish the hand seals, a piercing pain exploded from within my body. Oh, damn it. The pain made me curl up on the ground, rolling around, sweat pouring down like rain, and the veins on my neck were bulging. Xiaoji, what the hell is going on? I asked weakly in pain. Xiaoji's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Master, you really are a genius. Actually trying to use lightning attribute chakra. Why didn't you say so earlier? After resting for a while, I finally recovered and threw myself back into intense training. Earth release, water release, wind release, lightning release. Relying on the abnormal talent of the Senju clan, I pushed myself to the limit. By the time I filled my chakra back up, it had increased to 153 cards. Time to wrap it up. Going home. Barbecue. I rushed into that barbecue restaurant during the day, and as soon as I walked in, I heard a very familiar loud voice. Wow, boss, give me 3 more servings. Kakashi, let's have a competition. I turned to look at the sound, and wow, it's my guy and Kakashi. Kakashi's dead fish eyes saw me, looking so mournful that it almost seemed like he would start crying. Oh, what a coincidence. I smiled and leaned over. You don't mind if I join, right? Guy, with his mouth full of meat, mumbled unclear words. Hokage-sama. Sit down. Let's have a barbecue showdown. Huh, you can't win against me. Boss, add 10 more servings. As soon as I said that, Guy's eyes lit up instantly, full of fighting spirit, and right then and there, he contributed 100 emotion points to main. Kakashi, you be the judge. In the end, with Guy's unwilling expression, I narrowly won by a slight advantage of 1 piece of grilled meat. Then, Kakashi, looking utterly defeated, held me with his left hand and Guy with his right, watching us clutch our stomachs and dry heave. Hokage-sama, I refuse to accept this. Let's compete again tomorrow. Yeah, bring it on. As the mighty Hokage, am I scared of you? Under the night sky, the 3 of us, 1 big and 2 small, supported each other and wobbled away, disappearing around the corner. Early the next morning, bang, 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 bang. The dreadful knocking on the door pulled me out of bed. Who is it? It's not even dawn yet. I groggily pushed aside the little yellow book that was covering my face. Outside the door came Guy's suppressed yet excited voice. Oh, it's me, Hokage-sama. Let's continue our unfinished competition from yesterday. I was speechless at the time, thinking I really shouldn't have argued with this hot-blooded fool. I helplessly let him in and went to wash up. When I came out with a glass of milk, I saw this guy engrossed in my abin. What the heck? Put that down. I rushed over to snatch the book away. And you can't tell anyone. It's a secret. Otherwise, I'll make sure Kakashi won't play with you anymore. Hey, I got it, Hokage-sama. Guy looked at me with anticipation. Can I borrow it from you in the future? Sure, once a month. Oh, thank you. We ran all the way to Kakashi's doorstep. I nodded at Kai and said, go, wake him up, ignite the youth. Kai understood immediately and rolled into the yard. The movement clearly showed he was a habitual offender. In less than 3 minutes, a disheveled Kakashi, still half asleep, was dragged out by him. Seeing the mischievous smile on my face, he helplessly rolled his eyes. All right, let's go. Run 5 laps around the village. Kai shouted and shot out like an arrow. Damn, young people don't play by the rules. I quickly chased after him. After finishing the run, in the small woods by the village, I faced off against the 2 of them in a pure taijutsu battle. Every punch hit hard. Sweat pouring down, it was exhilarating. Stop. I seize an opportunity, punch Kai away, and grab Kakashi's leg, tossing both of them out simultaneously. Morning training is over. I have to get to work. After finishing the ramen, I took Kakashi back to the office. While handling documents, I educated him. Kakashi, young people shouldn't always have a poker face. Learn from Kai. Be more passionate. Just then, Shursui came in with Oil Girl Shizune and Hinata to Kuzu. You guys are here. Let me introduce a new member to you, Hatake Kakashi. I stood up with a smile. From now on, I'll be counting on all of you for my safety. Kakashi, you can also communicate more with everyone about some things. As I spoke, I raised my hand and pointed to my eyes, hinting at the Sharingan. All right, you can go now. It's time to take on missions. Don't let your skills fall behind. After arranging them, I dove back into the pile of documents. After several hours of busy work, I finally got a break. I headed straight to the ruins of the Senju clan. Looking at the dilapidated walls in front of me, I felt quite a mix of emotions. Once the largest clan in Konoha, now was left in this state of ruin. I carefully circled around a collapsed area, bit my finger, and dripped some blood onto an almost invisible barrier. The barrier rippled like water. I took a deep breath before stepping inside. There was no gold or silver treasure, just a few books containing the cultivation insights of the first Hokage and records of wood release techniques. I sat cross-legged and eagerly flipped through the pages. Wood release, flower tree world descends. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wow, this is all solid content. The more I read, the more excited I became. This stuff is way better than any S-rank ninjutsu. However, when I opened up Senju Hashirama's training notes, my expression changed from excitement to bewilderment, and I ended up cursing out loud. Damn, is this even human language? Can you guess what it says? March 1st. Don't know why my chakra increases by 10 every day. It's annoying. April 1st. My chakra is double what it was before. I can easily beat Madara. Pretend it's really tough. Happy. October 4th. Annoying. Dad wants me to record the hand signs, but I don't know ISNT it just a clap of both hands? The more I look at it, the angrier I get. Isn't this the most popular originator of Versailles literature in 2025? This guy really knows how to play the game of making money quietly. Damn, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you experience 1,000 years of pain. While I was cursing, I still honestly tucked the secret book into my pocket. The next morning in the woods, the three of us started fighting again. Kakashi, Guy shouted loudly. I instinctively looked over and saw Kakashi throwing a punch towards my face. I immediately bent down and swept my leg, kicking him. Bang! With a sound, Kakashi transformed into a wooden stump. Shadow clone jutsu. I thought to myself that it was bad. A fierce wind was approaching from behind, and another Kakashi was already sweeping a kick towards my waist. There was no way to dodge it, and I was directly kicked away. Ha! Aha! Kakashi, we did it! Guy, who was thrown onto the grass, jumped up excitedly. However, Kakashi still maintained his attacking posture, staring intently in the direction I flew. Oh, hey, as expected of you, so alert. My voice came from beside a big tree. Only then did Kakashi relax, revealing an expression of I knew it. Guy's face instantly fell, looking like a deflated balloon. Ah, I thought I really hit the Hokage. He mumbled pitifully, boo-hoo my book. I wanted to lend it to Kakashi to broaden his horizons. But this guy's mood swings were quick, and he instantly resurrected. No way. Kakashi, let's go again. Stop. I quickly jumped down from the tree. That's enough for today. If you want to read the book, keep working hard. We agreed that if you hit me once, I would lend you half an hour. Go for it. Ah, no. Hokage-sama, I am sorry. Guy directly hugged my thigh and started to throw a tantrum. No way. We agreed to keep it a secret, but you two turned around and snuck into my house. It's a miracle I didn't beat you up. I used body flicker technique to disappear from the spot, leaving them in disarray in the wind. After finishing my official duties, I ran to that secluded clearing. Wood release. Advent of the trees. I formed a series of over 10 complex hand seals and slammed my hands onto the ground. My chakra was instantly drained. The ground shook violently, and within a radius of 20 meters, countless saplings burst through the soil. But they stopped growing at 2 meters tall and as thick as an arm. I slumped down on the ground, looking at this mini forest with a speechless expression. What the heck? This shouldn't be the case. It's so different from the original version. This thing isn't even enough for me to burn with one fire. Complaints aside, I still sat cross-legged and began to recover my chakra. I noticed that in this little forest I created, the speed of refining chakra seemed to be a bit faster. I was idle anyway, so I started trying to control these trees. I focused on a small tree and commanded it with my mind. Bend. Yay. Bend more. Keep bending. Crack. The little tree couldn't bear the humiliation and snapped. Damn. This won't do. Your turn. I aimed at a slightly sturdier tree. Grow. Bigger. Oh yeah. Even bigger. I concentrated all my chakra to nurture it. Hoo. I tell you, practicing this broken wood release is really exhausting. I finally managed to grow a 100-meter tall tree, but as soon as my chakra ran out, poof, it shrank down to a 10-meter sapling, all wrinkled and looking even weaker than me. I was so mad that I blasted it to ashes with a fire dragon flame bomb. While I was practicing, I suddenly sensed something was off. Someone was nearby. I quickly suppressed my presence and jumped into a pit I had dug earlier. When I looked, hey, it was that kid Kakashi. I walked out and asked him, what does Teacher Minato want with me? I also complained, next time, don't keep stepping on my traps. Setting them up is quite a hassle. And guess what? Suddenly, I heard a ding in my head, saying Kakashi felt really good and gave me 50 emotion points. Family. Who understands? This XP is so weird. As soon as we reached the village entrance, a yellow light suddenly flashed on my face. Damn, I almost threw a punch. A blonde, handsome guy was right in front of me. Who could handle that? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Minato Namikaze. He apologized to me and then, with a serious expression, reported that the third Hokage had secretly gone to form an alliance with the Mist Village a couple of days ago. As soon as he left, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist set out on a mission. ISNT this obviously stirring up trouble? I asked him if he had informed the old man, and he said no, wanting him to retire peacefully. All right, I got the gist of it. I told him to hurry back and accompany his wife, and I would let the Umbu handle the follow-up. I decided to keep this matter under wraps for now. 2 weeks later, I had been training Kakashi and my guy. Those two lively characters, every day. Today, those two were pretending to be dead on the ground again. So I decided to crank up the power and unleashed lightning release. Electric therapy. With a zap, they took off from the ground, screaming in agony. Why was I so harsh? Because those two brats, while I was taking a shower, not only stole my clothes, but also had the audacity to sneak into my house and swipe my treasured secret scroll. I directly tied the two up with vines and asked them where the stuff was. That kid Kakashi was stubborn, so I focused on my guy. Akai, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed everything. He said they had a fight over who would look first, and after the fight, they found the book they had put on the tree was gone. Looking at their cowardly expressions, they didn't seem like they were lying. All right, I gave him a day. By this time tomorrow, they either bring the book back or learn electric therapy, otherwise they can wait to experience my 1,000 years of death. The two ran away in a panic, and I returned to my office. Goodness, the third Hokage was sitting in my chair, smoking and filling the whole office with smoke, making it look like a spider cave. My temper flared up immediately, and I said, if you take another puff, do you believe I'll just quit right here? Whoever wants to be Hokage can take it. Saying that, I grabbed the Hokage hat and pretended to throw it downstairs. The old man panicked and reached out to grab me. Hey, an opportunity came. I took advantage of the moment and executed a beautiful back throw. Bang! The world instantly became quiet. After a while, the old man crawled back in through the window, covered in dirt, and he didn't even smoke anymore. I immediately put on a smile, poured him tea, and served him well. The old man was thrown off by my actions, and after holding it in for a while, he finally started talking business. It turned out that Jiraiya had returned, and it seemed that the Tsuchikage and Reikage were showing signs of forming an alliance. I said I already knew about this. Minato had reported it early, and I had already arranged the personnel. Uchiha Shursui was leading a team to the Mist Village, and I had Hinata and Uchiha strengthen the defenses in the village. Minato would go again in a couple of days and take Kakashi with him. The old man was stunned, not expecting me to have everything arranged so clearly. In the end, I proposed sending Jiraiya to deal with the Reikage, and he thought for a moment and agreed. After sending off the old man, I quickly opened my golden finger. Wow, my emotional points were almost 20,000. I had to spend some. I asked the system Xiaoji for recommendations, but it either suggested something ridiculously expensive or useless. I set my sights on the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, priced at $99.99, and directly bargained. 5,000, take it or leave it. Xiaoji cried out, saying it was going to break. But another AI inside it directly made the decision and completed the transaction for me. Wow, this system even has a split personality? After getting the new taijutsu, I felt warm all over and my physical fitness improved significantly. I ran to the woods to practice and found that this was just the Pro Max version of the Tai Chi we learned in university. I casually played around, and the fallen leaves were swept into a perfect circle. I announced on the spot that from today on, this was the unique taijutsu I, Senju Yifei, had created, leading far ahead. Just as I was feeling proud, little did I know, underground, that old schemer Danzo was listening to his subordinates reporting on me. Hearing that the useless spies he sent to monitor me had all been taken care of, he was furious. Huh, you think you can compete with me? I couldn't be bothered with him. The two AI systems in my head were still arguing. I told them to shut up and take turns working. Then I thought to myself, I need to get something even more powerful, so I headed straight to the place where the forbidden technique scrolls were kept. Wow, that place was surrounded by experts, both inside and out. Naruto managed to sneak out back then. It must have been the third Hokage letting him off easy. I wasn't polite either. I used Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Edo Tensei, and explosive tags. I memorized everything. When I checked the system exchange prices afterward, I was nearly scared to death. Each one was more expensive than the last. But then I discovered a bug. When I practiced it myself, like with the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it consumed a large portion of my chakra. And suddenly the system price dropped from 10,000 to 9,500. Haha, isn't this just exploiting a bug to farm equipment? I was overjoyed. After training, I went home and slapped my thigh, damn. My bin. It hurt my heart. Tomorrow I had to make those two little brats cry for their mothers. In the end, I had no choice but to spend 200 emotion points in exchange for a Jinping Mei with colorful illustrations. That night, just as I was falling asleep, I felt something touching my face. I opened my eyes to see a huge white fur ball swaying in front of me. Looking up, I saw a big but in red pants wiggling right at me. Let me tell you, my DNA reacted instantly. Without thinking, I gave a 1,000-year kill. Ah! With a scream, that figure covered its butt and dashed out, clutching a book tightly. Damn it, you book thief. You even stole into my house. I didn't even have time to change out of my pajamas. I chased after it in my slippers. Not far into the chase, I ran into Kakashi and Might Guy. I panted and shouted, someone stole my book. Chase them. If we catch them, you too can read my illustrated new book for free for 3 days. Hearing this, their eyes lit up and they charged out like they were on adrenaline. Guy even tossed away the weighted lead blocks strapped to his legs. Family. He really did this just to read. I could have cried. This late-night chase woke up the whole village. As I ran, I apologized. And when the villagers heard it was the Hokage, their attitude turned a complete 180, cheering me on. As I chased, my mind was filled with the sound of emotion points being credited. Suddenly, I realized, isn't this better than working? I immediately stopped chasing, quietly picked up the lead blocks Guy had thrown, and turned back home. Before long, a figure in a Tengu mask slipped out of my room, scaring people everywhere and earning me over 2,000 emotion points that night. The next morning, I heard Guy screaming like a pig being slaughtered in the woods. While Kakashi and Minato were out on a mission, he was pushing himself to the limit and ended up with internal injuries. I had to step in and use lightning release, electric therapy to give him a full body treatment. His dad, Might Dewey, was nearby, tearfully cheering him on, saying this was a test of youth. This father-son duo was truly something else. Now that Kakashi was gone, these two formed a new duo of youthful idiots. And every morning I had to recharge them, worried they might push themselves too hard. After finishing with them, I returned to the office, which was piled high with documents. I casually picked one up and flipped through it. Red Row Ghost? What the heck, go away. Next one, the third Kazekage, is missing. And Sunagakure is requesting help from Konoha? What the hell, why should I care? Let them handle it themselves. Flipping to another document, wow. The Cloud Village actually listed Minato as their #1 threat, saying to steer clear of anyone with blonde hair. Let me tell you, it's still Master Minato. I give him a thumbs up for that reputation. After dealing with all this nonsense, I shouted out the door, come, Kai, go get the captain of the guard, and bring him to me. Just tell him it's about that red robe ghost. I need to have a word with him face to face. I'm telling you, it looks like a fight is about to break out outside. Fortunately, that old man from the third generation is keeping an eye on things. So for now, nothing major has happened. But the mess in the village really can't be delayed any longer. We need to take strong measures. But why is he looking for me? Uchiha Fugaku is still in his courtyard drinking tea. As soon as he hears that I'm looking for him, he can't even finish his tea and starts to feel uneasy. To understand what his family has been through. The expressions on his face have been quite something. Like a student cramming for an exam and realizing they haven't read a single page. He's worried that I might have some dirt on him. As soon as he steps in, I quickly step forward to greet him, as enthusiastic as if I were meeting my own brother. Come on, Captain Fugaku, have a seat. I'm here today because I need your help with something important. I directly pressed him down on the chair. Although he was extremely anxious inside, he still put on a calm facade and said, Lord Hokage, you flatter me. Please give your orders. This is all part of my duty. Haha. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I was almost bursting with laughter inside. I pushed the file on the red-robed ghost in front of him and said, "Come on, Captain Fugaku, take a look at this. This matter has caused quite a stir in the city for a week. Do you have any leads from your security team?" He immediately entered work mode, reporting seriously, "Lord Hokage, we have investigated and basically confirmed that someone is pretending to be a ghost, and they are very powerful. 2 nights ago, we surrounded them with 2 jonin and 3 chunin near the school, but they easily slipped away, leaving just this piece of red thread." After hearing this, I took out a piece of red cloth and a few white hairs from under the table. "Captain Fugaku, don't investigate anymore. Just take a look at this." He took it, and, upon seeing it, his expression changed instantly. "Lord Hokage, this is Lord Jiraiya?" "Uh-huh." I nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your mind is quite sharp." I told him I also think it's him. No need to waste manpower anymore, although that old pervert is a bit off. He wouldn't do anything to harm the village. After saying that, I shifted the topic directly. I slapped down 2 stacks of documents from under the table. One stack as thick as bricks, containing 47 complaints against your security team, and the other stack with 34 complaints against your Uchiha clan. Goodness, Fugaku Uchiha's face darkened instantly, like the bottom of a pot. He took the documents, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed, his hands even starting to tremble. I leaned back in my chair, leisurely finishing off the last hits. "Captain Fugaku, I just started this position 3 weeks ago, and I have documents like this on my desk every day. Moreover, most of them were submitted before I took office." After reading it, his voice turned heavy. "Hokage-sama, do you think?" "What do I think?" I laughed, leaned forward, and stared intently in his eyes. "What do you hope I think?" The office fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. We locked eyes, and the air was thick with the tension of a standoff. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Hokage-sama, do you believe the accusations in these documents?" "Ha ha ha." I suddenly burst into loud laughter, picked up the pile of worthless documents in front of him, and walked to the window, throwing them all out with a whoosh. Fugaku Uchiha sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers, just about to call my name. Boom! I clapped my hands, and a fire dragon erupted from my mouth, burning those documents clean in midair, leaving not even a trace of ash. I turned back with an innocent look and asked him, "Captain Fugaku, did you just call me?" "Aha! No, Lord Hokage, you must have misheard." He quickly reacted and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. I got up too abruptly just now and bumped into the corner of the table, hissing, "Ouch." "Oh, well then you need to be more careful." I sat back down in my chair, my attitude clear. "Captain Fugaku, you saw my stance just now. I'm new to this position, and I don't know about the past. But since I took office, I've been wandering around the village every day, observing what the guard team is like and what the Uchiha clan is like. I see it all. I don't believe in those backstabbing little reports. I only trust my own eyes." I handed him another document and said, "By the way, do you know who submitted those documents? You should have an idea in your mind. This is about the recent case of missing people in the village, and a few of them are from your Uchiha clan. I hope you can take this matter seriously." As soon as he heard about the missing people, Fugaku's expression instantly turned cold. He took the document, gave me a deep look, and turned to leave. Watching his back, I smiled. I'm certain that just based on my earlier hand-sealed Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Uchiha Fugaku will definitely make the smartest choice. After dealing with the Uchiha, I thought I could take a break, but what happened? Ding! Bang! In the office, I slammed a kunai down on the table, making a loud noise. Damn! I failed again. I tell you, ever since I watched the Book of Seals and dove into research of the Flying Thunder God, it's been a week and I haven't made any progress at all. I've carved nearly 500 kunai with the technique, and not a single one is usable. Oh heavens, spare me. I'm slumped in my chair, feeling completely drained. Right now, Konoha is just a mess. Outside, Sunagakure is running wild like rabid dogs, causing trouble under the pretext of finding the Kazekage. The Fourth Hokage seems to have some grudge against Master Minato, fighting small skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5 days. And that old man, the Third Hokage, is just sitting there playing stare down with Inoki, that Suchikage, not moving at all. What about in the village? That old coot Danzo, without the third holding him back, is starting to collude with Orochimaru again, with one person missing today and another body found tomorrow, creating panic among the villagers. Luckily, Fugaku is doing a good job, leading the police force to catch people. The missing person cases have decreased, but now and then a few bodies of missing ninjas from other villages pop up, which is still pretty scary. How frustrating. In this huge Konoha, there's not a single person to share the burden with me. What difference does it make from being an empty nest elder? I buried my face in the table, going crazy with emo feelings. Bang! With a loud crash, The poor door of my office, as if it were hit by a battering ram, was kicked right off. I was furious at that moment. Jumping up from my chair, wanting to curse. Damn. Who the hell kicked the door? Don't they have hands? Can't they knock? Before I finished my sentence, I saw the person standing at the door, and instantly a chill ran down my neck. The words I was about to say turned into a curve. Hee. Tsunade, what brings you here? I saw Tsunade with her golden hair, wearing that familiar green robe, her arms crossed, and her imposing figure made me stare. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, feeling brave, huh? Now that you're Hokage, you dare to curse at me? She noticed my restless gaze, and her expression darkened. Suddenly, a wave of fragrance hit me, and almost out of muscle memory, I instinctively went into a crouched defensive position. Bang! I had been lying on the office desk for almost a month when suddenly, the wood above me exploded into a shower of splinters. Pay up! I instinctively shouted. And guess what? My voice seemed to miraculously disperse the murderous aura hovering above her. I stood up trembling, and when I looked at her again, her arrogant demeanor had vanished, and her eyes began to dart around nervously. Huh? What's going on? That, huh? I heard you became Hokage. So I rushed all the way back to congratulate you. And you, right off the bat, bring up money. How hurtful. Is that so? Then you didn't even show any sign of it? Just a verbal congratulations? I retorted irritably. Well, I came in such a rush that I forgot. I promise I'll make it up next time. She awkwardly laughed. I couldn't help but laugh at her expression, so I deliberately changed the subject. Is it just you? Where's Jingyin? As soon as I said this, she looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes widening as she rushed over and hugged me tightly. Wow, that incredible softness almost knocked me out right then and there. I froze completely. Woo-woo. Yifei, you have to help me, sister. Jingyin has been kidnapped. They said if they don't get the ransom in 5 days, they'll kill her. She pretended to cry in my ear, her sobs so exaggerated they could spark a fire. I suddenly woke up and pushed her away, laughing in anger. I was wondering why you suddenly thought of me. So, you lost all your money gambling, right? No money, not lending. Don't. Are you really heartless enough to let me end up on the streets? Heartless? Especially heartless. I interrupted her directly. She exploded, damn. You have to lend me this money today, whether you want to or not. We were staring at each other when a carefree voice came from outside the door. Tsunade, I heard you came back. Jiraiya peeked his head in, and upon seeing the situation, he wanted to turn around and slip away. Stop. Tsunade and I said in unison. Haha, is there something you need? Jiraiya had no choice but to bravely walk back in. I gave Tsunade a look. Sister, help me hold him down. What for? Jiraiya hadn't reacted, yet when Tsunade executed a back throw, pinning him firmly to the ground. Tsunade, I know you want me, but it doesn't have to be so rough. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I just started searching him. Sure enough, I pulled out 2 small books from his arms. Hee, I knew it was you red-robed ghost. Big sister, all right, let him go. What is this? Tsunade curiously took one of the books and casually opened it. My face changed dramatically, damn. Big sister, no. It's too late. Bang. Bang. With 2 loud noises, the next second, I, along with Brother Jiraiya, experienced what it meant to be physically launched into the sky, directly crashing through the wall of the Hokage building and flying out. The scene shifts to the Konoha barbecue restaurant. I sit across from Tsunade with Jiraiya, both of us sporting fresh panda eyes. I'm covering my right eye while he covers his left, perfectly symmetrical. My wallet is bleeding, family. They eat like they haven't had a meal in hundreds of years, devouring meat and drinking wine, going crazy. Burp, Yifei, you've grown up and taken over the teacher's role. That's impressive. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed from drinking, raising her glass to me. Oh, come on, let's celebrate. Jiraiya joined in the cheers. I couldn't resist their wild drinking, and soon I was tipsy too. In the evening, on Hokage Rock, the 3 of us each holding a jug of wine, sitting side by side, looking at the twinkling stars of Konoha below. Home is still the most comfortable. Tsunade's eyes were filled with memories. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Yeah, back in the day, it was just the 3 of us. And this little brat didn't even know where to play in the mud. Now look, he's taken on this burden for us. Hee, you still have the face to say that. I tease with a smile. One only knows how to gamble. One only knows how to peep. And another who isn't here every day doing human experiments, who dares to be Hokage for you guys. Ha, makes sense, cheers. Tsunade suddenly turned her head, her gaze unusually gentle. So, how is it? Is being Hokage hard? Are you tired? I felt a warmth in my heart, stood up and said, It's fine. There's still time to sit here and drink. Teacher, didn't give you a hard time, right? No, I waved my hand, rest assured. He's not that easy to mess with. Just as I was saying this, I suddenly felt a chill on my back, a damp and cold sensation. I quickly turned around and shouted toward the forest behind me. Orochimaru, stop hiding, come out. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also taken aback. Quite sharp perception, huh? A hoarse voice came from within, and Orochimaru, dressed in a dusty yellow robe, emerged from the woods like a ghost. His long tongue licked his lips, making my skin crawl. That idiot Jiraiya even went up to him, took the alcohol Orochimaru brought, and said, "Hey, since you're here, why not bring such good wine?" The atmosphere instantly became strange. Jiraiya was chatting casually with Orochimaru. Tsunade leaned on my shoulder, quietly drinking, and I, from start to finish, never took my eyes off Orochimaru. This guy wanted to use me as a test subject when we were kids. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Tsunade arriving just in time, I would have been a specimen by now. After a while, Jiraiya took the drunken Tsunade and left, reminding us not to fight. As soon as he left, I made my move. I couldn't be bothered with words, and raised my hand to unleash a fire dragon right at his face. Boom! With a loud sound, the smoke cleared, and Orochimaru was completely unharmed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Interesting. You can use ninjutsu without hand seals. Without saying a word, I quickly formed hand seals and used wood release. Cutting technique. Countless sharp wooden spikes shot out rapidly. Orochimaru, let me tell you, that waist is really soft, like it has no bones, twisting on the ground to dodge all of it. He opened his big mouth and spit out a swarm of snakes. The snake array of 10,000 snakes. With a flash of electricity in my hand, I unleashed thunder release. Electric eel. A 2-meter-long electric eel charged straight into the pile of snakes, and with a sizzling sound, Orochimaru let out a terrible scream, smoke billowing from his mouth. I took advantage of his illness to claim his life, and another fire dragon flew over, directly blowing him to pieces. But the next second, I heard a hissing sound behind me, and he actually appeared behind me, with countless venomous snakes crawling out of his sleeves to bite me. Bang! It was just a shadow clone. Orochimaru, take this move from me. He looked up from a distance and saw a fire dragon over 10 meters long in my left hand and a similarly sized wooden dragon in my right hand, swirling in the night sky. Dust release, rubbing bones to dust. I clapped my hands, and the fire dragon with dragon instantly merged, transforming into a giant burning meteor that roared towards Orochimaru. Be careful in the future. Don't think about messing with me again. I left a parting remark and instantly used body flicker technique to disappear from the spot. The next day, I was in the office dealing with documents, sporting 2 dark circles under my eyes and yawning from exhaustion. Ha ha ha, Yifei, I came to see you. Jiraiya barged in through the door. He leaned in, rubbing his hands together with a lewd grin. Brother wants to discuss something with you, that illustrated book of yours. Don't even think about it, no way. I snapped back. Damn it, don't make me beg you on my knees. He directly clung to my thigh, and Woon T let go. I really can't stand him, so I can only compromise. All right, I give in. Let's trade for the training method of the spiral sphere. Deal. He immediately pulled out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to me. I confirmed it was correct before handing him the treasure edition of Jinping Mei. He treated it like a treasure, opened the window, and jumped out, shouting, "Wow, I need to go down and study these movements." After sending him off, I suddenly remembered something. My expression changed, and I ran home like crazy. Damn it, Jiraiya, I won't let you off easily. Once I got home and saw the room turned upside down, I let out a furious roar. Goodness, this old pervert raided my house just to find a book. What is all the noise about so early in the morning? Sister Tsunade from next door came in wearing pajamas, yawning. Just as I was about to speak, I saw her eyes light up, and she directly picked up the cash box I had hidden under the bed. I was anxious. I rushed over and grabbed. "What are you doing?" "That's my wife's dowry. It's the hope of our Thousand Hands clan." She easily dodged and said with a smile, "It's fine. Just give the money to sister. In case you can't marry a wife in the future, when Jingyin grows up, I'll marry her to you, and this will be her dowry." In the end, I still compromised, letting her take the money, just asking her to leave me some living expenses. "All right, sis, no more messing around. I have something serious to tell you." She looked at me suspiciously and then started stuffing money into her chest frantically until there were only coins left in the box. She patted her bulging chest. "Go ahead. What is it? I'll take care of it for you." I took a deep breath and said, "Tsunade, sister, I want to learn the sage art of the wet-bone forest." "Huh, is that it?" She looked surprised, making me feel foolish for getting my hopes up, thinking you wanted to ask your sister for help with not being a virgin anymore. Wait, after saying that, she disappeared with a summoning technique. I was stunned on the spot, thinking wildly, to be honest, it's not impossible. Can I get another chance? In less than 10 minutes, Tsunade came back. With a little slug on her shoulder, saying it's no problem, just ask directly if I want to learn. In the wet bone forest, with mist swirling around, I held my chest, looking pitifully at Tsunade and the slug sage in front of me. Really? Do I have to take it all off? Yes, Lord Yifei. Lord Hashirama was like this back then too. Don't worry, Tsunade teased from the side. When you were a kid, your sister even helped you take a bath. I've touched every part of you. What is there to be shy about? I gritted my teeth, stomped my foot, and mustered my courage to strip myself bare in no time. Tsunade looked me up and down and whistled. Wow, you've grown quite a bit. And your figure is nice too. No wonder you didn't want to let your sister see. I rolled my eyes at that and thought to myself, oh please. I turned to Lord Slug and said, come on, I'm ready, bring it on. Let me tell you, the Slug Lord is quite considerate. She said if I couldn't hold on any longer, I should just make a sound, and she would stop immediately. After saying that, a slug clone several times taller than me swallowed me whole. Wow, that scene made Tsunade frown. She has practiced this kind of thing herself and knows how terrifying the insides are. It is said that back in the day, it hurt her so much that she nearly died, and in the end, she failed to master it. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as she ended up creating the Een Seal and the 100 Healings technique. I just got wrapped up, and it was pitch black all around. It felt incredibly smooth and warm, like I was soaking in something. Then, streams of warmth started to drill into my body, and the sensation was tingling and comfortable to the point that I almost fell asleep right there. But then, the next second, let me tell you, it felt like someone was using a power drill directly on my skull. The excruciating pain came out of nowhere, and I didn't even have time to react. Every cell in my body felt like it was electrified, dancing wildly. It felt like thousands of needles were stabbing into me at the same time, I swear. It was unbelievable, and it didn't stop there. Not long after, I heard a cracking sound coming from inside my body. Family, who understands? That was my bones breaking. It was as if an invisible giant hand was treating me like a walnut, determined to crush me. I was cursing inside. Didn't we agree that if it was too much to bear, I could shout? Come on, at least give me a chance to open my mouth. Right now, I'm in so much pain that I can't even move a finger. What good is shouting? At that moment, I felt like I was about to meet my end. And then those two AIs in my head started chatting. One was panicking, saying, bro, if you keep this up, the host is going to die. The other was calm and collected, saying, don't worry, I've got this, the host won't die. I really appreciate you. Outside, the slug was also surprised. If she hadn't still felt my heartbeat, she probably would have spit me out long ago. She said my speed of absorbing natural energy was outrageous. If it were anyone else, they would have exploded by now. Tsunade had been waiting outside for a day, sipping some drinks and asking the slug, that kid isn't dead. Is he? The slug replied, it's fine, he's still alive. The transformation is almost complete. Just then, that excruciating pain hit me, and then it was gone in an instant. It came quickly and left quickly. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I realized, oh no, I can't feel my body. Aside from my brain still being able to think, everything else felt like it had evaporated. That earlier feeling of my bones being crushed wasn't an illusion. It was real. Then, even worse came. Let me tell you, I'd rather be ground in a meat paste, family. It felt like a swarm of cyber ants was partying in my bone marrow. That kind of maddening itch was 1,000 times more torturous than the pain I felt earlier. I wanted to scream, but I had no mouth. I wanted to scratch, but I had no hands. I was utterly hopeless at that moment, holding a concert in my head, hoarsely howling, damn it, Xiaoji, kill me. My AI finally couldn't hold it anymore and said with a crying tone, hurry up, stop messing around. If you keep this up, the master will really die. Immediately after, a cold mechanical system prompt sounded. Ding. Does the host wish to spend all points to learn immortal techniques? Learn. Damn it. I have to learn even if it costs me everything. At that moment, I felt like I had grabbed a lifeline and was nodding frantically in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful redemption. As soon as the voice fell, I instantly felt a warm current surge from my body, and the unbearable itch instantly faded away by more than half. As I relaxed, my vision went dark, and I completely fainted. When I regained consciousness, I had no idea how much time had passed. But little did I know, during my cultivation, Konoha had already gone into an uproar. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had put his robe back on, completely in a wartime state. In the office, Jiraiya, Minato, Kakashi, and Guy were all standing there, their faces serious. Hiruzen asked, has Senju Itachi not been found yet? Hinata Hizashi stepped forward and said, my Byakugan is almost blind from looking. We've searched every nook and cranny, even the rat holes in and out of the village, but there's no sign of him. Hiruzen then asked Nara Shikaku, Is it Orochimaru's doing? Shikaku replied that they had interrogated Orochimaru, but he knew nothing. They did rescue dozens of children from his lab, but there were no clues about me. In the end, the third Hokage placed his hopes on Jiraiya and asked if Tsunade had been found. Let me tell you, Jiraiya really knows how to court disaster. He pulled out a little lowly and said, Tsunade hasn't been found, but this little girl has been following her, so we can confirm that Tsunade went missing with me. He thinks we probably eloped. Thank you so much, Jiraiya. Running away? I can't believe you thought of that. The third Hokage shouted angrily, Get out. If I didn't slap you in the face with my sandal, it would be a favor. Then the third started to swiftly arrange tasks, sending Minato to keep an eye on Raikage, and ordering Kakashi and Guy to find me at all costs, alive or dead. Without saying a word, Kakashi and the others rushed out with red eyes. Meanwhile, in the Sherbone Forest, Tsunade looked at the dense natural energy around me, which was almost solid, and her eyes were about to pop out. She asked Lord Slug if this was normal. The slug shook its head and created a 10-meter-sized clone to wrap me up again, saying it wasn't normal. Even the first Hokage wasn't this powerful. But my life signs were okay, so I shouldn't be dead. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instantly relaxed and laid back, happily munching on snacks while counting the money she made for me. The first thought that came to my mind when I woke up was that I was hungry enough to eat a whole cow. After I drained the last bit of energy from my body and moved around a bit, the slug outside spat me out. As soon as I came out, I took a deep breath, put my hands on my hips, and wanted to howl at the sky. But then I heard Tsunade whistling. Hey, practicing some, and this thing can even undergo a second development? I felt a chill under me, looked down, and realized, oh no. I was completely naked. At that moment, I dashed for my clothes like a rabbit spotting an eagle. After getting dressed, I rushed over like a starving ghost and finished off all the food Tsunade had left, eating for a whole half hour before lying down with a round belly, feeling like I had come back to life. Tsunade smiled and asked if I had mastered the technique, even complimenting me on my endurance for not making a sound. Should I tell her I actually passed out from the pain? No way. I had to feign calmness. Just a small matter. That little pain was nothing. Just a tickle. In reality, I was desperately calling for Pikachu in my mind, but that guy was as unresponsive as if he had crashed. I simply settled down to feel my own changes. Wow. I feel like a human-sized Gundam now, with my hearing and vision skyrocketing. My chakra has at least doubled, and my control over it is incredibly fast. Just then, Tsunade suddenly shouted, Hey, catch this! A gust of wind rushed in, and her fist was instantly right in front of me. I remained calm, sidestepped, and with lightning speed, my right hand shot out, gently redirecting her punch with a light touch, sending her flying with just a slight effort. Tsunade crashed into several large trees at a speed even faster than when she came. A roar echoed through the forest. Bastard! You've angered me. Tsunade charged out like an angry little bird. I quickly explained, Sister, you were the one who attacked first. As a result, she got even angrier. You called me sister and said I'm unreasonable. With that, the ground beneath her cracked, and she shot toward me like a cannonball. I chuckled and settled into a horse stance, steady as an old dog. Suddenly, with a loud bang, her fist struck my palm, feeling like it hit cotton, and she ended up being knocked back instead. She was not convinced and charged at me again and again, only to be thrown back each time. My feet didn't move an inch, but the ground beneath me had sunk like it had been hit by a meteorite, creating concentric circles of depression. Just when I was having fun, I suddenly heard her shout, Earth style, marsh. My feet went soft, and I started sinking down. I thought to myself, damn, this young person has no sense of martial ethics. Just as I was about to complain, a heavy punch landed on my stomach, and I flew out like a kite. Tsunade then sat down, satisfied, with a smug expression. I climbed out of the pit, acting as if nothing happened, though my clothes were a bit torn. Damn, are you trying to make our Senju clan extinct? Seeing that I could take a beating, Tsunade laughed and said my sage techniques were quite good. We exchanged a few more playful remarks, and when I saw her getting fired up again, I quickly apologized. My bad, Tsunade. Let me show you my sage mode. I calmed down, and in an instant, a cool energy flowed throughout my body. I shouted, open. Wow, the world in front of me is completely different now. I can directly see the flow of energy with endless chakra pouring into my body. I regained my senses and saw Tsunade staring at me in shock, and she handed me a small mirror. I looked in the mirror and thought, wow, I'm so handsome. One side is white hair, and the other side is black hair like I've dyed it. There's also a Tai Chi logo on my forehead. Slowly rotating, it's simply charming and wild. I was making a flirty face at the mirror when Tsunade's veins bulged, probably unable to handle my narcissistic look. Without a word, she rushed over with a punch. This time, I didn't even look. I just raised my left hand and caught it with a bang. When our fists met, a tingling sensation ran through us, and we both froze for a moment, exchanging glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow, I can't believe it." Right after that, her other hand came crashing down, and with a crack, the mirror shattered from the force of our blows, sending shards into our hands. The impact was so strong that the ground beneath us cracked, yet neither of us took a step back. Tsunade's incredible strength is well known in the ninja world, and now everyone was stunned, seeing me easily catch two of her punches. I watched the wound on my hand heal at a visibly fast pace, feeling incredibly excited. Just as I was about to shout for Tsunade to come and fight another 300 rounds, I looked up and was startled. Tsunade's face was pale, drenched in sweat, and she collapsed limply to the ground. "Oh no, big sister, please don't pull a stunt like this." It suddenly occurred to me that she has hemophobia. You clearly have a fear of blood, yet you're so impulsive and violent. I only indulged in a little self-love. Was it really necessary to get this angry? I quickly dashed over and picked her up, dispelled the sage mode, and shouted for Lord Snail to help. Once Lord Snail healed her hand, I thanked him and directly slung Tsunade over my shoulder, using Flying Thunder God to return home. As soon as I landed, for Umbu surrounded me, asking in a flurry what happened and how Lady Tsunade was doing. I told them to hurry and take Tsunade to the hospital. They asked if I wanted to report to the third Hokage. I asked if the third had returned, and they said yes. I sent them off and was about to head to the Hokage office. Just as I took a few steps, my guy came charging at me like a mad bull, crying, "Ishota, no, don't come near me." I was so startled that I kneed him in the stomach and held him tightly to prevent him from hugging me. He was crying so pitifully. "Oh, I'm just glad you're okay. You disappearing for 17 days really scared both me and Kakashi." I listened to him crying and my mind buzzed. "Oh no, that's not right. How long did you just say I disappeared?" 10, 17 days. Damn, this time was really big. I hadn't even finished my sentence when someone disappeared with a teleportation technique, leaving Akai alone, crashing to the ground. A few minutes later, I suddenly appeared in the office with a hi. Instantly, dozens of eyes were fixed on me, and the scene was as awkward as if a live person had popped out of a blind box. When Sarutobi Hizashi saw me, he was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand to send everyone else out. Once the office was left with just the two of us, he stared at me and asked, "Yifei, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." I watched as the third generation put on the ceremonial robe again, exuding a powerful aura, and quickly apologized, saying I didn't expect it to take so long. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at me for a long time, and finally waved his hand, saying it was fine. As long as I was back, the village was still in my hands, and he was going to continue looking for trouble with Yama. He took off his robe, patted me on the shoulder as he passed by, and said it would be the young people's world from now on. Also meaningfully suggested that I be a bit tolerant towards certain unstable factors in the village. I frowned and said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Being in this position, I can't be too soft-hearted. The old man sighed and said he would try to persuade them, and if it really didn't work, he would go along with my thoughts, and then he left. Watching his back, I couldn't help but look myself up and down. I didn't really have any special changes, yet I felt like that old man could see right through me. I pondered for half a day, but couldn't figure it out. So I decided to stop thinking and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Like Kai, get in here!" As soon as I raised my voice, that kid Kai rushed in, stumbling and crawling. I was sitting up straight, ready to hear what big news had happened in the village while I was away. But just as he started to speak, I tell you, the door was banging so loudly, it felt like someone was trying to tear down my office. And it nearly gave me a heart attack. I let Kai go open the door, and as soon as it opened, Kakashi's dead, fish-eyed handsome face was right in front of me. He scanned me up and down with a tense expression, as if he was about to check if I was missing any parts. But when he saw I was fine, he switched from being all urgent to a lazy energy-saving mode in an instant. The speed of that change was faster than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Then, a bunch of guys from his shadow guard, including Shui, rushed in. When they saw me bouncing around alive, they all deflated like punctured balls, instantly relaxing. To be honest, seeing them worry about me warmed my heart a bit. I quickly told them to go rest because there were tough battles ahead. However, once everyone left, Kakashi just stood there like a door god, not moving at all. I asked him, "What are you staring at? Why aren't you leaving?" Guess what he said? "Lord Hokage, I'm your assistant. Of course I have to stay by your side." Wow. With words like that, I couldn't even refute him. "Fine, you're impressive, you stay." I let Kai continue. And guess what happened? My sudden disappearance directly gifted the village a huge surprise. Orochimaru, that stinking snake. He got caught. It said that just as I vanished, the Hyuga clan, those guys with the Byakugan, almost dug up the entire Konoha. In the end, they found his lair in a cave, and following the clues, the third Hokage, along with Minato and Jiraiya, managed to capture him. Now he is locked up in the Umbu prison. Alright, they also rescued over 50 children from his lab, but unfortunately, when I heard that Orochimaru had been captured, wow, what a pleasant surprise. This was definitely a win for me, a perfect one-for-one trade. I immediately made up my mind and waved at Kakashi. Let's go, bring you along, and we'll go interrogate my good friend in the Umbu. That Umbu prison, let me tell you, it was dark and damp, and the smell of blood nearly knocked me out. Orochimaru looked absolutely pathetic, hair disheveled, nailed to the wall. His whole body wrapped in iron chains, like a tattered sack, with none of the dignity of the Sannin left. But just thinking about the children he had harmed, I couldn't feel any sympathy at all. In fact, I even wanted to laugh a little. I went up and started mocking. Yo, Snake Uncle. It's only been a few days since we last met. How did you end up like this? He lifted his head, his golden snake eyes fixed on me. And with a grin, he licked his lips with his tongue, making my skin crawl. He said ominously, Chinsho Yifei, I thought you were dead. Just as he finished speaking, that guy's neck stretched out like a spring, suddenly extending towards me. A snake head came out of his mouth, connected to a sword, aimed straight at my face. I reacted quickly, pulling out a kunai to block it, producing a sharp clang as sparks flew. I pressed down, pinning his snake tongue and the sword to the ground. Oh, playing dirty, are we? I sneered, looking at the kunai in my hand, which had already chipped. But this sword of yours is of good quality. I turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I'm taking this sword. Help me take it back and clean it. It will be mine from now on. Kakashi glanced at the sword on the ground, which was covered in saliva and mud, with a look of disdain that practically screamed bad luck. He directly said to me, Can I not take it? Oh, grown some wings, have we? I raised an eyebrow and thought, fine. Tomorrow I'll show Akai the illustrated edition of Jinping Mei. Kakashi fell silent, snorted coldly, then tore off his mask, ripped it into strips, and wrapped his fingers tightly before picking up the sword with a face that looked like he was constipated. Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched us treat him like heir, dividing the spoils. And his face turned green with anger as he shouted threateningly, Senju Itachi, you're quite something. He was still trying to threaten me, but I couldn't be bothered to listen to the villain go through his routine. I clapped my hands, would release. A small wooden figure appeared out of thin air and grabbed Orochimaru's tongue, tying it into a tight bow. So annoying. I pulled Kakashi and headed outside, too lazy to look at him again. As I was leaving, I casually asked the guards who had visited him recently. They said it was the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Danzo. Danzo. That old guy is definitely up to something. Back in the office, the following days were unbearable. I was buried in paperwork, exhausted like a dog, while that little brat Kakashi had Akai bring him a reclining chair and set it by my office window, basking in the sun every day. I questioned him about who the Hokage was and why he got to enjoy himself while I did all the work. He lazily replied, I'm your assistant. I have to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't lose anything again. Besides, being near you makes my chakra grow faster. It's comfortable. I am at a loss for words. I realize that the Tai Chi mark on my forehead seems to really have this function. Their cultivation speed beside me has indeed increased. All right, I'll give you that. I'm handling village matters here, and when I have some free time, I researched the Flying Thunder God technique by carving kunai. As a result, I ended up with a bunch of fail products, making a lot of noise. The clanging finally made Kakashi jump up from his recliner. He pointed at the pile of discarded kunai with a pained expression and said, Lord Hokage, can't you just ask Lord Minato directly? Why do you have to figure out yourself? I was stunned at the time, like, wow, what am I even doing here? Why not just go directly to the person for teaching? It's perfectly reasonable since the front lines are tense. I can go lend a hand. As for the petty issues in the village, I'll just throw them to that old man from the third generation. I immediately wrote a letter and asked Laikai to send it out as quickly as possible. Then I waved my hand at Kakashi, who looked completely bewildered. Let's go. Kakashi, time to pack up. Remember to bring your little treasury. When you're out and about, this Hokage relies on you to support me. After saying that, I climbed out the window and slipped away, giving him no chance to refuse. Behind me came Kakashi's desperate shout. I don't have any money either. Who told him to be so unlucky? As I walked through the village, after dealing with Orochimaru's matter, the village was much more peaceful. Unknowingly, I had already come to consider this place my home. I played with the kids, chatted with the Annies, and occasionally mooched a meal. Let me tell you, Once a person develops feelings, they've truly got a soft spot. Just as I was thinking about this, a soft, sweet voice called out to me, "Hokage-sama." Have some candy. I looked down and saw Shadow Doe. I smiled and picked her up, carrying her on my shoulders, running towards her house while she giggled. But when I reached the village entrance, I was stunned. Kakashi was there, which was fine. The problem was, who was that beside him wearing a tight green jumpsuit and flashing a big white grin? My guy, why is he here too? I frantically signaled Kakashi, asking him what was going on. On Guy's side, he was already shouting excitedly, "Oh, Hokage-sama. I'm ready." Kakashi rolled his eyes and shrugged. "My dear Hokage-sama, if it weren't for you, would we have left home without a penny? Without an ATM? Are we really going to survive on the Northwest Wind? I can't believe it. That makes so much sense." As soon as Guy heard go, he let out a shout and rushed out, insisting on racing us to see who would arrive first. I exchanged a glance with Kakashi and thought, well, we might as well keep up. At noon, we passed a small village and decided to grab a bite to eat. Guy was the first to rush in. I told Kakashi to stay close and not let him cause any trouble. When we finally found him, guess what he was doing? He was bowing at a lady at a 90-degree angle, shouting with all his might, "Respectful sister, please give us some food." My goodness, I felt like dying at that moment. Kakashi quickly covered his mouth, and I hurriedly apologized to the lady, saying this kid has some issues. Fortunately, the lady was quite nice and smiled, inviting us to her home for a meal. That meal was truly the darkest moment of my life. Kakashi and Guy ate like they were starving, devouring everything in sight, with food scraps flying everywhere. I buried my face in the bowl the entire time, pretending not to know those two. After finishing, Guy still wanted to shout that he won, but I punched him and shut him up. I left the money for the meal and grabbed one of each of these embarrassing guys and ran off. Once we reached a small grove, I made these two troublemakers face the wall and think about their actions. I firmly set rules for Guy. He couldn't leave my side by more than 10 meters and couldn't act on his own. As for Kakashi, forget it. I'm too lazy to talk about him. I kicked two people, one with each foot, and felt a bit better. All right, no need to rush. Let's walk slowly and gather some information along the way. In the following days, with the new physical techniques learned, Akai finally settled down and practiced with Kakashi every day, which made me enjoy the piece. One day, while I was watching them practice their punches, suddenly a scream for help came from deep in the woods, followed by a lewd laugh. Haha, scream all you want. Even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. I exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Guy. This line was just too classic. Without a second thought, the three of us rushed over. Sure enough, a man in a black robe was bullying a girl. While I was still observing the situation, Guy, that guy bursting with a sense of justice, shouted, "I'll hit you," and kicked out. As a result, that black-clad man was quite formidable, grabbing Guy's ankle and tossing him away. I was about to speak, but Kakashi's right hand had quickly gathered lightning attribute chakra. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, he charged at the man in black like a flash of lightning. And guess what happened? With a puff, the Chidori pierced through, but then boom, it turned into white smoke. It was a shadow clone. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat, and Kakashi was also startled. He quickly drew the short blade from his back, his muscles tensed. Just as he reacted, the man in black appeared like a ghost behind Kakashi, thrusting a kunai towards his back. I hadn't even had time to shout, and Kakashi had already deflected the kunai with a clang. Immediately after, he launched 3 shurikens, but that guy slapped the ground and used Earth Release, Earth Barrier, blocking the attack directly. I wondered what kind of game they were playing, like they were taking turns. But the next second, the earth wall exploded with a bang, and dust filled the air, covering Kakashi's face. As Kakashi retreated while forming hand signs, he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of water. However, the man in black was even more unpredictable, suddenly emerging from the ground and delivering a kick right to Kakashi's chest, sending him flying. But that wasn't the end. Then came a fireball technique aimed to hit Kakashi midair. Just at that critical moment, who understands, a streak of green lightning tore through the sky, and Might Guy descended from above with the evening elephant. He kicked the fireball away and caught Kakashi securely. I just wanted to shout, "Youthful brother, you're here." After landing, Guy said to Kakashi, "His taijutsu is impressive. I'll go up, you come down." Then the two charged forward. Goodness, one was crackling with electricity, and the other was surrounded by green light, resembling 2 super Saiyans. The man in black was tough too, wielding a kunai and managing to fight 2 against 1, creating a spectacular scene. But as they fought, the man suddenly exclaimed as Guy kicked him in the calf, causing him to stagger. Guy took the opportunity to throw him over his shoulder, shouting to Kakashi, "Now's the time." Kakashi understood immediately, and 3 shadow clones appeared in a flash, grabbing the man in black. Guy executed a 360-degree spinning kick, hitting him on the chin and sending him into the air. Then he jumped up and began spinning wildly with the man in his arms, like a top. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I rushed out and shouted, "What the hell? Stop it. Are you guys performing kung fu here? We're on the same side." Now it was all very awkward, and we were just staring at each other on the tatama mats in the hotel. That guy in black, oh no, now was the white-haired old man Jiraiya, opened his mouth and said, "Pay up." I shot back, "I don't have any money, but I can give you a life." He rolled his eyes and said, "Fine. Give me those 2 books of yours." As soon as Kakashi and Guy heard this, they lay on the ground like zombies trying to get up, but Jiraiya and I each gave them a big slap to send them back down, saying, "Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt." I told Jiraiya, "Books? Absolutely not." This really got him riled up. He pointed at his injuries and started to play the victim. Is it easy for me? For the village. I searched for the child of prophecy and finally had a bit of inspiration. I spent all my savings to ask Miss Tsunade for help with the materials. "Look at what you've done. This cut was made by that kid, this bruise was kicked by that kid, and I've even loosened my teeth." I thought to myself, if you're looking for inspiration, then just go ahead, but why all the theatrics and wearing a mask too? You know about cosplay. In the end, there was no other choice. Kai was seriously injured, so I could only let Jiraiya take him to Tsunade. I even reluctantly lent him a treasured illustrated edition of mine. Watching Kai being carried away by Jiraiya, Kakashi waved goodbye to me, both of them saying goodbye, Kai while the excitement in their eyes was almost overflowing. After sending off the disaster, Kakashi and I each held a copy of Jiraiya's novel, walking through the woods while reading and laughing heartily. Just as I was about to ask Kakashi to let me take a look at his copy of Paradise of Affection, suddenly I caught a whiff of blood. We exchanged a glance and immediately put away the book, following the scent as we made our way over. Soon, we arrived outside a village, and as we looked down from the tree, I was filled with rage. Families, I really don't want to recall that scene a second time. The entire village had been slaughtered, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, and no one, old or young, was spared. It was truly a hell on earth. We both suppressed our anger and jumped down. Kakashi examined the body, his voice as cold as ice. A single fatal blow. The technique was extremely brutal. I could tell at a glance that it was the work of a ninja, those beasts. I was furious. Kakashi, find a survivor. This matter is under the jurisdiction of Konoha. Kakashi was also professional. He summoned 8 ninja dogs, who quickly took their positions and began the search. I created 300 shadow clones and turned the village upside down, but in the end, out of 278 villagers, there wasn't a single survivor. My eyes were red at the time, and I yelled at Kakashi, "Tell your dog to chase with all its might. I want these scumbags to pay with blood for their debts." Kakashi walked over and said, "Lord Hokage, my preliminary judgment is that it was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who did this." The 7 ninja swordsmen. My mind buzzed. I remembered that Might Guy hadn't even opened the 8 gates and had kicked them into oblivion. I had to take charge of this matter. I told Kakashi, "We must find them within a day. If we can't, we return to the village immediately. I'm afraid their target is Konoha." After saying that, I directly performed wood release, advent of the trees, gathering all the villagers' bodies with trees, and then set them ablaze to send them on their way. Safe travels. I bowed to the blazing fire. I've avenged you. Chasing after packing for half a day, we were about to catch up, and Kakashi and I slowed down, concealing our presence. Just then, with a whoosh, a shuriken flew towards Kakashi. In a flash, I used body flicker technique to block in front of Kakashi and intercepted the shuriken. "Ha! You must be the new 4th Hokage of Konoha. Your reflexes are quite impressive." A blonde guy crawled out of a puddle of dirty water. Wow, what an entrance. Very down to earth, right? He was holding a long needle and wearing a mist village mask. As soon as I saw him, my blood boiled. It was Kirasame Shiranui. This pervert loved to tie people up and torture them slowly. I coldly spat out his name and said, "Stop hiding, everyone come out." As soon as I finished speaking, more than 30 people surrounded us. I protected Kakashi behind me and said, "Signal." Kakashi raised his hand, and red smoke shot up into the sky. A fat guy on the opposite side, named Sujetsu, mocked me, saying, "What's wrong, Lord Hokage? Are you scared? Starting to call for help?" I laughed directly. "That's hilarious. I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimp like you." As soon as I finished speaking, Uchiha Shursui descended from the sky with my Shadow Guard team. The scene was immediately filled with grandeur. "Lord Hokage." They all saluted in unison, not even glancing at the surrounding enemies. I laughed arrogantly. Haha, little brats, my reinforcements have arrived. None of you are getting away today. With a single command. Get the pillar. Sand. The brothers from the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan, and countless shurikens and kunai were thrown like rain, instantly triggering the explosive tags that had been planted in advance. A loud explosion echoed, leaving the enemy stunned. In front of the Byakugan, your little tricks are as clear as day, like using X-ray vision. Before the smoke even cleared, Shirzue and Kakashi had already stealthily entered the battlefield like ghosts. The sounds of 8 trigrams, air palm, and Chidori's sharp spear were incessant, and Shirzue seemed to be running like the wind, toying with 6 enemy ninjas and making them dizzy. On the other side, Goro Mori was even more ruthless, directly casting a Genjutsu domain, causing 5 enemies to turn on each other. The remaining enemies realized what was happening and charged at me, one big fool swinging a decapitation sword, shouting, "Just a puppet Hokage," as he swung down towards my head. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, calmly extending my right hand to firmly grasp the blade of his sword. Who told you I was a puppet? As soon as I finished speaking, my hair color began to change, and a terrifying aura erupted from my body. I directly activated my celestial body, and the Taiji diagram on my forehead shone brightly, causing my hair to change color, transforming me into a Super Saiyan. The one in front of me holding a knife, Pai Pa Shirzong, didn't even react before I kicked him flying. I looked down at the beheading big knife in my hand, and with a thought, a surge of black energy spiraled inside it. Then, with a slight exertion in my hand, that knife, which could cut through iron like mud, snapped into pieces with a crunch, just like breaking a cookie. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and time seemed to freeze. Pai Pa Shirzong was the first to react, screaming desperately, "Run!" The remaining people, as if waking from a dream, started to flee. My people were about to chase after them when I stopped them. "Don't chase. I'll divide the battlefield." After saying that, I clapped my hands. Would release, Flower Tree World. Descend. Boom. Countless giant trees rose from the ground, instantly forming a massive cage that trapped everyone inside. Giant flowers bloomed on the trees, and the pollen they released caused dizziness. One unlucky guy tried to use fire release to burn the pollen, but ended up blowing himself up with a bang. I coldly commanded, "Kill them all, leave none alive." Kakashi and the others charged in like tigers into a flock of sheep, while I instantly appeared in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The kid Kurai Kisumamaru tried to turn into water and slip away, but I directly sent a lightning release snake into him for some electric therapy. Pai Pa Shirzong stared at me fiercely. "What a deep scheme you have. Pretending to be a puppet to the outside world." I asked him expressionlessly, "Who told you I was a puppet? What is the story behind the village slaughter? Give me a satisfactory answer." Before he could respond, I grabbed the neck of the nearby woolly Shiba, ignited flames in my hand, and boom, his head exploded. I casually picked up his explosive blade, Famol, and crushed it as well. Soon after, a scream came from underground. The electrocuted Kurai Kisumamaru was impaled by branches, charred all over. I drove down several wooden spikes, nailing him to the trunk, and his long knife, the sewing needle, shattered into pieces. The remaining Haishu panicked, charging at me with electric sparks all over his body, while the others began to unleash their ninjutsu, a torrent of various attacks raining down on me. The exploding flames engulfed me, and Pai Pa Shirzong shouted to Haishu Rhea, "Hurry and go. We'll hold him off." With tears in his eyes, Haishu turned and desperately tried to slice through the tree wall with his lightning blade. Just as he was about to break through, with a bang, a dismembered body fell at his feet. It was Pai Pa Shirzong. In despair, he looked back, and I was standing right behind him, next to a massive wooden dragon, which had the bodies of 3 other people coiled around it, all with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, having been strangled to death. I looked at the completely collapsed black Ho Thunder Fong in front of me and said calmly, "Tell me, who revealed my whereabouts? Why did you want to massacre the village?" I paused for a moment. "If you don't speak, I'll go and massacre Miss Shadow Village." Black Ho Thunder Fong completely lost his spirit, threw down his weapon, and trembled as he said, "It was a dark member from your village, a death warrior, who was intentionally killed by us. The intelligence was on him. As for the massacre, it was originally meant to lure out the ninjas from Konoha so we could ambush them. Who would have thought that on the way we intercepted a Konoha ninja, who had a mission intel on him, saying that the 4th Hokage had left Konoha, and to ensure safety, he quickly summoned Minato to protect. Let me tell you, this bunch of rotten fish and shrimp thinks they can ambush me. It's simply a joke." I laughed at that moment and said to Black Hole Leia, "All right, I received the intel. You can head out too." With that, I unleashed a fire dragon, sending him off with a clean cremation service. After dealing with the 7 ninja swordsmen, I casually crushed the last broken sword as well. Although I didn't know what that mysterious power inside me had absorbed, my intuition told me it was definitely a good thing. Then suddenly the after effects of Sage Mode hit me hard. My chakra was instantly depleted, and my legs felt as weak as noodles. Over there, Kakashi and Shursui had also taken care of the remaining minions. Let me tell you how cautious I am. Afraid someone might play dead, I deliberately controlled the branches to drag all the corpses over and delivered finishing blows to ensure they were completely dead. I held on to the facade of Hokage and quickly had Shursui and the others clean up the battlefield, collect the bodies, and investigate, while also notifying the village to send someone to pick up the goods. After arranging everything, I took Kakashi and left first. As soon as I turned a corner, I plopped down on the ground. I really couldn't stand anymore. Kakashi wanted to help me up, but when I saw him covered in blood, I was disgusted and told him to stay away. The smell of blood was overwhelming. He looked like he had just taken a bath in a slaughterhouse. So messy. Although I said that, my body was still honest. I summoned the Slug Queen to give the guys a healing boost. Not long after, Tobirama came to report that they found a body of a Konoha Umbu at the enemy's ambush point. However, upon confirmation, it turned out this person was not Umbu at all, but one of Danzo's root subordinates. Wow, a J just like that. Danzo really put in the effort to mess with me. Unfortunately, the person was already dead, and there was no evidence to confront him. So I couldn't do anything for now. Since it was so dangerous outside, I decided not to hide the Shadow Guard anymore and let everyone act together. We could chat along the way. Then I thought everyone was dirty after the fight, so I found a mountain spring to relax and soak. Guess what? Kakashi, that guy, stripped down completely but refused to take off his mask. Who understands family? I got so mad and directly yelled, "What are you pretending for? We're all men here. Who cares to look at you? Look at Shursui. Even though he is younger than you, he is still more mature." Kakashi instantly broke down and hit me with a huge waterfall technique. "Hey, can I tolerate this?" I immediately put a bounty on it. Whoever can take off his mask for me, I'll reward them with a collectible novel album that is even more exciting than Hot Paradise. Wow, those guys went wild like they were on steroids. And a fierce water battle broke out. In the end, it was Shursui who was quick and pinned Kakashi down, yanked off the mask, and mission accomplished. Just look at Kakashi lying on the grass with a look of despair, tears at the corners of his eyes. Hey, he is almost turning into the best clown of 2025. I handed Abin to Shursui and reminded him to return it after reading, and then the 7 of us, all refreshed, continued on our way. While we were joking around, things were boiling over in Konoha. Danzo was so furious he slammed the table in the root base, cursing the 7 ninja swordsmen for being useless and unable to deal with even one of us. The 3rd Hokage was also forced to end his retirement, dragged back to deal with a mountain of paperwork. His blood pressure was probably about to explode. And us? As we walked, I felt something was off. I thought we were supposed to be looking for Minato. This wasn't the front lines. This was the capital of the Fire Country. Who led us here? But since we were already here, let us grab a couple of skewers of grilled squid first. Shursui told me that the Daime S guards we passed earlier recognized us. I suddenly had an idea and had him contact the Daime, saying I, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, was here to pay a visit. When we met, I started acting, "Oh, Daime, I was originally going to inspect the front lines, but I encountered some bad guys from the Mist Village on the way and dealt with them for you. But ultimately, this was still our work mistake. I'm here to apologize." After this whole performance, the officials were left dumbfounded. At the evening banquet, after a few rounds of drinks, once everyone else had left, I laid my cards on the table with the Daime. "Daime, this constant fighting is burning money. Konoha is almost broke. Don't you think the mission rewards should be increased by 20? Otherwise, if we get severely weakened and defeated, who will protect you and the safety of the Fire Country in the future?" You would believe it. This tactic really worked, and the Daime put his arm around my shoulder, smilingly agreeing. I came out with a bulging money pouch and waved to Kakashi and the others. "Let's go, brothers. I'll take you to have a good inspection of the customs and culture of the capital." I tell you, in the next few days, it was a complete indulgence. Massages, listening to music, watching dances. It was simply too comfortable. That little brat Kakashi even advised me that it wasn't good. I shot back at him with one sentence. "Look at Shursui. He's younger than you. So how is he more mature?" Kakashi immediately fell silent. After a couple of days of fun, I thought it was time to get some serious work done. So I asked where the Konoha office in the capital was. Under the guidance of Deju, we found one of the 12 guardian ninjas, Nara Shikaku's senpai. Senpai Shikaku told me that the capital had a good relationship with Konoha, and the daimyo and nobles had plenty of money. My request for a 20 commission was nothing to them, so I should relax. Once I heard that, my little worries completely vanished. I waved my hand generously and gave the entire Shadow Guard team a holiday, letting them also experience the pleasures of wealth. I left all the money with Kakashi to manage the accounts. So we indulged for another 5 days until the summons from the third Hokage arrived. The letter said that Orochimaru had escaped and was now S-rank wanted across the ninja world, questioning where I was fooling around, and threatening to come and catch me himself if I didn't return soon. Hey, this old man was getting anxious. I told Shursui that our good days were over and it was time to set off. Before leaving, I passed by a dancer and casually slapped her on the butt, and suddenly, she pulled out a knife and stabbed at my back. Luckily, I had a backup plan. The one who got stabbed was a wooden clone. Shursui reacted quickly and kicked the woman away. I walked out from behind the screen, grabbed her chin, and started to intimidate her, saying something about a cruel torture called mercury peeling. Just then, Shursui, understanding the cue, immediately cast a Jinjutsu on her. Goodness, we almost scared her to death right on the spot. I quickly made him stop. The dancer, terrified and pale, crawled out of the illusion, knelt on the ground, banging her head and crying that her mother had been captured and that she was being forced. I pretended to be magnanimous, waved my hand, and said I forgave her so she could leave. Once she ran away in a panic, I immediately cooled my expression and said to Jishui, follow her and see where she really goes. For Ming's sake, I hope it's not your doing. Guess what happened next? Jishui followed the girl, winding through alleys, and ended up at an underground black market hidden behind a wall. We blended in with a group of burly men, and it was bustling inside, with everything for sale. There were even people hawking my exclusive chakra extraction technique from Naruto, priced at 188 a book. I thought to myself that I didn't even know about it. While browsing, I spotted Kakuzu. This guy was still taking orders to make money. We followed him to a tavern and discovered that this place was an underground bounty exchange. Kakuzu handed over a head and collected his bounty, then complained that the tasks on the bounty board were too trashy, asking the boss for something more challenging. He casually picked a job and left. I also imitated him and walked up to the counter, asking the boss to bring out the most difficult bounties. I flipped through the list, and wow, there were bounties for assassinating the nobles of the Land of Earth, escorting the Prince of the Land of Water, killing Jiraiya, and slaying Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, a familiar face caught my eye. Senju Itachi, bounty, 100 million Ryo? I was furious at that moment. Who the hell took this photo? How could they make me look so ugly? Just as I was getting angry, I heard a familiar female voice beside me. It was the dancer from earlier, snuggled up in the arms of the big guy who brought us in, crying, Shangu, you have to take revenge for me. That despicable, useless fourth Hokage actually tried to molest me. Shangu, while taking advantage of her, cursed, damn it, a useless puppet. Just wait. I'll take care of him tomorrow. I listened to the conversation between the two and let out a cold laugh. Kakashi and the others beside me looked at me, noticing the dark aura surrounding me, and their mouths began to twitch. I directly picked up my own bounty notice and said to the old man at the tavern, I accept this bounty. The old man tried to stop me, saying it wasn't according to the rules and that the bounty notice couldn't be taken away. I wanted to laugh at that moment. Hadn't the Horns taken theirs away before? The old man said that the Horns were regular customers with good reputations, while we were newcomers. Kakashi was clever and directly slipped a few bills to him. The old man's expression changed immediately, and he told us that many people had been inquiring about this bounty recently, having heard that the new Hokage had left the village and wanting to try their luck. Fine, I got it. I left the black market with my team without saying a word and hurried back to Nara Shikamaru's office without stopping. As soon as I entered, I got straight to the point. Senior Deer Antler, you know about the black market in the capital, right? Nara Deer Antler looked at me, and this old fox responded with a question instead. Lord Hokage, have you been there? What did you think? I'll tell you. The feeling can be summed up in 4 words, extremely absurd. The number of ninjas inside is like a bustling market, yet they all get along like brothers. Is that scientific? Not to mention they openly sell slaves there, including those of Jonin level. It's practically a talent market. And that shabby tavern, good grief, daring to post a bounty for someone like me, a shadow level powerhouse. The people behind it really have some guts. I asked Deer Antler, saying, you old fox must know something, right? He just smiled at me and said, Lord Hokage, ISNT it crystal clear to you? Well, this old guy is playing a riddle with me. As I left him, I pondered all the way. This world of Hokage is completely different from what I saw in the anime. The love and hatred between villages are just small skirmishes. The ordinary people's countries and villages beneath it are where things get really deep. Take that underground black market. It gives all ordinary people a chance. A chance to buy a ninja's life with money. Just think about how terrifying that is. I dare say, such places definitely exist beyond the Land of Fire. The Third Shinobi World War was fought until the sky was dark. Do you really think only Kaguya was fanning the flames? Behind it all are the grievances of those ordinary people who are oppressed, sold, and slaughtered burning away. Just as I was thinking, a few burly men rushed out in front of me, blocking my way. Hey, are you the worthless one trying to sleep with my woman? I hadn't reacted yet when a delicate voice came from behind. It was the dancer from earlier. Yes, Shango, it's him. He even touched my butt. Family. Who understands? This kid Kakashi, after hearing this, looked at me with disdain and then quietly took a half step back. At that moment, the veins on my forehead were popping up. This kid was definitely trying to watch me make a fool of myself. The big man in charge saw that I was ignoring him, and his anger skyrocketed. You brat, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? As he spoke, he started forming hand seals, and several earth spears shot towards me in an instant. At that moment, I was too lazy to even yawn. As a result, I didn't need to lift a finger. Kakashi's DPOY Defensive Player of the Year directly blocked the attack with an earth wall. Meanwhile, Shirsue's figure vanished in an instant. And when he reappeared, the knife was already at the throat of that big guy. The two brothers from the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan, and with a flurry of gentle fist strikes, they took down the remaining men. Around Shino, a swarm of dark insects buzzed, and Goro was grinning like a villain. In just a breath's time, all 8 big men were lying on the ground groaning, and the dancer's legs gave out, causing her to kneel with a thud. I glanced at them and said 2 words, boring. The leader barely qualifies as a Nin, and the rest are at the bottom, even among the Chunin. Forget about me. Even Kakashi could deal with them in no time. I turned around and left, and Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, glanced at the approaching patrol team and coolly said, take these foreign ninjas down for interrogation and see if they've leaked any secrets of our fire country. Oh, and be a bit rougher. That night, I sneaked directly into the daimyo's mansion. Wow, this daimyo is really living the good life. Being attended to by 4 beautiful women, massaging him and feeding him fruit. It's simply an emperor-level enjoyment from ancient times. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt something was off. Huh, why isn't it working anymore? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a few loud claps, and all 4 of his precious maidens fell down. I clapped my hands and slowly walked out from behind the curtains of his bedroom. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Lord is really enjoying this treatment. Why didn't I get to experience it? As soon as the Lord saw me, his eyes nearly popped out, and his face instantly turned pale. Senju Itachi. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Someone come. Hurry, someone come. I dug into my ear and said impatiently, stop shouting. It's useless. It's just the 2 of us here. He realized that shouting for help was futile, forced himself to calm down, and squeezed out a smile. Huh, Lord Hokage, can't this wait until tomorrow? It's quite a trouble for you to come here in the middle of the night. Dame, I stepped closer to him. I underestimated you. The underground black market is run by you. The slaves are sold by you. The bounties on the high-ranking officials of Konoha and my head are also placed by you. And behind my back, you are colluding with other ninja villages. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly impressive tactics. With every word I said, his face turned a shade whiter. By the time I finished, his face looked like a pallet. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I just clapped my hands. The door creaked open, and Shursui walked in, respectfully calling out Hokage-sama. I nodded and said, let's begin. As soon as I finished speaking, the 3 Tomo in Shursui's eyes began to slowly spin, locking onto the fearful gaze of the daimyo. The next morning, I left the village with Kakashi. This kid was still quite puzzled. Hokage-sama, where are Shursui and the others? I casually said, oh, there was a sudden mission, and I was sent out. Huh, why wasn't I included? Kakashi looked confused. I gave him a sidelong glance and teased, what's wrong? Is it a hardship for you to protect your Hokage-sama up close? We traveled leisurely all the way. My mind was as clear as a mirror. I had delayed for so long in the capital, and those who wanted to kill me had probably prepared a welcome gift by now. So why should I rush? I focused on being laid back. Along the way, I casually solved the food and clothing problems for several villages. With a wave of my hand, crops flourished, and I effortlessly cast a 3-room, 1-hall technique for them, so that every household moved into new homes. That kid Kakashi followed me, training and helping the villagers, and even his dead fish eyes brightened up quite a bit. He finally looked a bit more like a young person. Eventually, we arrived at the entrance of a valley. I looked at the terrain and felt delighted. After passing through here, we should be close to Minato, right? Kakashi nodded. Yeah, just 2 more days of travel and we'll be there. I smiled, tightened my belt, and strode forward. As soon as I entered the valley, Kakashi became extremely tense, gripping his short blade and scanning the surroundings. I nodded inwardly. No wonder he will be the 6th Hokage in the future. His alertness is off the charts. Just as we were about to exit the valley, I suddenly stopped, turned around, and dashed into the nearby bushes to take off my pants. After a refreshing sound of water, I came back with my pants in hand, looking quite pleased. When I looked up, I met Kakashi's slightly darkened gaze. I chuckled. What's wrong? What do you want? Put down the knife. You'll grow up too. No need to be envious. Meanwhile, in the ambush circle of the valley, a group of people was already growing impatient. Why is it taking so long? Are they not here yet? One of the root ninjas immediately said, They're here. They've already entered. My people are preparing the jutsu. Wait for them to move further in. As soon as he finished speaking, four purple walls shot up into the sky, instantly enclosing me and Kakashi. Kakashi, protect yourself. Don't stray too far from me. I wasn't worried at all and swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword from my back. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Lord Hokage, this is the 4 purple flames formation. It will be very hard for us to break through. Go! Shadows rushed towards us from all directions, like dumplings being dropped into water. Kakashi went pale. Lord Hokage, 39 Jonin. The rest are all Chunin. Should we signal? No need, I calmly reassured him. Just protect yourself. Today, I'll let you witness the true strength of your Hokage. After saying that, I formed hand seals, and 3 massive wooden dragons burst from the ground, coiling around Kakashi tightly. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Kakashi was frantically banging from inside. I laughed out loud. Don't worry, I'll leave a few for you to practice on. As soon as I finished speaking, arcs of electricity crackled around me, and wielding the Kusanagi sword, I charged at the group of bounty hunters in front of me. That guy swung his big knife directly at me. I leaned to the side and swung the Kusanagi sword from bottom to top with a fierce motion. 1. My cold voice echoed. With a thud, a head fell to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. I didn't stop my steps. My figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the crowd. 7. In the blink of an eye, the first 7 unfortunate souls were all decapitated. The ragtag group behind them was so scared they wet themselves and turned to run. But the people from the Mist Ninja Village didn't give them a chance at all. Over a dozen of them formed hand signs simultaneously. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Goodness. A massive wave formed from the convergence of several waterfalls surged towards me and the fleeing soldiers. I looked at the towering waves, feeling joy instead of fear. My hands quickly formed seals, and a giant dragon made purely of lightning roared as it charged forward, while I instantly flashed out of the attack range. The lightning dragon crashed into the massive wave, and the powerful current spread throughout the water in an instant. The 12 guys who got swept in didn't even have time to scream before they turned into 12 charred corpses. As the water calmed down, the 7 cloud ninjas, crackling with electricity, charged towards me at absurd speed. Before they could reach me, the outer cloud ninjas shouted, "Lightning release! Lightning pillar!" In an instant, a bright light exploded in front of me, shining like the sun, and I instinctively closed my eyes. Immediately after, several deadly attacks came rushing towards me. Taiji Jotian. I instantly entered the immortal mode, and a huge Taiji diagram faintly appeared beneath my feet. The cloud ninjas attacking me moved as if in slow motion, as if some invisible force had glued them in place. I seemingly slowly raised my hand to push, and my arm's residual images filled the air. Bang bang. When the strong light dissipated, the scene was a complete mess. One cloud ninja's head was directly blown apart, his brains splattered all over the leader's face. Another was directly cut in half at the waist, his upper body still incredulously staring at his lower half. Family, this operation really got me excited. The leading cloud ninja looked bewildered at his own fist. He clearly aimed to hit me, but somehow ended up punching his own comrade in the head. The surviving cloud ninja's eyes turned blood red, and in a frenzy, he threw another punch at me. Bang! Again, that familiar feeling. His fist uncontrollably veered to the side and heavily smashed into a companion behind him who was curled up and wailing, instantly knocking the guy out. Several pillars of lightning lit up again, but this time I was prepared and turned my head in advance. When the light faded, the remaining injured cloud ninjas had already been taken away, leaving only puddles of water on the ground. The Ghost Lantern Clan? They moved pretty quickly. The leader of the Mist ninjas looked serious, forming hand seals rapidly, and a thick fog instantly enveloped the entire 4 purple flames formation. I stood in the fog, feeling the temperature drop a few degrees as cold-killing intent surged from all directions. Crackle. The grass pheasant's sword flickered with electric light, emitting a sharp cry like 1,000 birds. Without looking back, I thrust the sword behind me. A scream erupted as a figure appeared out of thin air, half of the sword already embedded in his chest. Before I could make my next move, the surrounding mist instantly coalesced into countless ice needles, shooting towards me like a torrential rain. Would release. Wooden armor. A set of wooden armor instantly enveloped me, clanking as it deflected all the attacks. Just as the armor was, I leaped upward, stabbing my sword towards the top of my head. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as a guy using ice release revealed himself in the thick fog. Immediately afterwards, several massive ice spikes fell from the sky. Ice release. You guys from Hidden Mist Village are really going all out. I sneered, swinging the grass pheasant's sword to shatter the ice spikes one by one. Amidst the chaos, a stream of water quietly flowed across the ground, suddenly bursting forth with a person who swung a large knife fiercely at my waist. Bang! I was thrown out after being slashed, landing heavily on the ground. As the dust settled, the Mist Ninja leader looked over with an expression of anticipation, only to find nothing there. Hey, don't look around. I'm right here. My voice echoed, ghost-like behind him. He suddenly turned around, only to see me holding a Mist Ninja by one hand, tossing him over like a little chicken, while muttering, 25th. After saying that, I disappeared into the thick mist once again. In the valley, my figure moved like a phantom, each appearance accompanied by a scream. Ah, he.'s here. Hurry. Damn, you hit me. I silently appeared behind a cloud ninja, slowly pulling out the grass-cutting sword from his back, drawing out a string of blood droplets. I calmly counted in my mouth, 31. Just then a loud shout came from the mist. Hurry, come over along the ice crystals in the mist. The thick fog here has dissipated. My gaze sharpened, and I followed the sound to a figure using body flicker technique. Crack! As soon as they landed, I heard the sound of ice shattering beneath my feet, and a strong sense of danger surged in my heart. I didn't have time to think. The wood release armor instantly covered me. Almost simultaneously, a loud explosion erupted, and the powerful shockwave sent me flying, leaving me dizzy. Just then, with a whoosh, a shadow charged at me with immense force. With a crack, my wood release armor shattered piece by piece. A tremendous force struck my chest, and I felt a sweetness in my throat as I spat out a mouthful of blood. The cloud ninja who attacked me saw my injury and, without a moment's hesitation, gathered strength again, charging at me like a frenzied bull. Damn it, you asked for it. I tell you, I was so furious at that moment that I swung back a punch. With a crack, that guy's arm twisted like a pretzel, the bones sticking out of the flesh, and blood splattered all over my face. Am I going to give him a chance to catch his breath? Dream on. I followed up with a sharp whip kick. The air exploded with a sonic boom, and he was sent flying, foaming at the mouth, and died on the spot. And what happened next? Just as I took down one, a bunch of shurikens came shooting out of the woods like rain, all aimed at my vital points. I was speechless at that moment. Did I just poke a ninja's den? I drew my grass pheasant sword and started clanging around, sparks flying everywhere, knocking all those broken things away. Then a dozen ninjas, like mad dogs unleashed, came howling at me. I looked at this group of rabble, and my lips almost stretched to my ears. This is great. I immediately used a teleportation technique and plunged into the crowd. That feeling, who among my family understands, it was like unleashing a dual-wielding grass-cutting spree, punching and kicking, sending small kids flying. They couldn't even touch my shadow. After knocking down 3 of them, I was so hyped that I couldn't help but imitate Madara's dramatic tone and shouted to the sky, "Come on, let's dance together." Damn, at that moment, I finally experienced Madara's joy. It was simply exhilarating. But just as I was enjoying myself, a hoarse shout suddenly came, "Retreat if you're injured." Immediately, a circle of ice mirrors popped up around me, trapping me in a little dark room. I focused my eyes and thought, wow, ISNT this the bloodline limit of white, ice release, crystal ice mirrors, going this big? Before I could finish my astonishment, my scalp went cold. I instinctively lowered my head, and an ice crystal dagger whizzed past my scalp. Following that, the mirrors around me began shooting ice needles like a torrential rain. I was jumping up and down in that little broken room, dodging like a mess, looking like a monkey. I thought, this is not good. I'm just sitting in jail. I countered with a fire dragon flame bomb, and with a bang, I shattered one mirror. But guess what? That mirror revived in an instant. The falling shards even joined the attack against me. It was like the latest model from 2025, focusing on a companion style, scraping therapy. I laughed at that moment. Hey, this is interesting. I directly focused my energy, stood on one leg, struck a pose, and shouted loudly, Tai Chi. You know, sometimes metaphysics really works. All the ice needles shot at me, when they got within a meter of me, seemed to be magnetically attracted, swirling uncontrollably around me, forming a huge ice crystal tornado. I took aim at the location where the caster was hiding, waved my hand, and shouted, Go. Return. This pile of gifts around me doubled. Then I heard an ear-piercing scream from outside. That mist ninja leader was shot into a pulp by his own ice needles. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. TSK. The death was truly tragic. Just as I finished this, another one came to deliver death. Frost. With a roar full of anger, several white, bony spikes shot towards me. I looked up, and, good heavens, the guy was like a Gatling gun. 10 fingers spraying bone bullets in rapid succession, charging towards me while shooting. When he got close, his joints popped out with bone spikes, and the look was enough to make one shiver. Then he pounced at me like a porcupine that had come to life, shouting something about a dance of willows, relying on his body of bone spikes. And for a moment, we actually had a back-and-forth fight. I found an opportunity to kick him away and wanted to create some distance to unleash a big move. But he didn't give me a chance at all. He directly covered himself with a layer of bone armor. Even more ridiculous, he pulled out his entire spine from his back to use as a whip. Does anyone understand this? He pulled out his own spine. The bones in his left arm even turned into a spiral bone spear. I was completely stunned. What kind of bizarre operation is this? He was howling, demanding that I accompany someone named Frost to the grave, and the spine whip in his hand whipped towards my head with a whooshing sound. I leaned to the side to dodge, intending to give him a refreshing stab with my grass-cutting sword, but with a clang, he twisted that bone drill, and my hand went numb, causing the sword to fly out of my grip. Great, my weapon is gone. Now, it was my turn to be passive. Throwing shurikens at him felt like just scratching the surface. They couldn't break his defense at all. He kept hitting me while mocking me, being extremely arrogant. While dodging, I suddenly had an idea. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the wooden dragon trapping Kakashi seemed to be close to being dug through by him. Got it. I first used the water release. Great waterfall technique, pouring a massive amount of water directly onto him, temporarily blinding him. While he was dazed, I shot out several wooden spikes that targeted the gaps in his bone armor. Then, the opportunity came. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A giant wooden dragon rose from the ground, tightly binding him like a dumpling. But it wasn't over. I opened my mouth and unleashed a fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet, pouring it into the opening left by the wooden dragon. The guy was still inside, stubbornly shouting that it was useless and that he couldn't break my defense. I sneered. Oh, really? I unleashed 2 more wooden dragons that wrapped him into a huge wooden egg, slowly lifting him into the air. I ran below and formed a massive Rasengan, using the principles of wind, release, to blow fiercely into the wooden furnace above. What do you call this? A luxurious combo of wind, fire, and wood, guaranteed to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Just then, Kakashi broke free from his cage and conveniently blocked a sneak attack arrow for me. I smiled at him. Hey, you're out. The remaining small fry are up to you. Be careful, or I'll make you train more if you get hurt. Kakashi seemed stunned by my actions, nodded, and charged into the crowd to unleash his might. Then, I heard a heart-wrenching scream from the wooden ball above. Something that didn't sound human, and then there was silence. I rubbed my ears, which were still buzzing, and casually tossed the Rasengan upwards. Boom! The fireball in the sky exploded instantly, and a charred humanoid figure fell from the air, crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces. Looking at the debris on the ground, I felt a bit tired and softly reported a dish name, the 37th. I turned around and saw Kakashi rampaging through the woods. I have to say, my devilish training during this time has really paid off. This kid has made remarkable progress. Although his chakra is still pitifully low, his agility has improved a lot. With a single Chidori, he pierced through an enemy's heart, clean and swift. As soon as he took one down, the remaining 10 or so went crazy, bombarding him with various ninjutsu. I couldn't just watch my student being beaten. In a swift move, I rushed forward, hands forming seals, wood release, the technique of the all-purpose bag. Countless wooden strips sprang up from under Kakashi's feet, wrapping him in a wooden cocoon, providing perfect defense. At the same time, I had already flashed behind a cloud ninja, and with a swift strike, I severed a head with a whoosh, sending it flying into the air. The remaining ninjas, upon seeing this, were so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies. They shouted retreat, and then scattered like startled rabbits. I walked up to Kakashi, released the wood release, and patted him on the shoulder. "How's it going? You know where you're weak now, right?" The kid, surprisingly serious, replied, "I know, my taijutsu, chakra, and hand seal speed are all lacking. I'll practice hard when I get back." I nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you can be taught." "Lord Hokage, aren't we going to chase those fleeing ninjas?" Kakashi asked me. I glanced around calmly and said, "No need. The 4 purple flames formation is still active. They can't escape. These guys are just a bunch of scattered soldiers with no coordination, otherwise I wouldn't have had it so easy. Don't worry, the real big move is coming soon." As soon as I finished speaking, we heard the sound of loud collisions and curses coming from a distance. "Damn it! Open the barrier and let me out." Outside the barrier, a masked leader from the Root organization looked at the chaos inside with disdain and sneered. "A bunch of useless trash. Since you're all here, go accompany our dear Fourth Hokage to the grave." He waved his hand. "Make your move." The barrier opened a small gap, and 3 Root ninjas carrying large bundles rushed in, then started running around throwing paper tags everywhere like scattering flowers. The ninjas inside went crazy upon seeing this. "It's explosive tags. Stop them." The whole scene instantly turned chaotic. No one cared about us anymore, all desperately trying to escape. Kakashi looked at the flying explosive tags nervously and asked me, "Teacher Yifei, what do we do?" I gave a bitter smile, patted his shoulder, and said with a heavy expression, "What can we do? Just wait to die. With this many explosive tags, even if I were to face 10 of them, I'd be blasted to pieces." I sighed. "What a pity. You're so young and have to accompany me on this journey. Do you regret coming with me?" To my surprise, Kakashi laughed heartily. "Not at all. I should thank you, Teacher Yifei, for your guidance. Hey, this kid is even more open-minded than I am." I scoffed. "Tisish, I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet." As soon as I finished speaking, Kakashi felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was already in another forest hundreds of meters away. Right after that, boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions came from the purple barrier behind us, shaking the entire ground. The sturdy 4 purple flames formation cracked like paper and then exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying wave of heat and shock swept over, uprooting a large area of the surrounding forest. I watched the soaring flames and couldn't help but complain, "Wow, such beautiful fireworks. Too bad the person next to me isn't a beauty." I glanced disdainfully at Kakashi, who was sitting on the ground, frightened. Just then, another shockwave hit, and I stumbled, nearly falling over. When the explosion stopped, I turned around to see that the original spot had transformed into a huge, charred pit with nothing left. I pulled Kakashi, who was still sitting on the ground, up. "Let's go check it out." But when I grabbed his hand, it was all wet. I couldn't help but tease, "Hey, wow, why are you so scared? Your palms are so sweaty." Kakashi, looking speechless, pointed to the ground. "It's not sweat, it's the water on the ground." I instinctively raised my hand to smell it. That awful smell, my face instantly turned pale. Seeing my expression, Kakashi realized what was happening and quickly grabbed some leaves to rub his hands frantically. We searched around, but found nothing. Everything was blown to ashes. I stretched and said, "As expected, they've really gone all out, sending so many high-ranking ninjas to kill me. I decided to go find Minato. It's time to end this farce." By the way, I suddenly remembered, where's that flying thunder god kunai that I successfully engraved? "Did you put it away?" Kakashi smirked slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. "Why don't you go get it yourself? It's yours anyway. I'm sure you want Team Mind, right?" "Yeah? Then forget it. I don't want it. I'll go find Minato and learn again." We ran tirelessly for a day and a half and finally arrived at the location of the water gate. As soon as we got there, we heard various comments from the crowd. "Why is this useless guy here? What can he do? The Hokage is here. This is secured." I cleared my throat and bowed to everyone. "Thank you for your hard work. You are all heroes of Konoha." The scene erupted into thunderous cheers. After calming everyone down, I rushed to the battlefield with Kakashi. On the field, the 4th Hokage was surrounded by lightning, smashing the ground with a heavy punch and creating a large pit, while Minato had already used the flying thunder god to appear on the other side. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, immediately charged in with 7 swords, engaging Minato in a fierce battle. The Hokage and Killer Bee fought in a 2-on-1. Their cooperation was impeccable, but Minato, relying on the flying thunder god, skillfully avoided their attacks, not allowing them to even graze his clothes. Hokage shouted angrily, "Minato Namikaze, are you just going to run away?" Minato chuckled and advised them to go back. I couldn't take this humiliation and charged at Minato with all his might. Kakashi beside me exclaimed, "Teacher Minato." I pulled him back. "Don't worry, you know what your teacher is capable of, right?" Sure enough, A's attack missed again. Just as he was in shock, Minato's kunai appeared behind him. At the critical moment, Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast form, using his octopus tail to block the deadly strike for his brother. Minato didn't pause and flash behind Killer Bee, but just as he was about to succeed, Killer Bee's short sword was already pressed against Minato's stomach, and the two were in a stalemate. Clapping my hands, I walked out from the woods. Hokage! Minato greeted me with a smile. Killer Bee also returned to his brother's side, still mumbling. Yo, so you're the fourth Hokage. Wow, just came out of a big battle. Let's take a break. Before he could finish, HokageCandidate grabbed his head. Looking at the lively Killer Bee, I became interested and imitated his rhythm, swaying. Yo, here I come. Watching you guys fight gets my blood boiling. Come on, let's get hyped up. Don't be so lifeless. Kakashi awkwardly covered his face, silently hiding behind Minato. Killer Bee was excited, his eyes shining, struggling desperately in his brother's grip. Yo, big brother, his sense of rhythm is even better than mine. Let me go. HokageCandidate ignored him, stepping forward to stand in front of his brother, loudly declaring, Fourth Hokage. It seems they have all failed. Killer Bee, prepare to escape. We might not win in a 2-on-2. As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted with lightning, charging at me like a blue cannonball. Oh no, I didn't even say I wanted to fight. Hokage, Minato exclaimed and tried to rush over, but Kakashi pulled him back. Boom! I quickly raised my arms to take on HokageCandidate's full force attack. It felt like being hit head-on by a speeding dump truck, and I was uncontrollably sent flying. My feet carving deep grooves in the ground, crashing into several large trees before stopping. As the dust settled, I walked out of the pit, shaking my numbed arms, muttering, Wow, as expected of you, human Gundam. You almost broke my arm. Then I looked up, gazing intensely at A, and loudly announced, Are you ready? Next, it's my turn. As soon as I finished speaking, I instantly entered Sage mode. A surge of immense natural energy erupted from my body. With a whoosh, the ground beneath me cracked, and I shot forward like an arrow, rushing towards A with a devastating momentum. Seeing my stance, A, being a tough guy, steeled himself, his chakra surging wildly, and shouted, Lightning armor. He assumed a defensive posture, ready to withstand my strike. Bang! With the same full-force attack and defensive stance, he was instantly sent flying, farther than I had just been. Goodness, my punch shattered his crackling lightning armor into pieces like glass. I tell you, that guy walked out of the smoke, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the light in his eyes was like discovering a new continent. He shouted, Awesome, so awesome. In my whole life, besides my old man, I've never seen anyone who dares to confront me like this. He pointed at me, full of enthusiasm, saying, The whole ninja world looks down on you. Come on. Don't be like that kid Minato Namikaze, who just runs around playing instant teleportation Assassin's Creed. Not a real man at all. Let's have a pure hand-to-hand fight. Since he said that, how could I back down? I had to take him on. I could feel the electricity building up in me too, though not as exaggerated as his, but still impressive. When he saw that, he got even more excited, flexed his arm, and swung a lightning blade towards my neck. Could I just let him have his way? In an instant, I unleashed Chidori, and the sound was like 1,000 ducks having a concert in my ears. The moment we clashed, a spark flew as electric arcs danced across the ground like snakes, leaving blackened craters everywhere. It was a 50-50 match, and after some distance, we exchanged punches and kicks, making quite a ruckus. In the end, he seized an opportunity and blasted me away with a heavy technique. He stood there, his gaze deep, and asked me if I wasn't using my full strength. I chuckled and replied, Of course not. Mainly I wanted to learn the lightning release from you, just observing live, focusing on a companion-style learning. As I spoke, the thin layer of electric armor on me grew brighter, leaving him stunned. This guy's talent is truly impressive. In just a short time, he noticed I was secretly learning his chakra flow technique. He took a deep breath, surprisingly retracted his lightning release, and seriously told me to show him my true power. Wow! As soon as he said that, not only he, but everyone from our Konoha side, including Minato, had their eyes lit up, as if waiting for a skit during the spring festival gala. I said, Okay, I'll satisfy you. With a clap of my hands, would release, birth of the trees. With a rumble, the entire battlefield felt like it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. The ground cracked open, and countless towering trees rose from the earth. In just a few seconds, the ruined battlefield transformed into a primeval Amazon rainforest. I stepped onto a tree trunk and flew to the side of Watergate, looking down at the confused AI and asking him, So, how do you feel now about your chances? His face turned pale, and he asked if I wanted to leave them all behind. I chuckled and said, if I really wanted to make a move, would I be chatting with you here? I'm not one for fighting. I'll give you 3 days to roll back to your village. Don't force me to take action and send you back. After saying that, I directly controlled the trees, gently sending both sides back to their respective positions, like the arms of a gentle giant. Once they were gone, I instantly retracted the wood release. I tell you, at that moment, my legs went weak and I felt completely drained, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Watergate was quick and caught me with a flicker. Leaning on him, I weakly complained, "Oh man, I almost failed to act cool." Just as I caught my breath, a ding sounded in my head, and lo and behold, my long-lost grudge system had returned. It was as conspicuous as ever, surprising and unexpected. I didn't have time to deal with it and quickly told Watergate to be careful. I had a feeling a third party was spying on us. But the system wouldn't stop ding, 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 like a death knell. I went back to the tent and started venting in my head, "Stop stinging. If you sting me again, my brain is going to produce relics." As a result, that little system, Xiaoji, said to me with a look of grievance, "Who told you to ignore me?" I finally managed to turn off my big brother's permissions, and I almost couldn't get out. I was taken aback. What the hell? Big brother? It turns out that while I was unconscious, the main system and its auxiliary system were staging a power struggle in my brain. The main system thought I was too stingy and refused to spend emotional points. So it secretly increased the intensity and difficulty while I was practicing my fairy arts. Damn it. No wonder it hurt so much. It was this bastard messing around behind my back. Xiaoji said that while the main system was consuming energy to mess with me, it used the money I exchanged for fairy arts to directly seize power successfully. It even pitifully asked for my forgiveness, promising to give me a 10 discount in the future. Fine, considering the discount, I'll let it slide. But then, when I opened the panel, where were the hundreds of thousands of emotional points I had saved up? Gone. I was left with only the 40,000 I earned from the previous fight. This resentful system was still playing dumb, chiming in that the system had upgraded. Looking at the new interface with illustrations, I was so angry I almost performed a brain surgery on my electronic pet right there. After finally calming down, I asked it about my mortal mode, but it couldn't explain clearly, saying it seemed to have mutated and told me to figure it out myself. Great, that was just as good as saying nothing. Just then, Kakashi came in and returned my grass-cutting sword, which had already been chipped. As I was pondering, a ball of black energy emerged from my hand, and Xiaoji suddenly came online, saying this thing was called Void, which could devour weapon essence and also transfer. Wow, isn't this a weapon enchanting artifact? My eyes lit up, and I told Kakashi, then dashed into the small forest to upgrade my brother's equipment on the spot. When I returned, I had a stylish long sword in my hand called the Black Abyss Sword, and I flaunted it madly in front of Kakashi. He was so envious it was almost comical. I then pulled out a uniquely shaped short sword called the Fish Intestine, teasing him by saying he wouldn't like it if I gave it to someone else. The next second, he flashed over and hugged my thigh. Hey, easily handled. I said I would give him this sword, and our previous debts would be cleared. Then I walked away coolly. Next, I used wood release to create a beautiful gift box and put the other prepared short sword inside. Then went to find Minato. I said I wanted to learn Flying Thunder God from him, and this was the tuition fee. At first, Minato was quite serious and refused. I directly stuffed the sword into his arms, saying that if he got stronger, fewer people in the village would die, and only then did he solemnly accept it. Then we started one-on-one teaching. As a result, the kunai I had carved myself before was useless. He said it needed chakra infusion. I tried it, and hey, it worked. Then I mustered my courage and activated it. The next second, I found myself in Minato's arms. Family, who understands, for eyes meeting, the air thick with the smell of love, I could easily bounce back, awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. He even laughed, saying it was the kunai I had given him. After this little episode, I directly challenged Minato to a fight, asking him to go all out, so I could truly experience how perverse the Flying Thunder God technique was in actual combat. We stood in the wasteland, and the atmosphere instantly intensified. Watergate swiftly threw out a bunch of kunai, and the battle began. I started with 1,000 birds, but in an instant, he vanished. The next second, he appeared from my side, stabbing toward my kidney. I relied on electrical stimulation to dodge forcefully. Then I countered with a tree whirl descent, transforming the entire area into my home turf, drowning all his teleportation points. Watergate is tough too. He forcefully used space-time ninjutsu to blast a path through my vines and threw a kunai at me. I deflected it, only to realize he had a trick up his sleeve, hiding another one behind it. Just as that kunai grazed past me, he appeared in a flash, stabbing at me with a kunai. I was drenched in cold sweat at that moment, quickly using a branch to swing myself away, narrowly escaping. When my attack missed, Watergate performed a backflip to create distance. I immediately covered myself in lightning chakra and charged up with another Chidori. He used his usual trick, disappearing in an instant and leaving a kunai in midair. But this time, I was smarter. I predicted his prediction. The moment he vanished, I didn't chase after him, but instead grabbed a nearby tree branch and performed a 360-degree Thomas spin. As he reappeared, I launched a Chidori right at him. Seeing this, Watergate immediately initiated with a Rasengan, the swirling blue sphere in his hand rapidly growing larger, stirring up a gust of wind. And he launched it at my Chidori without hesitation. Since this was just a sparring match, our attacks separated the moment they collided. Watergate looked at me, his eyes filled with excitement. The look in his eyes was like that of Trisolarans discovering Earth, almost glowing with enthusiasm. I thought to myself, this isn't enough. I have to show you an even bigger treasure. I waved at him and said, Konoha, stand firm. I'm going to hit you with something fierce. Activate your flying thunder god in advance, and if anything feels off, make sure to run for it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Konoha is straightforward. Without a second thought, he agreed. I took a deep breath. My hands were rubbing together so fast they were almost sparking. Let me tell you, the two types of chakra in my body, lightning release and wood release, felt like two firecrackers that just went off together. That feeling was simply amazing. Go! I let out a roar, and a wooden dragon crackling with electricity burst out of my body with a howl. The scene was simply incredible. The dragon was thicker than a barrel, and electricity surged wildly all over its body. Wherever it passed, the trees on the ground were blown apart, like fireworks during the new year, dazzling and vibrant. Swayman stood still, not moving at all, and with his right hand, he directly formed a Rasengan that was bigger than his head, resembling a small blue sun, with the wind howling. The next second, my electric wooden dragon collided head-on with his blue little sun. Boom! Family, who understands? That explosion was so loud that I almost went deaf on the spot. The entire training ground was blown apart by the two of us, leaving a huge pit. When the smoke cleared, we stood at the bottom of the pit, panting like a broken bellows. But when we exchanged glances, it was a moment of mutual respect between heroes. A bunch of Konoha ninjas rushed over, looking at us in the giant pit, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. We exchanged smiles and jumped out of the pit. I grinned and asked him, "Hey, Watergate, how's my move? Is it powerful enough?" Watergate gave me a thumbs up. Awesome. Not just awesome, it's incredibly strong. Fast speed and high damage. At that moment, I was so proud that my tail was almost pointing to the sky. I cleared my throat and said, of course, Lord Hokage. I've named this technique Azure Thunder Entwined with Wood, Fire Instant Shadow Dragon Explosion. Isn't it powerful? Actually, I originally wanted to call it Sparks with Lightning, but after hearing him praise me, I couldn't bring myself to say that name. It felt too cheap. We were hyping each other up in this business, while over there, the people from Cloud Ninja Village went completely silent. Killer Bee, that rapper, was whispering into his brother's ear with a little notebook, "Big brother, we can't fight them. They're fierce like tigers. Let's run. That's the way to go. Check it out." His brother, the Fourth Hokage, after hearing this, immediately made the call to retreat. We had no choice but to retreat. Their father was gone, over 5,000 brothers were gone, and more than 30 elite Jonin sent to assassinate us were wiped out. What was there left to fight for? If we kept going, the village would be completely destroyed. Once the Cloud Ninjas ran, we popped the champagne on our side. The whole camp was like a celebration. I sat down in the main seat and quickly assigned the tasks. Swayman and Rukyu, you two stay behind to prevent any sneak attacks from the other side. Hyuga family, clear the way, and Uchiha family, bring the main force back home. By the way, if you see any bandits on the way, take them out for the sake of the people. I tell you, just because of that explosion earlier, my words carry much more weight now, and no one dares to say a word of nonsense. After arranging all this, I found an excuse and slipped away. Kakashi wanted to follow me, but I shot him down with one sentence. Go find Minato and see if he needs any help. I sneaked into the small grove alone, and Uchiha Shursui suddenly appeared in front of me. Hokage-sama. I asked him how things went, and it turned out not so well. The person couldn't be saved. I waved my hand. It was expected. This matter was my fault. I thought of it too late. I asked him about Jiraiya, and he said he didn't know. He was only responsible for bringing the person over and didn't dare to listen in too much. I couldn't help but complain. Oh, Jiraiya, what a waste of calling you big brother when you can't even handle such a small matter. As soon as I finished speaking, I looked down and saw a little frog crouching in the grass. Hee hee, I smirked and pulled out a kunai, ready to take the little frog away. But then, out of nowhere, a big hand reached out from the frog's mouth and grabbed me. I was stunned. What kind of alternate dimension pocket was this? Jiraiya's grumbling voice came out. You little brat, it's one thing to curse me behind my back, but do you really want to take me out? While saying this, he crawled out from the frog's mouth and grabbed me by the neck, asking how I knew about his disciples. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I directly pulled out a few special edition photo albums from my pocket and smashed them in his face, saying, I'm leaving, the Hokage is very busy. On the way back to the village, I also stopped by a hot spring and called over a few of my secret squad brothers for a small meeting, assigning them some dirty work in the black market. Things like putting bounties on inactive nobles and intercepting missions aimed at Konoha. In short, just causing some trouble. For days later, I finally saw the gates of Konoha and was so excited I almost howled at the sky. Kakashi was beside me, looking at me with a disdainful expression, as if he didn't recognize me. As soon as I entered the village, I followed the aroma straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, one signature tonkatsu ramen, extra meat and noodles, 2 bowls. When SHBU saw me, her eyes lit up, and she sweetly called me Hokage-sama. I teased her about wanting candy, but she pouted and denied it. I smirked and asked Kakashi to pay, and that guy actually said he had no money. Just as I was about to pull out my wallet, his hand moved like lightning, grabbing a stack of money and running off, saying he was going to buy candy for SHBU. I was so mad that I chased after him. What the hell? How much did you take? This meal just made my wallet shrink by half. I was still trying to persuade him. Look, you're 14 now, and SHBU is only 6. By the time you're 26, she'll be 18, perfect. But this kid didn't even look back and just ran away. He's simply a modern-day blockhead. Once I entered the office, I was dumbfounded. The pile of documents was higher than me. When I asked good grief, the old man from 3 generations went after Orochimaru and dumped all this mess on me. I just broke down. Just kill me. This is not a job for a human. Crying and wailing aside, I still had to get to work. I resignedly sat down and started reviewing the documents. A coup in the Hidden Mist Village, a leadership change in the Hidden Sand Village, the Hidden Cloud Village just retreated, and the old man from the Hidden Stone Village needs to be monitored. Sigh. And there's also the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. What a headache. I'm feeling dizzy from reviewing documents, and that kid Kakashi actually wants to sneak away. I raised my hand and threw a pen, hitting him squarely on the head. Trying to run? You better squat in a horse stance. Just as I said that, the door slammed open, and my guy rushed in looking for a battle with Kakashi. Upon seeing the situation, he turned to run, but it was too late. Would release to the rescue. A vine pulled him over directly. You stay put too. I have to say, watching these 2 clowns trembling in the corner has really boosted my efficiency in processing documents. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku came in to report on work, and I took the opportunity to hand him for the troops, asking him to distribute it household by household with his son, Shursui. This could be considered an olive branch to the Uchiha. I hope they understand. After he left, I asked Kakashi if there were any movement from Danzo. He said that Danzo has been quiet lately, but his house has been searched. Suddenly, my guy chimed in, oh, I cleaned Kakashi's house. Lord Hokage, your Umbu Wound tea let me in. I turned around with Kakashi to look at him. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, only cleaning for Kakashi? Then you should squat for another half an hour. It was hard to get through to the end of work, and I wanted to drag these 2 unlucky guys out for dinner, but Kakashi said that Aunt Kushina was calling him, and my guy said his dad was waiting for him at home, and in the blink of an eye, they both ran off. Damn, so I'm the only lonely Hokage left. I strolled alone to Yao Ramen, eating my noodles, but all I could think about was that old face of Danzo, making it hard for me to enjoy my meal. That old guy is like a tumor. I have to find a way to get rid of him. After finishing my noodles, I wandered around the village and saw a commotion ahead. A fruit vendor was sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum and clinging to the leg of a Uchiha guard, claiming that the guy had bumped into him. The Uchiha guys looked completely bewildered, not knowing where to put their hands, looking frustrated. In the past, I directly paid the money. As the Hokage, I took responsibility for this matter, compensated him, and persuaded the person to leave. Afterwards, I asked those Uchiha guys what was going on, and they were quite helpless. They said that explaining didn't matter, because in the end, it was all our fault. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, this is interesting. I was cautious at that time, and secretly placed a chakra mark on the vendor. As soon as he left, I quietly followed him. He turned left and right along the way and entered a small alley. Guess what I saw? That bastard was meeting with a masked root ninja. Sir, I've completed the task. What about the money you promised me? The vendor said, bowing and scraping in the alley. I squinted and looked over, and the person talking to the vendor was none other than a root ninja. The ninja wore a signature mask that covered his face completely, making it impossible to see his exact features. But let me tell you, the chakra hidden beneath that mask was hardly impressive, barely at the level of an average nin. This guy was acting tough, confronting the vendor. How did you summon the fourth Hokage? Goodness. His tone was as cold as if he owed him 8 million. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pulled out a kunai and lunged it toward the vendor's neck. It was an outright assassination attempt. And what happened next? There was a dull thud. And I tell you, that sound in this narrow alley was enough to make your scalp tingle. But strangely enough, it was not the vendor who fell. It was that root ninja instead. His eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief, and then he just toppled over, limp, blood gushing everywhere. Goodness. The vendor was so shocked that he seemed to reboot, standing there like a wooden post, his legs trembling like they had motors. Then, a strange smell wafted through the air. Folks, this guy literally scared himself to the point of wetting his pants, and then he just collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like a broken bellows. He trembled and turned his head, saw me standing behind him, and his eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. He grabbed onto my thigh and cried out in despair, "Hokage-sama, save me. I don't want to die." While crying, he rummaged through his pockets and finally handed back the crumpled bills he had extorted from me. I directly grabbed him and said, all right, stop howling. Go home and change your pants. Then come with me to the Uchiha clan." After I finished the first half of my sentence, he was still nodding like a garlic peeler, but as soon as I said the second half, he went limp with a thud, his face showing more fear than when he saw a ghost. I was a bit impatient at that moment. What are you panicking for? I've got your back. Besides, if you have the guts to provoke others, don't you have the guts to confront them face to face? Do you still want to hang around in Konoha in the future? When we arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, this guy was so cowardly, clutching my arm tightly, mumbling endlessly, "Lord Hokage, you have to protect me. I have an old mother above me and below." I really couldn't listen anymore. Stop. Enough. If you say one more word, I'll just throw you in there. Do you believe me? After saying that, I completely ignored him and lifted him up like a little chick, striding inside. As soon as we entered, the Uchiha guards approached, and I nodded. "Please inform clan leader Fugaku. I need to talk to him." As soon as I finished speaking, the hearty laughter of Uchiha Fugaku came over. "Huh, Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" He walked over, tall and sturdy, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, constantly sizing up the urine-scented human-shaped pendant I was holding. I laughed. It was a small matter, and Fujin, the clan leader, happened to pass by. "Could you please bring out the guys who had a verbal dispute with my friend this afternoon? Let's confront them face to face." Soon, the people arrived at the Uchiha meeting hall. Fujin and I were seated, and the vendor stood beside me like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, not daring to breathe. When the 3 unfortunate Uchiha members came in and saw me and the vendor, their faces turned pale. Fujin, being a tough guy, didn't even glance at them and directly said to me, "Lord Hokage, I brought them here. How should we punish them? It's up to you." Upon hearing this, the 3 young men turned as white as a sheet, but they stood straight, not making a sound, their fists clenched tightly. I couldn't help but give them a thumbs up in my heart. They truly are Uchiha. Their cohesion and presence are remarkable. I laughed at that moment, laughing very loudly. Chief Fugaku misunderstood. What punishment? I came today to clear the name of the Uchiha. Saying this, I patted the shoulder of a vendor next to me and said, "Come on, explain it to everyone." The vendor, under everyone's gaze, stammered and confessed everything, saying that he deliberately tried to scam money because he saw the villagers had a bias against the Uchiha. After that, he suddenly knelt down and repeatedly bowed to Fugaku. Fugaku waved his hand to let him get up and then asked the 3 clansmen if they forgave him. The 3 of them didn't dare to say they wouldn't forgive and nodded repeatedly. Their gazes towards me softened quite a bit. I waved my hand to let them all go down and then said to Fugaku, "All right, let us talk privately." Once everyone had left, I suddenly said, "Chief Fugaku, I remember you have a son, right? Let me tell you about that scene. Just a second ago, Fujiyama was all smiles, but in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, and a murderous aura surged out of him like it was free. His eyes turned red in an instant, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, locking onto me with a fierce gaze, as if I was about to make a move against his son any second now. The vendor who had just stood up fell back down with a thud, trembling even more violently. As for me, I acted as if I hadn't seen anything, remaining very calm. "Oh dear, clan leader Fugaku, there's no need to be so nervous. I've met your boy. He's quite interesting. I'd like to take him with me, so we can go see something good together. Fugaku glared at me with his Sharingan for a full half-minute before slowly retracting his imposing aura. His voice was deep enough to drip water. I hope Lord Hokage will not harm my child. Otherwise, I will risk my life without hesitation. I was well aware that this father was truly willing to gamble his life for his son. I looked at him sincerely. Clan leader Fugaku, rest assured. I swear in the name of the Senju that I will not harm him in the slightest. The scene shifted to the Yambu base. Fugaku and his son, the genius little Uchiha Itachi, were looking solemnly at the corpse of the root ninja on the ground. I broke the silence and got straight to the point. Fugaku, has there been a lot of friction with the villagers before? Fugaku thought for a moment and said that at first there wasn't much, but then it somehow increased. I asked again, is it mainly the villagers from our village or the small vendors from outside? This question left him in silence. I let out a cold laugh in my heart, just as I expected. At that moment, the little weasel beside me asked in his cool, yet melancholic baby voice, Lord Hokage, does the village not accept us? Fugaku's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly shouted at him, Itachi, shut up. Ha ha. I burst into laughter, walked over, and patted Itachi's little head. You know what? There's a saying in the ninja world. When you encounter an Uchiha one-on-one, it's best to run. This is the greatest recognition of your strength. Some people, being too weak themselves, fear you and cannot accept you. That's quite normal. I stood up, gazing intently at Fugaku. I guess there must be quite a few radicals within the Uchiha clan, right? Fugaku didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. He must be completely bewildered now, unable to understand what I, the Hokage of the Senju clan, really intended to do. I laid it all out. Let's cooperate. The current situation is very clear. Danzo is the real cancer of Konoha, not your Uchiha clan. Don't tell me you have no clues at all. Do you really want to lead the entire Uchiha clan to destruction? Seeing him still hesitating, I added fuel to the fire. Trust me, if I weren't genuinely concerned for you, I wouldn't have brought you here. If it comes to that, the Uchiha will definitely be exterminated. Even if someone manages to escape, the entire ninja world won't have a place for you. At that time, you'll be like rats crossing the street. Everyone will want to hit you. Fugaku's old face was twisted in agony, struggling for a long time, and finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I hope the Hokage will keep his word. Naturally, I laughed heartily for Konoha and for you Uchiha. The usually silent Itachi was now curiously staring at me with his big eyes. I chuckled and pulled out a sword hilt from behind, directly placing it in his hand. Hey, here's a gift for you. Before he could react, I turned to Fugaku and said, Fugaku clan leader, keep a close watch on the root members. Be careful of that old schemer Danzo, playing dirty. There shouldn't be much of a problem with the third. He won't initiate trouble. By the way, it suddenly occurred to me, I want to take Itachi as my disciple. What do you think? Goodness, Fugaku was completely stunned, and before he could say anything, Itachi had already spoken up. Teacher Yifei, thank you. I really like your gift. Since his son said that, what could Fugaku say? He could only shift his gaze to the sword hilt in Itachi's hand. At first, he might have thought I was just messing with him, but upon closer inspection, he clearly sensed a sharp, killing intent. I proudly explained, as long as you like it. This sword is called Jing. It's shadowy and formless, usually invisible, only appearing as a fleeting shadow on the wall during dawn and dusk. All right, from now on, you're my third disciple. Come to the Hokage office tomorrow. Clan leader Fugaku, I'll take my leave now. With my hands behind my back, I strolled away. I'm sure Fugaku's face changed when he heard the words Xingying, and his mind must have started a crazy brainstorming session. Little Itachi waved the sword hilt toward the stone platform in front of him. Whoosh! The intangible blade was incredibly smooth, slicing through the stone platform like cutting tofu, instantly splitting it in half with a cut so smooth it could be used as a mirror. My mind was ringing, emotions wildly accumulating, and I was overjoyed inside. Hee. The Chungying sword, that name is enough for you to guess. One guess and no one speaks. On the other side, in Danzo's base, bang, the teacup was smashed to pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Danzo trembled with anger, having finally managed to divert the third Hokage, only for me to come and ruin all his plans. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, Senju, Yifei. The next morning, in the Hokage office, Uchiha Itachi stood obediently to the side, and then I heard myself roar, You bastard. Kakashi, my guy, where's my new book? Upon hearing this, my guy immediately pointed at Kakashi with righteous indignation. Oh, Kakashi, you deceived me. You actually went to get it by yourself? Kakashi's expression changed in shock. And the next moment, the vine that was holding Might Guy let him down. I roared, "Kakashi!" Two vines shot out, skillfully removing Kakashi's shoes, and began to tickle his soles. I took my precious little yellow book back from his arms and pointed at their noses, scolding, "With your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have learned to lie, huh? And you, Kakashi, your chakra has only increased this much after several days. Where has your mind been? Go squat in the corner." After dealing with these two troublemakers, I noticed Itachi in the corner, looking shocked. I quickly put on a friendly smile. "Huh, Itachi is here. I didn't scare you, did I? These two are just too mischievous. The teacher usually isn't like this." Itachi obediently said it was fine. Kakashi and Guy beside him shot sharp glares at Itachi. I glared back at them. "What are you looking at? This is Uchiha Itachi, and from today on, yes, your junior. Make sure to include him in your training." My guy immediately shouted, "Yes, teacher. Tomorrow, I'll burn youthful passion together with Junior Itachi." I noticed Itachi shivered at those words. I smiled at Itachi. "All right, you go to school first. If you skip class, come find these two. I'll introduce you to a friend later. You two will definitely get along." When Itachi heard the word skip class, he instinctively touched his chin and obediently walked away. Kakashi secretly asked me, "Teacher, are you talking about Shursui?" Slap. A wooden vine struck his butt. "You talk too much. Guess correctly. And I'll reward you with an extra half hour of squatting." Just then, there was a knock on the door. In came Shizune, holding a scroll, "Lord Hokage," a confidential document from the Hidden Stone Village. As I unsealed it, I casually asked, "Nothing else today?" He paused for a moment and said there was nothing else. I smiled mischievously. "Great, you can also go squat in the corner. You've been covering for them all day. Now experience it together." His face turned green. "No, Lord, I'm actually very busy." I straightened my face. "Go. Consider a workout." Looking at the unfortunate trio in the corner, I happily opened the scroll. It read, "To the Fourth Hokage, the war is nearing its end. We sincerely invite the leaders of all villages to a meeting 1 week later in the Hidden Stone." Anoki. I frowned. This old man directly invited the Fourth Hokage by name. What was he up to? I immediately started to contact people. Kakashi. Has Minato and Izumi returned yet? Kakashi said Izumi hadn't come back, but Minato-sensei used the Flying Thunder God to return home for dinner yesterday. I couldn't help but feel pleased. Wow, the Flying Thunder God could be used like that. No wonder Kushina didn't cause me any trouble. Come on, go send a message to Minato to come back early. Also, send a message to the third Hokage to stop hanging out with Orochimaru and come back to the village to keep an eye on things. Kakashi, you go have Shursui issue a few assassination missions targeting the high-ranking officials of other countries. Offer a high bounty. We need someone to take the job. Guy, go to the academy and find Itachi. Tell him I'm going to attend the 5 Kage Summit, and then you could train hard in the village. After arranging everything, I began to ponder. This summit would likely be about signing a peace treaty. Anoki, that old man, can fly, and his dust release is quite troublesome. Hard to deal with. The Raikage is a tough guy. The Wind Shadow just knows how to make money, and the Water Shadow, well, I'll let Obito handle him later. I can't be bothered. After thinking about it, I grabbed a bunch of gifts and headed straight to the Hyuga branch family. Hinata Hayashi had just become a father and was holding his son Niji, looking as happy as a fool. I went over to tease the child and casually waved a kunai in front of little Niji. "Hey Niji, look what Uncle brought you." Hayashi's face turned green instantly, with veins popping on his forehead. I awkwardly smiled and put the kunai away. Once his wife took the child away, I darkened my expression. "Hayashi, brother, the clan leader of the Hyuga family is coming back soon, right? You don't want Niji to be a caged bird for life, do you? The only ones who can stop Hizashi in the village are me and the third Hokage, but the third definitely won't help you. I'm leaving for the 5 Kage Summit today after tomorrow. I'll give you a day to decide if you want my help. It's up to you." After saying that, I left. The opportunity was given. It was up to him to seize it. On the day of departure, I finally put on the entire Hokage outfit. The Hokage robes with the words Fourth Hokage on the back, looking incredibly cool. Standing beside me were Minato, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and Uchiha Fugaku. What a lineup. I waved goodbye to the 3 generations. The village is in your hands now. I'm gonna meet that old guy, Ohayaki. Sarutobi Hizashi was there nagging like a mother hen, telling me to stay calm and not to act rashly. I couldn't be bothered to listen. "All right, I'm off, don't worry." After leaving the office, I ran into Danzo and his F4 crew. I gave Danzo a provocative middle finger, then thought better of it and switched to a downward pinky gesture. The insult was, wow, off the charts. As expected, Danzo's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. I brushed past him, leaving him with a stylish back view, infuriating him. At the village entrance, among the farewell crowd, Might Guy was clinging to Kakashi like an octopus, crying his heart out, looking like it was a life-or-death situation. Who understand the family bond? This youth is too hot to handle. We waved to everyone and turned to head down the road to a Wagakure. I tell you, once we stepped out of the land of fire, the scenery changed dramatically. It was all yellow and hazy, like the end of the world, with visibility probably less than 5 meters. I was about to ask if this was the 2025 model of the Sandstorm Plus edition, when the deer from Nara, Shizuku, educated me, saying this was called Stone Rain, a specialty of the land of Earth, where strong winds blow year-round, carrying sand and stones from their area. He added with a serious expression that it's precisely because their place is so poor, with not a single bird shitting there, that the Tsuchikage keeps eyeing our precious land. I suddenly understood. No wonder they all looked like starving wolves. Speaking of my team for this trip, there was some thought put into it. I originally wanted to bring that old fox, Rikuju, but the third generation refused to let him go, so I took his relative, Shizuku, who at least has enough intelligence. As for Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, that was purely me trying to set them up to develop some feelings. So they wouldn't argue every day in the village about who is the strongest in Konoha. It was driving me crazy. The journey was smooth sailing until we arrived at the entrance of a Wagakure, when suddenly a bunch of rock ninjas jumped out from the cracks in the stones, surrounding us, all looking fierce and menacing, making it feel like a banquet of the Hongmen. I couldn't help but laugh. Wearing my Hokage hat, I stepped forward and said, "Hey guys, your Tsuchikage invited me for a meeting, and this is the reception? Who are you looking down on?" As soon as I finished speaking, I want to tell you that the few fathers behind me are not to be trifled with. Minato has quietly started to scatter his flying thunder god marks everywhere. Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan is sweeping around like a searchlight, and Hizashi's Bikugen is open, providing 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. The most sinister of all is Rikuzen. The black lines from his shadow imitation technique are almost connecting to the team leader's ankle across the way. At that moment, I thought that with just these 20 or so people, I wouldn't even need to fight with Minato within 3 minutes. I could make them all lie on the ground singing Conquer. Just as tensions were rising, an old man jumped down from a large rock. It's Yama. He took one look at our setup, his brows furrowing as if he could squash a fly, and sarcastically said, "Lord Hokage is quite well prepared. Is this not trusting this old man?" Inside, I chuckled while outwardly laughing it off. How could that be, senior? This is my first time attending such a meeting, and I'm a bit nervous, just bringing some people for morale. Please don't mind me. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. The old man actually bought this. One moment he was trying to assert dominance over us. The next he was buddy-buddy, leading us into the village with laughter and conversation. Once we arrived at our accommodation, Hizashi first used his Byakugan to 3D scan the entire yard, confirming there were no traps or listening devices. I tell you, a Wagakure is really dull. Once night falls, there isn't even a ghost on the streets. Compared to our Konoha nightlife, it's like 2 different worlds. I thought since I'm here, I might as well experience some exotic flair, but the bathhouse was already closed. Just as I was complaining to Minato and the others, a team approached us, with a leader wearing a Mizukage straw hat. It was the 4th Mizukage, Ki Shikamaru. This guy immediately launched into me. "You're Senju Itachi?" Just hearing the Senju name made it feel troublesome. I laughed and said, "Oh, does that remind you of some bad memories? Let me apologize in advance. However, there might be something even more troublesome for you, so I'll apologize preemptively to save you the trouble later." This left him speechless, and he huffed before leading his people away. What a rookie. Try to play mind games with me. You're still too green. Back in the room, I asked them what they had discovered. Minato said that the Mizukage strength seemed a bit lacking, not at the level of Kage. Rikuzen was more observant, saying he didn't feel the chakra of the 3 tails and noticed that the masked person next to him was exchanging glances and making small moves. I nodded and dropped a bombshell. Well, I sensed that the person next to him would release chakra. As soon as those words left my mouth, the eyes of a few people in the room almost popped out. I instructed them to keep a close watch on those 2 during the meeting the next day. The next day at the meeting, I only brought Minato and Rikuzen. As soon as we entered the room, the Raikage, with his explosive temper, was already seated. Upon seeing Minato and me, his eyelids twitched. He probably still had psychological scars from the last time I beat him. The Tsuchikage Yama spoke first, with a core idea summed up in one word: broke. He wanted to redraw territories and redistribute resources. The Wind Shadow, RGA, chimed in, suggesting some sort of joint defense. The Raikage slammed the table. Defend against whom? We Kumogakure don't need it. The Mizukage also said it was pointless. I quietly watched them bicker. Once they finished arguing, I slowly spoke up. Redrawing territories is definitely out of the question. Don't even think about it. However, we could do business. You provide the funds, and we Konoha will supply the goods. I'll only charge you cost price. Let us clear the roads for trade, share resources, and achieve common prosperity. How about that? They debated for a long time, but finally agreed. We canceled the territory redraw and switched to trade, with Konoha as the general distributor. We also agreed to set up a joint defense, letting the Raikage, that battle maniac, take the lead. After exiting the conference room, I was feeling quite pleased and flaunted it to Minato and the others. Rikuzen then asked me what if they had insisted on redrawing territories. I grinned. Simple. Plan B is all ready. Minato distracts the 3 Kage while I handle 2. You all clear out the guards, and then we use Flying Thunder God to escape. Minato calmly nodded. Yeah, we VE planted 132 coordinates along the way. We can flash back to Konoha in an hour. Rikuzen's expression at that moment looked at me as if seeing a deity. No, more like seeing a lunatic starting to doubt his life. After bidding farewell to Yama, we headed back. I deliberately walked slowly, wanting the 3rd Hokage to deal with paperwork for a few more days since he didn't let me take Rikuzen out. Minato was eager to get home to see his wife, looking quite anxious. Fugaku and Hisashi started their usual banter, calling each other names like Red-Eyed Rabbit and Cataract. Just like elementary school kids bickering, and I was there fanning the flames. It was simply too enjoyable. Just then, rustling sounds indicated a sudden change in the wind, and a storm of yellow sand approached. It was the wind shadow, RGA. He emerged from the sand with an unhappy expression. Yama and AI, those cowards, agreed to confront you together, but they both shrank back, so I had to come personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive sand tornado charged at us. Minato reacted swiftly, whisking us away to 100 meters away in an instant. Then he turned and attempted a backstab, only to hit a sand clone. Our God's attacks came in waves, trying to bury Minato alive in sand, but he dodged every time. Then, 2 of our God's subordinates emerged from the ground to ambush me, but before they could even touch the hem of my clothes, they were controlled by Rikuzen's shadows and ended up slitting their own throats. Seeing his subordinates gone, our GA panicked and unleashed his ultimate move. Raining down, sounded like it was raining. Hisashi executed a Bagua Palm, Heavenly Return, activating invincibility on the spot to protect Rikuzen. Fugaku, using his Sharingan, skillfully dodged all the attacks. In front of me appeared a wooden figure, standing tall and blocking all the sand. Just as her GA was stunned, Rikuzen's shadow had already controlled him, and Minato's kunai was pressed against his neck. Instant kill, you got that? It's that simple. I walked over while yawning and patted him on the shoulder. Hey Luo Sha, what are you trying to achieve? Even Raikage wouldn't dare challenge me. Where do you get your courage from? You can't even beat Minato in a one-on-one, yet you want to take on 5? I let go of him and said, come on, I'll give you a chance. Use your strongest move on me. He is a tough guy too, and he really formed hand signs and unleashed a big move. Magnet release, sand gold burial, a gigantic pyramid enveloped me, and then with a loud bang, it exploded with a tremendous force. When the smoke cleared, I walked out of the pit completely unscathed, hands behind my back, and said to him, let us go, this time I'll let you off the hook. But remember, next time you won't be so lucky. I left him in the wind, completely dazed, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief, staring blankly as we walked away. As soon as we turned around, I bumped fists with Minato. Ha! Perfect coordination. Fuji Take beside us looked completely confused, not understanding at all. Hisashi couldn't watch any longer and started to explain to him, your Sharingan isn't good enough. Just a second before the Hokage was surrounded, he used the Flying Thunder God to escape. Minato took advantage of the explosion's smoke to throw the marked kunai back to the center, and after the explosion, the Hokage teleported back. This is called extreme pulling, understand? Fuji Take then asked me why I didn't take out Zetsu. I told him, why kill him? We just made a deal. He's our money tree. He can turn sand into gold, and we'll rely on him for trade in the future. People can be killed anytime. We can't miss out on making money. My goal is to let Konoha stay ahead. Our vision must be long-term. After hearing this, everyone looked at me differently, probably wondering what was going on in this Hokage's head. Just as we were talking, a pigeon flew in with an urgent message from the village. I opened it, and wow, it was that old schemer Danzo causing trouble again. The letter said that his root organization was active again, kids were missing in the village, and he even sent people to scout around our Uchiha and Hyuga clan lands. Fuji Take exploded on the spot. Humph, that old man is always restless. My expression also turned cold. It seemed it was time for a major cleanup. I immediately started assigning tasks. Fuji take. You lead the Uchiha to strengthen patrols, keep a close watch en route, and throw anyone caught into the Umbu prison. Kurenai. Discuss with your father to team up with the Yamanaka and the Kimichi clans to dig up all of Danzo's dark secrets. I want him to die, clearly. Hizashi. You Hyuga will be responsible for tailing him. Report any situation promptly. Yes. The three answered in unison. I patted Watergate on the shoulder and said earnestly, Watergate, you are my last trump card. Come through at the critical moment. Everyone stopped delaying and rushed toward the village at full speed. I was already thinking about how to take down Danzo and his group of old stubborns all at once. Meanwhile, over in Iwagakure, Onoki was venting at his subordinates, seemingly because a relative of some daimyo had been assassinated, leaving him in a state of chaos. TSK, this ninja world really never has a moment of peace. Not only is it not peaceful, let me tell you, we are also moving nonstop, barely touching the ground, relying on the flying thunder god technique with Watergate. Our speed was incredible. The sun had barely touched the horizon when we had already arrived at the entrance of Konoha. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded and said, Lord Hokage, is your speed on cheat mode? I waved my hand and said, just basic operations, very smooth. It's too late today. Everyone go home and rest. We'll hold a meeting tomorrow. Once everyone dispersed, Watergate disappeared in a flash, rushing home to see his wife. I grabbed Hinata Hizashi, who was about to slip away, and said, Hey, Hizashi clan leader, don't go, we're on the same route. He looked confused and asked what else I wanted. I smiled and said, Oh, it's nothing major, just missing my godson, feeling a bit unwell. Let us go check on him together. Hizashi's CPU seemed to overheat, and he took a moment to respond. Lord Hokage, are you referring to my nephew Niji? Smart. I gave him a thumbs up and said exactly. I'm going to see my godson, and you can see your nephew. Perfect. On the way, I casually bought some toys for children, and, seeing my momentum, Hizashi probably felt embarrassed and rushed into the store to buy a bunch as well. If he didn't know better, you'd think he was the real father. When we arrived at Niji's house, he was practicing punches in the yard. Upon seeing us, he was pleasantly surprised and hurried over. I rushed in with the gifts, saying, Little brother, I miss my godson so much that I didn't even go home and came straight here. Quick, let me take a look. As I spoke, I was wildly signaling to Hizashi. He understood instantly and cooperatively led us into the house. Hizashi was standing by, looking perplexed, probably wondering, what is going on? These two are so in sync, it's like they're wearing the same pants, and here I am, the brother, feeling like an outsider. When Hizashi brought Niji out, I dashed forward in one swift motion, expertly transitioning from receiving him to gently patting him, all in one go. Not to mention Hizashi, even Hizashi was stunned. I bet he was thinking, this child-holding posture is more professional than mine. If it weren't for the Byakugan being innate, I'd even suspect this kid is mine. Just kidding, my nephews aren't just for show. I held Niji, pinched his chubby little face, and started boasting in front of the bewildered brothers. No wonder he's my godson. With this little face, he'll definitely have the look of a Hokage when he grows up. I'll personally train him. His future is limitless. Let me tell you, this move directly heightened the political significance. As Hokage, instead of going home to hold a meeting first, the very first thing I did after landing was to come see Niji. What does this represent? It shows that my relationship with the Hyuga family is solid. The rest is up to Hizashi to convince his stubborn older brother. The next day, at the meeting, when I brought up the 5 Kage summit, everyone had no objections, except for that old schemer Danzo, who jumped out to question why I hadn't taken a lead in the Joint Defense Initiative. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly asked Nara Kikuchi. Kikuchi, explain it to Elder Danzo. Kikuchi's mind is something else. In just a few sentences, he laid out the reasoning clearly. We've just finished a war, we're short on manpower and funds, and now we're supposed to help others defend their homes? Are you crazy? Right now, we need to focus on the economy and take control of trade. Having money means we won't have to worry about soldiers. After this speech, Danzo's face turned green, and he sat there unable to utter a word. Seeing him in such a defeated state made me feel quite pleased. During the later part of the meeting, when discussing specific policies, he realized he couldn't interject at all and left in a huff. I exchanged a glance with Minato, who gave me a reassuring look, indicating that everything was under control. A year flew by, and under my leadership, Konoha was developing rapidly. Everywhere in the village were 2-story buildings, electric lights and telephones were widespread, and every household was moving towards a moderately prosperous life. I spent my days wandering around the village, chatting with the elderly and boasting with the kids, and my popularity was sky high. One day, I went to the Fugaku's house for a meal to celebrate the birth of his second son, Sasuke. As soon as I walked in, all the prominent figures of Konoha were there: Minato, Hizashi, Hayashi, Kikuchi, and they directly seated me in a main position. Minato started teasing me right away. "Lord Hokage, you arrived the latest. You owe us 3 drinks." I shot back at him right on the spot. "You came here, so don't let Kushina drag you home by your ear after drinking halfway." That line made everyone laugh. Let me tell you, the higher-ups in Konoha are as close as brothers now. This is all thanks to my earlier move of taking Niji as my godson. That move was simply out of this world. Now, whenever someone in the village has a baby, everyone goes to congratulate them, and before you know it, it becomes an unbreakable community of shared interests. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone was getting tipsy, leaning against their wives. Sure enough, Kushina came to catch someone, dragging Minato by the ear to leave. But then Minato, who had drunk too much, suddenly pointed at me and said, "Lord Hokage, Hick, you're the only single dog here. You need to hurry up, or none of us will be able to drink at your child's full moon celebration in the future." I turned pale on the spot. This time it was bad. I had poked a hornet's nest. Kushina got excited and said she would introduce me to someone, and others joined in, all pretending to be drunk, but suddenly lively. The scene turned into my marriage proposal conference. Who understands my family? I was so angry I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, you guys. You band together to force me to drink and group up to show off your love? Huh, fine. Tomorrow, I'll assign you a bunch of S-level missions, so you two won't see each other for a year." Just then, Kakashi arrived with a lunchbox. He was like my savior. I grabbed him. "Kakashi, hurry, help me break through this encirclement. After we succeed, I'll give you the latest version of Intimate Paradise." After saying that, I dragged him away amidst the laughter. The next day, with a hangover, I was dragged by Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi for morning practice. Goodness, these 3 were ruthless. Itachi started with a low blow. Kakashi was preparing for 1,000 years of death from behind, and Guy came kicking in with a green aura. I was forced to use Flying Thunder God to escape. I jumped down from the tree, rubbing Itachi's head. "You little rascal. You've learned bad things from your unreliable senior brothers. Huh? You even go all out against your own master." Then I pulled out 2 comic books and tossed them to Kakashi and Guy, telling them not to lead the kids astray. Next was task arrangement. I asked Kakashi to go find Sure to gather information about Orochimaru. When I returned to the office, the 3rd Hokage came back with Asuma, saying that Asuma wanted to become a guard ninja for the daimyo and asked me to make arrangements. I looked at the leisurely appearance of the 3rd generation and couldn't help but feel envious. Ever since I took office, this old man has completely relaxed, drinking tea and taking leisurely walks every day, living a more comfortable life than anyone else. After a busy day, I skillfully slipped over to the Rishin's house. As soon as I entered, the 1-year-old Ningji wobbled over to me, shouting, "Dad, hug." I picked him up and saw that Richa was over there doing horse dance while holding a basin of water. As soon as he saw me, it was like he had seen his savior. At the dining table, this little guy Ningxi stuck to me, not wanting his real dad, which made Richa grumble in anger. "You might as well change your name to Thousand Hand Ningxi." After the laughter and chaos, I talked to Rizu and Richa about serious matters. Kushina would give birth in 3 months, and my expression turned serious. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki's childbirth is the weakest point in the seal, and there are too many who covet it. We must be fully prepared. Richa immediately took on the task of protecting Kushina. I nodded and added, "I need the Hyuga clan to arrange enough personnel during the month Kushina gives birth to activate the Byakugan and conduct 24-hour surveillance without any blind spots." After arranging everything, as I walked home, I was pondering one thing. How did Obito precisely know Kushina's due date? If we rule out the influence of White Zetsu, then there must be something suspicious within Konoha. If I find out it's Danzo, well then I'm sorry. Time flew by quickly. Shikamaru and Ino were also born one after another. And Kushina's belly grew larger, with less than a month left until the due date. The entire Konoha entered a state of high alert, with layers of protection around Kushina. Minato never left her side, and Hyuga ninjas followed secretly. Even Kakashi was nearby, every day acting as an invisible bodyguard. I called the 3rd Hokage to the office, and he complained that I was disturbing him while he was having afternoon tea. I said irritably, "Old man, what time is it? You're still thinking about enjoying yourself." On the day Kushina was giving birth, I had other arrangements. Upon hearing this, the 3rd's expression immediately sharpened. "Is there definite news?" "Not yet," I shook my head, "but we must prepare for the worst-case scenario." The 3rd nodded and said he would go to the tea house near the water gate to keep watch. And he also asked me to reimburse him. I laughed and said, sure, I'll deduct it from your Watergate salary. After sending off the third, I directly used reverse summoning to go to the Wetbone Forest and had the living slug contact Tsunade. However, the living slug said that Sister Tsunade was very busy gambling. I was so angry at that moment, my veins were popping. Lord Slug, please, just reverse summon her for me. With a bang, Tsunade appeared in front of me, still cursing. Who said I'm out of money? Shizen, get the money. Halfway through her sentence, she realized something was off about the environment and was completely stunned. I sat down face to face with her and started bargaining. 500,000. Get lost. Are you trying to insult me? 1 million. In the end, after a fierce exchange of words, we settled on 800,000. Looking at Tsunade's smug expression, I could only silently say to Minato in my heart, brother, I'm sorry, but your salary for the next few months might be gone. All right. With Tsunade, the strongest healer and bodyguard, taken care of, I returned to the office and immediately opened my system interface. I needed to pick out a few trump card for myself to prepare for that night's arrival. I remember looking at my emotional points, over 1 million of them, feeling quite extravagant. Flying Thunder God technique, 50,000 points done. I quickly spent 750,000 points without even blinking. I originally wanted to go all out and get the Sharingan, but when I saw the price, never mind, better save some for emergencies. My buddy still needs to save money to get married. Ahem, I meant to say, for unexpected situations. After I finished with the skills, I immediately wanted to go out and try them out. Guess what happened? Passing by the memorial stone, I saw Kakashi squatting there all alone, looking so desolate, like a total emo. After he left, I suddenly felt a faint fluctuation of chakra, and my heart skipped a beat. I quickly reacted. By the time I rushed over, there was nothing left, just a few flowers lonely placed in Rin's grave. That Kakashi, still foolishly coming over to look, made me so mad that I went up and gave him a couple of knocks on the head. Before I knew it, it was October 10th, the day of the decisive battle. Tsunade led a group of medical ninjas, bringing the best ICU equipment in all of Konoha, bustling in. I had already arranged for Kushina to be in a remote mountain area outside the village, a place where even the signal couldn't reach. As for the village, I directly reported to the third Hokage. Old man, I'm leaving the village to you. I have to go to Minato's side. That's the main battlefield. The old man understood and waved me off. Go. I'll wait for your triumphant return. To be honest, I really couldn't figure out how Obito would get in with the defenses I set up, but you never know what might happen. As soon as I arrived, Hinata Hayashi and Narashikaku surrounded me with confused looks. Hokage-sama, why are you here in person? I waved my hand. The third Hokage is here. I'm here for double insurance. Then I found Minato. Let me tell you, this guy looks so pale with nerves, as if he were the one about to go into labor. I patted him. What are you panicking for? Tsunade is here. Just keep the nine tails steady. Leave the outside matters to me. Then I directly told him to lift the barrier. Yes, you heard me right, lift it. Minato was stunned. I explained to him that the barrier defends against gentlemen, but not against rogues. And for someone like Obito who plays with space, it wouldn't help at all. If he caused trouble from inside, we wouldn't be able to rush in. It was just creating a disadvantage for our side. Once Minato understood, he immediately complied. As soon as it got dark, the guy really showed up. Dressed in a black cloak and wearing a tiger-striped mask, he stood on a big tree outside the village, cosplaying as a moody artistic youth. Facing the thousands of lights in Konoha, he muttered to himself about Rin, about returning, about Minato, and Kakashi, saying he would make them taste pain, talk about being in a late stage of Chinibyu. At that moment, his little sidekick Black Zetsu popped up and reported that our defenses were so tight that even I, the new Hokage, was present. Black Zetsu hesitated and suggested retreating. But Obito got even more fired up, saying he wanted to strike at the moment the child was born when attention was most averted, and he could take the child hostage. What a twisted plan. So we waited, and finally, there was a heart-wrenching scream from the delivery room, followed by the loud cry of a baby. It was a boy. Just as Minato and Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, the next second, a figure in a black cloak suddenly burrowed up from the ground, targeting the weak Kushina who had just given birth. Damn. Luckily, I had been monitoring the entire area. Would release, I shouted, and countless vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around Kushina and simultaneously stabbing at that cloaked figure. With a squelch, it pierced right through him. That guy was quick to react. Seeing he couldn't win, he turned to grab the child in Tsunade's arms. But who is Tsunade? She's a fierce warrior. With a stomp, she unleashed her immense strength, cracking the ground and forcing him to stop. However, the most annoying thing about him was his intangibility. When Tsunade threw a punch, It went right through him. What the hell? He has physical immunity. As he passed through Tsunade, he quickly slapped explosive tags all over Naruto's swaddling blanket. I was furious. Once again using would release, wooden plank technique. Thick wooden planks instantly rose up, protecting Tsunade and Naruto securely. On the other side, that brat passed through Minato to grab Kushina. I immediately used Flying Thunder God. Instantaneous exchange, switching places with Kushina and kicked him right in the face. He dodged, but the opportunity was gone. Minato was furious and asked who he was. He was still acting cool, mocking Minato. Tsunade reminded us that he could phase through attacks. I knew exactly what was going on. This was just Kemui, attack and invincibility couldn't be active at the same time. I analyzed the skill mechanics right there. Let me tell you, the expression under Obito's mask at that moment was absolutely one of shock. His most proud trump card had been exposed right in front of him. That feeling, who understands that? He panicked. He ordered his white Zetsu subordinate to unleash a big move, spore technique. Clouds of white spores fell, trying to drain us. He thought we couldn't move and charged at Naruto. Dream on. I was just waiting for that moment of attack. The black abyss unsheathed, a flash of blade light. And with a thud. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the white Zetsu on him, and I couldn't decapitate him, only severing one of his arms. He screamed in pain, looking at me in terror, asking why I wasn't affected. I laughed, is that all? I've done my homework. Then, I exchanged glances with Minato. Our understanding was perfect, and we both used Flying Thunder God to flash behind him, striking down with our blades aimed at his neck. In a critical moment, he managed to use Kemui to escape, blood gushing from his neck. TSK, what a lucky guy. That brat ran away. And Minato's first reaction wasn't to check on his son, but to rush over and ask me, "Where's Kushina?" I couldn't help but laugh. I said, "You're such a father, not even a glance at your son, just worrying about your wife." It made him feel quite embarrassed. I sent Hinata and Shikaku, who were on guard outside, away, then grabbed Tsunade and Minato, using Flying Thunder God. In an instant, we arrived at my secret base. A hidden cave with a hidden world inside. Kakashi tried to come along for the ride, but was a step too late, which was hilarious. In the deepest part of the cave, Kushina was enveloped by a large massive slug. Clones. Tsunade understood immediately. Wow, you already used slugs to transfer her. Minato rushed over, looking at Kushina, filled with concern. The slug told me that her external injuries had healed, but the Ninetales was still causing chaos. The seal was a mess. And Kushina was in immense pain. Sai, seeing Minato looking at his wife, enduring excruciating pain while teasing the baby, that look in his eyes. It was truly heart-wrenching. Minato was immediately anxious, saying to me, "Hokage-sama, this won't do. Kushina's seal is breaking down. If this continues, she might die." I hadn't even spoken yet when Tsunade, who had been slacking off, spoke up first. "Don't look at me. I can't handle sealing techniques." The slug said that in her current physical condition, she was like fragile glass. Reinforcing the seal? That might just finish her off right then and there. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. I tell you, looking at Kushina holding the baby with that saintly expression, my guilt was an all-time high. However, Kushina was surprisingly strong, struggling to sit up, wanting to say something. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. I slapped my thigh. Got it. Minato, let's dismantle it. Divide the Nine-Tails chakra in two. Keep one half in Kushina's body, and seal the other half on you. Minato's eyes lit up when he heard this. This could work. If the complete Nine-Tails can't be sealed, then half is just a drop in the bucket. Let's get to it. At the Watergate, it was a professional match. With a stance set, I helped Tsunade on the side, and in just a few moves, we tore the Nine-Tails, which was still wildly outputting from Kushina's body, into two halves. One half was directly shoved into Minato's body. To be honest, this job was most suitable for me, but I didn't say a word. At that moment, I thought, since I've already kicked the gears of fate off track, I might as well let them be locked with the Nine-Tails. I wanted to see what kind of different outcome would emerge this time. Watching Minato hold his wife and Tsunade hold the baby, the family perfectly together, I suddenly asked, "By the way, Minato, this child is named Naruto, right? Is it Uzumaki Naruto or Namikaze Naruto on the household register?" Minato was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled gently. "Of course it's Namikaze Naruto." Kushina also smiled and sincerely thanked me. Just at that warm moment, I suddenly went, huh? Goodness, my barrier was breached. With a Flying Thunder God technique, I directly appeared on the scene. And guess who I saw? Kakashi. That white-haired kid was standing there, and I was dumbfounded. "Wait, how did you find this place?" He coolly replied with 2 words, guessing. I really believed his nonsense. As soon as Kakashi saw Minato-sensei, he got all excited and rushed over to ask, Sensei, is Shirsho alright? He said his left eyelid twitched all night, especially during the explosion. His heart was in his throat. Minato patted him and gave a reassuring smile. It's okay, they're all fine. Meanwhile, I stood beside them explaining how amazing my secret base was. The entire mountain was created by my wood release, a purely natural maze, equipped with human sensing. I would know if anyone touched a tree. I pointed at Kakashi and pretended to be angry, kicking him. It's you, coming here every day to scout, treating this place as your backyard with Might Guy and Itachi. Now I have to redo the barrier. Minato watched us mess around, smiled, and went back into the cave. When he came out again, he was holding a sleeping Kushina. Tsunade followed, holding a peacefully sleeping Naruto. Tsunade directly shoved Naruto into my arms and reached out to me. All right, I'm done here. You hold the baby. Money. Not a single penny less. Otherwise, I might just have to give you a hard time. Her fist was clenched, as if I dared to default on the payment. She could just lift my skull. I patted my chest and assured her, don't worry. I'm the Hokage. How could I owe you money? Worst case, I'll deduct it from Minato's salary. With a bang, Tsunade directly reversed the summoning and ran off, leaving Minato looking bewildered. It seemed he heard his wallet would bleed profusely, but he didn't fully catch what was said. I casually shoved Naruto back into Kakashi's arms. Here, Kakashi, hold your junior well. Then I told Minato, just head back home. You take Kushina first, I'll take these 2. Minato nodded and, with Kushina, vanished in a flash. I grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and used a flying thunder god technique. In the next second, we arrived at Minato's house. With everything settled, I stretched and told Minato, don't worry, although the thief escaped. I injured him badly enough that he won't be getting out of bed for at least a year and a half. Minato's grateful gaze made me quickly interrupt with a spell. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do. By the way, I pointed at Kakashi, who was holding Naruto and looking completely at a loss, announcing that Kakashi was temporarily dismissed and his new task was to take care of the baby. The focus would be on companion-style parenting, with maximum safety. Minato and Kakashi were both stunned for a moment, but quickly understood and agreed with smiles. Seeing that things were going smoothly, I stood up and prepared to leave. As I reached the door, I turned back and grinned at them. Huh? I've been wanting to get rid of Kakashi for a while now. Now, with a beautiful new assistant, your dear Hokage is here. Watching me leave in such an unrefined manner, both Minato and Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. In fact, I was well aware that I couldn't keep Obito this time, and it was all because of that black Zetsu causing trouble. What was supposed to be a sure kill only ended up with him losing half his body, and that was the half that had already been smashed to bits by a rock. What a loss. Next time I want to deal with him, I might have to use Kakashi's eyes, which would be troublesome. Forget it. Let Kakashi think his brother has been dead for a long time to avoid complications. As for that love-struck Obito, who could even do harm to his own master and mistress, I never even considered leaving him alive for a second. Just thinking about the things he did in the original story made my blood boil. Forget it. I took out a newly exchanged novel from my pocket to force myself to calm down. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Obito was wrapped up like a mummy, and beside him, Black Zetsu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, seemingly plotting something. Suddenly the ground shook, and a figure in a red cloud black robe slowly emerged. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Minato's family held a full moon celebration, and it was quite lively. Kakashi had taken off his eternally unchanged ninja outfit and changed into casual clothes, playing with Naruto. Little Naruto was extremely curious about the mask on his face, constantly trying to pull it. In the kitchen, Kushina and Minato were wearing aprons, filled with the aroma of food, clearly a couple that had been together for a long time. I sat in the living room like an old man, watching them show off their affection, and I kept wondering if I had come too early. I wanted to help, but Kushina had already asked me to step out of the way, so I wouldn't cause trouble. Well, I rolled my eyes, cleared my throat, and shouted to Kakashi, "Kakashi, pour me a glass of juice." Kakashi gave me a look that said I was too much trouble, but he carefully placed Naruto on a blanket surrounded by pillows before going to pour my juice. Minato, while stirring, said, "Kakashi, you've worked hard lately. Eat more today?" Kushina echoed, "Yeah, you spent more time with Naruto than the two of us. You must make up for it today." Meanwhile, I went over to pick up Naruto to play with him. As soon as the little guy saw my Hokage robe, he got excited, grabbing onto it and not letting go. And then he suddenly drooled all over me. Family, who understands? This was a gift from the future 7th Hokage. Before long, the doorbell rang, and Hinata Hisashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and others all arrived. I opened the door and said, "Hey, you're late. Self-penalty of 3 cups." Soon after, Narashikaku and others arrived, and the biggest surprise was Jiraiya and Tsunade bringing Shizen along. Goodness, a room full of big shots. It instantly exploded with excitement. As the banquet began, Minato stood up first to toast, but Hizashi and Fugaku led the charge, saying 1 cup was not enough. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. 1 cup each is too little. Jiraiya was the first to respond. Makes sense. By seniority, I'm Naruto's godgrandfather, and Tsunade is his godgrandmother. You can't just brush us off. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head. Her face flushed as she yelled, "Who are you calling a grandmother?" The whole place burst into laughter, and the atmosphere reached a peak. Everyone chatted about Naruto, then Neji, and even about the yet-to-be-born Hinata. Some even started teasing Fugaku, asking why all Uchiha were so good at showing off. Fugaku didn't get angry and directly pulled that person a drink, defending the Uchiha's dignity with his drinking capacity. After the feast ended, Jiraiya, Tsunade, the 3 golden single dogs of Konoha, supported each other on the way home. Jiraiya, his tongue thick from drinking, leaned on my shoulder and said, "Yifei, Sensei really didn't misjudge you." I smiled back at him. What can I do? I'm just forced to step up. Do you think I want to work myself to the bone every day? Beside me, Tsunade was already drunk and mumbling, "I can still drink." I suddenly felt mischievous and asked Jiraiya, "Big brother Jiraiya, when can I drink your and Tsunade sister's wedding wine?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya sighed, "I can do it any time." But she won't agree. Sigh from flat-chested too. Cough, I've witnessed the whole process. They didn't notice that Tsunade's face had turned red to her ears, and it was hard to tell if it was from the alcohol or embarrassment. The next morning, before dawn, Kakashi and Might Guy had already made their way to the Uchiha clan. They were there to wake Itachi up for morning practice. Let me tell you, these 2 clowns now entering the Uchiha house felt like they were back home, directly climbing over the wall. At first, they were mistaken for thieves and were kicked out. But with Might Guy's loud voice, he stood at the entrance and howled for 3 days. In the end, Fugaku couldn't take it anymore and ordered from now on, "If these 2 idiots come again, just let them climb over." Itachi was reluctantly pinching Sasuke's little face when he was grabbed by Kakashi and Guy, one on each side. On the way, Guy asked, "Kakashi, didn't you say the teacher got drunk yesterday, and we don't need to wake him up today?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. "If we don't wake him up, we're just going to borrow some books." As soon as they reached the base of my wall, the 3 of them suddenly stopped, as if they had seen a ghost. They saw my window wide open, and a man with white hair and a red outfit was sticking his big butt out from under the bed, rummaging for something. "Wow, isn't that Jiraiya?" The 3 of them instantly understood and stealthily approached like cats. Kakashi dashed to the back of that big butt, and then a loud scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered jolted me awake from my dream. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Jiraiya getting hit by 1,000 years of pain, which scared me so much that I clutched my blanket tightly, and instinctively used would release to bind him like a rice dumpling. After a friendly exchange, I smiled at my 3 good disciples and said, "Well done. You caught the book thief. Now, tell me, what reward do you want?" Kakashi rubbed his hands and said, "Master, I want to borrow that exciting book." "Heh, you'll see on the way." My guy looked innocent and said, "I want to see that photo album, just for 2 days." Looking at these 2, one reserved and the other straightforward, I thought they were hopeless. Then I looked at Itachi, who had a serious expression, and said, "Master, I don't want to go to the Chunin school anymore. I want to do missions." Bang! I gave him a hard knock on the head. "No way. You must go. I added a new class, and I'm teaching it myself. If you don't go, I will have work for nothing. Choose something else." Itachi covered his head and said pitifully, "Then, I want to take a vacation to the capital of the Fire Country." I agreed to this. Let me tell you, I had already introduced Shursui to Itachi. These 2 were simply a match made in heaven. Their ideas aligned perfectly. Itachi now wanted to skip class every day to hang out with Shursui. Last time, I even caught him in the capital and brought him back. Seeing how happy he was, I formed some hand seals, and the ceiling opened with a snap, revealing rows of colorful books hanging from vines. When Jiraiya, who was bound, saw this, his eyes turned green, and he struggled wildly. I ignored him and handed Kakashi and Guy their desired spiritual food, casually giving Itachi a book on Marxism, saying earnestly, "Read it well, don't learn from those 2. They're hopeless." After sending my disciples away, I finally released Jiraiya. As soon as he hit the ground, he lunged at me. "Yifei, my good son, come on, give me 7 or 8 books. That's not too much, right?" I looked at his lecherous gaze and suddenly became serious. "Okay, but you have to promise me one thing." Sure, sure. Don't say one thing. I'll do 10. Help me kill the third Hokage. Bang. Jiraiya's legs gave out, and he fell flat on the ground. He got up, looking grave. Are you serious? This is not easy. The old man may be old, but he's tough. I'll need 5 more books. I was completely speechless and clenched my fists. In the end, I stopped joking with him and seriously said, don't investigate the Akatsuki anymore. Just do your wandering and write your books. Jiraiya also became serious. You know my relationship with them. I know more than you, which is why I want to stop you. I can handle them. I looked at him with a firm attitude. After a long while, Jiraiya sighed. All right, I'll leave it to you. The future is unclear. And the matter of the prophesied child. Forget it. Give me 10 books. I need to find inspiration to complete my masterpiece. Watching him run off excitedly with the books like a perverted gorilla, I turned my gaze toward the Ninja Academy. That was the next place I needed to tackle. Arriving at the Hokage office, I slumped in my chair, looking at the few precious books I had exchanged a fortune for on the table, feeling overwhelmed. Common Safety and First Aid Measures, Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong Thought, Fundamentals of Chemistry, Fundamentals of Physics. I knew these were valuable things that could change the future of Konoha. But the problem was, how do I teach this stuff? First aid knowledge is manageable, but the latter few. I opened Marxism-Leninism, and after reading less than 2 pages, I couldn't hold on and bang my head on the table. Damn, if I couldn't even understand it, how could I expect those little brats to comprehend it? Does anyone understand this? This is harder to deal with than sealing the 9 tails. I was completely overwhelmed at that moment, raging in my heart. Xiao Ji, you scumbag, come out here. 5,000 emotional points for just these few pieces of trash. You have to be responsible for the after sales. After a friendly and heartfelt exchange, I tearfully pulled out 5,000 emotional points again. Then I saw the few books on the table emit a white light, and in no time, they merged into a brand new book that looked much more earthly. The title read, New Compilation of Knowledge from the Fourth Hokage. Let me tell you, this book is something else, the thickness of a brick. With bold letters on the cover, author, Fourth Hokage, Senju Itachi. That's right, it's me. Opening it up, the content is simply explosive. The first part, a battlefield survival manual, covers everything from bandaging to CPR, with illustrations to ensure you can't possibly miss it. The second part, hey, this is impressive. It directly addresses dragon-slaying techniques, explaining what the people are and what class means. I've laid out those revolutionary ideas in plain language, and it left me stunned, almost thinking I had time traveled again. There's also a ninjutsu version of Entering Science, combining chemistry and physics with ninjutsu, highlighting a dimensional strike. I was so satisfied that I turned to my system, Xiao Ji, and said, Xiao Ji, give me another copy. I need to send it to that kid Lai Kai for printing, aiming to have one in hand by next week. Guess what happened? The cold system replied, 200 emotional points. I was furious. Are you out of your mind? Is giving me one going to kill you? It got even harsher, 300. Fine. I backed down. 200 it is. Let us get it over with. After getting the book, I quickly called Lai Kai in. As soon as I assigned the task, he scampered off happily. As for me, I sat down in the office to prepare the lessons. This task was no easy feat. I had to break down and digest all this advanced knowledge to feed it to those little brats. First aid knowledge needed practical exercises. Moral education needed storytelling. And as for math and science, just thinking about math and science makes me angry. Why did I foolishly chase Orochimaru away back then? If he were here, wouldn't he be the perfect top teacher? I could throw the biology curriculum at him, and he'd probably be crying and begging me to let him teach. Damn, I was so reckless. I slapped my forehead, regretting it deeply. I was busy like this until late at night. The whole of Konoha was dark, except for my Hokage office, which was still lit up like a lighthouse. While I was writing, I noticed 3 sneaky shadows on the roof outside. I thought to myself, who would be so reckless? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi. I heard Guy, with his loud voice lowered, say, Teacher, you must be working hard. You haven't eaten dinner, have you? Kakashi pondered for a moment. Even if he did eat, it's already 11. He must have digested it by now. Then this kid slapped Itachi on the head. What are you dazing off for? Let us go find something to eat for the teacher. Half an hour later, there was a knock on my office door. When I opened it, I almost laughed out loud. Kakashi was holding a bowl of instant noodles. Looking embarrassed as he said there was nothing at home, Guy was carrying a plate of fried rice, calling it the invincible youth meal, and Itachi, being considerate, brought a 3-tiered food container, saying it was his mom's homemade rice balls and soup. I felt so warm inside. These little brats were worth all the trouble. I cleared the table and grabbed the food to dig in. While eating, I watched Kakashi and Guy almost ready to fight over my lounge chair. and suddenly a brilliant idea popped into my head. The next day, I came fully armed, wearing the Hokage hat and the ceremonial robe. When I looked at myself in the glass, I have to say, I actually looked somewhat impressive. I smugly asked my two sidekicks next to me, how do I look? Cool or not? Kakashi and Guy forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, cool, as expected from the teacher. I waved my hand grandly and said, let us go. Time for class. Keep your expressions natural, and if you dare to give me any sour face, I'll confiscate all your spiritual food. Like paradise of affection and the like. The playground of the ninja school was packed with people. All the students had gathered here, excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, because they heard the Hokage himself would be coming to teach a long-term class. The scene was so chaotic that even teacher Sanjin Inoue was almost hoarse trying to calm everyone down. I squeezed through the crowd with Kakashi and Guy. I initially wanted to use wood release to create a cool staircase for a grand entrance, but these two brats stubbornly stopped me, saying it was too embarrassing. Standing on a high platform, I cleared my throat and said, hello everyone, I am your new teacher for this course. I will personally teach you this new compilation of knowledge of the Fourth Hokage. As soon as I finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from below. Of course, with the Hokage personally teaching, how could they not be excited? The way they looked at me was like they were gazing at an idol. I smiled as I asked the teacher to distribute the books, and specifically emphasized, the extra 2 copies should go to Kakashi and my Guy. The expressions on their faces instantly fell. Who understands family? One is a J-nin, and the other is a quasi-J-nin. Forced to attend class with a bunch of little kids, they probably felt like they wanted to die. Once the books were in hand, I immediately revealed my true intent. Classmates, this course has 3 sessions a week with a lot of content. The most important thing is that this course is tied to graduation. There will be a monthly exam, and those who fail will not be allowed to graduate. As soon as I said this, the room fell silent. The adoring gazes from just moments ago instantly turned into hostility and resentment. I could feel that for the first time, they wished they would never have to see me, the Hokage, again. I don't care about their wails. With a clap of my hands, would release activated. A huge blackboard rose up from the ground with a rumble, and countless vines burst forth, instantly weaving into rows of brand new desks and chairs. This move stunned them all. All right, class is in session. I picked up a wooden ruler and tapped the blackboard, announcing that today we would be discussing first aid. I conjured a wooden dummy as a model and began demonstrating how to bandage and stop bleeding. After each step, Kakashi and Guy had to step up to be the guinea pigs, with one acting as the injured party and the other as the rescuer. If anyone dared to make a mistake, my ruler would come down with a loud crack, whether it hurt or not. The sound was enough to scare the little brats into sitting up straight. I have to say, this teaching method was incredibly effective. Even Itachi was watching intently, mentally simulating real-life scenarios. After finishing a round of demonstrations, I asked, who has a better idea, or who wants to come up and repeat it? The room fell silent. At that moment, Itachi raised his hand. As expected of the kid I had my eye on, he was responsible. He stood up and clearly supplemented the first aid methods using materials found in the wild. I nodded in satisfaction. Then a mischievous grin appeared on my face. Itachi, well said. Come on, you go up, let Kakashi be your model, and demonstrate what you just said. When Itachi got on stage, I leaned over and whispered to him, this kid bullies you a lot, doesn't he? Here is your chance, get your revenge, and don't hold back. Kakashi turned pale. Did I bully Itachi that much? For the sake of his pride, he was completely tormented by Itachi and didn't he say a word. As the class was about to end, an umbu suddenly appeared and gestured to me. My heart sank. I knew something was happening. So I hastily wrapped up the class, left some homework, and followed the umbu, my face looking quite grim. On the other side, the Konoha F4, Danzo, Tsunade Midominion, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were gathered in a secret room plotting. The old Sarutobi earnestly advised Danzo, you should stop now. If you keep this up, Itachi will really come after you. Danzo snorted and pointed a finger at Sarutobi, cursing, what are you pretending to be a good person for? Don't you know what I've done? Now you want me to back off? It's too late. Konoha is mine. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Tsunade quickly intervened, slamming my new teaching materials on the table and directly flipping to the moral education section. When Danzo and Sarutobi saw it, their faces turned green in an instant. Danzo slammed a hand on the table and shouted, what kind of nonsense is this? Everyone is equal? Break down the classes? This is going to destroy the foundation of Konoha. Midominion also looked worried. Hiruzen, this is too big. If this ideology spreads, the entire ninja world will be in chaos. Danzo pointed his finger at Sarutobi. See, the puppet you chose has turned against its master. You even handed over your power. You fool. Old Sarutobi was also stunned. He couldn't understand how this child, who grew up right under his nose, could have such subversive ideas. Meanwhile, my face was dark enough to drip water. The Umbu who came to report was Shursui, and he told me that our plan to create a KOL storm in the underground world of the entire ninja realm seemed to have backfired. We had been secretly issuing bounties to assassinate corrupt officials and dictatorial feudal lords from various countries, even sending top-tier fighters like Kakashi and Minato to carry out the assassinations. However, the recent activities were too conspicuous and had caught Inoki's attention, capturing several of our people. Now, several major countries were applying pressure. If it weren't for Shursui controlling the Fire Country's feudal lord with the Kodoa Mitsukami, this matter would have blown up long ago. I called Shursui in and asked him, "Do you think we could succeed?" That kid, with his determined gaze, replied, "I don't know. But, sir, you have shown me the hope for true peace, not just in Konoha, but for the entire ninja world." Hearing this, I felt a bit more reassured. This kid, I didn't misjudge him. I patted his shoulder and said, "Go see Itachi, he must miss you." After Shursui left, I sat alone in the office, making up my mind. Meanwhile, in the secret room, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally made a decision. He sighed and said to Danzo and the others, "I'll go talk to him." When Hiruzen hurried into my office, his face was as dark as a pot bottom. I, on the other hand, acted as if nothing was wrong and cheerfully poured him some tea. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. "Why didn't you discuss that new curriculum with us?" I laughed it off. "Oh, it's not a big deal. As Hokage, I'm just adding a little something for the kids. No need to trouble you, right?" Saying this, I deliberately pushed the document filled with plans to overturn various countries in front of him. He glanced at it, and his expression changed instantly. His chakra surged, and he became extremely alert. I smiled at him, signaling him to look. He picked up the pages, and the more he read, the paler he became, his mouth hanging open wider and wider until he was completely dumbfounded. "Yifei, are you serious?" His voice was trembling. I nodded, very serious, and it's already in progress. "What?" The old man shot up. "It's already started? When?" I grinned. "You didn't know? I sent Shursui and the others to do it. Oh, by the way, the ideas I wrote in my book have also been spread in various countries." The old man pointed at me, stuttering for a long time without being able to say a word. I waited for him to calm down a bit before starting my performance. I appealed to his emotions and reason, talking about the brutality of the Ninja World War, the tragedies of small countries, and the decline of the Senju clan. Finally, I pointed out that only by breaking down class barriers and achieving equality for all can we attain true peace. My plan is to use Konoha as a template to establish a new order. I earnestly requested that even if he doesn't support me, he shouldn't stand against me. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, there was a knock on the door, and Uchiha Fugaku walked in. Seeing the situation, he looked a bit confused, but still mustered the courage to say, "Hokage-sama, I would like to apply for an expansion of the security team." I waved my hand generously. "Sure, pick people from within the Uchiha, and I'll approve the funds." However, Fugaku's next words provided me with a perfect assist. He said, "Hokage-sama, I hope this recruitment is not limited to the Uchiha. I want to publicly recruit from the entire village." At that moment, I was overjoyed inside, but my face remained expressionless. "Sure, I fully support you." Just as Fugaku left, Sarutobi glanced at me deeply and said, "I'll think about it," before leaving as well. Looking at his back, I nearly burst out laughing. "Fugaku, oh Fugaku, this divine assist of yours deserves 1,000,000 thumbs up." A year passed just like that. In the 54th year of Konoha, my 5th year in power. In the secret base early in the morning, it was quite lively. I was practicing taijutsu with Kakashi Guy and Itachi while 4 little ones watched, cheering loudly. One was a blonde, Naruto. One was a tsundere, Sasuke. One was a Byakugan genius, Neji. And the last one was a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Lee. Neji boasted proudly, "My godfather is the strongest, taking on 3 at once. I can take on all 3 of you in the future." This immediately provoked the other 3. Lee, filled with enthusiasm, shouted, "Neji, let's have a youthful showdown." Naruto, being straightforward, raised his fist and charged forward. As a result, the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Naruto missed Neji and instead hit Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't take this insult and retaliated. Lee also joined the fray, kicking at Neji. The 4 little kids instantly rolled into a ball. "Who bit my leg?" "Lee, why did you kick me?" The 4 of us couldn't continue anymore. Helplessly stopping our hands and watching the chaotic scene below, Naruto was fiercely biting Niji's leg, while Niji was pulling on Lee's leg with both hands. And Sasuke was pinned at the bottom, acting as a human cushion. We exchanged glances and could only each take one, like picking up little kittens, and lifted the four of them by the scruffs of their necks. I told you, these little brats, each one of them with bruised faces, still acting all defiant. I went up and kicked each of them on the butt, jokingly scolding, "Is that all you can do? Can't you go a day without fighting? Feels uncomfortable, right?" Then I pointed at Niji and Lee. "You two are older, about to start school next year. Can't you be a little lenient with your younger brothers? Look at them getting beaten up." Niji, that little proud one, turned his head away and huffed. "I've already been nice to them. Otherwise, the three of them together wouldn't be my match." Good grief. As soon as Naruto heard that, he started flailing his arms in front of my buddy Kakashi. "Who can't beat you? Do you believe I'll bite you?" Sasuke, being carried by Itachi, chimed in. "Exactly. I let you win because of your talent. Only little Lee had a unique vibe, with a bright smile. Oh, I will keep trying to defeat you." As soon as he finished speaking, "That guy, my guy, seemed to be on fire," slapping Lee on the shoulder. "Ha ha. No wonder you are my disciple. Come on, Lee. Let us run 5 laps around the village upside down." With that, the two of them started bouncing away. I waved my hand, telling Kakashi and Itachi to take these two little ones back quickly. Those little brats shouldn't be up so early. They need to be careful not to stunt their growth. After sending them off, I strolled to my own office. I tell you, walking on the streets of Konoha now feels, wow, simply amazing. The roads are so smooth you could drift. Every household has air conditioning, refrigerators, and big TVs, and there are several giant LED screens on the street, looping village news. Even Jiraiya's good brother's paradise of intimacy has a dedicated promotional spot. What a display. I ran into the guard team, patrolling, and the leading squad leader greeted me cheerfully. "Hokage-sama, good morning. Have you eaten yet?" I smiled back. Just look at the current guard team. Hyuga clan members, Uchiha clan members, and civilian ninjas, all in standardized uniforms with the big Konoha logo on their backs, shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers. Who still cares about family distinctions? Back in the day, Uchiha Fugaku was worried that the plan wouldn't work, and now, villagers see the Uchiha guard team and actively ask for help. The entire village is harmonious. This immense wealth is all thanks to me. As soon as I entered the Hokage building, Shizun rushed over like a whirlwind, clutching a pile of documents, looking frantic. "Hokage-sama, you finally made it. These documents are waiting for your approval." 2 years ago, Tsunade handed Shizun over to me, saying it was time to fulfill a promise, and then she just disappeared, completely abandoning her duties. I took the documents and flipped through them, frowning. One was about trade with the neighboring small villages. Those folks think we in Konoha eat too much meat and want us to share more soup with them. Dream on. The other was even more outrageous, a joint letter of complaint claiming that our ninja school Itachi-sensei has too high a failure rate, with less than half graduating each year. What do the families understand? I asked him to teach real skills, not to focus on quality education. "All right, notify the heads of departments for a meeting at 10. I tossed the documents to Shizun. After being Hokage for so long, this is nothing. As for the third Hokage and the others, they've long retired to enjoy their old age. I specifically built them a 3-story Konoha library, with over 30,000 books and piles of ninjutsu scrolls. Those old guys spend every day answering questions for the kids who come to borrow books, living even more comfortably than I do. I was standing by the window admiring my achievements when the Umbu knocked loudly and entered. "Hokage-sama, unidentified ninjas have been spotted outside the village, and their intentions are not good." My expression hardened, and I felt clear-headed. Finally, someone couldn't sit still. The show is about to begin. Switching scenes, take a look at Naruto. He was dragged into the house by Kakashi, sporting a colorful face, and Kushina's loud voice exploded. "Naruto, did you get into a fight with Sasuke again?" Naruto shivered in fear and instinctively covered his backside. "Mom, it's not what you think." Slap, slap. The sounds of Naruto's cries and the crisp sound of slapping echoed from inside. Kakashi shook his head and quietly slipped out, not daring to stay in this place of conflict. When Minato came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, Kushina finally stopped. Minato smiled and stopped her. All right, no more fussing. Let us get ready for breakfast." They now take turns on missions, focusing on a companionship style of parenting, ensuring that one of them is always there to accompany Naruto. After breakfast, Naruto clung to Minato, asking him to teach him how to practice throwing kunai, saying he wanted to defeat Sasuke and Niji. In the afternoon, Kushina took him out for a stroll, and passing by a shop, Naruto's eyes sparkled, pointing at my figurine and refusing to leave. "Mom, I want that Uncle Yifei. You said he is our savior. When I grow up, I want to be Hokage. See that? My personal heroism merchandise is selling like crazy. Kushina laughed and bought it for him. That evening when they got home, Naruto used my figurine as a deadly weapon, commanding Minato to play a battle game with him. Dad, you're done for. You've been hit by Uncle Yifei would release and can't move. Wait for Mom to save you. Minato played along perfectly, dramatically exclaiming, I've been hit. It hurts. Naruto, Kushina, hurry and save me. The family was having a blast, and that night, Minato and Kushina read him bedtime stories. The scene was simply bubbling with happiness. But at the same time, the atmosphere in my office was far from warm. A scruffy, bloodied man stood in front of me, looking exhausted. It was Oil Girl Shiro, who had just returned after 3 years of undercover work in the Land of Wind. Hokage-sama, I did not fail my mission, he said hoarsely. I nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You did well. Go rest up. I'll have someone else handle the rest. He walked through the familiar yet strange streets of Konoha, feeling a bit dazed. A little girl with pigtails timidly asked if he needed help. The long-term undercover life had made him forget how to talk to children. Watching him leave, I turned to Shizune. When will the representative from Kyumogakure arrive? In just a couple of days, they came. In Konoha's conference hall, I sat in the main seat wearing ceremonial robes, with Minato and Kakashi seated on either side. Opposite us was the delegation from Kyumogakure, led by a tall guy with a face that screamed, "You owe me money," exuding a strong sense of pressure. He opened his mouth to pin a label on me. Fourth Hokage, in our recent battles, we discovered traces of your Fire Country ninjas. We hope you will provide an explanation. I couldn't help but laugh and calmly replied, My friend from Kyumogakure, did you get the wrong person? We in Konoha only manage ninjas. We don't interfere in national matters. You claim there are Fire Country ninjas, but why should that mean they are from Konoha? Where's the evidence? The guy choked on my words, pulled out a scroll, and said it was some clue, hoping we would investigate together. I took it, glanced at it, and tossed it to Kakashi with a scoff. With this thing, you want to pin the blame on us? Who knows if it was self-directed by you? He got anxious. Senju Yifei, don't slander us. My gaze turned cold, and my aura fully opened. I have clues pointing to a Wagakure too. Should I go find Inoki to take him to task? The Ninja World War just ended a few years ago. We in Konoha finally caught our breath. And now you Kyumogakure can't stand it and want to stir up trouble? The faces of the people across from me turned green. The leader stared hard at me. And finally, he relented, suppressing his anger and saying he needed to consider it overnight. All right, I nodded. Shizune, take the guests to rest and find a guide to show them around Konoha. Once they left, Fugaku stroked his chin and spoke. With this evidence, we could easily shift the blame to Danzo. Their real goal, I fear, is tonight. Hearing that made my lips twitch, although Danzo was indeed my scapegoat. You can't say it so directly. I immediately ordered, Fugaku, relax the patrols tonight. Give them enough space. Kakashi, go to the Umbu. The plan can proceed to the next step. After arranging everything, I directly brought a cake to the Hyuga family. How could I not know what they were up to? It was all about Hinata. In the anime, Niji died as a scapegoat, but now that I'm here, not a chance. Sure enough, the Hyuga family was also at the Hizashi family's house. As soon as I walked in, I saw Niji, that little ice mountain, sternly letting Hinata draw on his face, with lines all over, resembling Naruto's whiskers. What a brother complex. As soon as Hinata saw me, she dropped her pen and ran over. I picked her up and tickled her little nose. Then I walked over to Niji and kicked him lightly. Hey, you little brat. You don't greet your godfather when you see him? Niji glanced at Hinata in my arms and said seriously, I can't move. If I do, it'll be hard for my sister to draw. Looking at this brother complex, more exaggerated than Itachi S. I found it both amusing and exasperating and couldn't help but kick him again. The next day, in the Hokage office, the attitude of the Kyumogakure folks made a complete 180-degree turn. The leader of the Cloud Blood Blade smiled like the blooming flower, saying that they acted impulsively yesterday and decided to join us in the investigation. I sneered inwardly but smiled on the surface. Sure, I had quiet draft a contract on the spot. After signing the contract, they said they wanted to stay in Konoha for a few more days to experience the local culture. I cursed inwardly but kept a cheerful face. Of course, stay as long as you like. Once they left, I couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed, Damn, these guys are all such actors. Quiet, unfazed. Immediately covered my mouth, giving me a manual mute. I calmed down, sat up straight, and began issuing orders. Minato, keep a close watch on the border of the Cloud Village. Rikuju, accelerate actions against the Land of Lightning. In the evening, Minato invited Quiet and me to his house for dinner. I lay on the office's reclining chair, while Quiet handed me a cup of water. With nothing to do, I poked the little sleeping piglet in her arms on the nose. Oof. The little pig jumped up, looking furious. I was amused, but when I looked up, I met Quiet's fierce gaze, and I awkwardly touched my nose and scurried off to handle documents. Meanwhile, back at their accommodation, the Cloud Village people had YifeiWakes let them go out to play, saying they would wait until Konoha relaxed its vigilance before taking action. So, these guys really went out on the street. Kay led 4 companions, swaggering into a ramen shop. The current ramen shop was no longer a small stall. It was a 3-story building, quite grand. As soon as they started eating, guess who showed up? Minato with Naruto. The Cloud Ninja's eyes went wide, staring fixedly at Minato. After all, the title of a Yellow Flash was legendary in their village, capable of stopping a child's night crying. Minato, however, was very gentle, nodding at them. Naruto, being his usual outgoing self, initiated a conversation, boasting about how delicious the ramen was. Kay was amused by him and laughed, asking him, "So, which do you think is better, the food your dad makes or the food your mom makes?" Naruto's little face turned red, glancing at Minato, struggling to find words. Making everyone laugh. Not far away, Sasuke clung to Itachi's back like a little pendant, standing next to a beautiful girl with long black hair, Uchiha Izumi. Izumi held a dango in her hand, eating one for herself and feeding one to Itachi. Sasuke, drooling with envy, looked at her, and with a mischievous smile, she said, "Call me sister, and I'll give you some." Could this little proud Sasuke take that? He immediately turned his head away, saying he didn't want any, but he was nearly drooling on the ground. But let me tell you, these little flirtations in the Uchiha family weren't the main point, because at the same time, in Konoha village, there were 2 eyes like snakes fixated on the other 2 kids. This guy named YifeiWakes, an agent sent by the Cloud Village, had a clear target, getting the Byakugan. For the past 2 days, he had been tailing Neji and Hinata like a creep, calculating in his mind. He discovered that Konoha's current security was practically zero. After Danzo's departure, the village was so lax that doors were left unlocked, and children ran around without worry. He was overjoyed, thinking, isn't this just delivering results to me? It's all too easy. He had his sights set on Hinata, the main branch's young lady, just waiting for an opportunity to snatch her away, to provide cover for him. The Cloud Village also sent several strong men, all of whom were cannon fodder for him. That night, these 10 Cloud spies reserved a barbecue restaurant, starting to enact a scene worthy of an acting award. They drank and boasted, looking like they were at a team-building event. What happened next? In the dead of night, the leader, YifeiWakes, with eyes clearer than anyone else, quickly slipped out. To him, his teammates were already necessary sacrifices for the mission. Who understands family matters? This workplace was too real. This guy was quite capable. He easily infiltrated the Hyuga compound, used a packet of sleeping gas to incapacitate Hinata, and carried her away. He was so successful that he was shocked, thinking, seriously? Is Konoha's security this level? The Hyuga family's young lady doesn't even have a bodyguard? This is like an open book exam. But what he didn't know was that the pawns he thought he had were actually all actors. Just as he left, that female ninja named Kay called everyone up. "All right, everyone, let us get to work." They split into 2 groups, one going to the Hyuga house to create a diversion, the other going to raid the Uchiha's nest, targeting Sasuke. Guess what happened next? The 2 guys heading to the Hyuga house, just as they were about to make some noise, suddenly, the entire Hyuga house lit up, and Hayashi looked at them like they were fools. "Finish with your performance? If you're done, surrender and don't delay us from watching the excitement next door." The 2 guys were instantly petrified. On the other side, the Uchiha house faced an even fiercer scene. That Kay had just arrived at Sasuke's room door, ready to release sleeping gas, when I tell you, an invisible flash of sword light passed by, and with a poof, her hand holding the smoke pipe flew away. Looking up, she saw a little Itachi, not even 10 years old, holding a transparent sword, his gaze as cold as ice. That Kay didn't even have time to form a hand seal. In the next instant, she saw her own headless body. The remaining 6 unfortunate souls were directly surrounded by the entire Uchiha clan, all wielding Sharingan. The scene, with dozens of red spinning tomos staring at you. Who wouldn't feel weak in the knees? Hayashi even brought people over to watch the excitement, chatting back and forth with Fugaku, talking about red-eye disease and cataracts, and ended up capturing those Cloud Ninjas. As for YifeiWakes, he was running with Hinata, feeling pleased with himself, thinking he was the chosen one. But just as he reached the village entrance, the person on his shoulder suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, slamming him to his knees. He turned his head, horrified. Where was Hinata? Sitting on his shoulder was the fourth Hokage, Senju Itachi. He was stunned, instinctively throwing a punch at Itachi's face, but before his fist could reach, his back was pierced by several wooden stakes. Itachi leisurely got off him, looking at his ghostly expression, and used wood release to create an identical Hinata to show him. Meaning, with your little tricks, you still want to play Mission Impossible with me? They captured everyone, but the matter had only just begun. Fugaku even went to apologize to Itachi, saying his subordinates weren't careful and let Itachi kill one. Itachi waved his hand dismissively. One died, so what? It's not a big deal. We still caught 9. The Cloud Village must give an explanation. Just as he was preparing to write a letter to negotiate with the Cloud Village, bad news arrived. Those 9 captives had committed suicide in the Umbu prison, and the methods were increasingly brutal, all of them torturing themselves to death, breaking their limbs, and stabbing themselves with bones. It was simply horrific. Now the 2 old elders in Konoha couldn't sit still, holding meetings every day, saying not to escalate matters and to seek peace. Itachi was fed up, directly retorting, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then things got even more complicated. The Umbu discovered strange cursed seals on the bodies, and it was clear this matter was not simple. Itachi's mind was racing, immediately sending Minato to investigate the clues along the way and having the medical team study the cursed seals. But just at this crucial moment, a new envoy from the Cloud Village arrived right at the gates of Konoha. Jing Shaolai, the one in charge of finances, came running to report in a panic. Itachi remained very calm and said, "What's the hurry? This is just perfect. Stop the research. Patch up the bodies, find 9 good coffins to put them in, and prepare to return them." As Jing came down, he listened to Yifei's calm and powerful words, and the uneasy emotions in his heart gradually settled. He respectfully responded and turned to leave quickly. Just as he left, let me tell you, Yifei is also an impatient person. As soon as Jing walked out, he immediately rushed to the Hyuga clan. Goodness, the speed. He seemed afraid that if he was even a second late, the situation would turn cold. The guard of the Hyuga family were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, in the middle of the night, "Lord Hokage, are you here to visit or to arrest someone?" The 2 brothers, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, were also confused. When Yifei sat down, the atmosphere was so heavy that it felt like it could wring out water. Yifei didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Those bastards from the Cloud Village have a clear target. They're after your Byakugan. I estimate that this delegation probably wants to use the lives of those 10 dead guys as leverage to force us to hand over people." Hayashi was puzzled and asked, "But Lord Hokage, if they're after the Byakugan, why provoke the Uchiha clan?" I honestly couldn't understand that line of thought. Who knows? Yifei waved his hand and said that Luca's analysis was that there might have been an internal problem. After kidnapping the fake Hinata, the remaining 9 became discarded pawns. These discarded pawns, to create some commotion and attract our attention, added their own drama, but it backfired. Hinata Hizashi had a dark expression throughout, and after they finished speaking, he cautiously asked, "Lord Hokage, you don't mean for our Hyuga clan to make a sacrifice, do you?" I tell you, when he asked that question, his eyes were like those of a thief guard. As soon as Yifei heard this, he got angry and slammed the table. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hinata is family from Konoha. How can we let family take the blame for outsiders? I'll say it here, as long as I'm here, no one from the Hyuga clan has to sacrifice. If the sky falls, I'll be the Hokage to bear it." As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 Hyuga brothers were stunned. Yifei stood up and patted their shoulders. "All right, tidy up. Call Uchiha Fugaku. Let's gather in the conference room soon and go meet those bastards together. Tell Fugaku not to be nervous. At most, we just have to fight. It's 2025. Who is afraid of whom?" After saying that, Yifei walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving the Hyuga brothers in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the streets of Konoha, Narashikaku was giving a tour to the Cloud Village delegation. It was a lackluster affair, mainly a casual stroll. The leader of the Cloud Village, Hashibe, could no longer hold back and exploded. "Narashikaku, what does Konoha want? Our people have died here. What about an explanation?" Shikaku cleared his ears, looking at him as if to say, "Who are you?" and retorted, "Explanation? What explanation? Didn't your people go back 7 days ago? This isn't how you play the blame game. You." Hashibe was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. "We had 10 ninjas, 2 jonin, and 8 chunin, all dead in your Konoha. Hand over the bodies of the murderers, or prepare for war." Upon hearing this, Shikaku fired back. "I haven't even asked you for an explanation. We treated you as honored guests, serving you well, and you sneak off with our village's children at midnight. Is this how you treat your guests in Cloud Village? If we killed you all on the spot, It would mean we in Konoha are civilized and polite. Do you still have the face to shout here? Hashib was so flustered by Shikaku's words that he stammered. You're talking nonsense. If they went back, why haven't they reached the village yet? It must be your doing. Ha! Shikaku let out a cold laugh. His sarcasm fully charged. Didn't you just say they died in Konoha? How come now they haven't returned? Do people from Cloud Village speak so inconsistently? While these two were arguing like they were in a market, Yifei arrived. He brought a team carrying 10 large coffins, walking steadily and directly toward them. Shikaku was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a chicken egg inside, completely offline. Lord Fourth, what does this mean? Hashib felt a chill in his heart upon seeing this scene, but he still tried to sound tough. Yifei ignored his attempt to provoke and got straight to the point. His voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. All right, stop the act. These are your Cloud Village people. One tried to kidnap our Hinata clan's little princess and was killed on the spot. The remaining 9 fled in fear of punishment and were captured, then committed suicide in our Konoha prison. After finishing, he waved his hand. Bring them over. Return these criminals who disturbed the peace of Konoha to you. With 10 loud thuds, the 10 coffins were neatly placed in front of Hashib. Yifei didn't even look at him and turned to Shikaku. Organize a meeting. In 15 minutes, bring them to the conference room. We need to settle this account. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense, with both sides looking ready to fight. Hashib pointed at Yifei and shouted, You Konoha are too ruthless. 10 people, not even a complete corpse left. Are you even human? Nichi immediately shot back. Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, don't slander us. They died in your Konoha. What more evidence do you need? They were wrong, but their crime didn't warrant death. Hand over the murderer. Fugaka suddenly stood up, banging the table loudly. Bullshit. You are clearly in the wrong. And yet you dare shout here? Yifei reached out to calm him down, speaking lightly. Fugaku, don't get agitated. After all, people died in our territory, and they are asking for an explanation, which is reasonable. Saying this, he clapped his hands and called for someone to bring in a murderer to hand over to Cloud Village. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and 2 Umbu entered, escorting a tall figure with a hood over his head. Everyone from Konoha was stunned, and Fugaku's heart raced to his throat. Hashib couldn't wait any longer and rushed up, yanking off the black cloth bag from the person's head. In that instant, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. I tell you, the face under the bag looks exactly like Senju, Itachi. It's his damn-would-release clone. Hashib's face turned green. Fourth Hokage, are you playing with us? Itachi slowly stood up, walked over to his clone, and casually said, Brother, show them how you took that guy down. In the next second, the would-release clone flashed to the back of a skilled member of the Cloud Village delegation, its right hand transforming into a sharp wooden spike, which had directly slid along the man's neck, drawing blood on the spot. The guy was so scared his legs went weak, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, almost dying on the spot. After the demonstration, Itachi walked over and patted the dumbfounded Cloud Ninja. Don't be afraid, it's just an exercise. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and several wooden spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through his clone and turning it into a wooden stake. Hashib, the Jonin, Itachi dusted off his hands and said, The killer has been taken care of. Now, should we talk about the negative impact your Cloud Village has caused to our Konoha? What? What do you mean by killer? Itachi smiled, walked in front of him, lowered his voice and said word by word. Why doesn't it count? The person was indeed killed by my would-release clone. What, are you not satisfied? Do you want me to come in person to pay for it? He paused, his eyes suddenly sharp as knives. I dare to give it, do you? Dare to accept it? Hashib was so scared that cold sweat broke out. Unable to speak, seeing that the timing was right, Riku immediately stepped in to play the good cop. Hashib Jonin, our Hokage, is magnanimous. Not only did we help you stitch up the bodies, but we also specially prepared high-quality coffins. One can't be too excessive in life. Saying this, he took out a letter. This is our Konoha stance. Take it back to show Rakage. If you agree, then it's settled. If not, we can fight again. Bang. Before Riku could finish his sentence, Itachi slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Riku, shut up. The peace of a ninja world is hard won. Do you want to provoke a war? After scolding Riku, he immediately put on an apologetic expression toward Hashib. Oh dear, my subordinate is clueless. Please don't mind him. You should go back and discuss it with AI. After all, your people were at fault first. All right, take these criminals and go. After saying that, Itachi ignored them and directly stood up to leave, leaving a room full of Cloud Ninjas in disarray, looking at each other. Outside Konoha, the Cloud Ninjas looked like defeated roosters. Hashib sighed. Let's go back. His subordinate was anxious. My lord, how do we explain to Raikage when we return? Just tell the truth, Hashib replied irritably. I think it's highly likely that war is coming. He felt extremely frustrated. Konoha was more united than ever. Even the Uchiha were like brothers. How could they fight this war? Inside the Cloud Village, Raikage AI looked at the 10 coffins. His face black as the bottom of a pot. An elder was chattering beside him. AI, is this your plan? 10 of our men died for a Byakugan. AI shot back with a glare. Why didn't you say anything when you agreed to the plan? Now that it has failed, you blame me? A bunch of useless people. After saying that, he turned and left. Back in the office, AI read the letter from Riku and immediately punched a big hole in the wall. His roar echoing through the skies. Gather all ninjas. Head to the border. If Konoha doesn't hand over the killer within 3 days, we will fight. In just 3 days, tens of thousands of Cloud ninjas gathered and marched towards the Konoha border. On the Konoha side, in the Hokage's office, Itachi was playing Go with Shizen, even trying to cheat. Shizen rolled her eyes in frustration. Hokage-sama, if you lose, you have to treat me to a meal. Just then Kakashi walked in, looking serious. Teacher Itachi, Teacher Minato has sent a letter. The Cloud Army has reached the border. And Raikage AI has declared that if we don't hand over the person in 3 days, he will start a war. Itachi casually swept the board aside and stood up. Gather all the high-level officials. We need to hold a meeting. In the conference room, Itachi looked at Riku and praised him directly. Well done. A war should be won with the least cost. He had already anticipated that war would break out, and Minato had long since brought troops to the border. Riku, you are to take people to the border immediately and declare a challenge. You will be the frontline commander. Free Minato, and have him keep a close watch on that reckless fourth Raikage. Furthermore, unite with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to form a special operations team, conducting surprise attacks in batches, making sure they can't eat, sleep, or rest. Can you do that? I want to fail my mission. Riku's voice was full of confidence. Itachi nodded, then looked at Fugaku and Hayashi. You two clans, pick 500 fast ninjas, divide them into 20 small teams, and coordinate with Riku for harassment. Remember, the mission can fail, but you must come back alive. The Third Great Ninja War had only ended a few years ago. Konoha couldn't afford to be worn down now. But this battle must be fought. Itachi, Kakashi, Itachi's gaze fell on them. You will follow Riku. The mission is not harassment. It's decapitation. Take advantage of the enemy's fatigue. Pick your targets and strike to kill. Yes. The two's eyes were as sharp as knives. Finally, he looked at a beaming might guy. Guy, go find Minato. The front line is yours to showcase your youth. Once the mission was issued, the entire Konoha moved like a finely tuned war machine, instantly operating at high speed. A gleam flashed in Itachi's eyes as he coldly laughed in his heart. Good job, Cloud Village. First the Nine Tails, then the Byakugan. This time, let us see you come back empty-handed. At the village entrance, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched the large army depart with 2 old companions, his expression complex. He knew full well that Itachi was gambling the fate of the nation. If he won, Itachi would be Konoha's god. If he lost, he would be a sinner throughout history. If it were him, he would have likely given in long ago, handing over the so-called killer to appease the situation. Now he could only watch from behind, hoping for Itachi's success while fearing he might ruin the entire Konoha. This is really chaotic Mito Kazumi's side. This is likely to escalate into the Fourth Great Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. It's too late. The switch for war has already been flipped. Let's go back and protect the village. We can't afford any internal strife now. Just then, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared. Third Hokage. The Cloud Army is expected to launch a full-scale attack within 3 days. Also, there seem to be signs of troop movements in the rock village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed this situation was murkier than he had imagined. He turned to his 2 old companions and said, Gather all the remaining Jonin. Hold an emergency meeting. We must prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had already arrived at the border, stood on a hill, looking at the densely packed cloud encampments in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He directly used wood release to build a wooden defensive line right opposite the Cloud Army. And, in the center, there was even a 4-story villa, almost as if it had the words "Come attack me" carved on it. This arrogance drove the fourth Raikage AI absolutely furious. Inside AI's tent, messengers were running back and forth like a revolving lantern. Report, Raikage-sama. Konoha's ninjas are causing disturbances again. Our northern and southern bases have been attacked. Report, Raikage-sama. The front line has been breached by Konoha's Minato. In a single encounter, we've lost over 100 men. Bang! AI punched the table in front of him into a cloud of sawdust, cracking the floor beneath. Wave, wind, water, Galta. He gritted his teeth as he spoke the name, and I tell you, that hatred felt like it was stirring in his DNA. Back in the day, it was this golden flash that had him training hard for 5 years. Someone next to him quickly reminded him, Lord Rakage, it's time to give the order. Only then did AI snap back to reality, taking a deep breath. Order all troops to regroup at the main base. We can't give Wave Wind and those little mice the chance to pick us off one by one. He calculated in his mind. The Third Great Ninja War had taken a huge toll, and their gathered forces were less than half of what they had in the Cloud Village. He couldn't believe it. Could his tens of thousands of troops not wear down a single Leaf Village? No matter how fast your Flying Thunder God is, or how strong your Wood Release is, your chakra has to run out eventually, right? He had originally planned to engage in a war of attrition, but what happened? Those ninjas from the Leaf Village were simply too crafty. They wouldn't engage him head-on. The squads led by Narashikaku would set fire to his granaries one day and tamper with his water sources the next. By the time he chased after them, they had long vanished. Day and night, they tormented him. Finally, when things quieted down for a moment, he woke up to find his squad leader had been brutally slain with a knife to the throat. Who understands this struggle? After several days of this, the Cloud Army was on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Now, even going to the bathroom required a group of 3 or 5 to feel safe. And guess what? The Leaf Village suddenly changed tactics and stopped the ambushes. I tell you, in our Leaf camp, the strategist Narashikaku was in high spirits, praising Wave Wind for executing that previous blitz attack so beautifully. Now the Cloud Village was intimidated, gathering all their forces together. Guerrilla tactics were no longer effective. So it was time for a direct confrontation. Watergate was also brimming with confidence, directly taking command of the Vanguard squad, ready to fight hard on the front lines. However, just as the great battle was about to erupt, where was our acting Hokage, Senju Itachi? Well, he was leisurely wandering around in the Rain Village, dressed in casual clothes, completely unconcerned about the two villages at war. As a result, his powerful chakra was sensed by a mysterious figure in a red cloud black robe atop a high tower in the Rain Village, who vanished in an instant. The scene shifted back to the Leaf camp, where the pre-battle atmosphere was tense. But a few individuals stood out. I tell you that my guy, wearing his signature green jumpsuit, was doing handstand push-ups, sweating like it was raining, while shouting something about how this was youth. Next to him, Kakashi, the white-haired one, was focused on polishing his short sword. In front of them, Uchiha Itachi, the handsome guy with tear troughs under his eyes, was also practicing his swordsmanship. As they practiced, Itachi sat down next to Kakashi and curiously asked, Kakashi-sensei, why do you never use your Sharingan? Kakashi didn't even turn his head, replying softly, my teacher told me not to rely too much on the Sharingan and to practice my taijutsu and ninjutsu more. I told you in the next second. A dramatic scene unfolded. Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, and wow, he directly transformed into the Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Kakashi was stunned. What the heck, 3 Tomo? When did that happen? Itachi's voice instantly turned low and emo. A couple of days ago, I was ambushed, and a guy from the Hyuga clan got killed by an enemy J-Nin while trying to save me. I was so heartbroken that I activated my eyes. Senior brother, do you think it's true what the second Hokage said, that our Uchiha clan is an evil clan? Who understands this? The kid has started to doubt himself. Then Kakashi's next move completely shocked me. Without saying a word, he pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, also 3 Tomo. And guess what? That eye spun around and instantly transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. The pattern, the aura was simply amazing. Itachi was stunned. A Manjiki? Senior brother, you? Kakashi smiled slightly, changed his eyes back to 3 Tomo, then reached out to ruffle Itachi's hair, saying, you think you're the only one who can activate your eyes? Over the years, the teacher specifically sent me to find Shui, and he taught me. The teacher said, activating your eyes doesn't necessarily have to rely on hatred. Extreme love, that feeling of wanting to protect others with all your might, can also do it. Don't think too much, just prepare for the upcoming battle. Wow, Kakashi is really doing some companion-style psychological counseling. Itachi got impatient with him touching his head and slapped his hand away. Enough, I'm not a kid anymore. As a result, Kakashi laughed and playfully slapped the back of his head. Kakashi stood up and shouted to my guy, who was still doing a handstand. Guy, Itachi has 3 Tomo now. Come on, let's see what level he is at now. Guy jumped over in a whirlwind, and Itachi quickly drew his sword. Just so, no hitting the face. I still have to go to war. Ouch. Before he could finish, the three of them were already in a brawl. On the other side, at the entrance of Amigay-Cure, Yifei was bidding farewell to Nagato and Konan, telling them to take care of their health, and specifically reminding Nagato to keep the previous discussions about the Akatsuki members a secret, so they wouldn't know about their actions. Watching Yifei's receding figure, Nagato and Konan also disappeared into the rain. Finally, the day of the decisive battle arrived. In front of the Konoha base, Minato Namikaze and Hinata Hizashi, along with other top Jonin, stood ready. Opposite them, the army of Kimigakure loomed large, with the Fourth Hokage leading the charge. His imposing aura seemed ready to swallow everything. In his heart, Jago was actually panicking a lot, as the numbers were too uneven and Yifei still hadn't shown up. But he still gritted his teeth and shouted the order for a full-scale attack. In an instant, Minato transformed into a yellow flash and was the first to charge out. The Hokage also locked onto Minato, his body bursting with violent lightning as he charged forward. Before they could collide, Minato threw out dozens of kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, and in the next second, he vanished. Immediately, cries of pain echoed from behind the Hokage, as over 20 of the Cloud Ninjas fell in a single encounter. The Hokage exploded with rage. His speed surged, charging into the Konoha camp like a lightning cannonball. But when he threw a punch, bam, it hit nothing but air, creating a massive crater in the ground. A white-haired boy stood firmly in front of him. "State your name," the Hokage shouted. "Konoha Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi suppressed the surging blood in his veins and replied calmly. "Good. The son of Konoha's White Fang. No wonder." The Hokage's killing intent surged, while Kakashi calmly pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, wielding a short sword, and actively attacked. On another front, Might Guy wielded nunchaku and sent a female Cloud Ninja, a wooden puppet, flying. But he sensed that this woman was not easy to deal with, as she relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, her body erupted with blood-red chakra, her speed and strength skyrocketing, and she retaliated with a massive fireball aimed at Guy. Just then, a giant roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Killer Bee could no longer hold back. Fully transforming into his tailed beast form, a gigantic bull-headed octopus monster, the 8 Tails, appeared on the battlefield. It opened its huge mouth, and a devastating tailed beast ball began to form. Boom! The tailed beast ball shot towards the Konoha army with a deathly aura. But at that critical moment, a tailed beast ball also shot out from the Konoha camp, colliding with the 8 Tails in midair. Boom! A thunderous explosion engulfed the entire area, sending countless people flying. As the smoke cleared, a massive crimson chakra fox appeared on the battlefield, facing off against the 8 Tails. Achigai yaru, kaku no yaru. Killer Bee instinctively began to sing upon seeing the 9 Tails. As a result, Kushina, wrapped in 9 Tails chakra, exploded with rage. I tell you, she had already been pinned up, and this just ignited her fury, as countless adamantine chains shot towards the 8 Tails. The battlefield was thrown into utter chaos. Minato relied on the Flying Thunder God to extinguish fires everywhere. Kakashi and the Hokage were locked in a fierce battle, while Itachi stood by clearing out the small fry. On Might Guy's side, the wooden puppet couldn't hold on any longer and transformed into the 2 Tails, swiping its tail to send Guy flying, followed by another massive fireball. Just as Guy was about to be hit, a blue skeletal figure suddenly appeared from the smoke. Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father, had somehow appeared there, his eyes gleaming with Mangeki Sharingan. "Guy, go support elsewhere. Leave this to me." Fugaku's voice was deep and powerful. Wow, his father actually had such a hidden hand. Fugaku stared at the 2 Tails, and a ball of black flames instantly ignited on its tail, refusing to be extinguished, forcing the 2 Tails to sever its tail to survive. But that wasn't the end. Fugaku Susanoo began to grow rapidly, flesh and veins forming, ultimately transforming into a complete body Susanoo even taller than the 2 Tails, wielding a giant sword. With one slash, the earth was cleaved open, creating a fissure dozens of meters long. Everyone was stunned. The Uchiha clan members were dumbfounded. The legendary power. Their clan leader could actually wield it. Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but comment. "Tisich, old man, I knew you weren't using your full power when you fought me." Itachi was even more shaken, instantly understanding why the higher-ups were so wary of the Uchiha. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of Susanoo, a giant wooden dragon suddenly roared out from behind the Cloud Army, causing chaos everywhere. Riding on the wooden dragon, Senju Yifei, dressed in Hokage robes. looked down at the battlefield expressionlessly. Yifei controlled the wooden dragon, specifically targeting crowded areas, and the cloud ninjas fell like paper, suffering heavy casualties. He was not done yet. With a summoning technique, a gigantic slug, Lord Slug, appeared, spewing acidic liquid everywhere, taking down another large group. Then the slug split into countless smaller slugs, beginning to heal the Konoha side. In less than 5 minutes, the entire battlefield was forcibly brought to a halt. Senju Yifei, the Raikage A's eyes turned red. As he was entangled with Kakashi and had pent-up anger within him, a cut on his chest, and upon seeing the main figure, his fury exploded completely. Yifei glanced at Kakashi, nodded in approval, then turned to the Raikage, smirking and mocking. "Oh, isn't this Raikage-sama? It's been a few years. How come your strength has declined? You can't even handle my disciple?" As soon as these words came out, a completely lost his composure. His reined-in chakra surged again, and with a roar, he punched toward Yifei, enveloped in lightning. Yifei was equally unyielding, stepping back with his right foot and throwing a punch to meet it. Bang! A huge sound erupted, as if the very space trembled, and a terrifying chakra shockwave radiated from the two of them, sweeping outward in an instant. I tell you, that punch was something else. The shockwave swept over, and I almost lost my balance. Wow. The result was out. Our Yifei was knocked back a whole step, his hands flailing like he had Parkinson's. On the other hand, that muscular guy, Lei Ying, only stepped back half a step. Yifei knew it well. Under normal circumstances, he really couldn't match the guy in strength. But he was quick-witted. Instead of going head-to-head, he dodged and retreated next to Watergate, patting him on the shoulder. "Watergate, your old friend is here. It's up to you now." Watergate was confident, instantly entering sage mode, and his aura changed dramatically. He charged forward with a pitch-black short sword, directly blocking Lei Ying, who was looking to trouble Yifei. "Sorry, Lord Hokage is not interested in dealing with you right now." Lei Ying was furious, shouting, "Senju Yifei, you coward." While cursing, he elbowed Watergate in the face. The other higher-ups from the Cloud Village saw this and thought, "Hey, here's the chance. Let us swarm Watergate so our boss can free his hands." But Yifei wouldn't let them succeed. He glared, raising his voice to the max. "Vortex, Jiuxing Nai. Uchiha Fugaku. Stop slacking off. Get your act together. We're done here." As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and wow, the ground shook. A wooden giant, bigger than the combined size of the 8 tails and 9 tails, grew up from the ground. Yifei stood on the giant's shoulder, looking down at the Cloud Village folks as if they were a bunch of ants. But that wasn't all. He clapped his hands again, and a giant, thick wooden dragon burst forth, coiling around the wooden giant like a massive python. Yifei jumped onto the dragon's head, looking like a deity descending to earth. As he unleashed this, Jiuxing Nai and Fugaku followed suit. The massive 9 tails let out a roar, shaking the entire battlefield. Beside it, a Susanoo clad in armor, wielding a 40-meter-long blue blade, also stood up, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made me feel suffocated from a distance. The 3 towering figures of Konoha stood in the middle of the battlefield, and I tell you, the faces of the Cloud Village folks turned pale as they all stepped back in unison. No one was a fool. If they got hit by that, they'd either be dead or end up in a vegetative state. Guess what happened next? The Cloud Village got anxious too, and the 8 tails and 2 tails were released, charging in with a roar. Yifei didn't even raise his eyelids and directly ordered, "That octopus is yours. Chop off all its tails." Jiuxing Nai and Fugaku took the order, and the 9 tails and Susanoo closed in from the left and right. As for Yifei, he turned to look at the charging 2 tails, clapped his hands, entered Sage mode, and shouted, "Sage Art. Divine Gate." Several large red gates crashed down from the sky, pinning the 2 tails firmly in place. Following that, the wooden dragon bit down on the exposed head of the 2 tails. The entire process was fluid, and in less than a minute, the 2 tails was finished. On the other side, Jiuxing Nai and Fugaku were taking on the 8 tails, and they were in perfect sync. Jiuxing Nai's adamantine chains wrapped around one of the tails, and Fugaku's Susanoo blade came down with a chop. In no time, the 8 tails was reduced to a tailless gecko, rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing that the high-end combat power was pinned down, Yifei grinned, and the wooden dragon under his feet and the wooden giant behind him charged straight into the crowd of Cloud Village. The scene was truly chaotic, with people and horses overturned, leaving no grass growing in their wake. The Cloud Village folks weren't pushovers either and quickly organized a counterattack. A muscular man charged at the wooden dragon, crackling with electricity. The result? It was like hitting an egg against a rock, completely useless. Use ninjutsu to attack that Hokage, someone shouted. But the long-range ninjutsu either got blocked by the wooden dragon or missed because Yifei was moving around frantically on the dragon. Use fire style. Burn that wooden dragon. This move actually worked. The massive wooden dragon was indeed set ablaze. The Cloud Village folks saw hope and started throwing fire jutsu like it was free. But Yifei just laughed, clapped his hands again, muttering, "You like playing with fire, huh? All right, I'll add some fuel to the fire." He conjured up a gigantic fire dragon and merged it with the burning wooden dragon. I tell you, the scene was something else. A giant wooden dragon engulfed in flames, its destructive power doubled, charging into the crowd. It was giving off a vibe of apocalyptic destruction. The formation of the Cloud Village was instantly shattered. Yifei glanced around. Liang was bloodied by Watergate. The Eight Tails was reduced to a mere shadow, and the Two Tails was firmly controlled. The moment had come. Yifei stood atop the wooden giant, clapped his hands fiercely. Would release. Tree realm descends. My gosh, the entire battlefield was instantly swallowed by an endless forest. Countless vines emerged from the ground, gently wrapping up our leaf ninjas and sending them to safety. Then, turning around, they went crazy, fiercely attacking the cloud ninjas. The Raikage saw this and shouted, "What the hell are we doing? Retreat! Everyone retreat!" He quickly rushed over and broke the chains binding Karabi with a punch, and the two of them ran out of the forest without looking back. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided chase, or rather a flight. The people here wanted to chase after them, but Yifei raised his hand to stop them. "No need to chase, let them run." I called for reinforcements, and that was the signal. As soon as he finished speaking, Sway Men and the others rushed over. Yifei calmly began issuing orders. "Sway Men, you take Yukina and Fugaku to organize the wounded for retreat, and find Tsunade's slug to treat your injuries. Nikaritsu, Rikyu, you two take people to eliminate the cloud shinobi still trapped in the forest. Kill those who resist on the spot, and spare the lives of those who surrender." After arranging everything, he walked slowly in the direction where the Raikage and the others were escaping. As he walked, the vines parted for him as if they were alive, creating a path. I'm telling you, the one in charge of command over at Yunin is called Yuligian. As soon as he saw that forest emerging, he knew it was over. He quickly led the reserve team to support, coordinating inside and outside, and really managed to tear open a gap at the edge of the forest. The remaining Yunin ninjas rushed out like they had seen a savior. Karabi helped the weakened Raikage just as they ran out, and Yuligian let out a sigh of relief, preparing to hold the rear. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out behind him. "Oh, you guys from Yunin Village have quite the resources, hiding so many people." Yuligian was so scared his soul almost flew away. Without thinking, he turned around and threw a kunai. It clanged as it was firmly blocked. When he turned back, he saw Yifei standing there, wearing the Hokage robe, the yin-yang pattern on his forehead flickering, an overwhelming sense of pressure radiating from him. Without a word, Yuligian unleashed a water dragon bullet, but Yifei slapped the ground, and a wooden wall rose up to easily block it. "You must be the commander, right? How rude of you to attack as soon as we meet." Yifei removed the wooden wall, his tone eerily calm. The surrounding Yunin ninjas quickly surrounded Yifei. One foolhardy ninja, seeing Yifei alone, shouted lightning release, lightning plow hot knife, and charged at him. Before he could finish a shout, Yifei had already flashed to his front and firmly pressed his hand on the ninja's head. "Are all the people from Yunin Village this unruly? Can't you see I'm talking to your leader?" As he spoke, he slowly applied pressure. That scream made my scalp tingle. With a loud bang, red and white splattered everywhere. Yifei disdainfully wiped his hands on a guy's clothes, and then coldly looked at Yuligian. "Sorry, I needed to clear out the minions first." Yuligian's face went pale, just as he wanted to shout daunt. It was already too late. That killing, godlike wooden dragon appeared again, and with a flick of its tail, it turned all the surrounding Yunin into meat paste. Yifei looked at Yuligian's hungry gaze and continued. "We gave you a chance, but you insisted on provoking us from Konoha. Understand this. This is the outcome." As soon as he finished speaking, several vines tightly bound Yuligian. Then Yifei jumped onto the wooden dragon and began a new round of slaughter. Just then, several beams of laser shot directly through Yifei's chest. Immediately after, a figure appeared behind Yifei, forming hand seals with both hands and shouting, "Wind release. Lightning tide." A massive lightning vortex appeared instantly, directly sucking Yifei in, with thunder and lightning flashing inside, crackling loudly. Once the lightning storm subsided, Yuligian was gasping for breath. watching the figure that had been sucked and crashed to the ground. He cautiously approached, knowing full well that a shadow couldn't be so easily defeated. Suddenly, he heard applause behind him. He turned around sharply, his hair standing on end. There stood a perfectly unharmed Yifei in front of him, calmly saying, "Wind release bloodline limit. Impressive, the lethality is quite good. It actually managed to damage my wood release clone like this." Yifei instinctively turned back to look. The battered Yifei on the ground had already transformed into a broken wooden stump. "Run! Everyone run!" Yifei completely broke down, screaming heart-wrenchingly. Then he crazily charged at Yifei with a kunai, trying to buy time for his comrades. Yifei sidestepped and slapped the ground, causing several wooden spikes to pin Yifei's limbs to the ground. "Stop struggling." Yifei's voice was as cold as ice. "Since you started this war, you should have anticipated this outcome." As he spoke, several vines automatically wove into a chair behind him, and he sat down, saying, "Open your eyes and watch closely. They won't escape." Yifei still didn't believe it. Impossible. Konoha can't possibly have anyone to flank us. Before he finished speaking, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted from the direction the Yunin were fleeing. Kill! Not just from one direction, but 3 directions simultaneously. Then came the terrified shouts of the Yunin. Retreat! Back! From the forest emerged countless warriors in armor, wielding samurai swords. It was the army of the Land of Iron. Tens of thousands of samurai surrounded the entire battlefield tightly. Yifei was utterly despairing, lowering his head. The leading general Mitsubian raised his long sword, shouting majestically, "Lower your weapons and surrender." Tens of thousands of samurai echoed in unison, "Surrender! Surrender!" The momentum was enough to lift the sky. Clang! The first kunai fell to the ground, followed by a cacophony of clattering as all the Yunin abandoned their resistance. Mitsubian approached Yifei, bowing slightly. "Hokage-sama, sorry we arrived late." Not late, just in time." Yifei smiled as he stood up now. "You all have the hard work of cleaning up the battlefield." With a wave of his hand, the countless vines covering the area instantly disappeared, revealing the trapped Yunin. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. A samurai came to report. "We lost over 500 men on our side." I saw Yifei clench his fists tightly when he heard that number, his face full of self-reproach. The nearby Rokuge placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Yifei took a deep breath and said to Mitsubian, "General Mitsubian, these captives will be your responsibility, but these 2 we will take with us." He pointed to the bound Yifei and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki made of wood. Mitsubian nodded. "By the way, 2 people escaped. Do we need to pursue them?" Yifei shook his head. "No need. I've already sent someone." Back at the base, Yifei and Rokuge were waiting inside. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When Rokuge opened it, 2 masked figures in black robes stood at the door, with 2 unconscious strong men lying at their feet. It was the escaped Rakage and Karabi. "Come in," Yifei said. The 2 dragged the Rakage brothers inside and tossed them on the ground. Yifei smiled and said, "All right, you're home. Take off your masks." The leading one removed his mask, revealing none other than Uchiha Shursui. The one beside him, with orange hair and a face full of black marks, was Pain. Rokuge looked at these 2, instinctively stroking his beard, feeling that his troublesome life was about to escalate again. "Rokuge, let me introduce you. This is Shursui, my bodyguard. He was previously faking his death. This one, you can call him Yihiko." Yifei patted Pain's shoulder. "They're all members of my secret organization." After speaking, Yifei looked at Rokuge with a mischievous smile. "Rokuge, you see, I have to manage both the village and the organization. It's a bit overwhelming." Just as Rokuge was about to say he couldn't handle it, Yifei interrupted directly. I knew I could rely on you." "All right then, let Shursui coordinate the next plan with you." Then he turned to Shursui and Yihiko. "Next, start from the small countries around the Land of Fire. Incite the grassroots to resist. You can freely mobilize the samurai of the Land of Iron. And discuss specific actions with Rokuge." Rokuge's face looked as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter herb. "Hokage-sama, can I not participate? It feels so troublesome." "No way." Yifei flatly refused. "You heard it. Thinking of running?" Too late. At this point, Shursui began to report. "Hokage-sama, the one-tailed Jinchuriki has been taken care of. Our undercover agent Jilong pretended to be killed by the Wind Shadow, causing the one-tail to go berserk, and Sunagakure suffered heavy losses." Yifei nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Let Jilong return to the village to rest. By the way, how is Wugong doing in the Land of Lightning?" Hearing Qianshou Yifei's inquiry, Shursui's mouth involuntarily twitched, as if recalling something amusing. "He is doing quite well, getting along very harmoniously with the commoners of the Land of Lightning. and has become a fairly competent leader. Seeing Shui's expression, Qinshu Yifei felt a sense of foreboding. Recalling Wu Gong's eager appearance during the task assignment, his eyes shining, desperately clinging to his thigh, crying and pleading for the chance to go to the land of lightning, Yifei had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, for the next plan, you will coordinate with Riku, and he will report to me. By the way, Shui, have we confirmed the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Danzo? If not, increase the bounty on them. Danzo can be killed directly, and just inform me if there's news about Orochimaru. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shui replied respectfully upon hearing Qinshu Yifei's orders. Then, Qinshu Yifei looked at pain from the Akatsuki, Yahiko, regarding the existence of that evil god in the village of Tetun. Be careful when dealing with it. Don't let it take your blood. Also, if it can be subdued, do so. If not, seal it. Such a person cannot be killed. All right, Shui, help me dispel their illusions. It's time to discuss serious matters with them. Chapter 92. The frustrated Raikage AI slowly awakened from chaos, his consciousness gradually returning. And what came into view was a rough, gray-brown wooden floor. He shook his still groggy head, using his hands to push against the ground, and struggled to stand up. Qinshu Yifei, when that face he detested so much entered his sight, AI instinctively clenched his fists, raising his arms high, filled with anger and unwillingness, as if he wanted to smash everything in front of him to pieces. However, just as his fist was about to fall, a cold light flashed, and a sharp kunai and a hard iron rod silently pressed against his neck like a ghost. The icy sensation spread across his skin, and the chilling killing intent from behind made AI snap awake. Only then did he realize his situation. He had been defeated and captured. AI took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then quickly walked to the still unconscious Killer Bee, trembling as he placed his hand in front of Killer Bee's nostrils. Feeling the steady and strong breath, AI's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. He raised his head to meet Qinshu Yifei's gaze. His expression calm as water, yet filled with a determination to face death. Qinshu Yifei, we lost. You can kill or torture me, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Qinshu Yifei waved his hand slowly. At the signal, Shui and Pain slowly lowered their weapons, and the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The 2 tails, the 8 tails, and the storm release bloodline limit, as well as the over 4,000 captured ninjas from the Cloud Village. Do you really intend to abandon them? Qinshu Yifei's voice was deep and powerful, each word like a heavy hammer, striking hard at AI's heart. AI's expression instantly became one of intense struggle, his heart caught in endless pain and conflict. He knew that his life was but a speck in the vast sea, and dying was nothing to lament. But those ninjas who had followed him through thick and thin, risking everything for the Cloud Village, their lives were equally precious. How could he bear to let them pay the price for his decision? Just then, a faint snoring sound broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to look, only to see Killer Bee lying on the ground, sleeping soundly, even rolling over and unconsciously scratching his backside with his right hand. Watching Killer Bee's demeanor, Qinshu Yifei couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly sighing. What a big heart he has. He gently clapped his hands, and countless vines surged from the ground, weaving into a delicate wooden bed in the blink of an eye. Then, several vines, like agile arms, gently lifted Killer Bee and placed him safely on the bed. Sit down, Qinshu Yifei said softly, simultaneously giving Riku a glance. Riku understood immediately and quickly brought over a chair, placing it behind AI. Surrender. No. Is the negotiation still ongoing? Qinshu Yifei asked, looking at AI's face, which was shifting between emotions. His gaze scanned over AI, and he secretly marveled. AI's physical condition is truly terrifying, covered in numerous wounds. Yet he managed to staunch the bleeding through his incredible muscle control. AI sensed Qinshu Yifei's gaze and helplessly forced a smile. Do I have any other choice? You Konoha really have good tactics, actually teaming up with the Land of Iron. I can assure you, if I refuse the next second, my Cloud Village will face great disaster. In truth, he knew that even without the Land of Iron, Konoha's strength was enough to push the Cloud Village into despair. But saying this made him feel somewhat better when facing this crushing defeat. Since the establishment of the Cloud Village, it had never suffered such a painful defeat. As the village's leader, he stood before the enemy in such humiliation, unable to resist, and even more so, unable to fight back. The survival of the entire Cloud Village now rested entirely on his decision, even if it meant enduring the shame of surrender. For a moment, The atmosphere became so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Qinshu Yifei and the others waited quietly, showing no signs of urgency. They knew this decision was too difficult for AI. Big brother, no matter what decision you make, I will be with you. At some point, Killer Bee had already woken up in the corner, leaning against the wall, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by seriousness and determination. A warm current surged in AI's heart. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and slowly said, I surrender, but you must guarantee the safety of the captured ninjas from my Cloud Village. I hope they can all return to the Cloud Village without a scratch. Good, that's what I was waiting to hear. Qinshu Yifei, upon hearing this answer, showed no surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. He kept signaling Riku, who was sitting nearby, with his eyes filled with urgency. Riku, helpless, stood up and walked to a nearby file rack, taking down a new document. He inwardly lamented, no wonder they insisted on keeping me here, making me write the negotiation document between Konoha and the Cloud Village on the spot. They were waiting for this. AI, with a confused expression, took the document and began to read it carefully. As he looked at the densely packed conditions listed in the document, his face grew darker, and his lightning chakra surged uncontrollably, electric currents filling the air. Bang! When he reached the last 2 pages, AI could no longer endure it, angrily slamming the document on the table and shouting, Qinshu Yifei, a gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. This is too much. Qinshu Yifei looked bewildered. He really couldn't figure out what Riku had written to make AI so furious. He ignored the raging AI and reached for the document, reading it carefully. The earlier clauses seemed reasonable, just some standard compensation terms. But as he continued flipping through, the veins on Qinshu Yifei's forehead began to throb. I, the Hokage of Konoha, have been single for many years, and I hope the Cloud Village will provide beautiful women from your village for me to choose from. The chosen one must marry into Konoha and must not resist. The entire ninjutsu of the Cloud Hidden Village is offered to Konoha for free, and those with bloodline limits should, preferably marry our Hokage. The fusion of wood release and other bloodline limits will definitely produce a stronger lineage. This series of outrageous demands is either targeting the women of the Cloud Hidden Village or attempting to drain Kyumo's accumulated resources and move them to Konoha. Senju Itai put down the documents and glared at Shikaku with annoyance, thinking to himself, damn it, does he think I'm a stud? Shikaku scratched his head helplessly, his eyes showing no fear, as if to say, you told me to write this, I just wrote whatever came to mind, don't blame me. Chapter 93, After the Battle Goodbye. Come play often. I'm really sorry, but due to limited conditions, I want to keep you for dinner. Senju Itai smiled widely, watching A and Killer Bee leave, waving his arms enthusiastically. But in the next second, he changed his tone and shouted loudly, by the way, not to mention anything else, the compensation money must be gathered quickly. Konoha is broke and can't afford so many captives from you, Cloud. You have 3 days. If you drag it out for another day, I'll start charging interest. Bang! A, hearing this, suddenly exerted force in his steps, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantly. He grabbed Killer Bee's head and shot away like an arrow, disappearing from everyone's sight. Hokage-sama, how do you know the Cloud Hidden Village is so wealthy? This compensation has nearly multiplied tenfold. I'm afraid Kyumo can't come up with that much. Shirzue looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Senju Itai spread his hands and explained, this is still too little. The price Shikaku offered was just estimated based on Konoha's treasury. If we factor in the wealth of several major clans in the village, can it double again? Thinking bigger, what I asked for is still not much. However, this amount is likely enough to cause a fallout between Kyumo and the Land of Lightning. Seeing Shirue's realization, Senju Itai pointed to a house not far away and said, Itachi and Kakashi are over there. Go meet them. Otherwise, you and T know where you'll have to run next. Okay, sure, I just happen to have a gift for Itachi. Shirzue put his mask back on and left with Tendo. Senju Itai returned to his room, reached for the map, and studied it seriously. In the world of Hokage, besides the 5 great nations, there are many small countries like the Land of Grass, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Birds. With just Konoha's own strength, conquering these small countries is not an easy task, let alone dealing with other major countries. Shirzue's Kotenjin has a long cooldown time. Since he controlled the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he has been unable to use it again. Fortunately, with Shirzue and Senju Itai's efforts, the national strength of the Land of Fire has been greatly integrated. After a series of operations by Senju Itai, many noble families gained public recognition. However, Directly using Shirzue's abilities to control the daimyo of the Land of Fire is easily noticed by other hidden villages, and if it reignites the war, that would be troublesome. Although Konoha can crush a village, facing 2 or 3 villages can still be managed, but if the entire shinobi world joins forces, Senju Itai is also uncertain. Shikaku, come take a look. Next, let Shirzue and the others deal with these small countries. I've expended too much energy and need a rest for a while. While Senju Itai was about to pass the work to Shikaku, on the other side, other forces could no longer sit still. On the battlefield, after the Great War, a small white snake was leisurely crawling. It keenly sensed the residual chakra fluctuations on the battlefield, winding its way around. Finally, the small snake stopped in front of a charred brown wooden stake full of holes. It circled the stake, examining it carefully, and suddenly opened its mouth wide, swallowing the entire stake in an unbelievable manner. After swallowing the stake, the small snake did not leave immediately. Its golden vertical pupils continued to scan the entire battlefield, as if searching for something. Eventually, the small snake swam to a corner and swallowed a strand of white hair before finally leaving the battlefield satisfied. After the small snake departed, a figure in a black robe embroidered with clouds appeared on the battlefield. Observing the situation before him, the figure clenched his fists, thinking, even if I release the Nine Tails, it won't cause much damage to Konoha. Looking at the battlefield before him, Obito felt the wounds on his body start to ache again. The Sharingan under his mask involuntarily turned, glancing at Konoha's encampment from afar before using Kamui to leave the battlefield. In the Land of Earth, Inoki's expression was grave upon learning the battle results. In his heart, he actually hoped for the Cloud-hidden village to win. Even if Kyumo couldn't win, it would be good if both sides were heavily injured. But unexpectedly, Konoha had a complete victory, and the number of sacrifices compared to Konoha's overall strength was negligible. If Kyumo won and Konoha lost, the Iwagakure could take the opportunity to extort Konoha heavily. He had already thought of the reason. The rogue ninja Deidara from Iwagakure was suspected to have appeared near Konoha, most likely hiding there. Useless. Just a big body and a lot of muscle. Inoki was furious and couldn't help but curse, then could only helplessly tear up the prepared negotiation documents. Report, Lord Tsuchikage. Speak. Lord Tsuchikage, the capital of the Land of Earth, was attacked by explosions, and it was Deidara. Furthermore, he seems to have joined some organization, accompanied by a puppet master. Bang! Inoki slammed his palm on the table in anger, then grimaced and held his waist, gritting his teeth. Send people to chase. Also, send someone to Sunagakure to get an explanation from Raza. The Land of Fire's advantageous geographical position has made many people covet Konoha. Inoki is not the only one. However, Raza, who had fought against Konoha, acted more cautiously. Kazekage-sama, Konoha won. Should we proceed with our plan? A subordinate came to report. Raza's expression was calm as he replied steadily. Proceed. But we need to change the approach. Bring all the gold sand I've refined recently and prepare some specialties from Sunagakure. Send a delegation to Konoha for trade. The Great War has just ended, and Konoha will definitely not refuse the wealth we bring to them, as long as the price is right. Let the delegation procure more supplies to bring back. After sending off his subordinate, Raza furrowed his brows tightly, focusing entirely on studying the sealing techniques before him. At this moment, in the Land of Water, Terumi Mei lazily leaned against her chair, her legs elegantly crossed, holding a document and examining it with great interest. How impressive! I wonder if it suits my taste. I really want to meet Konoha's Hokage in person, Terumi Mei said, unconsciously licking her lips with her tongue. Lady Mizukage, Chojuro beside her blushed and reminded her. What a pity. Terumi Mei sighed softly and continued. Chojuro, go prepare. We're going to Konoha. I want to see this powerful man. The village is in dire need of revival, and it's just right to go to Konoha to exchange for some supplies. The chaotic village hidden in the blood mist finally welcomed peace under Terumi Mei's unremitting efforts. Due to years of fighting, Terumi Mei never had the chance to properly look at other villages outside. This time, it was a perfect opportunity. Hearing that Konoha's Hokage was still unmarried, Terumi Mei couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 94 Big Play Brothers. Let us go. We're going home. Senju Itai's voice was loud, echoing in the air above the battlefield, filled with determination and grandeur. Carrying the glory that belongs to us, along with the comrades who sacrificed on this battlefield. A flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by determination as he declared to our families, we won. Everything that belongs to Konoha, no one can take away. Let's go home. He raised his arm and shouted, his voice resonating in the air, stirring echoes. The remaining ninjas stationed on the battlefield quickly gathered, and on their young yet weary faces, excitement and pride sparkled at that moment. Home! Home! Everyone was shouting, the waves of sound crashing one after another, as if they were about to break through the sky. They really won, protecting the glory of Konoha with their blood and lives. Even with the vast difference in numbers, they never showed a hint of retreat, fighting to the end with a courageous heart. Even if their Hokage had not appeared on the battlefield in time, no one doubted. Everyone was filled with loyalty and charged forward. When Senju Itai arrived, and tens of thousands of warriors from the land of iron surged in like a tide, the scale of victory finally tipped in their favor. Senju Itai looked down and saw 1,542 ninjas standing in formation, and he smiled happily. He clapped his hands quickly, and in an instant, a massive wooden dragon broke through the earth. The dragon exuded an ancient and powerful aura, slowly lying down. Its enormous head bowed, with a staircase made of wood extending from its head, steadily reaching in front of the ninjas. Brothers, come up. Let's do something big together. Senju Itai said with a smile, excitement shining in his eyes. Hearing this, Shika Kinzuya shook his head helplessly, but a smile lingered on his lips. You really know how to have fun, but this is a bit too exaggerated. Although he was complaining, his feet were not idle. He pulled Yamanaka Kaichi beside him and strode towards the staircase. With the two of them leading the way, Hyuga Hizashi and the other ninjas no longer held back, pushing and shoving each other to scramble up. I can't. During the battle, you were the captain. I listened to you, but now I won't let you. I want to stand in front so the villagers see me first. Maybe I can attract some beautiful girl's attention. A young ninja shouted with anticipation. Hey, you brat. You can be quick to change sides. Those 2 hits I took for you were for nothing. Get out of my way. Another ninja laughed and scolded, pretending to push him. Watching the lively scene below, Senju Itai laughed even more heartily and clapped his hands again, summoning 2 more staircases out of thin air. Everyone, don't push. I guarantee you'll all get a good view later. Oh, the crowd cheered and jumped with excitement. Once everyone climbed onto the dragon's head, Senju Itai did not stop his actions. His chakra surged, and he clapped his hands again, instantly casting the wooden human technique. In the blink of an eye, the imposing, fierce-looking wooden giant appeared once more. The wooden dragon agilely climbed up, tightly wrapping around the giant. Under Senju Itai's precise control, the wooden giant took powerful strides, heading towards Konoha at full speed. Initially, many Konoha ninjas stood obediently on the wooden dragon, but upon receiving Senju Itai's permission, they instantly became excited, like a group of happy little deer, dashing around on the wooden dragon and giant. In fact, even before these 2 war machines appeared on the battlefield, Konoha ninjas had been eagerly looking forward to experiencing them up close, but due to their status, they felt embarrassed to directly ask the Hokage to demonstrate. Now they could not only experience it firsthand, but also play on top of it, and they were all as excited as mischievous monkeys, touching here and there. Hey, Hizashi, don't you have a similar technique? It's even transparent. Why not show it to us? Akimichi Choza asked curiously while chewing on some chips he had pulled out from who knows where, bumping shoulders with a serious-looking Hyuga Hizashi. In an instant, Hizashi activated his Byakugan and without hesitation, punched Choza in the chest. The punch was quick, but not powerful. The chips Choza had just chewed crumbled and sprayed out, hitting him in the face with the wind. Damn it, that's Fugaku. Can't you keep your mouth shut with these chips? Hizashi scolded, both angry and amused. Damn it, Hizashi. You can hit me, but can you not hit my pressure points? This is my last bag of chips. What a waste. The battle was so urgent. I might have misremembered, Choza grumbled, sticking out his tongue to lick the remaining chips off his mouth. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly so far away from me? After finishing his chips, Choza looked around in confusion, only to find that the people who had been beside him now stood far away with disdainful expressions, as if he were some kind of monster. Senju Itai sat quietly on top of the wooden dragon, feeling the joyful and enthusiastic atmosphere around him, and the smile on his face never faded. Brothers, we're almost there, he shouted loudly. Wow, so fast. Wow, Konoha, doesn't he look that big from here? It seems our Hokage still has to keep up the good work. The crowd discussed, each voicing their thoughts, with Senju Itai giving it his all and moving straight ahead. A journey that originally took 3 days was completed in just 1 day, from morning to evening. In Konoha village, the ninjas on guard spotted the approaching massive figure from a distance and were immediately frightened, their faces turning pale, quickly sounding the alarm. The sharp alarm shattered the tranquility of the village in an instant. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and other ninjas stationed in the village, as well as those who had returned early, quickly gathered at the entrance of Konoha. Our Hokage really knows how to have fun, Minato said, looking at the familiar wooden giant in the distance, his mouth twitching slightly, but his eyes filled with smiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, deep in thought, then spoke. Gather the villagers to come and welcome them. Let us not leave them embarrassed. After saying this, he reignited his pipe, placed it in his mouth, and slowly turned to leave. At the wooden giant's eyes, two ninjas were arguing fiercely. Damn it, I saw this spot first. Come on, what does it matter that you saw it first? I got on first. At that moment, someone shouted, what are you arguing about? ISNT there another one? The same scene continued to unfold in various corners. Finally, when they could clearly see the crowd gathered at the village entrance, everyone immediately stopped arguing, found a good spot nearby, and posed in their most striking positions, eagerly awaiting the villagers' cheers. Wah, I regret it. I really shouldn't have come back so early. A ninja leaning on a cane looked at the enormous figure parked at the village entrance, his eyes reddening, tears welling up. Especially when he saw his fellow comrades standing proudly on the dragon's horn, waving at him with ease, he could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. When he turned around and met the Konoha girl's eager and admiring gazes, the regret in his eyes became even more pronounced. Chapter 95. The fury of the daimyo of the land of thunder as dusk settled. In the Hokage's office, Senju Itai finished his day's work. Feeling exhaustion wash over him like a tide, he stretched lazily, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and felt the warm tea slide down his throat, bringing a sense of comfort. Free food. Free food. Senju Itai's voice broke the tranquility of the office as he eagerly looked to the side, where Shizen was focused on practicing chakra control, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Shizen, want to join me? Senju Itai set down his teacup, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Silent raised her head with a gentle smile. No need, Lord Hokage. You can go. In a few days, Lady Tsunade will be back, and I need to practice the healing ninjutsu she taught me. Hey, I thought it was something serious. Senju Itachi waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm leaving. It's a treat from Hayashi. So many people are going. Might as well go. As he spoke, he scooped up the little pink piglet at Silent's feet. And in a flash, like a black lightning bolt, he leaped out of the window, leaving behind a burst of cheerful laughter. Half an hour. If I'm late, I can only treat you to roasted pig. Oh, no. Put the piglet down. Silent's exclamation echoed in the office as she shook her head helplessly and chased after him. Meanwhile, in the land of Lightning's daimyo's residence, the atmosphere was tense, like the oppressive calm before a storm. The fourth Hokage, sat across from the daimyo with a serious expression, exuding a chilling aura. Daimyo, within 3 days, I hope you can provide the remaining 40 billion ryo. A's voice was deep and firm, as if it were not up for debate. Bang! The daimyo slammed the table in anger, causing the teacups to jump and spill, splattering the expensive tablecloth. Hokage, 40 billion ryo? You really are asking for a lot. Why should I pay for the mistakes made by the Cloud Village? Isn't that too much? A frown crossed his arms, and an ominous lightning flickered around him, a powerful pressure spreading through the room. Daimyo, if it weren't for the Cloud Village defending the borders against external enemies for years, could you sit safely in this daimyo's residence? Although this incident has some responsibility from Cloud Village, once the Fire Nation's retaliation comes, do you think the Land of Lightning can stay out of it? This 40 billion ryo, you have to take it, whether you like it or not. The daimyo sneered, standing up and pacing the room, each step heavy as if trying to stamp out his anger. You Cloud Village caused this trouble yourself, and you want to drag the people of the Land of Lightning down with you? This 40 billion ryo could improve so many lives and build so many towns, and you want to use it to fill your hole? I absolutely disagree. Hearing the daimyo's words, A's eyes sharpened like an eagle, and he suddenly stood up, his powerful aura overwhelming. Daimyo, don't forget the responsibilities of the Cloud Village. If the Land of Lightning loses the defense of Cloud, the consequences are unimaginable. The strength of the Fire Nation cannot be underestimated. Without those Cloud shinobi stationed, not only the Cloud Village, but the entire Land of Lightning will be in danger. I hope you can think this through. The daimyo paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but quickly hardened again. Then you can't be so unreasonable. 40 billion ryo is simply too much. The most I can give you is 10 billion ryo, and that is my limit. A's expression darkened further. The atmosphere in the room tense, as if conflict could erupt at any moment. Just then, a guarding ninja suddenly appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee. Speaking urgently, Daimyo, Lord Raikage, we have received news from the Fire Nation. They seem to be gathering troops, and the activities of the Leaf Ninjas at the border have also become more frequent. Upon hearing this, A's eyes flickered. Deep in thought, didn't they say they would withdraw their troops? What is going on with the Leaf? Moments later, A's expression changed. Taking a deep breath, he said, Daimyo, the situation is urgent. Please reconsider. Over 4,000 of our Cloud Ninjas are still waiting for your response. The Daimyo remained silent for a long time, slowly sitting back down in his chair, rubbing his temples, looking exhausted. Lord Raikage, you want me to think it over? Give me one more day. Upon hearing this, I nodded slightly and quickly left the room with Killer Bee. He was not a simple-minded person. He knew the intentions of the Leaf. He did not want to easily back down in the confrontation with the Daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Leaf was something he did not want to face again, so he decided to take it one step at a time. After a left, the Daimyo angrily threw the cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Waste. Waste. You don't dare to let out a sound in front of the Leaf, but you put on an act in front of me. Addis. Expel all the ninjas from Cloud Village among the guarding ninjas, and from now on, do not use ninjas from Cloud Village. Hire from the black market with high salaries. Daimyo, the black market. Addis hesitated, cupping his hands in salute before turning to leave. At the border of the Land of Lightning, the setting sun cast its golden rays over the land, giving everything a golden hue. Kakashi, Itachi, and Guy chased after the red-robed, white-haired Jiraiya like a whirlwind, their figures flickering in the golden light. You three brats, what are you doing? Like mad dogs, chasing me all the way from the Leaf to the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya yelled as he ran, his voice tinged with helplessness and teasing. Lord Jiraiya, if you return our things, we naturally want to chase you. Kakashi said as he casually cut down a few branches and accurately threw them at Jiraiya's back. I'll go, you little brat. You're ambushing me. Jiraiya dodged the branches effortlessly and continued to run forward. As the chase continued, the nearby scouts of the Land of Lightning scattered back, reporting the situation to their respective leaders. At this moment, Senju Itachi was toasting with Minato, laughter and joy filling the air. He deliberately ignored Hinata's flushed cheeks beside him, busy playing matchmaker for her and Naruto, as if all the conflicts of the world had nothing to do with him. In a ninja world, almost every country had its own ninja village, but compared to the 5 great nations, the ninja villages of other countries seemed insignificant. To sow discord between the major nations and their ninja villages was a plan that Senju, Itachi, and Kaku had devised on the battlefield. This attack by the Cloud Village also provided him with an opportunity. Even if he couldn't completely sever the relationship, he could at least create a rift. Aside from the few running amok at the border of the Land of Lightning, the largest casino in the Land of Lightning was bustling with activity, filled with lights and noise. A woman with an impressive figure, wearing a green robe with a large character for gamble written on the back, sat at the gambling table, focused on the game, but her luck was poor and she was suffering great losses. Chapter 96, Senju Itachi, the Deader Bang. A deafening noise echoed as the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open with force, the door slamming against the wall with a dull thud. A figure with flying blonde hair, dressed in a green robe that billowed in the wind, outlining her impressive figure, stormed into the office. Tsunade stepped in with urgency and strength, heading straight for Senju Itachi's desk. She slammed her hands heavily on the desk, leaning forward, her emerald eyes burning with fury as she glared at Senju Itachi, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Gulp! Senju Itachi couldn't help but swallow hard, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil and forcing his gaze back where it belonged. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Tsunade sharply noticed Senju Itachi's gaze and scolded him mercilessly. Saying this, she grabbed the collar of Senju Itachi, exerted her arm strength, and lifted him straight from his chair. What are you doing? What do you want? I'll tell you. Silent is watching. Whatever you want to do, this is an outright threat. Senju Itachi shouted in panic, trying to use Silent to awaken the furious woman in front of him. Silent was raised by me. How could she help you? Tsunade scoffed coldly, her tone filled with confidence and certainty. That's not necessarily the case. I'm the one who pays for the mute. Senju Itachi is still being stubborn, trying to find a chance to fight back. At this moment, Shizune is holding Taunton, having just stealthily moved to the office door when she overheard their conversation, her face instantly showing an awkward expression. She slowly started to back away, mumbling, It's not that. Taunton needs to poop. I'm taking it to take care of that. No way. If you dare to leave, I'll roast it and eat it tomorrow. Seeing this, Senju Itachi immediately shouted harsh words at Shizune, trying to keep her there. In the office, Shizune could only squat pitifully on the floor holding the little pig, her eyes full of helplessness. Tsunade and Senju Itachi completely disregarded their images, sitting cross-legged on either side of Shizune. So what do you want to do? Senju Itachi asked calmly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a fair yet powerful fist came crashing down onto Senju Itachi's eye socket. He felt stars exploding in front of him, and his whole body fell to the side. You little brat, how do you speak? You've only been Hokage for a few years, and you don't even recognize your sister. Tsunade scolded while rubbing her fist. Give me money. Tsunade finally stated the purpose of her visit, with no room for negotiation in her tone. Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi suddenly stood up, loudly refusing. No way, didn't I already give you some? Why are you asking for more? What a load of crap. Just give me $1 million. How much did you scam from the Cloud Village this time? I lost over 7 million in the Land of Lightning because of your issues. And you don't even want to reimburse me. And now you only want to give me this little? No way. The more Tsunade spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice growing louder, and her anger was clearly visible on her face. Hearing Tsunade's words, Senju Itachi looked regretful. To successfully obtain the compensation from a Cloud Village, he had meticulously designed a plan, cleverly luring Jiraiya to the Land of Lightning, secretly hiding Kakashi and the others' books, and even entered Sage Mode, painfully pulling out a few of his own white hairs as bait. Sure enough, everything went as he expected, and the group was successfully led to the border of the Land of Lightning. However, he was worried that the pressure on the Land of Lightning wasn't enough. So he contacted Tsunade through a living slug. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if it was coincidence or intentional. But at that time, Tsunade and Jiraiya were not far from the battlefield where Konoha and the Cloud Village were fighting, allowing them to arrive in time. The others had just experienced a great battle, and he wanted them to rest well, while Kakashi and his team were young and energetic, so they were given important responsibilities. With Konoha's 3 ninjas sending 2, plus 3 of the Hokage's direct disciples, he thought he had already given the Land of Lightning enough face. Senju Itachi looked at Tsunade with a mournful face and began to complain, Sister Tsunade, you don't know how hard it is to be Hokage. Look around at this brick and tile of Konoha, and look at those spacious streets. Which of these doesn't cost money? Although Konoha won this battle, what about all the injured and sacrificed members? Don't I have to give them a reasonable explanation? Sister Tsunade, it's hard for me too. If you don't believe me, ask Shizune. It's not that I don't want to, I really don't have that much. As he spoke, he even squeezed out a few tears, looking very pitiful. Looking at Senju Itachi's snotty and teary appearance, Tsunade's gaze softened a bit, and her tone also eased. All right, don't cry. I don't want it anymore. Just give me 1 million more. Ah, okay, it's still my sister. She knows how to take care of me. Senju Itachi was overjoyed and said, Shizune, issue a voucher, approve the funds. Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi immediately scrambled up, wiping away the frown on his face with such speed that it left Tsunade stunned. Tsunade looked at the money, confused as Shizune brought it out. Senju Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he had finally sent this Anne away. Otherwise, the hard-earned money would definitely be split again. Senju Itachi. Before Senju Itachi could finish his hot tea, Tsunade's angry voice came again. Bang! Accompanied by another loud noise. A familiar figure crashed through the office door that Senju Itachi had just repaired, landing heavily on the ground. Hey, Itachi, nice to see you again. A bruised and battered Jiraiya awkwardly extended his right hand towards Senju Itachi, his face covered in bruises, making it hard to see his original appearance. And his forced smile appeared particularly ridiculous. Crack, crack. The sound of the floor breaking came, and Tsunade's clothes moved without wind, her eyes full of fury, followed by 3 figures trembling in fear behind her. Run! Uchiha Itachi, following Tsunade, slightly moved his lips, conveying information to Senju Itachi with almost invisible movements. Whoosh! A sharp gaze shot towards Itachi, forcing his small action back. The wind of the punch howled as it came towards Senju Itachi, who instinctively wanted to fight back, but suddenly heard Tsunade's warning in his ear. If you dare to dodge or fight back, I won't leave Konoha. In an instant, Senju Itachi's already extended fist went limp. In the next second, Tsunade's fist landed solidly on his cheek. Senju Itachi's whole body flew straight toward Jiraiya like a kite with a broken string. Bang! 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 Tsunade showed no sign of stopping her blows, cursing angrily while hitting Senju Itachi and Jiraiya. You 2 bastards! You 1T reimburse my 7 million. But you dare to approve 10 million for this old pervert to create? How dare you? As she spoke, her fists rained down on the two without mercy. Wow, is it this intense for people in Konoha? Do you mind if I join in? A charming voice suddenly interrupted Tsunade's actions. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Oh, a beautiful woman. Jiraiya instinctively shouted upon seeing the newcomer. Bang! In response, Tsunade delivered an even fiercer punch, sending Jiraiya flying again. Seeing this, Senju Itachi forcibly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, silently crying in his heart. Chapter 97. Terumi Mei's visit. Senju Itachi and Tsunade's actions suddenly froze, both turning to look in the direction of the voice. Standing at the door was a stunning beauty, her long brown hair cascading like a waterfall, her figure graceful and curvy. She wore a sea blue dress, her fair shoulders exposed, paired with a ninja's special mesh, radiating an irresistible charm. Terumi Mei met the gazes of the two, her red lips slightly curling up to form an enchanting arc, her eyes full of curiosity as she continuously sized up Senju Itachi, who was curled up in the corner of the desk. Ha, Hokage-sama really knows how to have fun. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, laced with a hint of teasing. Seeing this, Senju Itachi immediately performed a beautiful fish leap, nimbly jumping up, then pretended to calmly tidy up his slightly messy clothes. Cough, cough. Shizen, what is going on? You didn't announce the guest's arrival in advance. He spoke while looking around, trying to regain some dignity. Hurry up and prepare a lavish dinner to welcome Lord Mizuki's. As he spoke, he kept signaling Shizen with his eyes, as if saying, hurry and help me out. Senju Itachi quietly moved his feet, trying to sneak past Tsunade. Just as he was about to succeed, a pale and powerful hand suddenly reached out, firmly gripping his collar like a vice. My dear sister, there are guests here. Give me some face. After all, I'm the shadow of a village. I should have some dignity. Chinsho Yifei said with a forced smile, his tone filled with pleading. Slap. Tsunade mercilessly gave Chinsho Yifei a hard slap on the back of his neck, shouting loudly, What face are you talking about? She saw you getting beaten just now, and you still talk about face? Hurry up and pay. Hearing their exchange, Terumi Mei remained calm, her hands elegantly crossed in front of her chest, maintaining her charming smile. Leaning against the office door, she watched the scene with great interest, as if enjoying a splendid farce. Okay, I'll give it to you. Chinsho Yifei reluctantly compromised. Shizen. Halfway through a shout, he realized Shizen was not there, and his eyes anxiously turned to see Kakashi standing nearby, wearing a mischievous smile. Kakashi, let me 5 million. I'll pay you back later. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tsunade's gaze, like a bolt of lightning, shifted from Chinsho Yifei to Kakashi. Tsunade stared at Kakashi for a long time before speaking. 10 million. Not a penny less. In the end, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi, all with faces filled with pain and reluctance, sadly accompanied Tsunade out of the Hokage office. Sorry, excuse me for making you laugh, Mizuki, haha. Chinsho Yifei awkwardly ruffled his messy hair, his face filled with an embarrassed smile, looking at the alluring Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's eyes revealed a strong curiosity, and the smile on her red lips never faded. It's nothing. I just didn't expect that the man who made AI unable to lift his head has such an interesting side. As she spoke, she slowly extended her tongue, gently licking her red lips, a flicker of something different flashing in her eyes, and she asked again, I wonder if the Hokage has a partner? As she spoke, her right hand gently reached out, touching her chin, and she took light steps closer to Chinsho Yifei. Startled by the sudden proximity, Chinsho Yifei instinctively took a step back, wanting to answer Terumi Mei's question, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he didn't know how to start. Mitsukaga. How about I take you down to tour the village? He hurriedly changed the subject. Okay. Terumi Mei did not refuse, her voice soft. After a question and answer, the two walked side by side onto the streets of Konoha. It was unclear whether it was Terumi Mei's deliberate arrangement, but others from a Mist Village kept a distance behind them. Unlike the people of Mist Village, the villagers of Konoha seemed to not take Chinsho Yifei, the Hokage, seriously at all. Throughout the process, aside from Shizen briefly showing her face at the beginning, no one else was seen in the large Hokage office. On the streets of Konoha, the passing villagers looked at Terumi Mei beside Chinsho Yifei with curious eyes, each face brimming with uncontrollable gossip expressions. It was unknown who spread the news, but starting from Uchiha Fugaku, every 100 meters Chinsho Yifei walked. He could see one or several people rushing over to join the fun. Turning a corner, Hayashi and Hisashi approached with Hinata and Niji. From a distance, upon seeing Chinsho, Yifei, Hinata, and Niji excitedly broke free from the hands holding them and instinctively wanted to run over. But as soon as they took their short little steps, they were each grabbed by the back of their collars. Wah! When Chinsho, Yifei passed by them, the two little ones looked up with watery eyes, accompanied by a pitiful whimper, and were forcibly carried away. Is the Hokage very popular? Terumi laughed as she observed the reactions of the villagers and other ninjas along the way. Haha, it's okay. I'm familiar with everyone. So it's become like this over time. Chinsho Yifei chuckled, trying to mask his embarrassment. As they walked, Chinsho Yifei enthusiastically introduced the ins and outs of Konoha, while Terumi listened attentively, carefully observing everything in Konoha. The prosperity of Konoha made her envious, and the villagers' friendly attitude towards Chinsho Yifei, without any barriers, made her even more envious. As a village leader, Chinsho Yifei was able to blend so naturally with ordinary villagers, and even when villagers saw her, they smiled and gave Chinsho Yifei a thumbs up, their eyes clearly showing encouragement and appreciation. Looking at the village scene, masked ninjas were being eagerly pulled by enthusiastic civilians. A stance that seemed to say they wouldn't let them leave today without accepting something. On the streets, children were laughing and playing, chasing each other, a scene that was a stark contrast to the daily bloodshed and seriousness of the Mist Village. The wide and clean streets, the hygienic environment, the street snacks everywhere, and occasionally a guard team passing by with a serious and focused demeanor. Comparing everything in front of her to the image of the Hokage being beaten in the office earlier, Terumi's gaze towards Chinsho Yifei became even hotter. Stinky Sasuke. Stop right there. Two vibrant voices suddenly interrupted Terumi's thoughts. A yellow-haired boy was chasing a black-haired boy, both running and shouting loudly, occasionally throwing plastic shurikens at each other. Hokage-sama, Naruto is bullying me. Upon seeing the familiar figures, Sasuke rushed over, tightly hugging Chinsho Yifei's leg while provocatively looking at Naruto. Stinky Sasuke, let go of Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is mine. After Sasuke, Naruto also rushed over, unwilling to back down, and began pulling at Sasuke's waist. Chapter 98. Are you my son? Chinsho Yifei stretched out his hands, grabbing one of each, lifting Naruto and Sasuke like little chicks. Even suspended in midair, the two little rascals were still clawing and pulling at each other, neither willing to back down, as if they wouldn't stop until they knocked the other down. You two little brats, are you blind? Can't you see I'm greeting an important guest? What chaos? Chinsho Yifei shouted, both amused and exasperated. This shout was like a freeze spell, causing Naruto and Sasuke to instantly freeze, their actions coming to a halt. Then they uniformly looked up at Terumi beside them. Hello, sister. You're so beautiful. Naruto, like a little sun, beamed with a bright smile, raising his little hand. His big watery blue eyes fixed on Terumi as familiar as if they were longtime friends. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a different story, his little face turning bright red, looking somewhat awkward, and finally managing to squeeze out two words. Hello. Sister, are you the Hokage's girlfriend? No. My mom said Shizen Nichin is the Hokage's girlfriend. Naruto, with his big mouth, dared to ask anything, and as soon as he finished speaking, a pig-like snort came from behind them. Chinsho Yifei instinctively turned around to see Shizen, her face flushed, standing there at a loss. Even the little piglet in her arms had fallen to the ground in shock. Hokage-sama, the meal is ready. We can invite the Mizukage to dine now. Shizen hurriedly said, quickly bending down to pick up the little pink pig, and then dashed away as if her feet were slick with oil. Chinsho Yifei helplessly put down Sasuke, and then gave Naruto a loving slap on the butt, hitting him hard. You little brat, if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful, I'll make your butt bloom. After saying that, he placed Naruto next to Sasuke and hurried back home, telling them to get their father to the banquet hall quickly. If he kept pretending to be mute, he would be careful about deducting their wages. The two little guys, upon hearing this, ran away like two little rabbits being chased. When they reached the corner, a small but wrapped in yellow pants popped out, and it provocatively slapped a couple of times, looking extremely arrogant. Chinsho Yifei couldn't let that slide. With quick reflexes, he shot a wooden vine up, accurately hitting that, but with the essence of Konoha's body technique. In an instant, a scream came from the corner, followed by bursts of joyful laughter and playful sounds again. Terumi stood aside, quietly watching the joyful interaction between the big and the two little ones, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and no one knew what she was thinking. In the banquet hall, the lights were dazzling, and the high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered together, sitting upright. The delegation from Kirigakure, led by Terumi Mei, also took their seats, and the atmosphere was solemn yet harmonious. Unlike the delegation from Kimogakure, Kirigakure brought a large amount of money this time, euphemistically calling it a trade for building a village. In fact, before coming to Konoha, the advanced personnel from Kirigakure had already relayed the news, but Tsunade and Jiraiya's sudden visit disrupted everyone's rhythm. No one expected this turn of events. As a result, it led to the embarrassing incident of the Hokage of Konoha being beaten up, but fortunately, everyone was used to it. As soon as Tsunade arrived, everyone quickly slipped away. "Welcome, Lord Mizukichi. Your presence has truly honored Konoha. If you have any needs, just speak up, and Konoha will do its utmost to assist," Shinsho Yifei said with a smile, raising his cup, tilting his head back, and downing the drink in one go, displaying his boldness. Terumi Mei was equally unyielding, also drinking heartily, her demeanor not losing to any man. After a round of conversation, everything went smoothly, and both sides hit it off. Konoha would facilitate the connections, Kirigakure would provide the funds, and they agreed on a fixed price. All the materials needed by Kirigakure would be prepared by Konoha, and any excess funds would belong entirely to Konoha, based on their capabilities. At the banquet, cups clinked, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Terumi Mei had an impressive alcohol tolerance. After a few drinks, not only was she not drunk, but she also became more spirited and directly engaged in drinking contests with Shinsho Yifei. Under this lively and cheerful atmosphere, the members of Kirigakure, who were originally somewhat cautious and restrained, also relaxed, their faces beaming with smiles. Shinsho Yifei ultimately couldn't hold on, leaning against the wall and gagging, nearly unable to stand. Shizen, standing beside him, gently patted his back, reproaching him, "I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. You can't resist when you see beautiful women, and now look at you, serving yourself right." In the end, it took Kakashi and Might Guy a tremendous effort to carry the heavily drunk Shinsho Yifei back home. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha village, the sun shone down, casting a golden hue over the entire village. "Lord Mizukichi, you're not leaving?" Shinsho Yifei looked at Terumi Mei, who was standing beside him and continuously waving goodbye to her team. With a confused expression, his eyes wide open, full of doubt. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly. "Well, I'm not leaving just yet. I'm quite interested in you and want to accompany you for a few more days. Besides, with your Konoha's Jonin escorting the team, nothing will happen." This straightforward remark made Shizen, standing next to Shinsho Yifei, grit her teeth in anger, her hands unconsciously clenching until the little pig in her arms kicked repeatedly, prompting her to snap back to reality and release her grip. After sending off the Kirigakure team, Shinsho Yifei returned to the village, and the little tail behind him had turned from one person into two. Shizen, you take Mizukichi around the village for a tour. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you two for now." Shinsho Yifei felt a chill creeping up his back, as if thousands of needles were about to fall at any moment. He casually found an excuse and fled the scene as if flying. He couldn't decipher Terumi Mei's true intentions, but if it was really for himself, sacrificing a bit wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Shinsho Yifei couldn't help but smirk mischievously. But in the next moment, a familiar yet eerie aura rushed toward him. He instinctively turned his head to look, and a fruit vendor dressed like a merchant was staring at him intently, his eyes revealing an indescribable, complex emotion. Shinsho Yifei's heart sank, carefully sensing the aura from this person, and was shocked to realize that it was strikingly similar to his own fluctuations in Sage Mode. In an instant, he flashed to the front of the person, drawing his black blade like a black lightning bolt, firmly pressing it against the other's neck, and sternly questioned, "Who are you?" The fruit vendor, feeling the cold, killing intent at his neck, not only wasn't he afraid, but instead grinned, the smile carrying a hint of mockery. "Lord Hokage, you really forget things easily. Have you already forgotten me so soon?" Shinsho Yifei furrowed his brow, internally muttering, "Similar aura to mine, but not me. Besides my father, could it be my illegitimate child?" He looked at the person in front of him with suspicion, hesitantly speaking, "Are you my son?" "No, wait. You don't look much younger than me. That can't be possible." Hearing this, the fruit vendor's forehead bulged with veins, and the chakra within him started to surge uncontrollably. In an instant, Shinsho Yifei's heart tightened, and he immediately confirmed the identity of the person before him. Chapter 99. Orochimaru's deal. Outside Konoha village, the lush trees intertwined, casting dappled shadows. Chincho Yifei stood tall, exuding a vigilant aura, his gaze like a torch, firmly fixed on the seemingly ordinary fruit vendor. The fruit vendor's expression was strange as he slowly raised his left hand, placed it on his face, and suddenly tore it off with force, revealing a pale, yet familiar face underneath. Chincho Yifei, long time no see. Orochimaru spoke languidly, his tongue inadvertently licking his lips, the action carrying a hint of coldness and eeriness. Chincho Yifei looked at this familiar yet daunting face, filled with confusion, and questioned, Orochimaru, you really have some guts. I don't believe you don't know I've been looking for you. Orochimaru coldly smiled, with a hint of mockery. I know. Didn't I come right into your trap? No need for Lord Hokage to go through so much trouble. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at Chincho Yifei with eyes full of fervent anticipation and deep within his twisted heart. He had already fantasized about the person before him as a research subject on the dissection table. Chincho Yifei sensed that unusual gaze, and his chakra surged instantly. A strong sense of discomfort welled up in his heart, wishing he could immediately gouge out Orochimaru's eyes. Don't get excited. Don't think about making a move as soon as you see me. Besides, this isn't my true body. I believe you've already noticed. Orochimaru said leisurely, trying to calm Chincho Yifei. Chincho Yifei snorted coldly. If you weren't always thinking about researching me, I'd be happy to sit down and have a good chat with you. Feeling that Orochimaru had no intention of attacking for the time being, Chincho Yifei suppressed his body's instinctive battle response. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations, and instantly spat out a thick white snake. The white snake opened its bloody mouth and spat out 2 sealed glass containers. Orochimaru picked up the containers, a fervent smile appearing on his face. Yifei, this container in the right hand contains your cells, and the other one contains the cells of the first Hokage. He became more and more excited as he spoke, his expression gradually turning frantic. After my research, your cells are more active than the first-generation cells. I want to conduct in-depth research. Orochimaru babbled on. But Senju Itachi only understood one core meaning. This guy wants to use himself for research and expects him to cooperate. Let's just have a fight. Senju Itachi mercilessly interrupted Orochimaru's fantasy. What a joke, wanted to research himself. That's simply daydreaming. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, clearly not expecting Senju Itachi to respond like that. But he quickly regained his composure and said eagerly, Itachi, trust me, my research results will definitely not be exposed. They all belong to Konoha. Senju Itachi rubbed his temples, inwardly lamenting that this guy was really difficult to deal with. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Unless he was completely eliminated, he would definitely stick to him like an unshakable piece of gum. No one knew what terrifying things Orochimaru had concocted during the years he left Konoha. Just today, he was able to decipher the fluctuations of his Sage Mode's aura, which meant that as long as he wanted, he could disguise himself as anyone in Konoha, making it impossible to guard against. If he wanted to kill him, this guy's vitality was as tenacious as a cockroach. Since he dared to show up so boldly, he must have enough confidence that Itachi wouldn't be able to find his true body. What's worse, he possessed a nearly bug-like resurrection ability. Heaven knows how many hidden tricks he had up his sleeve. Senju Itachi fell into silence, his brain racing as he contemplated countermeasures. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and shouted inwardly, Xiaoji, come out and give me a comprehensive book on human biology. Okay, master, I have already placed it at home. Please go get it yourself. A response from Xiaoji echoed in his mind. Senju Itachi slightly curled his lips and looked at Orochimaru, saying, no need to research me anymore. Just wait a moment, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Senju Itachi instantly disappeared in front of Orochimaru, leaving only a trace of chakra fluctuation in the air. The Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Itachi, just how many secrets are you hiding? Orochimaru watched the spot where Senju Itachi had vanished, his golden eyes revealing even more intense interest as he focused on the kunai left behind, which was engraved with a circular taiji pattern. His curiosity grew stronger. Moments later, Senju Itachi reappeared in front of Orochimaru, holding a 3-inch thick book. Here, take it. He handed the book to Orochimaru, who instinctively reached out to take it. At Senju Itachi's gesture, Orochimaru opened the book and began to study it carefully. As the pages turned, Orochimaru's mouth opened wider, his shock no longer concealed, and disbelief was written all over his face. Suddenly, Senju Itachi's figure flickered like a ghost, and he snatched the book back from Orochimaru's hands. "Give it to me." Orochimaru instinctively reached out to grab it, but missed as Senju Itachi nimbly dodged. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with urgency, staring intently at Senju Itachi, as if the book in Itachi's hands was his lifeline. "Itachi, with such a good thing, why keep it hidden? Just give it to me. As long as you give me the book, everything is negotiable," Orochimaru said eagerly. Senju Itachi looked at him and smiled. "I can give it to you, but you have to offer something appropriate in exchange, otherwise wouldn't I be at a loss?" "You say it, as long as I can do it, I agree," Orochimaru replied decisively without any hesitation, his gaze locked on the book in Senju Itachi's hands. "All right, first, you mentioned before that all your research results must be shared with Konoha and can only be shared with Konoha," Senju Itachi said seriously. Orochimaru quickly nodded, signaling him to continue. "Second, no attacking anyone from Konoha. Also, don't bother me in the future if you annoy me." Halfway through, Senju Itachi tore the book in half right in front of Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru instinctively reached out to stop him, but was still a step too late. Only able to watch helplessly as the book was torn apart, his face filled with pain and reluctance. "If you annoy me or make me unhappy, I will destroy the remaining half," Senju Itachi said coldly. "Okay," Orochimaru trembled as he squeezed out a word between his teeth, carefully taking the half of the book that Senju Itachi handed over, gently stroking the cover as if soothing a wounded treasure. "Bai, study well, and remember to tell me when you have results." After Senju Itachi finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Orochimaru blinked, puzzled, and asked, "Is that all? Nothing else?" "Yes. Otherwise what? Should I let you off for yourself?" After teasing him, Senju Itachi directly vanished from the spot, leaving Orochimaru standing there, still deep in thought. Chapter 1. In the morning, a series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded. "Hokage-sama, wake up! Mizuki-sama is leaving today. If you don't get up, Mizuki-sama might not leave." The crisp and slightly anxious voice of Shizen rang out from outside the door. "Ah, Shizen, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I might not leave?" Immediately, a charming and teasing voice followed. Mizukage-sama, how did you get here? Let go of me, don't touch me." Shizen's voice was filled with panic and shyness. You're still denying it. Give it up. You can't outdo me. Itachi is mine." Terumi Mei's carefree laughter echoed in the air. Inside the room, Senju Itachi was awakened from his sleep by the noisy sounds. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked to the door, opening it. "Ah, Shizen, what s? Hokage-sama, don't look." Before he could finish, a sharp scream instantly dispelled his drowsiness. Upon closer inspection, he saw Terumi Mei hugging Shizen from behind, her hands restlessly moving inside Shizen's clothes, while Shizen was blushing and struggling frantically, trying to stop Terumi Mei's actions. After welcoming the two into the room, Senju Itachi walked into the bathroom to quickly wash up and get ready. Shizen, with a flushed face, was unconsciously rubbing her fingers back and forth, appearing awkward and shy. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei was curiously surveying the room, her eyes filled with curiosity and exploration. "Hokage-sama, Mizuki-sama, can I make you some noodles?" After calming down, Shizen skillfully walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge to check the ingredients, and then loudly asked outside. Sure, thank you, Shizen. Sorry to trouble you." Senju Itachi's voice came from the bathroom. Hearing this, Terumi Mei also walked over to Shizen's side. "Like Itachi, I'm sorry to trouble you. You seem very familiar with this place. You must have come here quite a few times, right?" Terumi Mei said casually while observing the kitchen layout with a smile. Teasing Shizen. Upon hearing this, the originally nimble Shizen suddenly froze, stammering an explanation. I haven't come here many times, just when Hokage-sama was drunk. I brought it back a few times." "Is that so? These days, your drinking capacity seems to be average too." He didn't take advantage of the situation, did he? While saying this, Terumi Mei leaned closer to Shizen, her eyes filled with teasing. During these days in Konoha, Terumi Mei had taken a great interest in this gentle and beautiful little assistant to the Hokage. Here, every day she either teases Shizen or flirts with Senju Itachi. This relaxed and pleasant life is something she has never experienced in the Hidden Mist Village. If it weren't for her busy affairs, she would really want to stay in Konoha forever. After a simple meal, the two accompanied Terumi Mei to the entrance of Konoha Village. There were very few people coming to see her off. Terumi Mei only informed Shizen and Senju Itachi of her departure time. The distance is quite far. Do you really not need me to send someone to escort you? Senju Itachi asked, looking at Terumi Mei, who was wearing the Mizuki's hat. Hearing this, Terumi Mei lightly lifted the veil in front of her, revealing her beautiful red lips, and with a charming smile, she said, "It's fine for others. But if Lord Hokage wants to personally escort me, I would be more than happy." As soon as she said this, Shizun, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, her smile stiffening on her face. Facing Terumi Mei's straightforward teasing, Senju Itachi responded with a smile. "Really? I'm just afraid that if I go to see you off, Lord Mizuki might not return to the Hidden Mist Village in one piece." Shizun, if you step on me again, my toes are going to break," Senju Itachi suddenly exclaimed. "It's fine, Lord Hokage. Shizun's medical ninjutsu is quite good and can treat you," Shizun said with a serious face calmly. I'm off now, little Shizun. Come visit me in the Hidden Mist Village whenever you have a chance." Terumi Mei laughed heartily, waved her hand gracefully, and turned to leave. Watching Terumi Mei walk farther away, Senju Itachi signaled with a hand, and instantly, several Umbu ninjas hidden in the shadows jumped out like ghosts. "Lord Hokage, follow her and ensure that Mizuki arrives safely in the Hidden Mist Village," Senju Itachi ordered seriously. Yes, the Umbu ninjas quickly disappeared from the spot, closely following Terumi Mei's figure. Senju Itachi stood at the village entrance, looking in the direction Terumi Mei had left, secretly lamenting how her figure was indeed quite memorable. "Stop looking. You can't even see her shadow anymore. If you really can't bear to part, why not just go with her?" "All right. Today is the new student enrollment at the ninja school. There's still half an hour left," Shizun said angrily while holding Tuntan, then turned and left quickly. Hearing the words, "new student enrollment," Senju Itachi instantly came back to his senses. He remembered that this year's new students should include Naruto and Hinata. No wonder Kakashi and Itachi haven't come to disturb him today. It turns out they were busy preparing for the new students' enrollment. Senju Itachi didn't dare to delay, and with a gust of wind, he quickly headed toward the ninja school. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha Village, Naruto, with a brand new backpack, had an excited little face flushed red. He tightly held onto Minato with his left hand and tugged on Kushina with his right, bouncing between the two while continuously chanting, "Ha ha ha, Mom and Dad, I can go to school soon. When I graduate, you must teach me all your ninjutsu." Minato looked at the excited Naruto with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Of course, but you need to study hard in school, read seriously. Otherwise, if you don't graduate, you won't be able to become a ninja." Kushina added from the side, "And if your exam scores aren't good, don't blame Mom for being harsh on your little butt." Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly, still wearing a bright smile. That won't happen. I'm going to be the Hokage. How could I possibly fail to graduate?" Just then, a proud voice came from the side. "Humph. The one who will become Hokage is definitely me. Don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, Naruto's little face instantly scrunched up in anger, shouting, "Stinky Sasuke, no way. The Hokage will definitely be me." Minato and Kushina exchanged smiles and decided to let go of Naruto's hands, allowing the children to resolve their own matters. The two greeted Uchiha Fugaku warmly. "Good morning, Fugaku clan leader. Why is it you sending Sasuke today? Isn't it usually Itachi?" Fugaku nodded slightly and explained with a smile. "Itachi went to apply for the new student class. He said that it's quite busy with missions and classes, so he hasn't been able to accompany Sasuke much. From now on, he will directly take the new students so he can be with him every day." While chatting, the group walked towards the ninja school. The two little ones chased each other, playing and laughing ahead. At the wide entrance of the ninja school, a crowd had already gathered, with a dense crowd of adults and children, creating a lively scene. At the entrance, a dozen teachers were methodically registering information for the new students. Chapter 101. You're quite good at picking up things, everyone. Please be quiet. Next, we invite Lord Hokage to give us the first lesson of the new school year. Irika stood on stage, his voice clear, announcing loudly to the crowd below. The new students were filled with curiosity and anticipation, their eyes sparkling, while the parents smiled gently, watching their children, and as Irika introduced, applause erupted. Senju Itachi, dressed in Hokage attire, stood tall, each step steady and powerful, slowly walking onto the stage. He raised his hands, his movements elegant and confident, emanating an invisible aura. And instantly, the cheers from the crowd below gradually quieted down. Senju Itachi scanned the audience, his gaze gently sweeping over everyone, coughed lightly, and with a friendly smile. He began, "Good morning, parents, teachers, and the blossoming flowers of Konoha who are about to step into the campus. His voice spread across the playground through the microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, the applause erupted again, even more fervent than before. Once the applause gradually subsided, Senju Itachi continued, "Dear children, welcome to this crucial stage of your life. From today on, your journey of learning begins. You will forge your will, and the future of Konoha is in your hands." During the speech, Senju Itachi's peripheral vision occasionally glanced at the desk on the platform. As his last sentence fell, Senju Itachi smiled, slightly bowed in acknowledgement, then turned gracefully and walked down the high platform with a relaxed pace. Under Senju Itachi's leadership, Konoha has undergone years of development, and the educational policies he implemented have now been fully popularized. In terms of teaching philosophy, it emphasizes the perfect combination of theory and practice. And the teachers at the ninja school have thoroughly studied the fourth-generation knowledge compilation. Among many teachers, Uchiha Itachi is known as the best mentor for explaining the thoughts of great figures, with his classes full of depth and inspiration, while in emergency knowledge, Kakashi and Might Guy stand out more, as their rich practical experience always allows students to gain a lot. Whenever the three of them have free time, they voluntarily come to the ninja school to teach, imparting knowledge and experience to the students. As for those veteran ninjas, Senju Itachi provided each of them with a copy of fourth-generation knowledge compilation, with learning being voluntary and not mandatory. With the continuous development of Konoha, the number of new students enrolling each year has been increasing. For the long-term future of Konoha, Senju Itachi assigned a mandatory task to all elite jonin. Each must go to the ninja school once a month to teach a class. There are no restrictions on the content of the course. They can either teach a sophisticated ninjutsu or share their valuable training experiences. Moreover, after class, students will be arranged to give scores, and based on the scoring situation, outstanding teachers will receive corresponding bonuses as encouragement. Below, Hayashi smiled warmly, watching his adorable daughter Hinata, who was lining up with tenderness in his eyes, and inadvertently noticed Shikamaru and others standing together. I casually suggested to Watergate and Fujiwara beside me. Watergate, Fujiwara, why don't we three form a group similar to Boar, Deer, Butterfly? What do you think? Dingswa was munching on snacks when he suddenly noticed the commotion over here and hurriedly came over, his face showing some excitement. "Oh, what's going on? Are you planning to come up with some combination techniques? Hurry up and tell me. I'll help you brainstorm." Fujiwara scratched his chin, showing a hint of disdain on his face, and said bluntly, "Watergate and I are enough. You can forget it. With your Byakugan, I can't even tell when you're glaring at me. I'm really not interested in teaming up with you." As soon as these words came out, Nichizuki exploded, the veins around his Byakugan bulging, and he shouted loudly, "Are you blind? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is what I look like when I glare at you." Fujiwara completely ignored the furious Nichizuki and turned to look at Watergate and Dingswa. "TCH, Watergate, Dingswa. I heard Byakugan can see through things. Is that reliable? There's so many female comrades here today. If he activates his Byakugan, I seriously doubt this old guy's motives." "Damn, don't slander me." Nichizuki panicked when he heard this, quickly deactivating his Byakugan, looking around anxiously, his eyes filled with worry and innocence. When his gaze met Watergate's, Watergate instinctively took a step forward, shielding Kushina behind him. "No, you. Watergate, I really didn't tea." Nichizuki was so anxious that he was flailing his arms, desperately trying to explain. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, who had already been assigned to their classes, started to bicker again. Naruto frowned, looking disgusted, and said, "Ugh, how annoying. I can't believe I'm in the same class as you." Sasuke was unwilling to back down and immediately retorted, "I'm not even complaining about you. And you're already complaining about me?" These two seemed like natural enemies, and within 3 sentences, they were already arguing back and forth. The school opening scene was bustling with activity. After finishing his speech, Senju Itama returned to the Hokage's office. Inside the office, 4 figures, 1 big and 3 small, stood awkwardly, nervously watching Senju Itama, who was sitting behind the Hokage's desk. Senju Itama pointed to a child wearing pink clothes, with red hair adorned with a delicate little flower, and with a somewhat puzzled expression, asked Shizen, "Where did you find this child?" Shizen slightly lowered his head and cautiously replied, "Hokage-sama, I found her while on a mission in the grass village. We have investigated thoroughly. Her background is clean, and her parents have passed away due to the war, leaving her all alone. I hope Hokage-sama can take her in and let her settle in Konoha." Senju Itama then looked at the other 2 children and continued to ask, "What about this one and this one?" Did you also find them during your mission? Are you sure you didn't snatch them from someone else? Hokage-sama, I swear in the name of Konoha. Shizen hurriedly tried to explain. Wait. It's fine, it's not that serious. Don't be so serious. Senju Itama smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Shizen, then glanced at the three children standing straight, but secretly glancing at him, teasingly said, I didn't expect you to be quite good at picking up kids. Senju Itama looked at the tallest and most delicate-looking child beside Shizen and gently asked, Hello there, little friend. Are you a boy or a girl? The child trembled slightly and nervously replied, Hokage. Hokage-sama, I'm a boy. Senju Itama reached out to pat the heads of the several children, noticing the paper-folded flowers on their heads, feeling a twinge of compassion. Shizen, take them to the hospital for a full physical checkup. Then find Tsunade and have her help arrange accommodations at the orphanage. I'll make arrangements here, and we'll handle their enrollment procedures tomorrow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Shizen immediately bowed in gratitude, his tone filled with appreciation. The three little ones beside him followed suit, cheerfully expressing their thanks to Senju Itama. All right, it's nothing, Senju Itama said, taking some money out of the drawer and handing it over. With this money, buy the kids a few new sets of clothes and some supplies they need for school. From today on, they are children of Konoha. After everything was arranged, Senju Itama watched Shizen take the children away, and a smile of satisfaction unconsciously appeared on his face. Chapter 102. Danzo's moves. You guys are quick to act. After dealing with the arrangements for the three children, Shizen re-entered the Hokage's office and sat across from Senju Itama. Shizen wore a gentle smile and responded, Hokage-sama, it's not bad. Recently, the organization has recruited a few new members, all with outstanding abilities. Good. The few people I mentioned earlier, you and Nagato must keep it a secret. Senju Itama's expression was calm, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Shizen couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, Hokage-sama, why not just eliminate them directly? Senju Itama replied matter-of-factly, why get rid of them? Free labor, how cost-effective. If there are overly dangerous missions, let them handle it. After hearing this, Shizen nodded repeatedly, realizing he still had some kindness. He needed to learn from Hokage-sama in this aspect. Senju Itama continued, Shizen, from now on, whenever you encounter children who have become orphans due to war, save them if you can. Bring back those with potential to become ninjas to Konoha. For those without potential, send them directly to the orphanage in the Land of Fire. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shizen replied respectfully, standing up to bow. This was also the reason he dared to bring those three children back with confidence. You've worked hard. If you need anything, just let me know. Konoha will always be your strongest support. Senju Itama stood up and gently patted Shizen's shoulder. Over the years, all external affairs relied on Shizen and others to manage. Zhilong had already retired in success. Goro was enjoying himself, and the other few were stationed in the capital of the Land of Fire, not too far from home. Only Shizen, at a young age, had already become weathered from hard work, looking almost as old as him. Hokage-sama, I would like to request some manpower. Shizen spoke, interrupting Senju Itama's thoughts. Senju Itama returned to his senses, looking at Shizen and asking, how many people do you need? Or do you want to specify who you want? Hokage-sama, the Akatsuki organization currently lacks high-level combat power, but we only have white Zetsu at the lower levels. Tang Hidden Village has already fallen into our hands, and the surrounding small countries' hidden villages won't last long either. However, we lack enough manpower to guard them. If we leave them unchecked, without the control of the hidden villages, these small countries will likely fall into chaos quickly, and then it might lead to war again. Senju Itama listened to Shizen's analysis and nodded in agreement, saying, that's indeed the case. If it becomes like that, it would go against our original intentions. How about this? Go find Kakuzu and coordinate manpower with him. By the way, I'll write you a letter if you need high combat power assistance. Take my letter with you to communicate. At this time, in the grass-hidden village, a figure that had been away from Konoha for a long time quietly appeared. On an island belonging to the grass-hidden village, Danzo led a dozen people to this place. On the island, a tall rock castle rose abruptly. This was the Castle of the Hidden Mist. This castle was built by the grass-hidden village on behalf of several countries, specifically used to imprison ninja offenders. Every ninja who entered here could not easily escape. The prison warden, Mu Wei, was proficient in fire release, heavenly prison technique. Every person who steps into the prison will be subjected to this technique. Once the victim refines their chakra, their body will spontaneously combust. Moreover, the person who cast the spell cannot leave the city of Kirigakure. Otherwise, they will also self-ignite and die. Danzo arrived at the gates of Kirigakure with ease. The guards, seeing him, directly opened the city gates without any hindrance. Danzo left some members behind and led 2 people straight into Kirigakure. As Danzo's group advanced, the various prisoners in the city stopped their actions and cast curious glances. Here he comes again. I wonder who will suffer this time, one prisoner muttered quietly. Ha! Wanting to escape, but unable to, wanting to die, but lacking the courage. What a frustrating situation, another prisoner agreed helplessly. The prisoners exchanged words, discussing among themselves. However, Danzo completely ignored them, his steps never faltering as he walked straight ahead. Upon reaching the depths of Kirigakure, Mu had already prepared a lavish feast. Seeing Danzo, Mu welcomed him with a smile and said, Danzo, it's been a long time. Please take a seat. Danzo looked at the enthusiastic Mu and smiled slightly, directly asking Mu, is the person I want ready? Haha, it's been ready for a long time. Just a child, nothing too serious. No need for a big fuss, Mu said, clapping his hands. 2 prison guards and brought forth a child with white hair. Danzo, I have the person ready, but I don't know when you will fulfill your promise to me. Danzo glanced at the child before subtly looking at the 2 behind him. Upon seeing this, one of them nodded slightly. Danzo then spoke, don't rush. The opening of the box of bliss requires a vast amount of chakra, and it can't be solved just by being impatient. Besides the 9 tails chakra, it's hard to find another one in the entire ninja world. The 9 tails chakra, as if it's easy to borrow from you Konoha. Besides, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, my little Kusagakure can't provoke, Mu replied. Hearing Mu's words, Danzo calmly took out a photo from his pocket. The photo showed a happy family of 3. Minato had one arm around Kushina's waist and the other holding a blonde child. The child was smiling brightly, with 6 whisker-like markings on his face. You indeed can't afford to offend the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the yellow flash, but what if you have leverage over them? Seeing the wary look in Mu's eyes, Danzo continued. I'll tell you another piece of news. The 9 tails has already been split in 2, with one half in Kushina and the other half in Minato. Taking this child will allow either of them to become the key to opening this box. I'll take the child and skip the meal. I have other matters to attend to. If you need anything, contact me with something of equal value. With that, Danzo left the photo behind and took the white-haired child out of Kirigakure. After exiting the city, the person carrying the child removed their mask, revealing a pale face with red eyes and white hair. Hee, Danzo, as expected of you, just a few words and you manage to pull this off. Once I succeed, I'll definitely help you deal with Senju Itachi. By the way, help me contact Orochimaru. I heard he was also expelled from Konoha, and I'm very interested in his research. Chapter 103. Hiring Tsunade in a hidden corner of the ninja world, there lies a valley that seems serene and beautiful. A waterfall cascades down from a great height, imposing and magnificent. Surrounding it are shady green trees, their lush branches blocking out the sun, with rugged stones worn smooth by years of flowing water scattered haphazardly. Within this natural barrier, a cave appears faintly. The interior of the cave is quite spacious, and at this moment, 5 people are gathered inside. Pain, is there something off about our recent actions? Black and White Zetsu broke the silence first, a hint of doubt in his voice. Pain slowly raised his head and calmly replied, What, you and Akatsuki came to find me just to ask this? Hey Pain, don't forget our plan. Up to now, there's been almost no substantial progress, Black Zetsu said again, his words laced with a hint of questioning. Can't wait any longer? Then go ahead and try it. Given our current situation, what are the chances of success for the plan? Pain responded bluntly, his tone carrying undeniable authority. Akatsuki and Black Zetsu were left speechless, falling into silence for a moment. Black Zetsu slightly frowned, and before he could speak, Akatsuki stepped forward. Then let's hurry up and expand our influence. Konoha is developing too quickly. If we keep waiting like this, we might not even be able to handle Konoha alone, let alone the other ninja villages. Seeing this, Conan chimed in, All right, then let's quickly expand our influence. Orochimaru from Konoha has considerable strength. We can target him. Okay, then let Akatsuki recruit Orochimaru. Pain made a concise decision, and after leaving this statement, he turned and strode away. Conan and Shursui quickly followed. Watching the 3 leave, Akatsuki lowered his voice and asked, Has that person's aura leaked out? No, completely undetectable. But I have quietly left small spores. I will be able to identify him later. Black Zetsu replied softly. In fact, what they were concerned about was not the mission at all. This mysterious person who had joined the organization only in the past 2 years left them filled with doubts. Since this person joined, the entire organization's development direction had quietly changed. Although Obito harbored doubts, he did not express them too much. However, Black Zetsu was already in a state of panic. He had been hiding in the shadows, disguising himself as a loyal follower of Uchiha Madara, hoping to use these people to achieve his own goals. But the current situation was beyond his expectations. The people he had originally manipulated had developed new ideas. If this problem was not resolved quickly, all his previous plans would be in vain. After Pain, Shui, and the others left, they remained silent on their way. Once they confirmed that Obito and Black Zetsu had not followed them, Shui finally spoke. "It's not good. They've already started to doubt me. If this continues, I worry for our safety." Pain fell into deep thought, and Konan looked at the two of them, analyzing according to Lord Itachi. Akatsuki is also someone deceived by Black Zetsu. Why don't we try to persuade him? Upon hearing Konan's suggestion, Shusui's mouth twitched slightly. Recalling the first encounter with Akatsuki, he thought that if Jiraiya hadn't been present at the time, he might have already lost his life. They were too late the first time and couldn't save Yahiko. Fortunately, Jiraiya was there, allowing them to meet Nagato and Konan smoothly. Afterward, Jiraiya had been secretly following and observing them under the pretext of gathering inspiration for writing novels. If it weren't for Senju Itachi's timely intervention, Obito and Black Zetsu might have already acted against Jiraiya. It was precisely because of their first meeting that Shui had the opportunity to be candid with Nagato after joining the Akatsuki organization. With the key information and guidance provided by Senju Itachi, he gradually made Nagato and Konan suspicious of Black Zetsu, step by step leading to a confrontation with Black Zetsu and Obito. Shui understood the Uchiha clan too well. Upon learning that Akatsuki was a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew that persuading him would not be easy. Unless all the truths were placed before him without reservation, it would be impossible. Thinking of this, Shui decisively interrupted Konan. "Don't think about it. If I could persuade him, I would have already tried when Lord Hokage arranged for me to come." After hearing this, Pain nodded. "Shui, please return to Konoha and consult with Lord Itachi. It seems that the subsequent plans will likely need to be adjusted. All right, you and Xiaonan must pay attention to safety." With a decisive tone, he vanished from sight as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, in the Hokage office of Konoha village, Senju Yifei and Tsunade were staring at each other in a stalemate. "Sister Tsunade, it's such a shame to let your medical ninjutsu go to waste like this. Why not teach the kids in Konoha?" Senju Yifei said with great anticipation. "No, I'm very busy. If I agree to you, won't I lose my freedom? No way. Absolutely not. Too unfair." Tsunade shook her head repeatedly in refusal without a second thought. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, isn't it reasonable to contribute to the village? How can you not feel embarrassed?" Senju Yifei feigned surprise and raised his voice. Tsunade looked at Senju Yifei with disdain and said, "Me? Not contributing? Fine, then I'll take Shizen away tomorrow. You know, I actually feel quite unaccustomed without Shizen around." "You? Fine, you win." Senju Yifei was momentarily speechless, then turned to Shizen, who was standing nervously beside them. "Shizen, help me check how much is left in my private treasury and also tally up the total reserves of Konoha." "Hokage-sama, your private treasury still has over 5 billion, and Konoha's total reserves amount to over 600 billion. After deducting the planned expenditures, about half can be freely allocated." As soon as Shizen finished speaking, Tsunade immediately put on a pitiful expression, lowered her head, walked around the desk, and hugged Senju Yifei's arm while crying, "Yifei, we're of the same clan. You wouldn't heartlessly leave me broke, right? Just say whether you will teach or not. You don't have to teach every day. Just 1 class a week will do. And I'll pay you. But don't think I'm going to give you the money directly. Don't even think about it." Senju Yifei firmly rejected her with a serious expression as he pulled away from Tsunade's ample embrace. "Shizen, secretly give me some of his money. He won't notice. With so much money, he definitely can't count it all." Tsunade still refused to give up and whispered to Shizen, "Gee, great lady Tsunade, no. This all belongs to Hokage-sama. I'm just helping him keep it safe." Shizen stammered in fear, shaking her head repeatedly in refusal. Upon hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade began to play the victim. "I knew it. Yifei's money is all in your hands. How terrifying. And you're not even married yet. Woo-woo." Senju Yifei was truly helpless and had to cover Tsunade's mouth with his hand. 100,000 for each child. As long as you can teach them well, money is not a problem. You can discover other talented children yourself. Sakura and Ino have outstanding talent in medical ninjutsu. You must train them well. How about it?" As he spoke, he released his hand. "Raise it a bit more. 90,000. All right, 100,000 each. Deal. You get the money ready. Chapter 104. Naruto's Nightmare Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Senju Yifei sat behind a large desk, curiously staring at the thin report card in Uchiha Itachi's hand. The results are out? Let me see. Senju Yifei's face was filled with curiosity. He had been eagerly awaiting the results of this year's students. In the previous year, Niji had taken the top spot, easily securing first place in both regular ninjutsu theoretical knowledge and the new courses introduced by Senju Yifei. This year, as the outstanding new generation direct descendants of the prominent clans of Konoha, they naturally drew the attention of the Hokage. Senju Yifei took the report card from Itachi and glanced over it. Shikamu, Sasuke, Shikamu. He softly muttered, his expression gradually turning playful. Surprisingly, aside from the practical ninjutsu subject, all the top spots in the other subjects were taken by Nara Shikamaru. Looking at Naruto's results, he was only 2 points behind Sasuke in the practical ninjutsu subject, but his performance in the other subjects was simply dismal, almost always in the last position. Sasuke's results are pretty good, mostly second place. Senju Yifei followed Sasuke's results down the list, and suddenly, his eyebrows raised slightly. What happened here? It's even lower than Naruto's. Upon closer inspection, it was the moral education class, which happened to be taught by Itachi. Hey, this kid is biased in his studies. That's not good. The subject he's weak in is yours. Itachi, you need to think carefully about this. Senju Yifei smirked at Itachi. Itachi coughed lightly, his expression serious, indeed. It seems I wasn't strict enough with Sasuke. Senju Yifei continued to check and found that Hinata Hyuga's results were outstanding, consistently ranking in the top 5 across all subjects. Ino's performance was equally impressive, with most of her grades also in the top 5. He then picked up another report card, which recorded the results of Haku and Kimimaro. They were slightly older and had been placed in a faster-paced class. Although their grades weren't high, they weren't at the bottom either, which was already commendable. Meanwhile, at Minato's home, a series of horrified screams shattered the original tranquility. Mom, I'm sorry. Don't hit me. I really regret it. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, his hands tightly covering his backside, bouncing around the house like a nimble little monkey. Behind him, Kushina Uzumaki, with her wild red hair, held a feathered duster tightly in her hand, closing in on him with every step, each strike filled with the anger of disappointment. Stop right there. If you run again, I'll smash your butt. Kushina threatened loudly as she watched Naruto dart behind the cabinet, unable to reach him, only able to threaten him loudly. I'm not coming out. If I do, you'll hit me again. I'm not stupid. Naruto hid behind the cabinet, his voice carrying a sob, yet filled with stubbornness. Suddenly, a massive red chakra arm burst forth from behind Kushina, effortlessly grabbing the cabinet and moving it aside, revealing a terrified little Naruto trembling behind it. Dad! Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw Minato sitting on the sofa, as if he had found a savior, and he rushed towards him, covering his backside. However, Minato, seeing Naruto charging towards him, panicked and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from the spot without hesitation. Naruto, forgive Dad. Dad doesn't want to get hit either. I can only put you through this. Naruto's miserable cries continued, and Kushina's angry shouts echoed throughout the room. You should study hard, and you give me these scores? Almost every subject is in the last place. Get your butt ready. Still dare to hide? Naruto, with tears in his eyes, pitifully lay on Kushina's leg, feeling that his future was bleak. It's only been a month since school started. I still have to endure this for at least 6 more years. With that thought, his cries became even more lamentable. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke, come here. Your brother has something to ask you. Itachi's voice came from afar, calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicably nervous. He cautiously inched closer to Itachi, his head almost touching the ground. Brother, I'm sorry. Sasuke, not waiting for Itachi to speak, directly admitted his mistake, his intuition telling him that this time was definitely not good. Turn around, take down your pants. Itachi's tone left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face filled with resistance, his eyes instantly reddened, and with tears welling up, he looked at Itachi with a pitiful plea. Brother, I really didn't mean it. I fell asleep in that class. It's not my fault. So it's my fault then. Turn your butt around. A scream pierced the sky, and the crisp sound of slapping echoed in the Uchiha clan's territory, with Sasuke's cries resonating all around. In another room, Mikoto covered her ears in pain upon hearing this sound. At that moment, Senju Itachi was leisurely drinking tea in his office, completely unaware of the consequences of his own teasing remarks. Suddenly sensing something, he stood up and walked to the window, opening it. As the window swung open, a black figure flashed in like a ghost. Senju Itachi looked helplessly at Uchiha Shursui in front of him, thinking, "Didn't I tell you it's fine? Why did you jump in through the window instead of using the door?" Shursui scratched his head awkwardly, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Soru, Hokage-sama. I've just gotten used to this. You've been discovered? Senju Itachi's expression changed sharply. Without waiting for Shursui to speak, he quickly extended his hand, carefully sensing Shursui's condition. With a casual wave, some tiny spores fell into his palm. Shursui focused and sensed back to the moment those spores had touched him, his expression changing drastically. Hokage-sama, I don't know when these fell on me. If I return to the village now, I'd be discovered? Konin and Suigetsu. It's fine. These should be used to identify your identity. There's almost no chakra fluctuation, not enough to gather information. Senju Itachi interrupted Shursui, patiently explaining while destroying the spores. He then entered sage mode and carefully checked Shursui from head to toe. It's gone, confirming there were no other abnormalities. Senju Itachi withdrew from sage mode. Hokage-sama, what should we do next? Kaguya has already started to suspect us. Shursui looked worriedly at Senju Itachi. After a moment of thought, Senju Itachi said, "Let us do this. For the next actions, you will focus on Kaguya and Obito's missions. By the way, has Orochimaru joined you yet?" "Not yet, but we've already sent someone contact him." Senju Itachi then took out half a book, tearing off a portion and handing it to Shursui. "Shursui, after Orochimaru joins, give him these books and let him study them however he wants." Shursui did not hesitate, carefully storing the pages and quietly waiting for Senju Itachi's next instructions. "Here, take these 2 kunai with you. Extend your hand." As Shursui extended his hand, 2 wooden arm rings were securely placed on his wrists, one bright yellow and one deep black. "These 2 kunai belong to me and Minato, and these arm rings, destroy them if you encounter any insurmountable danger. The yellow one corresponds to Minato, and he and I will rush to support you at any time." After arranging everything, Shursui prepared to leave. Watching Shursui's figure, Senju Itachi reminded him again, "Remember, prioritize your safety." Chapter 105. Orochimaru and Shursui. This place isn't bad. Obito stood on a peak outside the Sound Ninja village, his black cloak fluttering in the wind as he looked down at the small ninja village below, softly murmuring. Moments later, the figures of Black and White Zetsu quietly emerged from the ground beside Obito. "Did you find it? This is the location Pain provided. Is Orochimaru here?" Obito asked. "I found it, Lord Madara. I'll take you there right away." With that, Black and White Zetsu jumped off the cliff first. Obito followed closely, and the 2 swiftly navigated through the woods, eventually stopping outside a cave. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as they stood at the cave entrance, several kunai shot toward them like lightning. The kunai passed through Obito as if it struck the air, embedding themselves into the tree behind him. Black and White Zetsu had already sunk underground, avoiding the trap's attack. Interesting. Not a physical body, but some kind of space-time ninjutsu? Orochimaru's familiar voice drifted out from the cave, and as his figure appeared, the golden slit pupils revealed a strong interest. Obito looked at Orochimaru and said straightforwardly, "Orochimaru, being chased and beaten by Konoha isn't a good feeling, is it? Join us. Konoha is nothing like that. You will have your chance for revenge soon enough." However, Orochimaru remained unmoved, his gaze a little strange as he assessed the masked man in front of him. He thought to himself, "This person can't be sane. I'm doing just fine here, and I have no deep enmity with Konoha. Why would I want to provoke them? Just thinking about Konoha's lineup makes my scalp tingle. Konoha? I can't afford to offend them." Orochimaru's expression was calm, with no trace of turmoil in his eyes. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju, Itachi, Namikaze Minato, coupled with my 2 close friends, any 2 of these strong Konoha figures could turn me to ash, so I dare not provoke them. As for your organization, what do you have to counter Konoha? To put it another way, what value do you have that would make me risk my life against Konoha?" Listening to Orochimaru's words, Obito's expression gradually turned cold beneath his mask. Senju Itachi's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. He would eventually take revenge for that blade. After forcing himself to calm down, Obito slowly spoke. "I heard that Konoha expelled you from the village for conducting human experiments. Here with us, you can conduct your research freely, with manpower, resources, and finances all provided for you. All right, I'll go take a look with you. If I'm impressed, then I'll join you. Orochimaru, bold and daring, thought for a moment before readily agreeing. At the Akatsuki organization's base, Shursui, Konin, Pain, Kakazu, and others gathered together, quietly waiting for Orochimaru's arrival. When Orochimaru appeared, memories deep within Konin and Nagato were instantly awakened. The man who once tried to take their lives slowly overlapped with the figure radiating a chilling aura before them. As Orochimaru stepped into the cave, his gaze was immediately drawn to Pain. Pain's eyes seemed to emit endless mysterious light, stirring a strong impulse within Orochimaru to dig deeper and study them. Orochimaru quietly released his perception, suddenly shocked. The people in front of him were all shadow-level powerhouses. Facing any one of them alone, he had no confidence of winning. Okay, I'll join. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru decisively made his choice. This organization was powerful. In the entire ninja world, aside from Konoha, Orochimaru couldn't think of another village capable of resisting this organization's attacks. Joining them, with their support, his research might progress more smoothly. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Pain did not speak, but calmly extended his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Without warning, Pain suddenly unleashed ninjutsu on Orochimaru. In an instant, a terrifying force of attraction erupted from Pain's hand. Unprepared, Orochimaru felt his body lighten, and the next second, Pain's face rapidly enlarged in front of him. Before he could make any resistance, his neck was tightly grasped by Pain, and Pain's cold voice immediately reached his ears. I didn't like the look in your eyes just now. Joining the organization is fine. Whatever you need, the organization can provide, and if not, I'll ensure you get it by force. At this point, Pain's tone suddenly shifted. However, you must complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Moreover, it's best not to have any inappropriate thoughts about me. As soon as the words fell, Pain released his grip on Orochimaru's neck. Feeling the discomfort on his neck, Orochimaru casually twisted it, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he said, "A very good technique. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." After the brief welcoming ceremony ended, the members of the Akatsuki organization dispersed, each looking quite busy. Once everyone had left, Shursui approached Orochimaru and handed him the pages of the book given to him by Senju Itachi. Orochimaru took the pages and skimmed through them, his eyes filled with confusion. However, when he saw a piece of paper tucked inside, his confusion instantly vanished, replaced by intense curiosity. After reading it, Shursui's disguised voice echoed in Orochimaru's ear. Once he confirmed that Orochimaru had heard him, he left without looking back. Orochimaru gazed at the empty base, the light in his golden vertical pupils flickering unpredictably. He pondered to himself, a group of rogue ninjas, each with extraordinary strength, plus those mysterious eyes, along with a Konoha undercover agent. This is interesting, truly interesting. With that thought, his snake-like tongue involuntarily extended, slowly licking his lips. My spores have been discovered. I tried again just now, and he's already on guard, making it harder to succeed. Obito and Black and White Zetsu walked out of the cave, and Black Zetsu, seemingly deep in thought, spoke to Obito. After hearing Zetsu's words, Obito slowly replied, "If we've been discovered, then so be it. It was just an attempt. We just need to keep a close watch on the follow-up actions and see what Pain does next." "All right, understood. But since Orochimaru has joined, let's hand over the Hashirama cells and White Zetsu to him for research. He should be able to come up with something different." Guided by Black Zetsu, Obito nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, you arrange it and find a suitable opportunity to hand it over to him." Chapter 106. An unexpected visitor. Ding, 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 ding. Outside Konoha village, in a training ground, a blonde boy and a black-haired boy wielding shurikens were locked in a fierce battle. "Sasuke, did you forget to eat? Your punches feel so weak. I don't feel a thing when they hit me," Naruto taunted while defending himself. Sasuke snorted coldly at this. "Humph. You only have a strong mouth. Your punches are weaker than when I walk into the air. Go, Sasuke. Go, Sasuke." Outside the training ground, a red-haired girl named Sakura was cheering for Sasuke, her voice bright and clear. Stinky Sasuke. Today, I'm definitely going to make you pick up your teeth." Seeing that Sakura was only cheering for Sasuke, Naruto's defenses broke, and he shouted angrily, tightening his grip on the shuriken and charging again. Time flew by, and after 6 years of hard study, the new generation of ninjas in Konoha had successfully graduated from the ninja school. Under the careful guidance of their respective teachers, they had excellently completed multiple missions. Without Senju Itachi's intervention, the class division in the ninja school closely matched the original trajectory. Moreover, with the prosperous development of Konoha village, This year's graduating class had many more students than before. Without the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto, relying on the Uzumaki clan's inherent vast chakra reserves, was no less powerful than Sasuke. During their time at the ninja school, the two had been secretly competing against each other. After becoming Kakashi's students, this hidden rivalry intensified, with neither willing to back down. Sasuke, why are you fighting with Naruto again? Hurry, let's go home for dinner. Be careful or Itachi will beat you up. Just as they were locked in combat, a woman dressed in Uchiha clan attire walked out from the woods. She had long, straight black hair flowing behind her, a tall figure, and a beautiful face. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Sasuke immediately blocked Naruto's attack, lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and swiftly reached her side like a flash of black lightning. Sister Izumi, I understand. Let's head back. Hey, stinky Sasuke, if you leave now, it means you admit defeat to me. Naruto, seeing Sasuke turn to leave without a word, stomped his feet in frustration, his face flushed. Hearing Naruto's shouting, Sasuke casually waved his right hand behind him and then left gracefully. Ha, Naruto, you should hurry home for dinner too. Otherwise, Aunt Kushina will beat you up, Izumi said with a gentle smile as she turned to Naruto. At the mention of being beaten, Naruto instinctively covered his backside, a look of fear on his face as he hurriedly said, Sakura, Sister Izumi, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed past Sasuke like a yellow whirlwind. Seeing this, Sasuke's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a barely noticeable smile, and he quickly chased after him. After they left, strange spatial fluctuations suddenly arose in the woods behind the training ground. Following that, a black-haired man in a black robe and a blonde child unexpectedly fell from the sky. That hurts. Sasuke-sensei, where's this place? The blonde child rubbed his sore bottom, struggling to stand up while curiously surveying the surroundings, and then turned his gaze to the black-robed man beside him, asking with confusion. The black-robed man cautiously scanned the area, his eyes revealing calmness and sharpness. Finally, his gaze fell on the nearby town. He saw the towering city walls, standing tall, stretching endlessly. Within the walls, tall buildings rose up, imposing and grand. In the very center of the town stood a particularly eye-catching skyscraper, overlooking all of Konoha like a giant. On the skyscraper, the symbol of Konoha shone brightly in the sunlight. Before middle-aged Sasuke could speak, the blonde child excitedly pointed at the skyscraper and shouted, "Assist. Sasuke-sensei, that looks like the symbol of Konoha." Middle-aged Sasuke ignored Boruto's astonishment. His own feelings were equally complex. He casually picked a Boruto, pushed off the ground, and sped toward the town. Along the way, he skillfully avoided patrolling personnel and successfully entered the town. Wow, Sasuke-sensei, these streets are even wider than Konoha's. Look, there's so many rotating cameras over there. Boruto exclaimed excitedly as he walked, taking in everything around him with wide-eyed wonder. No, wait, Sasuke-sensei, isn't that my mom from when I was little? And Uncle Neji? As Boruto was admiring the surrounding buildings, he inadvertently turned his gaze and suddenly saw two people with Byakugan walking by, chatting and laughing. His eyes widened in disbelief. Middle-aged Sasuke followed Boruto's gaze, and when he saw those familiar faces, an overwhelming shock erupted in his eyes. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, why hasn't your Ica Paradise been updated yet? I've read your previous works twice. While Hinata and Niji's figures kept Sasuke in a state of shock, two other familiar figures emerged from a bookstore at the street corner. Kakashi was still wearing his forehead protector over his eyes, maintaining his mysterious appearance. Beside him, Jiraiya squinted his eyes, constantly surveying the passing beauties with a lecherous expression. Upon seeing this scene, middle-aged Sasuke's shock intensified. Oh, you two look quite unfamiliar in your outfits? Before middle-aged Sasuke could recover from his shock, Jiraiya approached curiously. Stroking his chin, Kakashi beside him also looked up and down at Sasuke and Boruto, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. We are acrobatic performers from the land of Earth, just passing through here, hoping to make a living. Sasuke reacted quickly, speaking while his right hand slipped into his robe, pulling out a small ball and suddenly throwing it into the air. The ball exploded in the air, releasing countless tiny colored paper pieces, dazzling like fireworks. Hey, that's quite interesting. If it's your first time here, you should register at the Konoha security office. Otherwise, you can't perform privately. I remember there's a branch office outside this street where you can register. Jiraiya watched the colorful paper flying in the sky, a smile appearing on his face, and he kindly pointed the direction to middle-aged Sasuke. Okay, thank you. Sasuke quietly bid farewell to Jiraiya and Kakashi. Then, He signaled Boruto with his eyes to remain silent. Due to the tall buildings on the street, the pedestrians chose to walk. Although Sasuke was anxious, knowing the location of Hokage Rock, he could only suppress his urgency and slowly walk through the crowd like everyone else. Mr. Sasuke, this is Konoha. It seems like the old Konoha. How is it that Konoha is developing backward? After enduring the walk, they finally arrived at a deserted alley, and Boruto could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. His face was filled with confusion, his brows tightly knitted together. Hearing Boruto's inquiry, middle-aged Sasuke also looked puzzled. This was indeed Konoha, but it was vastly different from the Konoha he knew. His heart was also filled with questions, desperately wanting to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Kakashi had arrived at the Konoha monitoring room. These two don't look like good people, sneaky. Should we report to Lord Hokage? One of the security team members, who was reviewing the surveillance footage along the way, pointed to the screen showing Sasuke and Boruto looking around, asking Kakashi and Jiraiya beside him. Chapter 107, Otsutsuki Urashiki Konoha Village, 27th floor of the Hokage building. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, warmly illuminating the entire Hokage office. In front of the window, Senju Itachi lay back in a reclining chair, eyes slightly closed, holding a thermos, occasionally sipping from it, fully enjoying the warm sunbath. On the large Hokage desk behind him, there was only a computer, the screen covered with a layer of fine dust under the sunlight. Senju Itachi adhered to the principle that if he didn't lead a team, he would have to work himself to death, meticulously dividing the various departments of Konoha Village and fully implementing a 955 work system. As a result, unless there were problems too difficult to solve, his subordinates would not easily come to disturb him for approval. Moreover, every Friday, Senju Itachi would perform the multi-shadow clone technique, sending the clones to inspect various departments. This not only improved their work attitude, but also effectively prevented individuals with ulterior motives like Danzo from reappearing, while also keeping a watchful eye on spies from other forces infiltrating Konoha, threatening the village's safety. Bang! With a loud sound, the door of the Hokage office was kicked open, breaking the original tranquility. In walked Shizune, dressed in loose casual clothes, storming in with a fierce demeanor. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. The moment Senju Itachi saw Shizune, his previously lazy expression vanished instantly, and he hurriedly stood up from the recliner, concerned, and asked Shizune, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to rest at home?" Slap. Shizune casually threw a book heavily onto the desk, her apricot eyes wide open as she glared at Senju Itachi. "Why? Didn't you say to throw these books away? Why are they still at home?" Senju Itachi looked at the comic book with colorful illustrations on the desk, suddenly speechless, his face alternating between white and red as he stammered an explanation. "No, Shizune, let me explain, it's not what you think. Since you're pregnant, I had to release some stress." "Oomph." Shizune snorted lightly, crossing her arms defiantly, and said in a firm tone, "Get rid of it. No such things allowed at home. You better hold it in, or I'll cut your allowance." All right. I'll listen to you. I'll throw it away. If there's another time, I'll just do it myself. I don't believe I can't control it. Oh, why are you pinching me?" Just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly came from his waist, and he turned to meet Shizune's angry yet slightly embarrassed gaze. Her cheeks were flushed as she reproached. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things. Ha ha. Okay, go home and rest. You're already 6 months pregnant, and you're still running around here. Be good and go home to rest." Senju Itachi hurriedly put on a smiling face, sweet-talking until he finally coaxed Shizune to turn and leave. After watching Shizune leave, Senju Itachi turned back to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling Konoha village. The streets were filled with traffic, and villagers were coming and going, laughter and joy echoing continuously. Looking at this peaceful scene, a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. He turned around, casually picked up the comic book that Shizune had just thrown, and lay back in the recliner, planning to continue enjoying this moment of leisure. However, after flipping through less than 2 pages, his gaze suddenly sharpened. It seemed he sensed an extremely unique fluctuation of chakra, one that felt both familiar and strange. Without time to think further, Senju Itachi instantly vanished from the office, leaving behind only a slight ripple of chakra in the air. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of a restaurant on Konoha's busiest street. He looked in the direction of the sensed chakra, standing frozen in place, his face filled with shock and disbelief. In his view, a blond boy and a man in a black robe were looking around in confusion. Senju Itachi was greatly alarmed. secretly pondering this isn't right. How could they return? Wasn't the future supposed to be changed by me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be a reason for this. Just looking at the current Konoha, even if someone were to come back, it wouldn't be Sasuke and Boruto. Just as he was deep in thought, Boruto and middle-aged Sasuke had already attracted the attention of Jiraiya and Kakashi on the street. Seeing their vigilant demeanor, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Senju Itachi's mouth. However, before he could continue his thoughts, another unfamiliar and malevolent chakra fluctuation quietly emerged in his perception. Feeling this chakra fluctuation, a name flashed through Senju Itachi's mind, and his gaze instantly turned cold. His figure vanished again, and in an instant, he arrived at the top of the library directly opposite Konoha's Hokage Rock. He looked up and saw a figure in a white robe standing quietly on the building across from him. The person was tall, with a stern appearance, and coldly surveyed the Konoha village below as if all things in the world were mere ants in his eyes. This time, Senju Itachi did not hide his figure. The moment he appeared, Otsutsuki Urashiki's attention was drawn to him. Otsutsuki Urashiki slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. On the spacious rooftop of the library, Senju Itachi, dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, shone brightly under the sunlight, the white robe with red patterns appearing particularly dazzling. His expression was indifferent, and his gaze calmly met Otsutsuki Urashiki's. Due to his special body, after learning by himself, his appearance hardly changed, only adding a bit of maturity and steadiness compared to before. "Oh, Aunt, you're the current Hokage of Konoha?" Otsutsuki Urashiki looked down at Konoha village, and although he was full of doubts, his pride as a member of the Otsutsuki clan made him disdainful to ask too much. He slightly tilted his head back, his tone filled with contempt and arrogance. "Huh, Otsutsuki clan, leaving Konoha, this is not a place for you to run wild. Ant-like things, quite audacious." Otsutsuki Urashiki snorted coldly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's words, Senju Itachi cursed inwardly. Damn. Really, what is the point of talking to this kind of fool? Slap. Senju Itachi clapped his hands suddenly, and the ground shook violently. Huge vines burst out from beneath Otsutsuki Urashiki's feet, like a group of angry pythons. Rapidly wrapping around him, Otsutsuki Urashiki felt the powerful chakra fluctuations coming from below. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaped into the air. He turned his body, and the fishing rod in his hand was instantly swung out, directly attacking Senju Itachi. "Aunt, how dare you? So fast!" Before Otsutsuki Urashiki could finish his words, Senju Itachi had already appeared before him like a phantom. With his right leg raised high, carrying immense force, he delivered a fierce kick towards Urashiki's face. A flurry of red origami cranes flew, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure reassembled on the other side of the library's top floor. His expression was dark, filled with anger and shock. "Haha, it's been a while since I've fought seriously." Watching Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure, Senju Itachi moved his limbs, and his joints popped with cracking sounds. He fixed his gaze on Otsutsuki Urashiki, his eyes burning with the flames of battle. In the next second, Senju Itachi pushed off the ground, launching himself towards Otsutsuki Urashiki like a cannonball. "Aunt, you dare to provoke me?" Otsutsuki Urashiki roared angrily, swinging the fishing rod in his hand with a fierce gust of wind, stabbing hard into Senju Itachi's body. Boom! A burst of white smoke erupted, and Otsutsuki Urashiki was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back and was instantly kicked away. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Urashiki soared into the air, and the once calm top of the library suddenly sprouted countless sharp wooden spikes, like blades piercing towards him. In midair, Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes narrowed, and he swung the fishing rod, the fishing line sweeping out, severing all the protruding wooden spikes. "You have angered me." Otsutsuki Urashiki performed a beautiful backflip in the air and landed steadily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his chakra surged violently. Chapter 108, Un Familia Konoha Bang. Bang, bang. The intense sounds of collisions echoed across the wide rooftop, and the battle had reached a fever pitch. "Come on, faster." "Not enough," Senju Itachi shouted, continuously launching attacks. Upon sensing Urashiki's limits, he suddenly kicked towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's abdomen with all his might. Urashiki couldn't react in time, and his body flew back like a kite with a broken string, leaving a long trace on the smooth ground. As he landed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "You dare to mock me like this?" Urashiki gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment. He slowly raised his hand, gently wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning like flames, wishing to devour Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi looked at Urashiki's appearance, a hint of disdainful laughter curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this the strength of someone who claims to be a god? Truly pathetic. Hokage-sama. At that moment, dozens of figures leaped onto the rooftop from all directions like ghosts. They moved swiftly and in unison, instantly surrounding Otsutsuki Urashiki. Minato, as the leader, quickly scanned the battlefield, then looked at Senju Itachi and nodded slightly. Senju Itachi smiled and said, "You guys are quite fast. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you're already here." His tone was relaxed, revealing his disdain for Otsutsuki Urashiki. Immediately, Senju Itachi's expression turned serious, and he turned to remind everyone, "Be careful. Don't get caught by this guy's fishing hooks. If you do, your chakra will be drawn out." Trapped within the encirclement, Otsutsuki Urashiki remained calm. But when he heard Senju Itachi's words, a flicker of shock crossed his cold face. His pupils slightly constricted as he looked at Senju Itachi, confusion and disbelief in his tone. "You weren't even attacked by me. How do you know my technique?" Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi's mouth slightly lifted in a smile. "Guess how I know?" The contempt and disdain in his demeanor infuriated Urashiki. "Aunt, wait for me. I will return eventually." Urashiki roared angrily, his voice filled with unwillingness and threat. As soon as he finished speaking, the space above his head began to distort, and a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. "Damn!" Senju Itachi and Minato rushed towards Urashiki without hesitation the moment they sensed the anomaly. However, despite their speed, they were still a step too late. Urashiki's body quickly sank into the black hole, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only the slightly rippling space entrance behind. "Minato, increase your vigilance. Protect Kushina and Naruto. His target is the Nine Tails. During this time, you should rest and focus on protecting your family. I will send Itachi and Kakashi to help you." Senju Itachi's expression was grave. He knew Urashiki's goal and could not let his guard down. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Minato answered without hesitation. After learning that the mysterious person's target was the Nine Tails, he didn't hesitate, his figure flashing as he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Senju Itachi watched Minato leave, then turned to the surrounding ninjas and said, "Everyone, disperse. Notify Fugaku to strengthen the village's defenses." After everyone left, Senju Itachi stood on the empty rooftop, looking up at the library's top, which had been ravaged by the battle. He took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and soon, the library's top was repaired and reinforced, returning to its former appearance. "Besides, this building is tall, but if it gets damaged, that would be too much trouble for the Hokage." Senju Itachi muttered to himself as he used the body flicker technique, rapidly traversing the rooftops of Konoha village. As he passed each building, he carefully inspected the top and external structure, using wood release to reinforce it. At the same time, he also supplemented several Flying Thunder God marks at key positions for emergencies. On the street opposite Hokage Rock in Konoha village, Sasuke and Boruto stood there, looking up with wide eyes, staring intently at the 4 giant stone carvings on Hokage Rock. "Mr. Sasuke, I recognize the first 3 Hokage, but who is this 4th one? Why isn't he my grandfather?" Boruto asked with a puzzled expression. Middle-aged Sasuke, upon hearing Boruto's question, also looked confused. He slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. He stared at the 4th unfamiliar Hokage's face, quickly thinking in his mind, but no clues came to him. Facing Boruto's inquiry, he did not answer immediately, but turned to look back at Konoha village behind him. The street was bustling with traffic, a scene of prosperity. However, to him, everything felt strangely unfamiliar. He furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. "Sasuke, stop right there. Our match isn't over yet." Suddenly, a clear voice broke Sasuke's concentration. "Oof, I don't want to compete. I'm going to find my brother. You can compete with someone else." Another voice followed closely. Sasuke and Boruto turned towards the sound and saw 2 familiar figures flash out from around the corner. The one in the back was a little blonde boy, the young Naruto, his face flushed and out of breath, clearly having chased for a long time. The one in front was also a small figure, panting just as heavily, and it was the young Sasuke. Dad. Boruto looked at the blonde boy and instinctively murmured, "Come on, let's follow them." The young Sasuke said to Boruto, watching the 2 depart. The 2 carefully concealed themselves and followed behind Naruto and the others. Soon, They arrived at the entrance of a 7-story building. Hello, Konoha Security Department. How can I assist you? Just as the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto hesitated, a member of the Konoha security team sitting at the entrance noticed them and opened the door to greet them. The security officer was dressed in a neat uniform, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Hello, we are acrobats from the land of Earth. We heard we need to apply for a permit here before performing in Konoha. Where can we do that? The middle-aged Sasuke quickly responded, his expression calm and his tone natural as he stated his purpose. Oh, I see. It must be tough coming all the way here. Come, I'll take you to apply. It will be quicker that way. The security officer said with a friendly smile, speaking enthusiastically. Yes, thank you. Sasuke nodded slightly in gratitude. Under the guidance of the security officer, the middle-aged Sasuke quickly obtained the permit. Brother, you promised to teach me ninjutsu today. Why are you going back on your word? Haha, Sasuke, be patient. I'll teach you after I finish what I'm doing. You can go play with Naruto in the 5th floor lounge first. At that moment, a familiar voice reached the young Sasuke's ears. He instinctively turned his head and saw Itachi squatting in front of his younger self, a gentle smile on his face. Raising his right hand to lightly tap the small Sasuke's forehead. In a daze, the middle-aged Sasuke seemed to overlap with that small figure. He felt once again the familiar touch on his forehead. For a moment, his body froze in place, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Hello, do we know each other? At some point, Itachi had come in front of the middle-aged Sasuke. He looked him up and down, a hint of confusion in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, prompting him to ask. No, you must be mistaken. This is our first time in Konoha. Boruto, let us go. The middle-aged Sasuke came back to his senses, not lingering too much, politely replied, and hurriedly left. Watching the middle-aged Sasuke's retreating figure, Itachi's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Mr. Sasuke, wasn't that your brother just now? Why didn't you talk to him a bit longer? Boruto followed Sasuke, looking puzzled. His eyes were filled with confusion, not understanding why Sasuke had to leave so hastily. There's no need. We haven't figured out this place yet, and we haven't confirmed the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Getting too involved would be unwise. Sasuke did not slow down, speaking as he quickened his pace towards the direction of the Uchiha clan's location in his memory. After winding through several turns, a tall gate appeared in front of him. On the gate, the golden characters Uchiha shone brightly in the sunlight, accompanied by the unique emblem of the Uchiha clan, making it look particularly solemn and majestic. In an instant, the middle-aged Sasuke felt a warm stream uncontrollably slide down the corner of his eye. He looked at the Uchiha clan members coming in and out, a surge of uncontrollable impulse rising in his heart, wanting to rush in and embrace his family. However, his rationality forcefully stopped his actions. Go in and take a look. Your parents are all inside. Just then, a strange voice abruptly sounded behind the middle-aged Sasuke, instantly interrupting his thoughts. Sasuke turned sharply, his eyes filled with vigilance. You are the current 4th Hokage of Konoha? The middle-aged Sasuke's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the figure that had suddenly appeared, his right hand unconsciously brushing over the hilt of his sword. What? In the whole of Konoha, besides me, who else would dare to wander around in Hokage attire? Senju raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. However, the middle-aged Sasuke remained indifferent, his vigilance like a tangible blade, showing no signs of weakening. Did you know who I am? Geez, so much unnecessary chatter. Fayake and Hayashi might have already gotten into a scuffle by now. Are you going or not? If you are, hurry up and follow. Senju, uninterested in further conversation, dropped this line and strode towards the Uchiha clan's gate. Upon hearing this, Sasuke pondered for a moment, struggling internally, then gritted his teeth and quickly followed. As Sasuke and Boruto approached the Uchiha clan's gate, 2 guards swiftly stepped forward, blocking their way, their tone polite yet authoritative. Hello, this is the Uchiha clan's territory. Please show your identification. Unlike Senju unhindered passage, they were stopped. They're my friends. Let them in. After stepping through the gate, Senju called out without turning back, his voice clearly carrying over. Haha, so it's the Hokage's friends. Please come in. You should have said so earlier. I just blocked you for no reason. What a joke. The guards immediately smiled and teased, stepping aside to let them through. Sasuke gazed at the unfamiliar Uchiha clan members in front of him, even though he didn't know them. His heart raced as if it would burst from his chest. The pounding felt like it was eagerly expressing the excitement he couldn't suppress deep inside. He closely followed Senju, his eyes eagerly scanning everything in the Uchiha clan's territory. This place, once incredibly familiar, now felt mostly strange to him, prompting him to unconsciously quicken his pace and scan his surroundings. Senju Ichiro navigated the courtyard with ease, showing no intention of considering the two behind him, swiftly creating distance. 2. Hee, I have only one card left. You guys hurry up and play. Ha, I'm out. I don't want you to be so pleased with yourself. What the? Fike. You idiot. We're on the same team. Why are you blowing me up? The cards are in my hand. You don't get to tell me how to play. I just want to see that pretentious look on your face. What's wrong? Not convinced? Come on, let's compare. My hand is feeling a bit itchy too. Before they got close, a heated argument surged like a tide. Following the sound, they saw beneath a pavilion, Fike and Hayashi covered in white paper slips, looking quite comical. Meanwhile, Mikoto stood by, watching the two argue with a smile, her eyes filled with helplessness. Wild card. A 2 against 3. As Mikoto played her last card steadily, Fike and Hayashi exchanged glances in shock. What the heck? You have no kings at all. Why didn't you give me a signal? Fike exclaimed, wide-eyed and full of complaints. As soon as Rizu heard this, he casually grabbed a piece of paper, dipped it in water, and with a loud slap, stuck it directly on Fugaku's nostril, replying irritably. How dare you say that? Weren't you quite impressive when you blew me up just now? Damn it. Do you really need to use that much force just to stick a piece of paper? Here, let me stick one on you too. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Mikoto, with sharp eyes, immediately noticed the arrival of Senju Itachi and quickly stood up, elegantly bowing slightly. Hearing Mikoto's voice, the two clan leaders who were playfully wrestling froze for a moment and then gradually stopped their actions. Ah, Lord Hokage, you're just in time. Once I finish dealing with this old man, let us play some mahjong together, Fugaku said while pressing Rizu's face and turning his head to symbolically greet Senju Itachi. Ahem. Mikoto lightly cleared her throat, casting a glance at Sasuke and Boruto, and asked, these two look unfamiliar. Lord Hokage, are they your guests? In an instant, there was a flurry of sounds as Fugaku and Rizu quickly tidied up their appearances, their faces regaining a serious expression. Lord Hokage, please come in, take a seat. Who are these two? The previous casualness vanished without a trace as Fugaku and Rizu hurriedly welcomed Senju Itachi. Fugaku's curious gaze examined the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto. His eyes filled with inquiry. Ha, they're all friends of mine. No need to be formal. This friend of mine has been wanting to meet you, and today he happens to have time. So I brought him along, Senju Itachi said with a hearty laugh, casually pushing the middle-aged Sasuke who was standing a step behind him forward. Ahem, Mikoto. Before Fugaku could greet the middle-aged Sasuke, he noticed his wife's gaze was fixed on this stranger, her eyes revealing a hint of something unusual, prompting him to call out. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. I just felt like I've seen you somewhere before. Truly sorry, Mikoto came back to her senses and quickly leaned slightly to apologize to the middle-aged Sasuke. Seeing this, the middle-aged Sasuke instinctively sidestepped to avoid Mikoto's courtesy, looking somewhat awkward as he stammered. It's fine, Hello, I'm Uchi. Uchiha Tenmei, nice to meet you. Looking at the gentle and familiar figure before him, he felt his mind go blank, completely unsure of how to respond. Hearing the middle-aged Sasuke's reply, Mikoto smiled brightly. Hello, sir, I am Uchiha Mikoto, and this is my husband, Uchiha Fugaku. After the introductions, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Fugaku's vigilant gaze was fixed on the man in front of him, his eyes filled with contemplation as he tried to search for the other's identity in his mind. Rizu, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, his eyes curiously glancing between the three. Ahem. Well, Fugaku, we haven't had lunch yet. Do you mind if we crash a meal here? I've been looking forward to your wife's cooking for a long time. Senju Itachi, feeling helpless, cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Sure, Lord Hokage. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange it and make a few signature dishes. Mikoto replied with a smile, before Fugaku could say anything. Thank you, ma'am. I apologize for the trouble. Before Senju Itachi could speak, Sasuke instinctively responded. The mother he almost blurted out was forcibly swallowed back. A hint of panic flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he looked at Mikoto's departing figure, casting a grateful glance at Senju Itachi. Chapter 110. Sasuke meets Sasuke, Lord Hokage. Please take a seat. Fugaku led Senju Itachi and others into the banquet hall. After everyone took their seats, he turned his gaze to Rizu, his eyes carrying a hint of a signal. Slap. Rizu suddenly received a kick, causing him to widen his eyes in pain and look at Fugaku in confusion. What are you doing? Why did you kick me? Fugaku rolled his eyes inwardly, secretly cursing. This old man has no sense at all, still standing here, Does he want to watch a joke in my house? But on the surface, he said seriously, Ahem, haven't you already eaten? Why are you still making a fuss? At our age, eating too much is bad for our health. However, Rizu seemed not to understand the hidden meaning in Fugaku's words, directly walking over to Senju Itachi's side and sitting down with confidence, replying, What is wrong? I'm just keeping the Lord Hokage company. Do I need your permission? If you want to chase me away, no way. Sasuke quietly sat in his seat, his expression complex as he observed the two clan leaders before him. In his memories, they were not like this, nor were they so humorous and playful. What on earth is going on in this world? Where exactly did Otsutsuki Urashiki bring me? The Hokage before him, he had never seen. This father was completely different from the one in his memories, and this Konoha had surpassed the prosperity of the Konoha he was familiar with. In an instant, his strong curiosity about this world completely overshadowed Sasuke's thoughts of tracking Urashiki's whereabouts. Have we met before, my friend? Fugaku, seeing he couldn't send Rizu away, decided to ignore him and turned to ask Sasuke. Hearing Fugaku's question, Sasuke instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze involuntarily focusing on Fugaku as he respectfully replied, Father. Fugaku clan leader, we have not met. I have always admired the strength of the Uchiha clan, so I came to visit. I see. Tenmei brother, I didn't expect you to have such discerning eyes. Fugaku's attitude took a 180-degree turn upon hearing this, as he grabbed Sasuke's hand and warmly started calling him brother. Hey, Tenmei brother, since the Lord Hokage brought you here, and I'm a few years older than you, just call me big brother. Let me tell you, our clan Sharingan is the strongest in Konoha. Other clans like the Byakugan can't even compare. Listening to Fugaku's words, Rizu rolled his eyes and unusually remained quiet. Sasuke let Fugaku hold on to him, occasionally nodding in response, but his eyes were filled with helplessness, frequently glancing at Senju Itachi for support. Hey, you with the yellow hair, you look quite familiar, just like Minato and Naruto with that hair color. Don't mess with my hair. Senju Itachi ignored the pleading look from Sasuke and placed his hand directly on Boruto's head, somewhat forcefully ruffling his hair. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just then, a childish voice rang out from outside the banquet hall. Following that, a black-haired boy bounced in. Oh, there are guests at home. As soon as little Sasuke entered, he saw everyone inside the room, muttering softly before skillfully turning around to sneak out again. Slap! Senju Itachi quickly clapped his hands, and a vine instantly shot up from the ground, accurately wrapping around little Sasuke's waist. Before he could plead for mercy, he was pulled over to Senju Itachi's side. Hee, you little rascal run pretty fast. Not even go to say hello when you see me? Senju Itachi grabbed little Sasuke by the back of his neck and expertly placed him on his knee. Lord Hokage, I was wrong. There are guests here. Please give me some face in front of them. Little Sasuke tightly covered his backside with both hands, twisting his body incessantly, clearly not new to this kind of treatment. Watching the actions of Senju Itaru, the middle-aged Sasuke beside him inexplicably felt a dull pain in his backside. Dinner is ready. Everyone clean up and prepare to eat. At the entrance, Makoto walked in with a few others, carrying steaming hot food. As soon as little Sasuke saw the delicious dishes on the table, his eyes lit up instantly, and he stopped struggling, obediently sitting down in a chair. You are guests. Please try some first. Under the nods of Senju Itaru and Fugaku, Sasuke picked up his chopsticks and carefully picked up a piece of sushi, putting it in his mouth to savor it. Is it good? Makoto smiled and asked the middle-aged Sasuke. It's delicious. Sasuke replied briefly before stuffing the remaining half-piece of sushi into his mouth. After that, he couldn't care about anything else, lowering his head and starting to eat heartily. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but Senju Itaru vaguely saw tears shimmering in the middle-aged Sasuke's eyes. Little Sasuke, watching the middle-aged Sasuke devour the food, silently stopped reaching for the dishes and thoughtfully moved some of the dishes that were farther away from the middle-aged Sasuke, closer to him. The middle-aged Sasuke completely ignored his image, sweeping through the food on the table like a storm. It wasn't until he was so full that he couldn't fit another bite that he reluctantly put down his bowl and chopsticks. At that moment, he noticed that everyone at the table was staring at him, and he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, explaining, sorry, the land of Earth has scarce resources, and I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Thank you all for your generous hospitality. Hearing the middle-aged Sasuke's words, Makoto watched him the whole time, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. As long as it's good. It's strange, I cooked according to Sasuke's taste. And I didn't expect you to like it so much too. If you want, you can come over for dinner anytime. It's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Yeah, if you want to eat, just come over. Mom's cooking is really delicious. Little Sasuke chimed in, raising his chin and enthusiastically inviting the middle-aged Sasuke. Haha, that's right, Tian Ming. If you want to eat, don't be polite, just come over. I don't know why, but I feel particularly close to you, as if we're family. Fugaku also smiled and said from the side, listening to everyone's warm words. The middle-aged Sasuke quietly hid his slightly trembling arm back in his black robe, trying to conceal the turmoil inside. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Senju Itaru spoke at the right moment. Haha, okay, we've eaten, now let's talk business. Fugaku, there are foreign enemies in the village today. Keep an eye on Itachi's situation personally. Don't just be a hands-off manager and be more leisurely than I am. Also, strengthen the protection of Inameke's family. Let Itachi and Kakashi pay attention secretly. Senju Itaru said, turn to Hayashi, you and Hizashi help organize things. The security team initially agreed that you would be responsible together, but in the end, it all became Itachi's job. After speaking, Senju Itaru stood up and said to Sasuke, let's go SS. Tian Ming, accompany me to the Hokage office. I have some matters to discuss with you. Chapter 111. Since you're here, enjoy it. Look, how do you feel about the Konoha under my governance? In the spacious and bright Hokage office, Senju Itaru stood with his back to Sasuke, pointing at the prosperous Konoha village below. Sasuke stepped forward and quickly arrived at the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed out, taking in the entire view of Konoha without reservation. Extremely prosperous. Even now, I still find it hard to believe this is Konoha. Isn't that so? It cost a lot to create such a prosperous scene. I've spent hundreds of billions over the years. How could it not be prosperous? You have a keen eye. By the way, you two have special identities. Find your own seats. I won't trouble the others to serve you. Following Senju Itaru's gesture, Sasuke and Boruto pulled over chairs and also came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Fourth Hokage, I don't know how to address you appropriately. Senju Itaru, just call me by my name. Everyone calls me sir, but that's all voluntary. I never impose strict requirements on titles. Hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Senju Itaru waved his hand nonchalantly and then busied himself with making tea. Sasuke watched as Senju Itaru leisurely brewed tea and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Itaru, weren't you calling me here to discuss matters? Why are you still leisurely making tea? Don't rush. You have very little ocular power and chakra left. Getting anxious won't help. Are you planning to face Otsutsuki Kinshiki in this state? Hearing Senju Itaru's calm words, Sasuke suddenly stood up. Who exactly are you? Why do you know everything? Is this really Konoha? Sasuke stared at Senju Itaru and suddenly removed the eye mask that was originally used to cover his Rinnegan, instantly activating both his Sharingan and Rinnegan. He used the little remaining ocular power and chakra to sense the conditions of himself, Boruto, and Senju Itaru. Senju Itaru watched Sasuke's actions without stopping him, allowing him to investigate. Come, have some tea, try my collection. Senju Itaru steadily poured the brewed tea into 3 cups. After Sasuke stopped his actions, he called out to the two. Huff, huff. Sasuke completely ignored Senju Itaru's invitation, using his last bit of ocular power and chakra. He suddenly pulled out a kunai and, without hesitation, stabbed it into his thigh. In an instant, blood gushed out. What's going on? Is this really not an illusion? Or is this illusion too profound for me to detect? Watching Sasuke's series of shocking actions, Senju Itaru stood frozen, holding the teacup, completely unsure how to react. What the hell? Are you an idiot? Looking at Sasuke, who was receiving treatment from the slug clone, Senju Itaru couldn't help but curse. I told you I would explain everything clearly. Why are you so anxious? You even stabbed yourself. You really have guts. Clean this up, or you'll regret it. As Senju Itaru pointed his finger at Sasuke's nose while scolding, he turned to supervise Boruto cleaning the floor. I'm really sorry, Mr. Itaru. I was too anxious and didn't control myself. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Hey, that kid. There's still a few drops of blood over there. Clean it up carefully. Hearing Senju Itaru's instructions, Boruto pouted and seriously wiped the floor with a mop. Let me put it this way, I also have no idea how you ended up here. Don't ask me. But what I can assure you is that this is definitely not an illusion world. I've already fought with Kinshiki, and since you've come here, you can relax about other things and not worry too much. Looking at Sasuke's confused face, Senju Itaru continued. As for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I've already sent someone to investigate. Also, the Nine Tails here is not in Naruto. It has been split into 2 and sealed in Kushina and Minato. Given Kinshiki's current state, he may not necessarily be able to defeat them. Hearing Senju Itaru's words, Sasuke's gaze darkened as he fell into deep thought. Mr. Itaru, do you mean we've returned to the past, but the development trajectory of this time and space is very different from the one I am in. Mr. Itaru, then why is there no figure like you in our time and space? Just then, Boruto, who had been quietly cleaning the floor, suddenly chimed in. Kancho Ifei's attention was suddenly drawn to Boruto, and he shot him an annoyed glare, recalling the distressing scene when he was almost taken by Orochimaru for research. Who knows? Just mind your own business. There are really too many problems. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three were conversing, someone knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Kumin. With the sound of the knock fading, the visitor pushed the door open. Sasuke instinctively stood up. Hokage-sama. Itachi walked in and respectfully greeted Kancho Ifei. Then, he turned his gaze to Sasuke beside him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a smile. What is up? Did you come to see me? Cool, me. Sit down and talk. It's been a long time since you visited your master. What brings you here today? Kancho Ifei took out a cup and skillfully poured a cup of tea, handing it to the opposite side. Itachi no longer stood, easily moved a chair over, and sat down steadily. Haha, master, you really know how to joke. It just that the affairs of the guard team are quite complicated. With such a big village, security work is definitely troublesome. Well, I can't do anything about it. You can't rely on Fugaku and Hiruzen. You just have to take on more responsibility yourself. By the way, weren't you supposed to be guarding the Namikaze family with Kakashi? How did you end up here? Hearing Kancho Ifei's question, Itachi smiled slightly, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally turning to Sasuke. Master, Brother Guy has returned from his mission. Since he can absorb others' chakra, it's only fitting for Brother Guy to be responsible for guarding the Namikaze family. The two talked freely, completely ignoring the other two present. Sasuke looked at the alive and well Itachi in front of him, straining to digest the information revealed in their conversation. Come, Itachi, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Tenkai. He is quite familiar with the enemies we will be facing. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Sasuke was intently observing Itachi, but was suddenly interrupted by Kancho Ifei's words. Mr. Ifei, Stop, don't be too quick to refuse. Since you're here, let Itachi show you around the current Konoha, relax, and enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with that. Itachi, you go outside and wait for a moment. Kancho Ifei decisively interrupted Sasuke before he could speak. After Itachi stepped out, Kancho Ifei focused his gaze back on Sasuke. Don't worry about disrupting the future. The future of this world has long been turned upside down because of my presence. Just do what you want. Chapter 112. Itachi and Sasuke after leaving the Hokage's office. Itachi walked alongside middle-aged Sasuke on the streets of Konoha. The evening glow gradually descended, and the golden afterglow draped over the two like a thin veil. Passers-by wore smiles on their faces, chatting and laughing as they moved through the streets, their happiness evident. Children chased each other playfully, their tinkling laughter filling the air. Itachi smiled, his gaze gently surveying the surroundings. Villagers passing by nodded and greeted Itachi, and, occasionally, a child would run by holding a three-color dumpling, innocently asking, Brother Itachi, would you like some dumplings? The uncles and aunts in the village say you like them too. They're really delicious. I've already eaten. You enjoy it yourself, but remember to eat less, or you might get cavities. Itachi smiled, gently patting the child's head, looking just like a friendly older brother from a neighborhood. Watching this beautiful scene before him, the previously silent middle-aged Sasuke finally spoke up, Mr. Itachi. Have the villagers of Konoha always been this close to the Uchiha clan, or is it just you? Hearing Sasuke's question, Itachi turned to look at him, the smile on his face never fading. The orange-red evening glow reflected on Itachi, outlining his tall figure. Sasuke gazed at the sunset, his eyes involuntarily widening. In a daze, the image of the blood-soaked Itachi, surrounded by orange-red chakra, yet still smiling, seemed to reappear before him. Sasuke's lips trembled slightly, ultimately returning a smile. Noticing Sasuke's slightly dazed expression, Itachi softly replied, It's not just me. It's the same for all Uchiha clan members. Oh really? That's wonderful. Such a Konoha is truly rare. Sasuke came back to his senses, looking at Itachi's smiling face, feeling a bit regretful as he sighed. But it hasn't always been this way. Before the Fourth Hokage took office, our clan was always disliked by the villagers. However, Master is different. He took the initiative to connect with my father, accepted me as his disciple, and even gifted me a weapon. As he spoke, Itachi drew the SHY sword from behind him. Sasuke looked at the sword's hilt in Itachi's hand and instinctively reached out to touch the invisible blade. In that instant, a sharp, murderous intent rushed at him, causing him to quickly retract his hand. Master said it's called SHY. No matter what, I must work hard and never let down Master's expectations. Itachi watched Sasuke's actions without stopping him, instead smiling as he introduced the SHY sword. What happened next? Did Danzo and the third not oppose it? After listening carefully to Itachi's story, Sasuke curiously asked, I don't know what Master did, but the third Hokage seemed to always stand on Master's side. Master didn't intervene, and a fierce conflict occurred between the third and Danzo. After which, Danzo left Konoha with his confidants and has been missing ever since. Since then, no one in the village has disturbed the peace. Master has been fully developing Konoha's economy, leading interactions with various parties, promoting the peaceful development of the village. From there, new ninja schools and hospitals were established, and the laws of the village were reformed, disrupting the original structure of the guard team and Umbu, allowing everyone a chance to join. Itachi recounted one thing after another, and in his eyes, Sasuke saw endless longing and admiration. Gaining a deeper understanding of this mysterious fourth Hokage, when Itachi was speaking dryly, Sasuke timely handed him a bottle of water. Thank you, Itachi said as he took the water. Looking at his younger brother, who was once full of vitality and free from illness, Sasuke smiled and asked, Is Danzo still alive? Itachi swallowed the water and, hearing Sasuke's question, paused slightly but politely replied, No, Master said he is not worth fearing, so he has let him roam outside. Brother, Mom is calling you home for dinner. At this moment, the sun had completely set, and only a trace of red remained in the sky. As the colorful lights on the streets of Konoha lit up one after another, a small figure with black hair and blue clothes joyfully ran toward the two. Mr. Tenkai, let us go together. I have some questions I want to ask you after dinner. Itachi looked at the approaching figure and turned to middle-aged Sasuke. Seeing middle-aged Sasuke nod in agreement, Itachi quickly walked a few steps toward the running young Sasuke. Didn't I tell you to run slowly? What if you bump into someone? Itachi raised his hand and gently tapped young Sasuke's forehead, smiling warmly. I got it. Brother, carry me. Considered a punishment for not teaching me ninjutsu today. Hee. Hello, Mr. Tenkai. Hearing young Sasuke's words, Itachi smiled back at middle-aged Sasuke, then skillfully crouched down in front of young Sasuke. How? Let us go. Time to go home for dinner. Looking at the large and small figures before him, especially the cheerful small figure, middle-aged Sasuke's face was filled with smiles. Shall we go together? Mr. Tenkai, after you left today, Mom was still talking about you. Let us have dinner together, young Sasuke warmly invited. Following young Sasuke's words, Itachi also turned to look at middle-aged Sasuke. In the expectant gaze of the two, middle-aged Sasuke smiled and spoke. Okay, I will trouble you again. As night deepened, in the garden of the Uchiha clan, middle-aged Sasuke lay on the lawn, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. Hearing footsteps behind him, Sasuke slowly sat up. Mr. Itachi, is Sasuke asleep? He is asleep. It's so late. Aren't you going to rest? As he spoke, Itachi sat down next to Sasuke. Looking at Itachi beside him, middle-aged Sasuke said, I'm used to staying up late. I can't sleep at this hour. Sasuke, the you from that world must have had a hard time, right? Itachi's voice gently echoed. Sasuke instinctively turned his head, and what met his eyes was Itachi's concerned expression. You, how did you guess? Sasuke stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Here, Itachi said, pointing to his chest. Then, Itachi looked at Sasuke tenderly and slowly raised his left fist. I want to know what you've been through. Can you tell me? Looking at Itachi's gentle smile and the raised fist, Sasuke smiled in relief, raised his right fist, and gently tapped it against the suspended fist in the air. Time quietly passed, and suddenly, Itachi's Sharingan activated, the three Tomo rapidly appearing. In just an instant, the three Tomo fused together, spinning rapidly like the blades of a pinwheel within the eyeball. A few drops of warm tears slid quietly from the corners of Itachi's eyes, and the two fists slowly separated. The cool moonlight fell, gently covering the two like a sheer veil. Itachi slowly raised his hand, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead with two fingers. Get some good rest. I'm here. Chapter 113. The Chaos of Cloud Hidden Dad. Mom, I'm leaving. Bye. The morning sunlight gently streamed into the house as little Sasuke hurriedly stuffed a few bites of breakfast into his mouth, grabbing 2 eggs before rushing out. In the guest room, middle-aged Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He quickly got up, pushed open the door, and scanned the familiar yet strange surroundings, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. As soon as Sasuke opened the door, he saw Itachi greeting him with a warm smile, as if he had been waiting for him. You're up. How did you sleep last night? Itachi asked gently. Hearing this, Sasuke instinctively curved his lips into a smile and replied, I slept pretty well. Just as he was about to say more, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately swallowed his words. Meanwhile, in the home of the Namikaze family, 4 figures, 2 adults and 2 children, sat neatly at the dining table. Naruto, why are you being picky again? Why did you pick out all the vegetables? Kyuubi exclaimed, looking at Naruto as he removed the vegetables one by one, her tone filled with reproach. This made Boruto, who was sitting next to him, jump in surprise. Boruto quietly observed his grandparents, whom he had never met before, and then looked at Naruto, who was tightly surrounded by parental love, and quickly accelerated his pace of eating. After sending off Itachi and Sasuke yesterday, Tsunade had specifically kept Boruto behind. Passing by the Namikaze home, noticing Boruto's resemblance to Minato, she entrusted him to Minato and Kushina without asking much. The Namikaze couple welcomed Boruto with smiles and no further questions. Konoha village was peaceful, in stark contrast to the chaos now engulfing Kumogakure. Ha, bunch of ants. Do they dare to attempt to slay a god? Otsutsuki Urashiki, with a striking red fishing rod slung over his shoulder, laughed wildly while holding 2 wooden figures in one hand. As he spoke, he lightly moved his right hand, and the fishing line at the top of the rod shot out with a whoosh, precisely piercing into the wooden figure. In an instant, a mass of blue-black chakra was drawn out. Following that, Urashiki casually tossed the wooden figure to the ground like trash. Darui, seeing this, suddenly exerted force under his feet, leaping high to catch the rapidly falling wooden figure. Aoi frowned at this, watching the weakly breathing wooden figure while feeling the emptiness of his own chakra. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to stand up from the deep pit. Everyone, release ninjutsu from distance. Don't let his fishing hook catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of cloud ninjas began to form seals in unison. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjutsu of various attributes surged like a tidal wave towards Urashiki. However, faced with such an assault, Urashiki remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He moved lightly, weaving through the flying ninjutsu effortlessly, with phantom-like figures flashing amid the techniques. None of the ninjutsu hit him. They all missed. A bunch of ants. Urashiki snorted coldly, and the fishing basket at his waist suddenly emitted waves of chakra fluctuations. In an instant, bolts of lightning shot out from the fishing basket, striking fiercely at the cloud ninjas on the ground. Accompanied by screams, many cloud ninjas fell to the ground. But Urashiki's attacks did not stop there. Next, a large expanse of blue flames erupted from the fishing basket, surging toward the cloud ninjas like a raging fire wave. Boom! At the critical moment, a tailed beast ball shot in from afar like a meteor, carrying overwhelming destructive power, instantly dispersing the blue flames. Oh, Hachibi, here comes! As the light of the tailed beast ball dissipated, Killer Bee's figure appeared on the battlefield, his gaze sharp, fixated on the Otsutsuki Urashiki, floating in the air. The 8 tails, huh? You actually delivered yourself to my door. A glint of greed flashed in Urashiki's eyes, and without a second thought, he transformed and charged towards Killer Bee. Be careful not to get caught by his fishing hook. Seeing Killer Bee appear, Aoi's heart tightened, and he quickly reminded him. Got it, Killer Bee replied, and in an instant, 2 short blades appeared in his hands, slashing towards Urashiki's fishing rod. However, as soon as the short blades made contact with the fishing rod, they snapped in 2 with a crack. Seeing this, Killer Bee quickly retreated. He's from the Otsutsuki clan. He's probably after the tailed beast. Be very cautious. The voice of the 8 tails, Gyuki, echoed in Killer Bee's mind, filled with vigilance. Hachibi. Before Killer Bee could respond, a powerful suction enveloped him, pulling him involuntarily towards Urashiki. Gyuki's figure instantly appeared, with 4 tails piercing into the ground behind Killer Bee, attempting to stabilize his position. Feeling the overwhelming chakra of the 8 tails, Urashiki scoffed disdainfully. The 8 tails chakra is mine. A mere little ant dares to resist? Saying this, he struck again, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly thrusting forward like an arrow, the chakra-formed hook slicing through the air, aiming directly at Killer Bee's abdomen. Killer Bee remained calm, pushing off the ground with force, skillfully dodging the strike. Immediately, his chakra erupted, and he bent his arm, charging back towards Urashiki without hesitation. Boom! A loud sound shook the earth. Urashiki stood firm and unharmed, while the rocks behind him exploded, shrapnel flying like cannonballs. Don't waste your effort. With you, you can't hit me. Just as Urashiki finished speaking, his figure vanished like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Killer Bee, raising his fishing rod high and striking down fiercely at Killer Bee's back. The Karabi reacted quickly, instantly turning around and shouting, "Lightning release! Lightning murder! Horizontal Chiyo dance!" In an instant, Karabi was enveloped in layers of lightning and the chakra of the Eight Tails, transforming into a dazzling blue light that forcefully deflected Urashi's fishhook. Following this momentum, he charged towards Urashi at an extremely fast speed. As soon as they made contact, a cloud of dust erupted, and large flames of blue surged forth. Karabi's figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, plowing a long trench into the ground. At the same time, Urashi activated the Yellow Springs Hirasaka, and a black hole quietly appeared behind Karabi. Before Karabi could react, Urashi's fishhook pierced deeply into his back, accompanied by a large amount of chakra being drawn out. Another black hole appeared, and Urashi coldly glanced at the surrounding ninjas before slowly entering the black hole. Chapter 114. The Beaten Minato O. Kakashi-sensei. Really? Are we really going to carry out an S-rank mission? At the entrance of Konoha Village, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the S-rank mission scroll at Kakashi's waist, his voice excitedly rising in pitch. Kakashi lazily flipped through the pages of Ica Paradise, not even lifting his eyelids, and casually replied, "Not just us. Wait a moment, they will be here soon." Huh? Is there someone who is even later than Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, and before he could finish speaking, a loud thud struck his head. He hugged his head, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain, and pitifully curled up under a nearby tree. Serves you right. Sasuke crossed his arms, looking at Naruto's disheveled appearance with disdain, coldly mocking him. Sasuke's aloof demeanor instantly turned Sakura into a fangirl, her eyes sparkling with pink hearts. Go for it, Lee. I'm about to catch up to you, burning your youth. Don't let me surpass you. A vibrant shout came from a distance. Hearing this voice, Kakashi silently closed his book. Haha, Kakashi, sorry, I got held up a bit and arrived late. As he spoke, Might Guy bent his arms slightly and leaped gracefully like a swallow, landing steadily in front of Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Niji and the others followed behind Guy, politely greeting him. Hello, everyone. Let us go. It's time to carry out the mission. After Kakashi and Guy greeted everyone, they departed from Konoha Village together. Not long after they left, a loud crash of objects echoed from the Namikaze household. Following that, a huge bang sounded as the second-floor wall collapsed, drawing the attention of busy pedestrians on the street. Kushina, let me explain. It's not what you think. I really don't know him. Minato braced himself on the ground, legs pushing back frantically as he retreated. In front of him, Kushina's red hair was wildly flying, with red-brown chakra slowly condensing behind her, several iron chains faintly visible, curling towards Minato. Don't know? Then who was that child calling Dad yesterday? Kushina's voice was filled with rage as several chains quickly wrapped around Minato's arms, followed by a heavy punch landing on Minato's eye. I don't know, I really don't know. Kushina, you have to believe me, Minato pleaded, looking wronged as he defended himself loudly. Believe you? There are only 2 men in the house. Could that child be calling Naruto? Look at their ages, does it match? Kushina ignored him, her chakra surging wildly as her fists rained down on Minato. No, it's really not. Kushina, the neighbors are watching, give me some face. Minato dodged while pleading. I can't. That child is about the same age as Naruto, boo-hoo. You heartless man. Kushina was both furious and anxious, unable to help but cry out, hitting him even harder. Oh no, this can't be happening. Meanwhile, in the office leisurely reading comics, Senju Itachi's expression suddenly changed, and he vanished from the spot. Seriously, Minato usually looks quite honest. Who says he isn't, Sai? You really can't know a person's heart by just looking at their face. Yeah, poor Kushina being kept in the dark for so long. Listen to her, crying so sadly. They are childhood friends after all, Sai. Just as Senju Itachi arrived near the Namikaze household using the Flying Thunder God technique, he heard the surrounding people discussing in hushed tones. His previously tense mood relaxed instantly, and he curiously looked towards the Namikaze household. Annie, can I have some sunflower seeds? Senju Itachi approached an elderly woman who was cracking seeds, smiling as he spoke. Hokage-sama, when did you arrive? The elderly woman was startled, looking at Senju Itachi in surprise. Haha, just arrived. Annie, what is going on at the Namikaze household? Senju Itachi took the seeds handed to him by the elderly woman, munching on them while curiously inquiring. The elderly woman sighed, her face full of regret, Sigh, Hokage-sama. You don't know, a child came to the Namake's household yesterday, and it said that the child called Minato dad. Today, both the child and Naruto went out, and the couple started fighting. Ah, Minato and Hokage-sama? The elderly woman was speaking when she turned her head and found that Senju Itachi had already vanished. Hokage-sama, you have to testify for me. I really don't know that child. Minato exclaimed as he saw Senju Itachi jump into the hole, clinging to him like a lifeline, crying out. Oh no, Kushina. That child is someone I picked up. It has nothing to do with Minato. Ahem. Everyone disperse. It's all a misunderstanding. That child is an orphan. I brought him back because I felt sorry for him, but it turned out to be a mess. Sorry, everyone just go home. Senju Itachi hurriedly explained, dismissing the crowd of onlookers. Turning around, he met the murderous glares of Minato and Kushina, and reluctantly, he had to help the two repair their house. Minato, let me explain. Well, never mind, don't be anxious. Before Senju Itachi could finish speaking, he used the kunai he left with Itachi to leave. Shortly after bringing the middle-aged Sasuke and Itachi, who were investigating Urashi's whereabouts. Well, that is how it is. That child is Naruto's son, and he was calling Naruto dad. He is your grandson. Now do you understand? With the testimony of middle-aged Sasuke and Itachi, Senju Itachi finally managed to clarify the situation after much effort. Hokage-sama, thank you so much. Minato gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly, his tone filled with resentment. By the way, Hokage-sama, where's my grandson? Yesterday, I thought he was Minato's illegitimate child and didn't greet him properly. Kushina completely disregarded Minato's bruised face and eagerly asked Senju Itachi. In the library, as soon as Senju Itachi finished speaking, Kushina dashed out like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Senju Itachi hurriedly summoned a slug to treat Minato's external injuries. Leave the six tails to me. In the woods at the border of the land of fire, Otsutsuki Urashi stood with a fishing rod, looking arrogant as he disdainfully stared at the two men in black robes before him. Hearing a sound behind him, Obito paused slightly, then twisted the space in his hand, pulling the six tails Jinchuriki Yutaka into the Kamui space. Otsutsuki clan? Heiju and Baiju, who were with Obito, turned around and looked at Purushi, whose outfit seemed somewhat familiar, and couldn't help but ask, Aunt, didn't I tell you to leave the six tails behind? Didn't you hear me? Purushi seemed not to hear Heiju's words, his eyes fixed on Obito, filled with contempt. Chapter 115. Angry Obito, the red fishing rod swung violently in the air, and the fishhook at the end of the fishing line shot towards Obito like a dart. Obito stood still, watching as the fishhook pierced straight into his body. Seeing the attack succeed, Purushi's lips curled into a disdainful smile, but he didn't notice that the fishhook had effortlessly penetrated Obito's body. Purushi yanked the fishing rod back, pulling the fishhook out of Obito's body, and looking at the empty hook, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In an instant, a massive fireball shot towards him at high speed. Purushi's eyes instantly turned blue, and with a quick reaction, the fireball zipped past him. Avoiding the attack, Purushi quickly reached into his fishing basket and pulled out a large mass of crackling chakra. In an instant, lightning flickered all over his body, and he charged towards Obito at an incredible speed. Watching the aggressively charging Purushi, Heiju silently burrowed underground, pondering why a member of the Otsutsuki clan would appear here. Boom! Purushi's figure pierced through Obito's body like a bolt of black lightning, crashing heavily into the ground. Hee, interesting. Is this space-time ninjutsu? Purushi said. As he spoke, his eyes changed again, the blue Rinnegan disappearing, reverting back to white eyes, with veins bulging around his eye sockets. Obito turned his head to look at Purushi, his Sharingan slowly rotating, murmuring, Rinnegan? Or Byakugan? Hee, don't try to pry into me with your inferior eyes. Purushi raised the fishing rod and attacked again, his Byakugan constantly monitoring Obito's bodily changes. Unsurprisingly, his attack missed again. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito quickly formed hand seals, and with his movements, a gigantic fireball surged from his mouth, carrying endless heat as it rushed towards Purushi. Purushi stood still, raising his fishing rod high, then striking down fiercely, splitting the massive fireball in two, which fell into the trees behind him, causing a loud explosion. Successfully dodging the fireball, Purushi swung the fishing rod, the fishing line coiling towards Obito like a lively serpent, while Purushi himself quickly charged towards Obito. Obito agilely dodged the incoming fishing line, charging forward without retreat against Purushi's attack. In an instant, A kunai appeared in his hand, glinting coldly as it stabbed fiercely towards Purushi's eyes. Purushi quickly tilted his head to evade this deadly strike, then raised his knee and violently thrust it towards Obito's abdomen. Seeing this, Obito blocked with one hand, and just as his palm made contact with Purushi, he activated Kamui. In an instant, the space around Purushi twisted and deformed, causing him to disappear before Obito, just like the Six Tails Jinchuriki when they vanished. Otsutsuki clan? Hey Ju, what is going on? Obito looked at Purushi, who had been trapped in Kamui's space, and turned to the ground beside him, asking. Upon hearing Obito's voice, Heiju slowly emerged from the ground, sensing for a moment before completely revealing his body. The Otsutsuki clan is. Just as Heiju was about to speak, a black hole suddenly appeared not far away, and Purushi, who had been sucked into the space by Obito, slowly floated out of the black hole. Purushi was still holding a large mass of violent light blue chakra in his hand. In front of Obito, he placed this mass of chakra into his fishing basket. Then, looking down at Obito from height, he casually said, "Ninja, you're quite interesting, but this thing belongs to me. Next time we fight, remember to use your brain a bit more. Haha. See you." Hearing Purushi's words and feeling the intense chakra fluctuations in his hand, Obito's anger surged, and he quickly formed hand seals. The trees closest to Purushi began to grow wildly, and countless sharp wooden spikes shot towards Purushi at high speed, like arrows. However, as if mocking Obito, just as he formed the seals, Purushi took a small step back, and several wooden spikes stabbed fiercely into the spot where Purushi had just been. "Goodbye," Purushi said with a smile. Before Obito could make another move, the black hole appeared again, and Purushi politely waved his hand, his figure flickering as he dove into the black hole, disappearing from Obito's sight in the blink of an eye. Boom! A massive fireball exploded where Purushi had just left, and Obito angrily struck out, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding trees to collapse instantly. He retrieved the already dead Six Tails Jinchuriki from the Kamui space and tossed it into the pit created by the battle, then angrily glared at Heiju. "Let's go back and find Pain. We must get to the bottom of this guy. His goals are the same as ours, and he must be eliminated. Kakashi-sensei, how much longer do we have to walk? We've been out for so long. Why haven't we reached the mission site yet?" Naruto complained to Kakashi while idly playing with a blade of grass and teasing Sasuke. He was slapped away by Sasuke, feeling bored and continued to grumble. Hearing this, Kakashi slowly closed the book in his hand, directing his gaze towards Guy and Lee, who were practicing handstands ahead. "Guy, Naruto says he wants to burn his youth with you." "What?" "Kakashi-sensei, I didn't—" Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakashi grabbed the back of Naruto's shirt and with all his strength, tossed him towards Might Guy like a sandbag. Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy quickly turned around upon seeing Naruto flying towards him, clamping his legs together to catch Naruto securely. "Oh, Naruto, come on. Walk on your hands for 1,000 meters. Might Guy shouted excitedly. Now I can finally read my book in peace." With Naruto no longer chattering in his ear, Kakashi reopened his beloved book. An hour later, Kakashi and the group of 8 arrived at a vast ranch. "Nanny, Kakashi-sensei, is the S-rank mission really just to clean the ranch?" Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes, incredulous. Not only Naruto, but Sasuke and Neji also looked confused, staring blankly at Kakashi and Might Guy. "That's right, this ranch must be cleaned within 2 hours. With such a large scale, how can it not be considered an S-rank mission? Oh, everyone get moving, let's see who can do more." Might Guy exclaimed with excitement in his eyes. Lee instantly dashed out like an arrow, grabbing the tools prepared by the ranch owner and energetically getting to work. Kakashi picked up Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, kicking them one by one without mercy to the side of the tools. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. If we finish early, we could go home sooner." Under Kakashi's intimidating presence, the 3 of them, with sad faces, hurriedly followed Lee's lead and got to work. "What? Do you two also want me to kick you over?" Kakashi turned around, looking at Sakura and Tintin, threateningly. "What are you looking at? Are you wondering why Guy and I aren't working?" Kakashi asked as he noticed Sakura staring at him. "No, Kakashi-sensei. You all take a good rest, I'll go now." Watching the 6 little guys working seriously, Kakashi found a clean spot and comfortably lay down. "Kakashi, what is our mission?" "Wait." Kakashi lazily replied to Might Guy's question, his eyes leisurely flipping through the book in his hands. Chapter 116. The Hook Should Quiet Down. Naruto lowered his voice, his expression tense yet with a hint of glee, sneaking up to Kakashi's resting spot with Sasuke like a thief. With each step, Naruto was cautious, as if afraid of disturbing something significant, occasionally turning his head to softly remind the equally cautious Sasuke. Behind them, Neji activated his Byakugan, his eyes wide and chakra subtly surging, always alert to Kakashi's every move. Sakura and Tintin huddled closely behind Neji, nervously gripping the corners of their clothes, staring at Naruto and Sasuke's backs, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Lee were tirelessly running laps around the farm, their footsteps and shouts faintly audible in the distance. With each step, Naruto and Sasuke moved slowly. The short distance of less than 10 meters felt incredibly long. It took them a full 5 minutes to finally inch their way behind the haystack, where Kakashi was soaking up the sun. They exchanged a knowing glance and turned to look at Neji. Neji understood, and after meeting their gaze, he nodded slightly, signaling that it was safe. With Neji's affirmation, the two smiled at each other, the cautious expressions on their faces instantly replaced by uncontrollable, mischievous grins, their mouths spreading wide. They quickly raised the cow dung impaled on a stick and, with all their might, hurled it over the haystack. But at the moment the dung left their hands, it unexpectedly changed direction, as if controlled by a mysterious force, speeding straight back towards their faces. This sudden turn of events caught them completely off guard, leaving them no time to react. Splash! The large chunks of cow dung accurately splattered all over their faces, even filling their mouths that hadn't had time to close. For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen, then they both dropped to the ground, retching. Ugh! Ugh! The sounds echoed as they vomited, desperately grabbing at the hay on the ground and wiping their faces in an attempt to get rid of the disgusting stuff. They kept shouting, "Water! Ugh! Neji, ugh! Quick, give me water, ugh!" Hearing their cries, Neji and the others hurriedly rushed over with a water bottle. Neji carefully handed the water bottle to Naruto, while Sakura timidly offered water to Sasuke. However, in her nervousness, she accidentally rubbed the cow dung on Sasuke's hands onto her own, instantly screaming, "Ah, Sasuke, you got cow dung on me. Hey, what you guys doing? If you're hungry, just eat. Why are you eating dung? If this gets out, people will think I'm abusing you." Kakashi stretched and leisurely walked out from behind the haystack. His eyes slightly squinted, revealing a touch of amusement. Kakashi-sensei. The moment Naruto saw Kakashi, he exploded in rage, like an enraged calf, completely ignoring the cow dung all over his face and body, raising his dung-covered hands and lunging towards Kakashi. Just as Naruto was about to reach Kakashi, Kakashi calmly sidestepped, his movements graceful and swift. He gently grabbed Naruto's clean sleeve, and with a flick, Naruto was smoothly thrown towards Neji like a rag doll. Seeing Naruto charging towards him, Neji instinctively tried to dodge, but suddenly felt a powerful resistance on his shoulder. Looking back, he found Kakashi had mysteriously appeared behind him, one hand firmly pressing down on his shoulder. As Naruto's dung-covered hands approached, Neji could only helplessly resign himself to sacrificing half of his face, tears welling up in his eyes. "Come on, such delicious beef. Why aren't you three eating?" Inside a house outside the farm, a lavish beef meal filled the table, the aroma wafting through the air. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Lee were seated at the table, eating heartily and laughing. Meanwhile, Naruto, Neji, and Sasuke squatted pitifully at the door, each holding a ladle, continuously splashing water on their faces to rinse their mouths. They glared angrily at Kakashi inside, their eyes seemingly wanting to devour him whole. "Naruto Uzumaki, finally found you." A figure slowly emerged, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the rinsing Naruto, his words laced with barely contained excitement. Otsutsuki Urashiki's veins bulged as he activated his ocular technique, scrutinizing the situation inside the house. "Ants unremarkable." After assessing the strength of those in the room, Otsutsuki Urashiki muttered disdainfully to himself. He then scanned the surrounding farm cautiously, not missing a single corner. After confirming there were no other ambushes nearby, Otsutsuki Urashiki shot towards Naruto like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was astonishing, creating a gust of wind and leaving an afterimage behind. He swiftly cast out his fishing rod, with the hook glinting menacingly, striking directly towards Naruto's body. Clang! A sharp metallic clash suddenly rang out. A short fish gut blade appeared out of nowhere, accurately deflecting the hook's attack. The sunlight glinted off the blade, reflecting dazzling light that struck Urashiki's eyes. Seeing his attack thwarted, Urashiki's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such reflexes." "Hey, Can you stop interrupting my meal? Who are you, and why are you attacking my students? Kakashi sheathed the fish gut sword, raising his left hand to slightly shield his eyes from the glaring sun, lazily sizing up the distant Otsutsuki Urashiki with a teasing tone. We have enemies, my guy said, chewing on a large piece of beef, his words muffled. He reluctantly glanced back at the unfinished lunch on the table, as if bidding farewell to his beloved food, then strode out of the room to stand beside Kakashi, glaring angrily at the disruptive Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kid, step back. This guy is not someone you can handle. As he spoke, Kakashi stepped forward, firmly shielding Naruto and Sasuke behind him. Hey, the guy interrupting lunch? Can you not stand so high? It's hurting my neck. My guy grinned widely, showing his trademark 8 big white teeth, completely unconcerned about the immense pressure radiating from Urashiki. Vulgar ants. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Otsutsuki Urashiki's previously expressionless face twisted in anger. His figure flickered as he swung the fishing rod like a frenzied beast, charging wildly at Might Guy. Kakashi watched them. After leaving this line, Might Guy swiftly drew the nunchaku from his waist. In the blink of an eye, he engaged Otsutsuki Urashiki in battle. The nunchaku whirled in Might Guy's hands, creating a dense storm of strikes, leaving no gaps for Urashiki's fishing rod to penetrate. Boom! A loud explosion shook the ground slightly as the two retreated simultaneously after their fierce exchange. Pusher looked at Kai with a gloomy expression, secretly shocked in his heart. What is this all about? Why are they both so difficult to deal with? His gaze shifted, catching sight of Naruto protected behind Kakashi. A thought crossed his mind, and he instantly redirected his attack. In the moment he charged towards Kakashi, several blue flames howled out from his fishing basket, rushing straight towards Kakashi's direction. Boom! 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 The blue flames bombarded down like cannonballs, the immense impact kicking up a cloud of dust. Kakashi and the others behind Naruto scattered instantly, each seeking cover to evade the attack. Taking advantage of this chaos, Pusher once again swung his fishing rod, the hook glinting coldly, attacking Naruto like lightning. Oh, here it comes. Just as the hook was about to touch Naruto, a familiar, somewhat nonchalant voice drifted into Pusher's ears. At the same time, a dazzling yellow figure appeared in front of Naruto, firmly blocking Pusher's attack. Chapter 117. The Three Disciples Battle Pusher. Senju Yifei, watching Pusher hovering in the air, released his grip on Itachi and the middle-aged Sasuke. Pusher turned to look at the voice, and flames of rage instantly ignited in his eyes. Ants, I haven't even come looking for you, and you've come to me. Pusher's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Senju Yifei. Hearing Pusher's words, Senju Yifei lazily extended his pinky, dug at his ear, and then placed his pinky to his mouth and gently blew. His gaze then shifted to Minato beside him, and he said, Hey Minato, this pale, dead dog-like guy. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. He looks really familiar. Hokage-sama. Now that you mention it, I remember. He looks just like the guy who dug a hole to escape from the library yesterday. Minato furrowed his brow, pretending to ponder. The two played off each other, causing the veins on Pusher's forehead to bulge instantly as he roared furiously. A massive tailed beast ball rapidly formed in front of his fishing basket, screaming towards Senju Yifei. Faced with the tailed beast ball that was almost within reach, Senju Yifei remained calm. At that moment, a strange wave rippled through the space in front of him, and the enormous tailed beast ball seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, vanishing completely with the fluctuations of space, not even raising a ripple. Meanwhile, in a desolate area outside of Wagakure in the land of Earth, that tailed beast ball suddenly appeared without warning, crashing down onto the sandy ground. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, dust billowed, and the deafening sound of the explosion created waves upon waves. Onoki, who had been sitting steadily, heard the explosion and instinctively jumped up, causing his old back injury to flare up, and he screamed in pain. Lord Tsuchikage, be careful with your back. Onoki, ignoring his back pain, felt the violent trembling of the building and immediately ordered, Quick, go check what happened. Another space-time ninjutsu. Pusher glared at Senju Yifei, who didn't even bother to move, his teeth clenched in anger. Minato, and that. Uchiha, whatever, you two keep an eye on the kids. Senju Yifei calmly arranged, Kakashi Kai, Itachi, this guy's up to you. I'll cover you. If you can't win, you'll have it tough when we get back. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. As Senju Yifei's orders were given, Minato casually threw out a dozen kunai, surrounding Naruto and the others in a protective circle. The middle-aged Sasuke instinctively wanted to argue, but felt a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned to meet Itachi's steady gaze, accompanied by Itachi's voice. "Have you forgotten my words? Take a good rest." With that, Itachi slowly drew the SHY sword and confidently walked towards Pushur. The middle-aged Sasuke watched Itachi's figure and turned to Minato's side. "Oh, Kakashi Itachi go!" Guy shouted, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked as he flew towards Pushur with his nunchaku. Pushur hovered in midair, watching the rapidly approaching Guy. And with a red arc, the fishing rod in his hand drew a line, sneering, "A group of ants, only fit to be my chakra bait." However, his mockery was not finished when Guy's nunchaku, accompanied by a fierce wind, whistled towards him. "My passionate youth will not allow me to embarrass my master." Accompanied by the sonic boom of the nunchaku, it swung fiercely towards Pushur's head. Pushur's rinnegan flickered slightly, and the fishing line accurately wrapped around the middle section of the nunchaku like a serpent. Guy's wrist quickly twisted, the iron chain instantly taut, creating dazzling sparks as the nunchaku's tail flipped at an odd angle, continuing to assault Pushur's temple. Pushur quickly tilted his head back, narrowly dodging Guy's strike. He pulled hard on the fishing rod, but found the fishing line unyielding. "I told you to stop swaying in the air. My neck hurts. Get down." Guy's voice rang out as the iron chain in the middle of the nunchaku tightly caught the fishing line wrapped around it. In the instant he landed, he pulled with all his might, causing Pushur's body to lose balance and fall towards the ground. At the same time, a sharp bird's cry echoed throughout the pasture. As Pushur landed, the short sword in Kakashi's hand, enveloped in the sharp sound of Chidori, plunged into the ground. Lightning chakra spread wildly along the damp grass roots, and the entire pasture was instantly covered in blue light, as if woven into a pulsating electric net. Pushur looked at the encroaching electric net and hurriedly lifted his foot, preparing to leap into the air again. But at that moment, a flurry of sword shadows rained down towards him like a fierce storm. Pushur hesitated not for a moment. The yellow sand in his fishing basket poured out, quickly accumulating beneath his feet to form solid ground. "Hey!" Kakashi shouted loudly. With his shout, the large electric net instantly contracted, and under the cover of the electric net, several electrically charged blades of grass stood upright like steel needles. Having retreated from the electric field, Guy charged back with his nunchaku. Kakashi sensed the situation within the electric net with all his might, constantly providing safe landing spots for Itachi and Guy. To the southwest, Itachi swung the SHY sword, continually attacking Pushur alongside Kai, while also speaking at the right moment. At the moment he heard Itachi's voice, another shadow of Kakashi appeared behind the haystack, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, a water mirror appeared in the opposite direction pointed out by Itachi. Sunlight shone on the water mirror, and the sunlight refracted from the water surface suddenly transformed into several sharp sword shadows, rushing towards Pushur. Despicable, feeling the sharp sword intent rushing towards him. Pushur gritted his teeth in anger. Interfered by the surrounding electric field, his time-manipulating ninjutsu was also affected to some extent. The SHY sword sliced through Pushur's chest, drawing out a trickle of blood. Using the sunlight and the blood, Pushur saw the form of the SHY sword clearly for the first time. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, Pushur roared in fury. The blue flames in his fishing basket surged out like a raging tide, and in an instant, the grass around him withered and quickly ignited. Pushur broke through Kakashi's electric field, swinging his fishing rod and forcing Guy to the side as well. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't hesitate, grabbing a nearby haystack and throwing it towards Pushur. Kai and Itachi also joined in, and for a moment, haystacks flew through the air, turning to ash under the scorching blue flames surrounding Pushur. "Is this all you can do?" Pushur soared from the ashes, his gaze icy as he looked at the three people still throwing straw bales at him. The surrounding blue flames instantly burned even more violently, as if they wanted to consume everything. Boom! 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 As the flames spread recklessly, the grass field exploded violently, raising a cloud of dust, and the burning haystacks also shattered with the sound of explosions. "Open the gate!" Guy shouted in anger, and a green aura instantly enveloped him. Guy wielded his nunchaku, charging like a green lightning bolt into the swirling dust. With his movement, a massive fire tornado rose from the smoke and dust, carrying immense momentum as it rushed toward Pushur. At the same time, Kakashi's lightning clone and his real body quickly dove into the dust. Holding the CHY sword, Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing the battle situation in the dust. In the next second, he also charged into the smoke with his sword. Lightning release, electric eel, Amaterasu, Day Tiger, revised. The voices of the three rang out almost simultaneously. The white tiger's head formed from compressed ash, the flickering snake-like electric current, and the vaguely visible black flames intertwined and surged toward Pooh. Chapter 118, No Martial Six Boom. The Day Tiger descended with a roar. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Itachi all retreated from the dust. Oh, Teacher Guy, as expected of you. Ah, Teacher Kakashi is strong. Obviously my brother is the strongest. As the few of them calmly walked out, the praises from Lee, Naruto, and Sasuke followed. A group of ants. As Pooh's voice emerged from the dust, the few small ones immediately shut their mouths in unison. As the dust slowly cleared, Pooh, dressed in black and dragging his half-crippled arm, slowly walked out of the deep pit. Hey, did you see that? I told you all, when killing, you need to finish off the target. Crush the bones and scatter the ashes. Go home and practice more. Each of you run around the village 5 more times a day. Seeing that Senju, Itachi, and the others didn't take him seriously at all, Pooh reached out and pulled out his 2 Rinnegan eyes, popping them into his mouth to chew. After finishing the Rinnegan, Pooh was still unsatisfied and picked up the fish basket at his waist, eating the chakra stored inside it as well. What's going on? He's eating his own eyes. Sakura and Ten watched Pooh's actions, retching in unison. As a ninja, although they had killed before, they had never seen someone eat themselves. As Pooh stopped his swallowing action, a dazzling light curtain appeared before him. And Pooh passed through the light curtain, the bright light shining out. Immediately after, a pair of black bird claws stepped out of the light curtain, and then Pooh appeared, his face covered with the imprint of a black slipper. On either side of his forehead grew 2 asymmetrical wing-like structures, his eyes golden, and a golden Rinnegan was embedded in his brow. His original severed arm had regrown, and his tattered robes were restored to their former state. I want you to die a miserable death. The words filled with murderous intent echoed, and a violent and evil chakra rapidly spread out. With his hands propped up, his white wings spread wide, Pooh soared into the air again, looking down at Senju, Itachi, and the others on the ground. Handle your own affairs. You all continue. Senju Itachi looked up at Pooh in midair, his tone still somewhat disdainful. Ants, I admit I underestimated you a bit. Come and die. As he spoke, Pooh spread his wings and charged towards Senju Itachi. Bang! A huge crashing sound rang out as Pooh's attack was forcefully intercepted by Might Guy, who held the nunchaku, his legs slightly bent, the ground beneath him shattered. Pooh's bird claws were firmly held by the nunchaku, unable to advance an inch. Seeing this, Pooh exerted force with his wings, spinning his body and throwing both the nunchaku and Guy away. During this time, Kakashi and Itachi rushed in with their swords, one on the left and one on the right, one long and one short, their bodies flickering with lightning, their speed and power pushed to the limit. The sword blades flipped up and down, giving Pooh no chance to catch his breath, as Itachi's Sharingan was always watching Pooh's movements. The two's cooperation was seamless. Pure taijutsu that dazzled the others, not allowing Pooh to absorb any chakra. I will slaughter you. Pooh roared in anger, taking Kakashi's blade head-on and kicking Itachi back. With the two no longer entangled, Pooh quickly increased the distance, flying into the air. Before he could ascend too high, Might Guy, gathering all his strength, struck Pooh's head hard with a nunchaku, sending him flying back down to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Heavenly Spiral Meteor, Spirit of the Soul. Just as Guy landed, Pooh's voice emerged from the dust. In an instant, purple, blue, red, and green chakra orbs shot out from the dust, launching indiscriminate attacks toward Kakashi and Senju Itachi. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction with the attacks, Pooh rushed out of the smoke like a white light, heading straight for Naruto's position. Kamui! Kakashi's voice rang out, and in an instant, the space in front of Naruto began to twist. A spray of blood fell to the ground, and Pooh's right hand was completely severed. Rasengan! Before Pooh could recover from the pain, Minato appeared before him and struck him hard in the face with a Rasengan. Pooh was sent flying, leaving a long gash on the ground of the pasture. Pooh quickly got up, half of the wing-like flesh on his forehead knocked off, and as he moved, his severed right hand reappeared, and the injury on his forehead began to visibly heal. Soaring into the air, a massive chakra began to gather around Pooh. Heavenly Spiral Meteor, Dragon Palace. As the chakra gathered, a colossal purple, orb coalesced in Pusher's hand, with the shadow of a dragon opening its huge mouth to swallow both. The seventh gate opened the shock gate. Guy's roar echoed. A fierce wave of energy surged, and the ground beneath him was upheaved in large chunks. Oh, Teacher Guy, Azure Beast. Lee watched Might Guy's unleashed aura, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Guy's nunchaku danced, and a faint blue dragon could be seen swirling around him. Amaterasu. As the blue dragon swirled, Itachi's voice rang out. In his Sharingan, the pinwheel gear spun, and several black flames ignited around Guy, draping the increasingly clear blue dragon in a layer of black flame scales. Azure Dragon. As Pusher's attack fell, the black flame blue dragon soared into the sky, charging fearlessly toward the purple orb in the dragon's mouth. Kamui. Thunderbolt in the sky. Kakashi, who had been watching the battlefield, gathered lightning chakra all over his body, a single drop of blood flowing from his eyes. The whirlpool belonging to Kamui burst forth from the tip of the F-Gene sword, and at the same time, the sword extended a 5-meter-long lightning blade. Just as the blue dragon soared, the F-Gene sword accurately appeared in the dragon's mouth, crashing together with the dragon into the purple orb held by Pusher. Boom! Upon contact, the two held for a moment before the lightning blade pierced through the orb, shooting straight up and brutally stabbing into Pusher's chest. Pusher spat out a mouthful of blood, still desperately maintaining his attack, slowly pressing it toward Guy. Damn it, you asked for it. Hearing the voice in his ear, Pusher felt a wave of nausea. I'll let you practice, and you actually want to kill my disciple. As the latter half of the sentence was spoken, Pusher felt a wave of dizziness, and soon after, he fell heavily to the ground. Pusher crawled on the ground, the fish intestine short sword piercing through his chest. You guys, how can you not follow the rules of martial arts and launch a sneak attack from behind? With a thud, a shadow flashed in his peripheral vision, and Pusher lost all consciousness. Chinsho Yifei put away the black abyss and looked at Pusher, whose head had been severed from his body, slowly speaking. It's 3 against 1, and you still talk about martial ethics. Haha, well done, my apprentice. Let's go home and rest. He looked at the exhausted trio with admiration and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Hearing Chinsho Yifei's words, Might Guy, supported by Itachi, regretfully said, Teacher, what a pity. This move was originally meant for you. Upon hearing this, Chinsho Yifei, who had been all praise, silently retracted his thumb and took out his own black abyss again. Amaterasu. Watching the two playfully fighting, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu once more, and the blazing black flames ignited on Pusher's body. Seeing Itachi's actions, Chinsho Yifei stopped his big kick aimed at Guy and gave him a look of approval. After everyone had tidied up and left, a shadow emerged from the area where the battle had taken place, heading towards the black ash left by Pusher's burning. Chapter 119. Do and Orochimaru, are we going back? In the Hokage office, Itachi looked at Sasuke and asked softly. Sasuke, upon hearing this, fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head, looked directly into Itachi's eyes, and said firmly, No, there's one more thing I want to solve myself. As he spoke, he turned to Chinsho Yifei. Mr. Yifei makes a good point. I'm not afraid of the future being changed while working here. I plan to personally eliminate Danzo and completely eradicate the hidden dangers in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent chakra fluctuation erupted from Sasuke, and in an instant, his Manjiki Sharingan opened, with a clear surge of hatred visible. I'll accompany you. Itachi extended his right hand, firmly resting it on Sasuke's shoulder, his words exuding undeniable determination. Then fine, since you two have made up your minds. I won't stop you. Go ahead and do it. Chinsho Yifei lounged lazily in his chair, listening to the conversation between the two, then stood up and tossed a kunai engraved with his flying thunder god marked to Itachi. Itachi, take this kunai and gather more personnel from the Umbu. That old guy is up to something, so prioritize your safety. Also, find out his whereabouts. You can first go to the capital and ask Narashikaku. Yes, thank you, Master. Watching the two leave, Chinsho Yifei stood up and headed towards the Konoha hospital. In the spacious and bright ward, Might Guy had his right hand hooked to an 4-bag of milky liquid, while his left hand was surprisingly lifting a barbell, training vigorously. Just as Chinsho Yifei stepped into the ward, Guy caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, got scared, and accidentally dropped the barbell, which landed perfectly in a pile of clothes he had prepared earlier. Thud! Chinsho Yifei mercilessly delivered a hard knock to Guy's head, causing tears to well up in his eyes instantly. I told you to rest well. What are you doing here messing around? Where's your father? Oh, I understand, Master. Dad want to cook for me. Having been beaten by Chinsho Yifei since childhood, Guy always listened to him and never dared to defy him in person. As they were speaking, the doctor responsible for checking my guy's condition walked in. "Hokage-sama, you're here." Looking at Do, who bowed respectfully to him, Chinsho Yifei couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Indeed, a genius in medical matters chosen by Orochimaru. There is no one else like him in Konoha. At such a young age, he has climbed to a high position in the hospital based on his own abilities. I'm here to see how Guy's doing. I've already checked. There's nothing serious. As for his meridians, with the latest type 3 gene potion, Guy's damaged meridians will recover in no more than 2 days. That's good. Then I'll leave Guy to you. Hearing Do's response, Chinsho Yifei felt much more at ease. After giving Guy a few simple instructions, Chinsho Yifei turned to leave. "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama." Not far from the door, Do's urgent voice called out from behind. Chinsho Yifei stopped, looking at Do, who was hurriedly coming in a white coat. With a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Is there something else? Is there a problem with Guy's treatment?" No. Do quickly waved his hand to explain, then, after catching his breath, looked at Chinsho Yifei with a somewhat nervous expression and asked, "Hokage-sama, I would like to meet the person who developed these potions. I want to apprentice under him. Are you sure?" Chinsho Yifei looked at Do with a somewhat strange expression. Could it be that these two are going to spark a different kind of chemistry this time? "Hokage-sama, I'm sure. I apologize for the trouble." While speaking, Do bowed firmly. After pondering for a moment, Chinsho Yifei replied, "All right, I'll contact him first, and I'll arrange for you to meet later. Remember, you must not leak his identity." "Yes. Thank you, Hokage-sama." Upon hearing that Chinsho Yifei agreed to his request, Do's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable joy. Over the years, Orochimaru has made many contributions to Konoha. Just talking about the gene therapy potions, he has saved countless lives of Konoha ninjas. And the cloning technology has allowed those with physical disabilities to live normally again. In his thoughts, Chinsho Yifei returned to his office. He walked straight into a secret room that only he could enter. Inside the secret room, there were several dark compartments. Chinsho Yifei opened one of them, revealing a small snake coiled inside, which was a biological research product of Orochimaru. This small snake was very special. It only needed to be fed water once a month to survive. To some extent, it had already detached from the category of conventional biology, requiring an astonishingly low amount of energy to live. "Help me contact Orochimaru." As soon as Chinsho Yifei's voice fell, the small snake that had been curled up slowly stretched its body. 5 seconds later, the small snake smiled eerily and emitted Orochimaru's unique cold, hoarse voice. "Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Have you run out of potions for Konoha?" "Oh, look at you. Do you think I only came to see you for the potions?" As soon as Chinsho Yifei's words were spoken, Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he spoke again. "All right, send me the cells of the person who needs clone prosthetics. I've already arranged for someone to collect them. In a month, I'll have the new clone prosthetics ready for you." Fine, just right, there are a few new. Damn it, Orochimaru, stop changing the subject. I want to introduce you to a disciple. I guarantee you'll like him. This time, along with the cells of this batch of injured, I'll send them to you, and you must train him well." The secret room echoed with Orochimaru's cold laughter. "Is that so? I'm quite curious about someone you would recommend. But let me say this first. My disciple must be tough on himself." Don't worry, he's definitely a tough character, not at all inferior compared to you." After the conversation ended, Chinsho Yifei returned to his office. Regarding the potions provided by Orochimaru, Chinsho Yifei was always cautious. He would first use his would-release clone to test it, then use Konoha's death row inmates for further testing, ensuring everything was foolproof before distributing the potions. Moreover, Chinsho Yifei had set up a layer of secret protection on Orochimaru, which Orochimaru himself was completely unaware of. In the capital of the Land of Fire, near the residence of the daimyo, there was a Konoha ninja station. Nara Ashikaga looked at Itachi and Sasuke before taking the Flying Thunder God Kunai from Chinsho Yifei and examining it closely. "Come with me." Two people walked quietly through a secret passage with Raquin. As they progressed, the path suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground base before them. Sasuke looked at the busy ordinary people inside and cast a questioning glance at Itachi. They were all residents of the village, changing every 3 days, with different areas of responsibility each time. Otherwise, relying solely on ninjas wouldn't support such a large intelligence network. Upon reaching their destination, Raquin spoke, retrieved the detailed activities of Danzo over the past month. Half a year, including all the people he has contacted. The more detailed, the better. Chapter 120. Encounter the Land of Lightning? How could Danzo end up there? Sasuke stared intently at the documents before him, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked Raquin. Raquin cast a slightly suspicious glance at Sasuke, but considering Sasuke's close relationship with Itachi, he patiently began to explain. A few years ago, due to the arrangements of the Hokage, there was a rift between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning. After losing the support of the Hidden Cloud Village, although there are still many scattered ninjas serving in the Land of Lightning, it became leaderless and often fell into turmoil. In this situation, the Land of Lightning naturally became a gathering place for many rogue ninjas and mercenaries, so it's not surprising that Danzo is active there. The Valley of Clouds. Danzo's last appearance was in the Valley of Clouds a week ago, and at that time, he had a white-clothed ninja by his side whose strength should not be underestimated. Just as Sasuke was listening to Raquin's explanation, Itachi entered from the side, holding a scroll. Upon hearing Itachi's words, a meaningful smile appeared on Raquin's face as he said, "In the Valley of Clouds? This is interesting. No need to investigate further. Someone organize this information." He then looked at the two and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone." Exiting the underground base, the group quickly arrived in front of a tavern. "Gentlemen, would you like to drink or dine?" The tavern staff warmly welcomed them. "2 servings of yinshin," Raquin said. Upon hearing this, the staff's expression slightly changed, then quickly smiled. "All right, please follow me to the private room." Entering the private room, they saw a seemingly disheveled man leaning back, leisurely drinking. When he saw Raquin enter, he straightened up, supporting himself on the table. "This is Senior Hiroshi Noera, who was once a member of the Hokage Shadow Guard. It's perfect to have Senior Hiroshi guide us to the Valley of Clouds." After briefly introducing Hiroshi to Sasuke, Raquin, along with Itachi, explained their purpose. "Oh, sounds good. If I keep lying around like this, I'll regress. Just in time, before retiring and returning to the village, I'll make one last effort." Hiroshi responded with a laugh. After bidding farewell to Raquin, Sasuke, Itachi, and Hiroshi sped towards the Valley of Clouds. What kind of person is the Hokage? Along the way, Sasuke could not contain his curiosity and asked the two, "Brother, have a sip of this freshly brewed vintage." Hiroshi, who was quickly leaping ahead to lead the way, tossed a wine gourd to Sasuke without looking back. Sasuke was about to refuse when Hiroshi's voice came again. "Just take a couple of sips. You have too many worries. It's fine to relax occasionally, and it won't delay our journey." Saying this, Hiroshi took out his own wine gourd and drank a mouthful. Sasuke instinctively looked at Itachi, and seeing that Itachi did not object, he opened the wine gourd and took a small sip. "Haha, that's the spirit." Hiroshi laughed heartily and then asked, "What do you think of Konoha and the Land of Fire?" "Konoha is prosperous, powerful, and very mysterious." Sasuke recalled what he had seen over the past 2 days. Senju Itama had never made a move, and just relying on Kakashi, Itachi, and Might Guy, they easily dealt with Urashi. In Konoha, there were still many ninjas who were stronger than them or equally matched, and with such Konoha, if it were to deal with the Konoha of his original timeline, it could probably push through effortlessly. Moreover, Sasuke had a vague feeling that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Just like today's underground base in the Land of Fire, that massive intelligence network genuinely shocked him. After a pause, he continued, "As for the Land of Fire, along the way, I haven't seen any bandits causing trouble, nor any other wars. All the people are living and working in peace, and there are no bullies in the capital. It's a harmonious scene. Haha, that's it. This is all thanks to the Hokage. Don't ask what kind of person he is. Just feel it with your heart." All those who once doubted him ended up becoming his loyal supporters. Listening to their conversation, Itachi smiled slightly. Remembering the memories he saw from Sasuke, if it weren't for his master, he might have truly wiped out his entire clan by now. "All right, we've arrived. Let's stop here." Itachi and Sasuke looked at Hiroshi in confusion. Hiroshi walked up to a lake at the border of the Land of Fire, put his fingers in his mouth, and whistled. Suddenly, a giant snake head slowly emerged from the lake. "Is that the Great Snake?" Sasuke looked at the familiar giant snake, shocked with wide eyes. Itachi beside him also turned to look at Hiroshi Noera. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get on. Otherwise, it'll be tiring to run over." This was arranged by the Hokage. I don't know much else. Suppressing their curiosity, Itachi and Sasuke followed Hiroshi onto the snake's head. The massive snake head turned and slithered towards a hidden valley. Upon reaching a cave entrance, the snake directly burrowed in. In the darkness, the snake moved swiftly. When the three finally saw the light again, they found themselves in a misty area. "Yo, isn't that Hiroshi?" A somewhat effeminate voice came from not far away. They saw a half-naked man with heavy makeup, swaying his body as he walked towards them. "Get away from me, you sissy. You're really letting yourself go." Looking at the approaching Goro Mori, Hiroshi raised his foot and kicked. Goro deftly dodged, his voice soft. What's up? Did you come for mission this time? And you brought two handsome young men. As he spoke, he winked at Itachi and Sasuke, making them shiver. Enough nonsense. Itachi, where's the kunai from the Hokage? Hiroshi said. Hearing Hiroshi's words, Itachi quickly took out the kunai from Senju Itama. After Goro carefully examined it, he respectfully returned it to Itachi. Let's go. I have news about Danzo, and the captain is here as well. Let's take him out completely this time. Goro put away his playful demeanor and returned to seriousness, leading the group out of the mist-covered cave. Mr. Goro, why didn't you go soak in the hot springs with Along today? Someone joked along the way. Hey, you little brat, can't you see I have friends? As they walked, the residents they encountered greeted Goro warmly and joked with him. After passing a small hill, they stopped in front of a hot spring. Captain, are you done bathing? Hee hee, if you haven't finished, I'm coming in, Goro Mori said with a mischievous smile, pretending to open the door to a hot spring house. A voice from inside called out, Goro, how dare you? Do you believe I'll report you to the village and have the Hokage transfer you back? Hearing the familiar voice from inside, Itachi pushed the door open and walked in. Goro, you, Itachi, why are you here? Come, let's soak together. It's great for blood circulation. Chapter 121. The meeting of the three. Come, have a drink. In a hot spring, steam rose, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Jisue, with a white towel on his head, skillfully poured 3 cups of sake from the bottle placed by the hot spring's edge and steadily pushed the tray towards Itachi and Sasuke. TSK, good wine. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Itachi reached out, picked up a wine glass from the tray, took a small sip, then pushed the tray towards Sasuke, turning to look at Shursui with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Shursui, how come you're here? What, after being an undercover for so long? I can't come here to relax. Shursui chuckled, tilted his head back to drink a glass of wine, his whole body slowly sinking down. With only his head above the water, the rest of him submerged in the hot spring. At this moment, he was completely devoid of the vigilance he had when he was in the Akatsuki organization, nor did he show the respect he had when facing Senju Itama. He exuded a sense of leisurely laziness and comfort. Shursui turned his head to look at the silent Sasuke, sizing him up a bit, then chose to address him as brother after some consideration and asked, what are you in this brother doing here? Sasuke was also quietly observing Shursui at this moment. The Uchiha clan had been brutally exterminated, and his brother had been deeply influenced by the man before him, which made his feelings somewhat complicated. Sensing Shursui's gaze, Sasuke spoke frankly. We came here for Danzo, planning to kill him. Oh really? That's quite a coincidence. Shursui's words trailed off as he suddenly halted, quickly shifting his gaze to Itachi. Itachi immediately understood and smiled to reassure him. It's fine, go ahead. We're all on the same side. Otherwise, we wouldn't be meeting here. Ha, true. I was being inconsiderate. Shursui laughed and cupped his hands in apology toward Sasuke, then continued. There's a rogue ninja named Hiru. You probably haven't heard of him. He's also a rogue from Konoha, and a few months ago, he attacked one of Orochimaru's research bases and stole Orochimaru's research results. After some investigation, we discovered he was involved with Danzo, and now he's in the Land of Lightning. We're here to deal with Hiru. Orochimaru's research must not leak. It's too dangerous. After hearing Shursui's explanation, Itachi's lips curled up as he replied, That's great. Let's act together and coordinate. Things will go more smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound suddenly echoed, followed by a cold female voice from outside. Shursui, is everything ready? When do we start? Just a moment, almost done. Upon hearing the voice, Shursui quickly stood up, urging Itachi and Sasuke to get ready before hurrying toward the door and pushing it open. Outside stood a graceful woman. She wore a kimono embroidered with delicate white daisy patterns, tied with an exquisite bow at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her long sky-blue hair fell down like satin, her skin as white as snow, and her deep, tranquil eyes seemed to hide endless stories. Conan stood quietly in place, watching the three emerge from the door, a hint of contemplation flashing in her eyes. Conan, my partner, Shursui introduced to everyone, then looked at Itachi and Sasuke, adding, These two are my brothers. We just happened to run into each other, and our mission objectives are similar, so why not act together? The group exchanged greetings. Itachi subtly nudged Shursui with his elbow, teasingly whispering, No wonder you and your master refused to let me take your place. Haha, you owe me a meal. In a house in the Valley of Clouds. Shursui, Itachi, and the others gathered. So, Goro, have you found Danzo's location? Shursui asked seriously, his gaze fixed on Goro, I've sent out scouts both openly and covertly. We should have news soon. Just wait a bit longer, Goro replied. After hearing this, Shursui remained calm and leisurely took out his Akatsuki outfit, handing it to Goro, saying, "Help me replicate 2 sets. The quality doesn't have to be perfect, but it must be done quickly and delivered before we act." "Yes, Captain." Goro took the outfit and quickly left. As soon as Konan appeared, Sasuke had recognized her. Now, seeing the Akatsuki outfit before him, memories surged back instantaneously. His curiosity about Senju Itama's mystery grew stronger, pondering to himself, what is going on in this world? Am I back in the past? Or am I in another parallel universe? Time passed quietly, and when Goro returned, he was holding a stack of documents and the hastily made Akatsuki clothing. "Captain, it's already so late. Can't we go tomorrow?" Goro asked worriedly, looking at the others who were already starting to change clothes. "Haha, we can't delay. Since we found their whereabouts, it's better to resolve it early. Otherwise, if today's investigation alerts them, it could all go to waste. Let's go," Shursui said while quickly putting on his mask. In an instant, the 4 of them, under the bright moonlight, moved like lightning and vanished from Goro and Hiroshi's sight. Watching their departing figures, Goro quickly turned and returned to the room. "What's wrong?" Hiroshi looked at Goro with a confused expression. "That place isn't far from the Hidden Cloud Village. If a battle breaks out, it could easily attract their attention. We must prepare in advance to prevent the Hidden Cloud Village from intervening," Goro said with a serious expression. "That shouldn't be the case. With the captain and Itachi's strength, they can't possibly overlook that." Hiroshi still leaned toward trusting Itachi and Shursue's abilities. Smack! Goro raised his hand and gave Hiroshi a light hit on the head. "What the hell? Why did you hit me?" Hiroshi covered his head, looking aggrieved. "I'm hitting you. Danzo has many subordinates. There are only 4 of them. What if someone escapes?" Goro glared at Hiroshi. "Come on, let's take people over there. Once the battle starts, we'll surround Danzo and his people." Just as the 2 were discussing their preparations for action, Itachi, Shursui, and the others had already quietly approached Danzo's location. Shursui activated his Sharingan. Looking down from above at the gathering place of Danzo's group, there were 5 Nin level chakra signatures, 1 Kaga level signature, and 1 whose strength was unclear, while the rest were Nin and Genin. He whispered, "Konan, go set up explosive tags on the mountain to the west, and also set some in the flat terrain to the south." Shursui was organizing everything methodically. Konan nodded slightly, her wings fluttering slightly behind her, moving like a white phantom under the cover of night, swiftly flying toward Shursui's indicated direction. "Shursui, the east side is close to the Hidden Cloud Village. If we make too much noise, it might alert them," Itachi reminded with some concern. Shursui appeared calm and confident as he replied, "It's fine. The Hidden Cloud Village is currently struggling to defend itself. They were severely injured by a mysterious person yesterday, and even if we invite them today, they might not dare to come." As soon as Shursui finished speaking, Itachi and Sasuke exchanged glances, and the scene of yesterday's attack by Uchiha surfaced in their minds. "Infiltrate and eliminate them all. Leave no one behind." After Konan returned, Shursui said in a deep voice, and then took the lead in rushing down. Chapter 122, The Tragic Danzo Crash. Like a merciless killing machine under the night sky, Itachi plunged a kunai deep into the back heart of the person in front of him. The same scene unfolded continuously in this valley as Shursui and the others moved. In just a moment, nearly 30 people had fallen at the hands of the 4. The thick smell of blood gradually enveloped the valley. "Attention, there's an enemy." Whether it was a body being discovered or the scent of blood being detected, a sudden voice echoed in the canyon. Crash! The next second, Sasuke's figure appeared behind that person and quickly ended their life. However, the information had already been transmitted, and nearly 100 remaining people rushed toward the source of the sound. "Konan, prepare the explosive tags, surround the area." Itachi, timing go. "Originally, I was planning to stealthily kill a few more, but I didn't expect to be discovered so early." Jisue decided to stop pretending and threw the kunai and shuriken in his hand. Accompanied by Jisue's shout, Itachi drew the shadow sword from his back, and Sasuke unsheathed his kusanagi from his waist. Like wolves entering a flock of sheep, one sword and one person, the 2 seemed to be locked in a fierce battle. Becoming more and more vigorous, their sword strikes growing increasingly fierce. Jisue watched the elegant movements of the 2, then looked at the short sword in his hand, pondering whether he should switch to a longer one. It was time to find Lord Hokage. "Who's there?" With the sounds of screams from outside, Danzo rushed out of the cave. Seeing the 3 of them, who resembled gods of death, Danzo roared angrily, "Get Bairu out here. Everyone else, come at me together." Danzo! D! Sasuke's furious voice rang out, and before Danzo could determine the direction of the voice, Sasuke had already appeared at his side. Faced with Sasuke's Scarlet Sharingan and the rippling Rinnegan, Danzo was startled and instinctively picked up a kunai to barely block Sasuke's attack. You are from the Uchiha clan. Leveraging Sasuke's power, Danzo quickly retreated, his eyes shining with a glimmer as he looked at Sasuke's Sharingan. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. After recovering from his shock, Danzo quickly formed hand seals, and a ball of compressed wind rapidly formed in his mouth, then shot towards Sasuke at high speed. Sasuke leapt aside, dodging Danzo's attack, and charged towards him again. I've got this, I'm gonna kill Danzo. Seeing Sasuke's movements, Itachi killed a ninja in front of him and shouted to Jisue, then also rushed towards Danzo. You two bastards, Conan, if anyone tries to escape, blow them up. With no other choice, Jisue used the body flicker technique to its fullest, moving around the battlefield and continuously reaping the targets in front of him. Clang! Sasuke's long sword clashed with Danzo's kunai again, and Chidori was activated in an instant. Accompanied by a sharp bird cry, Sasuke twisted his wrist and struck down, severing Danzo's right hand. Dark 1. Seemingly without feeling pain, Danzo didn't even glance at his fallen hand. With his voice, a tall ninja suddenly burst forth from the ground. Sasuke's Chidori instantly pierced this ninja's shoulder, using the momentum to chop off the entire left arm. Amaterasu. Immediately, Itachi's voice sounded, and the ninja's head was engulfed in black flames, which extinguished his life moments later. You're also from the Uchiha clan. Looking at Itachi and Sasuke, who were not far away, Danzo spoke calmly, while his right hand regrew instantly. Useless trash. All of you come out. Seeing that the two did not respond, Danzo glanced sideways at the ninja that had been completely consumed by black flames and spoke again, quickly retreating. As Danzo's voice faded, 3 bare-chested figures rushed out from the cave behind him. The one at the front was surrounded by flickering lightning, his muscular body bulging as he ran, a massive fist aimed at Itachi's head. Itachi's gaze was calm. He slightly crouched, extended his right hand, and using the momentum, slammed the incoming person hard into the ground. Looking at the remaining 2, Itachi turned to Sasuke. Go ahead, I'll handle them. They nodded at each other, and Sasuke quickly chased after Danzo in the direction he had fled. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Watching Sasuke relentlessly pursue him, Danzo formed hand seals again, and in an instant, multiple compressed wind blades shot toward Sasuke. Seeing the wind blades coming at him, Sasuke's Rinnegan shifted slightly, and he instantly swapped places with Danzo. Danzo was shocked, and before he could evade, he took all of his wind blades head on. Who the hell are you? Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Danzo glared at Sasuke. In the next moment, 5 shurikens shot toward Sasuke, while he quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, the 5 shurikens multiplied dramatically, densely attacking Sasuke. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds echoed, and as all the shurikens fell to the ground, Sasuke, wrapped in purple ribs, appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo, you will die today. As Sasuke's voice rang out, a large purple hand grew from the ribs beside him, slamming towards Danzo's position. Boom! With a single slap, blood sprayed from Danzo's mouth, and he was sent flying out of the cave. Ugh! Danzo curled up on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he watched Sasuke slowly walk out of the cave, and he slowly tore off the bandages from his body. A pale body appeared before Sasuke, and then Danzo's arm bent as he viciously clawed at his chest. Blood gushed out, but seemed to trigger some mechanism, and Danzo's whole body suddenly began to swell. Pale branches started growing from his body, layer upon layer, wrapping around him. Crash! Suddenly, the ground beneath Sasuke cracked, and a thick wooden spike shot out, piercing through Susanoo, creating several cracks in the purple ribs. I want you dead. In an instant, Danzo transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant, his hoarse voice echoing through the valley. After crushing 2 ninjas in front of him, he strode towards Sasuke. Just a useless fool who only wants to steal others' power. Watching the approaching Danzo, Sasuke spoke softly, and then Susanoo on him began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a purple giant with wings appeared, looking down at Danzo below. The purple Susanoo drew a long sword and slashed down at Danzo's forehead. Seeing the purple Susanoo surrounding Sasuke, Jisue showed a thoughtful expression, quickly recalling the information of every Uchiha clan member in his mind. Meanwhile, Itachi's shadow sword struck down hard, decapitating the 3rd ninja, and he turned to look at the towering purple Susanoo, his concern for Sasuke becoming even more apparent. Boom! A massive chakra fluctuation erupted from the cave Danzo intended to retreat to. You've interrupted my plan. You must die. With the right time, place, and people. After obtaining Orochimaru's research, Bairu had abandoned his obsession with Kakashi's Sharingan and turned to study would release. With the right conditions already in place. He just lacked the right timing, but now he was forced to proceed early. As the roar echoed, a white figure broke through the mountain and flew out at high speed. Chapter 123. One red, one purple, one green. The white figure appeared like a ghost, filled with rage. As soon as it landed, it quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, a vast suction force like an invisible vortex enveloped all the ninjas in front of Bairu, including the closest Sasuke and Itachi. Upon sensing the chakra fluctuations in his body, Sasuke quickly controlled Susanoo, and the massive purple wings flapped powerfully, allowing him and Itachi to escape the area of the suction force at high speed. Want to escape? Leave me behind, Bairu roared. As the chakra within those ninjas was completely drained, they all collapsed to the ground. Bairu moved like lightning, his speed rivaling that of Sasuke's Susanoo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Bairu was drawing closer to Sasuke, Conan suddenly produced a paper bow and arrow. She skillfully knocked an arrow and shot a series of paper arrows like a storm, forcing Bairu to a halt. The four successfully regrouped, and Sasuke canceled Susanoo, all of them casting their gazes towards Bairu not far away. He feels significantly stronger than before. Jishui felt the powerful fluctuations emanating from Bai Lu, who, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. Ding! Bang! Xiaonan accurately shot an arrow at Bai Lu, who, producing a sound of metal clashing, followed by a loud explosion from the detonating tag on the arrow. For a moment, smoke billowed up around Bai Lu, who, however, he emerged unscathed from the smoke, calmly surveying the few people in front of him, and even kindly began to explain. Steel ninjutsu can harden my body. Metal weapons can't harm me at all. And such a small explosion can't affect me either. Jishui calmly arranged. Xiaonan, support from the periphery. If he uses the previous ninjutsu to absorb chakra again, you should use paper jutsu to pull us out of his absorption range. Xiaonan nodded slightly, then spread her wings and hovered in the air at a distance from the others. Altogether, after Jishui's command, Sasuke, Itachi, and the three of them charged toward Bai Lu, who, are you all from the Uchiha clan? Haha, what a pity you won't be needed. Wind release, lightning cloud wave. Bai Lu, who quickly formed hand seals as he looked at the approaching three. In an instant, thick black clouds surged from his body, and violent lightning appeared, crashing down towards the three. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Sasuke tightly gripped his long sword and quickly formed hand seals. Chidori. The Kusanagi sword emitted a sharp cry as it shattered Bai Lu, whose lightning clouds, and struck directly at him. Dark release, absorption hole. Bai Lu, who steadily blocked Sasuke's Kusanagi sword with one hand, and in that moment, Sasuke's Chidori energy was completely absorbed by Bai Lu, who, useless. Your ninjutsu can't harm me, Bai Lu, who sneered. Sasuke retreated after his attack, and hearing his words, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was different from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Rinnegan. Clap, clap. As Sasuke retreated, Itachi and Jishui's attacks followed closely, but were easily blocked by the white bandages that suddenly appeared from Bai Lu, whose sleeve. Whoosh! Before the three could react, Bai Lu, who transformed into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot, reappearing right in front of Sasuke. Here you go, Chidori. The sharp cry of Chidori rang out again, and this force was even stronger than Sasuke's, piercing directly towards Sasuke's chest. At this critical moment, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, swapping places with a rock in his line of sight, which was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Competing in speed? Jishui observed this and quickly activated his three-tomo Sharingan, significantly enhancing his dynamic vision, and used body flicker technique to engage Bai Lu, who in battle. At the same time, Itachi was enveloped in a layer of fine electric arcs, his speed suddenly increasing, and he also activated his three-tomo Sharingan, joining the fight with the Shingen sword. The white bandages around Bai Lu, who flew around wildly as he fought fiercely with the two. Seeing this, Sasuke no longer hesitated, activated his Sharingan, and leaped into the battlefield. Damn! Be careful, don't get spotted. Near Kyomogakure, Goru and Hiroshi were cautiously hiding with a dozen people in a ravine. Watching a patrol pass by, Goru lowered his voice and nervously reminded everyone. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the ground shook violently beneath them, causing them to shrink their necks back into the ravine. Oh dear, our captain is really fierce. What are they trying to demolish? Luckily we didn't go over. Otherwise they might have gone wild and killed us too. How terrifying, Goru said while pretending to shrink into the arms of a muscular man nearby, making Hiroshi feel a chill. Notify Lord Rakage, there's fighting in the south, a ninja whispered. Yes. As a faint sound of footsteps faded away, Goru slowly poked his head out and said, let's go. No one is around. We can sneak over. With that, Goru led the way, carefully stepping out, and the group stealthily moved toward where the Rakage was. Hide! Suddenly, the entire Kumagakure lit up like day. With Goru's warning, Hiroshi quickly formed hand seals, and a ravine appeared beneath the feet of the group, protecting them once again. Damn it, whether it's a human or a ghost. They dare to wreak havoc on my Kumogakure's territory. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Yeah, the Rakage has summoned everyone. He must be really angry this time. Let's hurry over. A dense sound of footsteps and discussions echoed above the group. What to do? Once they gather everyone, they'll probably head to the captain. Should we try to stop them? After the footsteps stopped, Hiroshi asked with a serious expression. Hearing Hiroshi's words, Goru slapped him without hesitation. If you want to go to your death, go yourself. With your little body, how can you stop the fourth Rakage? You just get knocked out in one punch. Then what to do? So many Kumogakure ninjas are going over. How will the captain retreat? Don't worry, let's wait for them to pass. At this moment, in Kumogakure, a large group of ninjas gathered neatly in front of a Ili Jien. Killer Bee hasn't woken up yet. You stay here in Kumogakure. I'll take a few high-ranking ninjas to see. Kumogakure can't take any more turmoil. Said with a serious expression. Yes, Lord Rakage, Ili Jien replied respectfully. After giving all the instructions, a suddenly exerted strength under his feet, and the ground cracked open. He shot forward like an arrow, rushing toward the place where the battle was happening. As he increased his speed, the battle canyon gradually came into view. From a distance, he saw three enormous and familiar figures, one red, one purple, and one green, surrounding a huge, brownish-gray, unknown creature, fiercely attacking it. Chapter 124 Return. Would release? Itachi was completely enveloped by the orange-red Susanoo, and he swung down the 10-fist sword, instantly severing an arm from the giant wooden figure transformed from Bai Yifei. What kind of power is this? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Yifei's half-body peeked out from above the wooden figure, looking at the three gigantic Susanoo surrounding him in panic. Would release. The first Hokage's would release is the strongest. I painstakingly seized it from Orochimaru, and I won't lose to you. Bai Yifei roared, and as a shout fell, the arm that Itachi had cut off grew back at an astonishing speed and smashed down towards Itachi's Susanoo. However, before his fist could touch Itachi's Susanoo, a large green, wave-patterned sharp weapon, like a green lightning bolt, pierced through the wooden figure's arm. You two take your time. Be careful, or your eyesight will seriously decline. Seeing Itachi, who had activated Susanoo under his guidance, and Jishui, who had also activated Susanoo on a whim, Sasuke helplessly spoke up to stop them. Haha, don't worry. With Orochimaru here, it won't be a problem. Jishui smiled and explained after hearing Sasuke's words. But he still followed the advice and canceled the activation of Susanoo. Seeing Jishui cancel, Itachi took the opportunity to slash at Bai Yifei again and then also release Susanoo. Then it's up to you. Finish it quickly. Itachi felt discomfort in his eyes and didn't refuse Sasuke's goodwill, speaking to Sasuke. Sasuke responded with a sound, and then his Susanoo drew out a long sword. The movement was smooth and fluid, as if slicing fruit, effortlessly chopping the wooden man in front of him into several pieces. As the wooden man was shattered, Bai Yifei's figure fell out from the wooden man's head. At this moment, he appeared like a withered branch, his breath weak, exhaling more than inhaling. It's all your fault for disrupting my plan. If I could have everything, timing, location, and people, then I would be the most perfect existence in this world. Writing, Sharingan, it's really powerful. I shouldn't have let Kakashi go. Bai Yifei left his last words, his head tilted, and then he completely lost his life. Amaterasu. Looking at Sasuke, who had resolved the battle, Itachi naturally unleashed Amaterasu, and the blazing black flames instantly engulfed Bai Yifei until he was completely consumed. Only then did Itachi relax. Fortunately, you two also came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have necessarily been able to defeat him with Konan. Shirzue looked at the wrecked canyon, with a hint of relief in his tone. I didn't expect this Bai Yifei to be so troublesome. Wind release, steel release, swift release, dark release, and would release, all our rare bloodline limits. I have to say, if it weren't for Itachi and Sasuke's taijutsu, I alone wouldn't have been able to force Bai Luhu to this extent. This would release is a product of Orochimaru, right? Itachi looked at Shirzue, interrupting his thoughts. Well, sort of. A failed product. I don't know how this guy found out, but he launched a sneak attack on Orochimaru's laboratory while we were out. By the time we arrived, several would-release clones developed by Orochimaru had already been taken by this guy. Listening to their conversation, Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Shirzue as he asked, "Do you know the giant snake that brought us here? What happened?" "Harmony. It's also a product of Orochimaru's research. Only I, Nagato, Konan, and Orochimaru in the organization know about it. It's a clone product researched using summoning beasts by Orochimaru. The name was given by Lord Hokage, and I raised it here. It doesn't have much attack power, but its speed has been modified by Orochimaru, making it good for transportation. It's a backup for Goro and the others." "Who is it?" During Shirzue's speech, Sasuke suddenly drew the Kusanagi sword, his figure flashing like lightning as he sliced through a rock. Behind the rock, a white-haired child in his teens was cowering and trembling. "Lord Raikage, someone has attacked the village." At this moment, AI was still standing on a distant mountaintop, watching the gradually calming battle in the canyon and the few enormous figures that had disappeared. After hearing his subordinate's report, AI turned around, his face filled with anger as he said, "Let's go back. To use such despicable tactics for a diversion." With that, AI decisively turned around and quickly retreated towards the Hidden Cloud Village. "Be careful, don't injure them, just control them." In the Hidden Cloud Village, more than a dozen cloud ninjas were attacking their own villagers indiscriminately with kunai. Other cloud ninjas were dodging the attacks while trying to forcibly control them. "Can you do it? We haven't even retreated from the Hidden Cloud Village yet. After so many years, how come your Jinjutsu hasn't improved at all? Stop nagging. If you can do it, then go ahead." Goro was fully focused on casting Jinjutsu, enduring the urge to give Hiroshi a needle as he listened to his incessant chatter. "It's here, the objective is achieved, retreat." The one speaking was a sensory ninja. The moment AI's figure appeared within his sensory range, he quickly withdrew his chakra. Hearing this, Hiroshi quickly formed hand seals, and the group swiftly retreated underground like agile moles. "Woo! Captain, are you really going to abandon me like this? Can't you stay a couple more days to keep me company?" Above Harmony, Shirzue, Itachi, Konan, Sasuke, and the white-haired girl watched Goro below, who was pretending to wipe tears with a handkerchief. "Hiroshi, aren't you going back?" "Captain, I'm not going back. I'm staying here for a few days and will return later." "Woo!" Hearing their conversation, Goro's strange cries echoed again. "Let's go together. Lord Hokage said he hasn't seen you in a long time, and I'm sure Kakashi is also looking forward to seeing you." Seeing Goro's exaggerated demeanor, Shirzue said lightly. The moment he heard Kakashi's name, Goro instantly returned to normal. "Captain, hurry up and get busy. Please don't mention me in front of Kakashi. I beg you." As he spoke, Goro bent down and respectfully took a bow. After bidding farewell to the two, Harmony turned and entered the tunnel, quickly moving underground. "Shirzue, what happened between Kakashi and Goro? Tell me about it." Next to Shirzue, Itachi curiously leaned forward, looking at him with anticipation. That's not good." While speaking, Shirzue awkwardly glanced at Konan and Ryuzetsu, feeling Shirzue's gaze. Konan snorted coldly and walked to the other side of Harmony's head with Ryuzetsu. Seeing this, Shirzue smiled sheepishly and then began narrating the story to Itachi in vivid detail. As he listened to Shirzue's storytelling, Itachi's eyes began to sparkle, and even Sasuke beside him couldn't help but lean in to listen. Chapter 125. You're a bit Wikachu. Just as Kakashi was helping Senju Itachi organize things, he suddenly sneezed repeatedly without warning. The sound of his sneezes was particularly jarring in the quiet room. Hey, what's going on? You're still young, and you're already acting like this? I've told you many times not to hang around with Jiraiya, but you never listen." Senju Itachi said as he casually tossed a ninjutsu manual he had just exchanged from Koji towards Kakashi. He then turned around, his expression concerned yet teasing, looking earnestly at Kakashi. "You haven't started a family yet, so you need to control yourself. I'm still looking forward to holding my grandchild. How about this? Tomorrow you can practice with Guy. Come on." "Master, I just sneezed a few times. Is it really necessary to go this far?" Kakashi said helplessly, trying to defend himself. Bang! Senju Itachi picked up a thick stack of books and placed them heavily in front of Kakashi. "You haven't even finished organizing this little bit of stuff yet. You say you're not weak, but I'm feeling weak on your behalf. All right, I'll go arrange tomorrow's training for Guy." Seeing this, Kakashi could only nod in resignation, but his movements in organizing the books became noticeably heavier, filled with reluctance. Earth release, heavy stone technique, weighty stone technique, ice release, crystal release, wind release, boiling release. Kakashi was casually organizing the books when his gaze fell on the cover of one of them. Upon seeing the names of the ninjutsu written on it, he instantly became energized. He quickly flipped through the other books, shock evident on his face. Master, where did you get so many ninjutsu manuals? Hearing Kakashi's exclamation, Senju Itachi remained calm, replying in a steady tone. Some are sent over by the Rukawa clan, and others I collected and organized myself. We'll take these to the library later. Whether or not you can learn them is secondary. The key is that if you encounter related ninjutsu during missions, you need to know how to respond. By the way, there's also these few books. As he spoke, he casually picked up a few books containing information about the Otsutsuki clan and handed them to Kakashi. Are you done? Hurry up, let's go. Senju Itachi divided the books into 2 stacks, easily picking up one and urging Kakashi along. Ah, come on. Kakashi tightly hugged the book with both hands, bent down, and lifted it with all his strength. The book only rose 1 centimeter off the ground before shaking violently. Immediately after, Kakashi lost control and collapsed directly onto the book. Young man, your stamina is lacking, yet you still don't admit it. You can't even lift this little bit of a book. Senju Itama looked at Kakashi with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Master, shall we switch? Kakashi glanced at Senju Itama's relaxed demeanor and recalled the earth release ninjutsu he had seen earlier, understanding what was going on, and wore an expression of not wanting to expose him. Ignoring Kakashi's suggestion, Itama took the books in his arms and left on his own. After going downstairs, they crossed the street and arrived at the library. Compared to the surrounding residential buildings, the library was not tall, only 5 stories high. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, Mito Menka, and other older generation ninjas from Konoha often spent their time in this library. The library covered a vast area, with facilities like resting areas and study areas, and it was continuously expanded and improved based on actual needs. The first 3 floors housed various leisure books, such as Secrets of the Ninja World, teaching materials for ninja schools, and interesting novels collected from various places. The 4th floor contained common ninjutsu found in Konoha, which was personally supervised and established by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ordinary techniques like Shadow Clone Jutsu, Healing Jutsu, Fireball Jutsu, and some common ninjutsu mastered by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others were all documented in detail here, available for Konoha villagers to learn if they were interested. The 5th floor stored more difficult ninjutsu, such as Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, and some special ninjutsu scrolls that Senju Itama usually brought. As for the little-known underground 1st floor, it housed the sealing books recompiled by Senju Itama, the wood-release ninjutsu he mastered, and the unspoken secrets of other major ninja clans. The first 4 floors of the library were open for free access to Konoha villagers. However, to enter the 5th floor, one needed the consent of Senju Itama or Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the 6th floor, entry was prohibited for anyone below the level of Kage. Even Kage-level shinobi had to obtain permission from Senju Itama beforehand to step in. Lord Third, I'm here to work. Senju Itama arrived at the 5th floor of the library with the books. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely lying on a lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, comfortably reading a book. Ah, Itama, what's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen lazily set down his book, yawned, and slowly stood up, instinctively glancing at the books in Senju Itama's hands. Hey, let me see that old man's ninjutsu scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly perked up, darting over to Senju Itama and snatching the heavy stone technique from him, eagerly examining it. Not bad. Where did you get this? Now I've got new material to research. Ha! Maybe one day I can fly around like that old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the book down and casually picked up the other books in Senju Itama's arms. As soon as he took them, he exclaimed, "Wow, you've already learned this?" As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen released the book in his hand, and the seemingly heavy stack of books floated steadily in midair without any sign of falling. But, accompanied by a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps, Kakashi, struggling with the books, climbed up the stairs. The moment his foot stepped onto the 5th floor, he deflated like a punctured ball, and the books in his hands inadvertently flew towards Senju Itama. Be careful, watch your safety. Senju Itama lightly raised his hand, and the books floated steadily in front of him, not falling to the ground. Kakashi couldn't help but feel speechless at this scene. Goodbye, Lord Third, I won't disturb you. After organizing the books, Senju Itama prepared to return to his office. On the way, he forcibly pulled Kakashi back, who was trying to sneak away. Kakashi, you have a mission. You need to go to the Mist Village to escort a batch of supplies. Terumi May said she wants to do something big, but I don't know what exactly. You're going with Guy tomorrow, and don't slack off on your training on the way. Also, bring a few more Jonin. Stop by the Land of Iron. I heard a group of rogue ninjas have fled there, so help deal with it. After assigning the task, Senju Itama began to write a letter, instructing Kakashi to personally deliver it to Mifune. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door, and after permission was granted, 5 figures entered one after another. As Itachi followed Shursui in, his face instantly revealed a mischievous smile upon seeing Kakashi in the office. Even Sasuke looked at Kakashi with a scrutinizing expression. Chapter 126. I'm really not his biological child. Lord Hokage. After entering, the group respectfully bowed to Senju Itama. Shursui, Conan? How come you two are with them? And what is up with this kid? Putting down his pen and looking at the 3 who returned together. Senju Itama showed a puzzled expression. After Shursui explained their encounter and the death of Danzo, Senju Itama finally understood. Kakashi, come here. After hearing Shursui's account, Senju Itama called Kakashi to him. He gently placed his right hand on Kakashi's forehead and carefully checked him before letting Kakashi stand back up. It's fine, Danzo is dead, and the mark on Kakashi has disappeared along with it, so there's no impact. Hearing Senju Itama's words, Shursui and Itachi both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Shursui took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Senju Itama. Lord Hokage, this is from Goro for you. Senju Itama took the letter, opened it, and began reading. The letter was long, but it made Senju Itama's skin crawl. It was filled with lengthy praise for Senju Itama. And only in the last 2 paragraphs of the 5th page did it properly introduce the main content. In short, due to their meddling, the entire Land of Lightning had seen a rebellion rate of no less than half, and under his intentional leadership, there were already 5 groups formed. They had been placed in various parts of the Land of Lightning and continued to propagate ideological education. While Senju Itama was reading, Itachi was making faces at Kakashi and continuously gesturing with his hands. At first, Kakashi didn't understand what it meant, but upon seeing the same expression on Shursui's face, he suddenly felt as if the sky was falling. What are you 3 doing? When Senju Itama looked up, Kakashi's hand was secretly preparing to reach behind Shursui. Mind your image, there are still Conan and this little friend here. If word gets out that my disciple knows such lowly ninjutsu, what will happen to my reputation? If there's something, you can go handle it. What is this? Looking at the white-haired girl next to Conan, Senju Itama asked. Lord Hokage. This was found with Danzo and Bairu. It was exchanged by Danzo from the Ghost Lantern City. All right, I'll have someone take her to the orphanage later. Have her checked thoroughly. By the way, this time when you leave, take Kimimaro with you. That kid's bloodline disease is getting worse. Let Orochimaru take a look. Over the years, Shursui had brought back many children to the village, not less than 500 at least. The older children take care of the younger ones, and professionals look after even smaller children. When they reach the appropriate age, they are arranged to attend the ninja school, and those in the village who have lost children due to the war can also come for adoption. To prevent the adopted children from being bullied, Senju Itachi has also arranged for regular checks. For Itachi's decision, Shursui and Conan were not surprised at all. After seeing his agreement, Shursui pulled Kakashi, who was behind him, over and brought Itachi in front of him. Under Shursui's persistent nudging, Itachi reluctantly spoke. Master, Shursui wants a long sword, saying his short knife is uncomfortable to use. Oh, is that so? There's no need to feel embarrassed, Itachi replied, pushing back. Wait a moment. He got up and went to the office room, starting to shake a little smart toy. After a friendly exchange, Itachi came out holding 2 boxes. Here, this is yours, Conan, and this is prepared for you. He handed the 2 boxes to the 2 of them, and Shursui couldn't wait to open one and then thanked Itachi before leaving, while Conan also looked very happy, though not as overwhelmed as Shursui. Itachi, Kakashi, Conan, you guys go out first. I need to talk to Tenmei for a few words. Thank you, Mr. Itachi. After the few left, Sasuke looked at Itachi and bowed deeply to thank him. No need to thank me. We are all from the village. I cannot let Danzo cause trouble. Not killing him for now is just giving the 3rd Hokage face. It's only a matter of time. What is next? Are you going back with Boruto directly, or do you want to stay a few more days? Fugaku and Mikoto probably guessed your identity. Looking at Sasuke, who always had the same expression, Itachi couldn't help but think of Kakashi when they first met. Tomorrow. Today, I'll say goodbye to them. Mr. Itachi, I must part ways. Naruto still needs me. I'm sorry for bothering you this time. Sasuke once again respectfully bowed and sincerely thanked Itachi. All right, then I won't see you off tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm here. and what awaits them will be a different life. Sasuke left respectfully, not returning immediately, but starting to stroll around Konoha by himself. Feeling Boruto's presence, experiencing the human warmth around him, Sasuke walked slowly towards the Namake's household. Put that down. That's my favorite doll. At the Namake's household, two blonde kids were holding onto a doll the size of an adult, neither willing to let go. Naruto, let go. It's Boruto's turn to play. You're already so big, still hugging a doll to sleep. Hearing their quarrel, Kushina, who was busy in the kitchen, entered with a spatula, looking fierce. Without saying a word, she grabbed Naruto's ear and started scolding him. Dad, Mom is biased towards others. Come and see. Seeing that Kushina wasn't helping him, Naruto began to call for his dad repeatedly. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Minato instinctively touched his eye socket, which seemed to start hurting again. So he pretended not to hear and continued with his own business. What? So what they said is true. I'm really not your biological child. Fine, I'm leaving. Boo-hoo. After calling for a long time and getting no response from Minato and Kushina, Naruto suddenly thought of the previous neighbor's words, and his eyes turned. Instantly feeling he understood everything. Without saying a word, he skillfully picked up his backpack and started packing his things. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Boruto was a bit at a loss. Kushina and Minato knew who he was, and he just wanted to tease his father a bit. But when he saw Naruto crying, his heart softened instantly. It's okay, let him go, it's not the first time. Come on, Boruto, Annie made your favorite food. Now nobody will compete with you for it. Just right. Saying this, Kushina took Boruto's hand and headed towards the dining room, while a yellow figure dashed past them. By the time Kushina and Boruto reacted, Naruto had already sat down in his designated spot. I can only run away from home further after I eat my fill. Sasuke stood outside the Namake's household, quietly listening to the commotion inside, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Are you leaving? The door suddenly opened, and Minato walked out. Looking at Sasuke. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow. Let Boruto pack up. I won't go in. Refusing Minato's invitation, Sasuke explained his purpose. All right, how is Naruto doing in that world? Very well. He's already the 7th Hokage, the strongest in the ninja world. The strongest in the ninja world? He must have gone through a lot of hardships. Hearing Sasuke's words, Minato murmured softly, then took out a letter and handed it to Sasuke. Please help me deliver this to him. Chapter 127. Anoki's contemplation, have they left? Feeling someone push the door open behind him, Senju, Itachi asked. Hearing Itachi's question, Kakashi closed the office door and replied, Yes, they have left. Inside the Hokage office, Itachi stood tall in front of the spacious, floor-to-ceiling window. Kakashi stopped half a step away from him and also looked down at the village below. That's good. Itachi responded softly, and then the thoughtful expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a gossipy look. Kakashi, by the way, what exactly happened between you and Goro? Tell me about it. Let me have a laugh. Hearing Itachi's inquiry, a vein on Kakashi's forehead twitched slightly. Excuse me, I have tasks to attend to, and those 3 kids are still waiting for me. With that, the office door was pushed open urgently, and with a bang, Kakashi's figure disappeared in an instant. Brat. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. Anyway, I'm going to the land of lightning sooner or later. There's no rush. Sitting back at his desk and opening the computer, Itachi dove into a new round of busy work. On the computer, he saw a request from Ryukyu for funds to be allocated for the large-scale construction of railways connecting Konoha to various places in the Land of Fire, to facilitate subsequent material transportation and ease the movement of people. After some contemplation, Itachi waved his pen and approved the request. Although the funds previously obtained from AI had already been used up, thanks to Konoha's thriving intercity trade, the village had long become an economic core area. The wealth in the storerooms, used for railway construction, was not something difficult to bear. Minato, are you there? Please come to my office. After finishing the fund allocation matters, Itachi took out the pager specifically for contacting Minato and began to call for him. Shortly after, Minato pushed the door open and respectfully said, Lord Hokage, what do you need? It's like this. Ryukyu proposed to strengthen railway construction. You send Umbu ninjas to communicate with the small countries around us, asking them to build a railway into the Land of Fire to strengthen our connection. Understood. After receiving his orders, Minato quickly turned and left. Currently, building a transportation network is imperative. With Konoha and Shursue's careful planning, most of the surrounding small countries have already looked to Konoha for guidance. With Konoha's support over the years, these small countries have also achieved significant development. Moreover, Whenever restless ninjas emerge in these countries, they tend to mysteriously disappear, forcing the daimyos of those small countries to bow to Konoha. Itachi turned to look at Konoha village below and casually took out paper and pen from the drawer. Obito, Kagaya, Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara. He wrote down the names of the Akatsuki members one by one, skipping over Nagato, Shursui, Konan, and Orochimaru. After finishing this string of names, Senju Itachi heavily drew 2 large circles, writing Uchiha Madara's name in one circle and a big Kagaya in the other. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the pen again and drew a conspicuous cross over the names of Madara and Kagaya. Then, he looked at the list of Akatsuki members' names and put a question mark under Obito's name, followed by listing the other names in order and writing down their corresponding opponents below. Deidara, Kakashi, Kisame, Might Guy, Kakaminato, Sasori. After completing all of this, Senju Itachi picked up the paper, gently blew on its surface, and muttered softly, "You've had enough time to act recklessly. Now it's my turn to move." In Itsuchiki's office in Iwagakure, the short Inoki sat in an office chair that was not quite suitable for his size, listening intently to the report from Kuratsuchi. What? The explosion incident from the day before yesterday is still not investigated? Lord Tsuchikage, we have done our utmost. The entire land of Earth has been searched, and no one has the capability to launch such a powerful attack, unless they are Jinchuriki. Kuratsuchi stood straight in front of Inoki, looking serious. He knew well that this attack could not have been carried out by the lone Jinchuriki left in Iwagakure. As for the Jinchuriki from the neighboring villages, there was no reason for them to come to the land of Earth to launch a tail beast bomb and then leave quietly. The 2 men exchanged glances, and Inoki sighed heavily, continuing to ask, "Any clues about the mysterious organization that extracted the 5 tails?" "None. However, the Fourth Hokage might have some information, but he is unwilling to cooperate with us, so we couldn't get any valuable content out of him." Bang! Inoki slammed the table, his brows furrowing into a shape. "Nothing on that front, nothing on this front. The 5 tails Jinchuriki is not weak. What organization could easily kill him? Also, has anyone taken the bounty I posted on the black market?" Kakuzu took on the task, but whether he has executed it is still unclear. "Kakuzu, huh?" Hearing Kuratsuchi's answer, Inoki stroked his beard, lost in thought. Perhaps there is still some hope. Keep a close watch. If Kakuzu returns to claim the bounty, report to me immediately. Yes. After the report, Kuratsuchi respectfully withdrew. He had always admired his father. After multiple ninja world wars, without his father's strategic planning, Iwagakure would never have developed to its current scale. Looking at the current ninja world, aside from Konoha, Iwagakure feared no one. "Konoha, Konoha." Watching his son leave, Inoki muttered softly, repeatedly mumbling the name Konoha, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the chair. Since the last 5 Kage summit, Konoha's development momentum has been astonishingly rapid. Although he had not set foot in Konoha for years, every merchant returning from Konoha praised it endlessly. Initially, he scoffed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to resign and hand the Hokage position to a young kid. However, after his recent conversation with Senju Itachi, he realized he might have misjudged the situation. Furthermore, with Kumogakure being defeated by Konoha with strong measures, and Kirigakure getting friendly with Konoha, soon as Raza was also struggling, subtly showing intentions to follow Konoha. The 4th Hokage, and that old man Sarutobi, Namikaze Minato, the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Ugh, headache. Lost in thought, Inoki's hand that was originally tapping the chair slowly moved to his temple, gently rubbing it. Chapter 128. New Arrangements. Whoa. Huh. In the Konoha training grounds, a group of new generation ninjas was training vigorously. Sasuke and Naruto, armed with shuriken, were locked in battle, neither willing to give way. Under the guidance of Minato and Kushina, Naruto's strength had already surpassed Sasuke. Without activating his Sharingan, Sasuke could barely defend against Naruto's attacks with just physical techniques. Haha, Sasuke, you lost. Naruto. As Naruto's laughter rang out, accompanied by Sasuke's cry, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone else present. At that moment, Naruto seized the opportunity to use the body replacement technique to dodge Sasuke's furious strike, appearing behind him. With both hands together, he executed Konoha's top-tier physical technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Watching the scene unfold, Senju Itachi couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle, giving a light slap to Kakashi's head, who was reading a book beside him. "Is this how you teach the next generation of Konoha?" Hearing Senju Itachi's words, Kakashi closed the book in his hands, shrugged, and said, "What can I do? My teacher taught me this way. If you have a problem, go talk to him. Huh, you even learned to talk back. Just as he was about to snatch the book from Kakashi's hands, a gasp erupted from the training ground. Following the sound, he saw Sasuke's eyes were a deep red, with one black tomo moving around in his eye socket along with Naruto's movements. Oh, he activated it. Looking at Sasuke in the field, Senju Itachi couldn't help but think back to when he activated his Sharingan in anger. A bit later than expected. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, you all pick out the most talented individuals and let Itachi train them a bit. Afterward, take them to engage in higher difficulty missions. They won't grow without real combat. Yes, Sasuke had Itachi and Fugaka guiding him, while Naruto had Kushina and Minato, and the other clans like the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara also had their respective legacies. So he didn't need to worry about them. He then focused on those civilian ninjas and the orphans brought back by Shursui. The older one, Haku, had the most outstanding strength. Aside from Niji, the others were currently no match for him. Asuma, Senju Itachi, scanned the area and called out to Asuma, who was flirting with Kurenai. Hearing Senju Itachi's call, Asuma instinctively dropped his cigarette on the ground before approaching Senju Itachi. Hokage-sama, what's the matter? Is it those little brats who aren't performing well? Well, take a look for yourself. That little chubby one just keeps dodging, and that pineapple head, if he keeps going, he'll fall asleep. Only that blonde girl is a bit serious, but look at her physical techniques. They're a complete mess. Following Senju Itachi's pointing direction, Ino was chasing after Choji to give him a good beating, while Shikamaru was leaning against a tree in the shade, already dozing off. Since the three clans are intertwined and grew up together, I'm not worried about their ninjutsu. Just focus on their physical techniques and personalities. If they can't keep up, let them train with Guy's team. After saying this, Senju Itachi discreetly pulled Asuma aside. Azuma, do me a favor. What kind of favor? Seeing Senju Itachi's action, Asuma's voice also softened. Help me pull the third Hokage and those old folks out of the library. Those kids, although they have corresponding Jonin mentors, those mentors' levels are limited. These kids are either civilian ninjas or orphans. Without proper guidance, it's hard for them to progress. Those experienced elders can help them shine for the future of Konoha. Asuma looked at Senju Itachi, a look of difficulty on his face. Lord Hokage, my father. I can't say much either. Looking at Asuma's expression, Senju Itachi crossed his arms and said thoughtfully, well, fine. There's a long-term mission coming up that will take 1 or 2 months. I'll send Hong and Kakashi. They're both single, and if they end up together as their master, Wait, Lord Hokage, I can handle my father. That's not a problem. But can I go on this mission with Hong? Asuma eagerly grabbed Senju Itachi's arm, smiling flatteringly. That's not really appropriate as Hokage, and it would require a salary. 3 people, Lord Hokage. I'll make sure to call out their names with all my might. My father will do it for free, and I'll have him cover the salaries of the other 2. A promising child, not bad. Go ahead and get it done. The sooner the better. Hee. Watching Asuma leave with an angry expression, Senju Itachi grinned and began to reassess the children on the training ground. Kakashi, go arrange things at the casino later. Win all of Tsunade's money. When she comes looking for me, you can hand over Sakura and Ino to her. Understood. Upon hearing Senju Itachi's arrangements, Kakashi and the leading Jonin for Ino were more than willing. After finishing all the arrangements, Senju Itachi finally turned his attention to Guy's group. Shaoli was running laps around the training ground while doing handstands. After his previous match with Niji, where Niji showed no mercy, Shaoli was sent flying after 10 rounds. Not feeling frustrated, Shaoli immediately began planning his training regimen. As for Niji, he was patiently sparring with Tenten, correcting her chakra flow as they fought. Niji, Tenten, and Shaoli, come over here. Hearing Senju Itachi's voice, Niji stopped his movements and hurried over. Father, what is up? You kid, starting to find a daughter-in-law for me already? Hearing Senju Itachi's teasing, both Tenten and Niji couldn't help but blush. Haha, still shy. Niji, you've almost mastered the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, but you need to practice more long-range ninjutsu. With that, Senju Itachi looked at Guy who was doing squats. Guy, go teach them the ninjutsu I taught you. Tenten, your scroll is good. Think about it. If you throw your weapon from the scroll and it lacks power, but if you coordinate with Shaoli and Niji. As he shared his thoughts, the others became eager to try. After sending them off, Senju Itachi continued to call over other children for individual guidance. At the Konoha training ground, the older generation was carefully teaching the new generation. At the border of the Land of Fire, a convoy bearing the symbol of the hidden cloud had just arrived. Lord Rakage, we have arrived in the Land of Fire. Should we go directly to Konoha or first to the capital? Hearing the report from outside, A's voice came from within the vehicle. directly to Konoha. Chapter 129. The Legendary 3 of Konoha. Lord Hokage, the Fourth Hokage and his team have arrived at the village entrance. After receiving permission, Moonlight Gale stepped lightly into the office, respectfully bowing to Senju Itai. How did you get here so quickly? Weren't you at the border yesterday? I haven't prepared anything yet. Senju Itai frowned slightly, murmuring, Gale, go immediately and relay orders for them to prepare all reception matters at the highest standard. I will personally go to the village entrance to welcome them. Senju Itai quickly organized his thoughts and gave rapid orders. Understood, Lord Hokage. Moonlight Gale turned and quickly left. Senju Itai stood up, raised his hand to adjust his Hokage robes, the golden red patterns shimmering in the sunlight. Then he strode downstairs towards the entrance of Konoha village. At the village entrance, she and A's group of Hokage guards were on high alert, closely surrounding A. A raised his gaze, slowly scanning the revitalized Konoha village before him, filled with scrutiny and exploration. Is this Konoha now? A murmur to himself, subconsciously comparing it to the hidden cloud village in his heart. Looking out, Konoha's tall buildings stood in a row, distinct from the style of the hidden cloud village. The prominent Hokage building, solemn and majestic, immediately attracted A's attention. The clean windows showcased Konoha's vigorous vitality. At the village entrance, the merchant convoy moved back and forth, with merchants' faces beaming with genuine joy as they excitedly discussed their profits. Laughter echoing continuously. Lord Hokage, in comparison, the construction of the hidden cloud village is far inferior to Konoha. She added quietly beside him, Did you need to say that? I can see it clearly myself. I turned slightly to look at Shi, his tone calm. Lord Hokage, are we going in ourselves? Darui looked around, his gaze vigilant, unable to help but ask. Let us wait a moment. Let us see how Konoha welcomes us. A waved his hand, maintaining his composure. Don't be so guarded. Since we have arrived at Konoha, if they had any intentions against us, they would have acted long ago. In fact, since they arrived at the entrance of Konoha, more than 50 ninjas had quietly focused on them, and they could clearly sense the presence of Minato among them. The Fourth Hokage has arrived, and I apologize for not receiving you in advance. Senju Itai's voice came from afar. As the words fell, they felt the intense scrutiny fade away slowly from his surroundings. He raised his gaze to meet Senju Itai's eyes, and in that instant his heart sank. He couldn't tell if it was just an illusion, but he felt that the oppressive aura from Senju Itai had subtly intensified. No worries. We are the ones who barged in unannounced. I am surprised that the Fourth Hokage would come out personally to greet us. A slightly bowed, responding politely. Suddenly, several figures darted out like phantoms, landing steadily and forming a neat line behind Senju Itai, with Minato and Itachi among them. A's gaze immediately locked onto Minato, who responded with a gentle and friendly smile without saying much. Hokage, please follow me. I have prepared accommodations for you. After your long journey, let me take you to rest first. Senju Itai gestured invitingly, his words sincere. Under Senju Itai's guidance, the Hokage group steadily walked into Konoha village. Oh, ladies, don't rush one at a time. This time, the filming of Paradise of Affection has characters personally selected by Lord Jiraiya, so please form a line. Passing by a building, Kakashi was surrounded by a group of graceful and beautiful women, holding a stack of colorful flyers. The women were pushing and shoving each other, eager to grab the flyers from Kakashi's hands. Through the glass doors of the building, one could vaguely see Jiraiya inside, dressed in red, with white hair wildly flying and wearing sunglasses. Is that Kakashi, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha? I gazed at the figure handing out flyers, memories instantly overlapping with the scene of their standoff on the battlefield, and he couldn't help but hesitantly ask, Huh, the legendary 3 of Konoha? Upon hearing this, Senju Itai was slightly taken aback, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at A. Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward and explained softly, Lord Hokage, this is the title your 3 disciples have earned in the ninja world over the past few years. Silver Frost Thunderblade Kakashi, Azure Beast Might Guy, Dark Knight Azura Itachi Uchiha. They are collectively known as the Konoha 3 heroes in the ninja world. Ah, is that so? I wasn't aware of it. Bai Yifei turned to look at Itachi Uchiha behind him. Itachi helplessly forced a bitter smile and slightly nodded, as if to acknowledge it. Bang! A loud crash suddenly interrupted the conversation. Everyone turned to look, only to see Jiraiya's figure, like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the door and flying out. Immediately after, Tsunade rushed out, shaking her fist and looking furious. Jiraiya awkwardly got up from the ground, kneeling on one knee, and quickly defended himself loudly. Ah, Tsunade. Let me explain. It's not what you think. I'm just casting for a script. Just ask Kakashi if you don't believe me. Tsunade was furious and turned to glare at Kakashi. Kakashi instinctively took 2 steps back, raising the flyer in his hand, and hurriedly said, Lady Tsunade, I was dragged here by Lord Jiraiya. You must believe me. However, it is indeed for casting. Ahaha, Rakage, sorry for the embarrassment. They're not usually like this. Let us just move on. This is a small matter, not worth mentioning. Sunsui Yifei's face was filled with embarrassment, and he quickly signaled to Minato with his eyes, indicating that he should handle the situation quickly to avoid affecting Konoha's image. And she watched the scene with great interest, sharing an understanding glance without exposing Sunsui Yifei's little actions. The group proceeded to the restaurant where the meals were already prepared. The fourth Hokage was always straightforward and did not notice any malice from Sunsui Yifei along the way. After being seated, he raised his glass, stood up, and sincerely looked at Sunsui Yifei. Fourth Hokage, I apologize to you here. Thank you for your warm hospitality without holding past grievances. Today, with Konoha's fine wine, I toast to you. Haha, Rakage, you flatter me. Hatred only breeds more hatred. Treat me with courtesy, and I shall respond with the same respect. The same goes for you. Sunsui Yifei understood A's implication, raised his glass, and gently clinked it with A's, then tilted his head back and drank it all. After finishing, he raised his glass again, his expression serious. Fourth Hokage, I have one more request for you today, and I hope you can agree. Chapter 130. Lion's big opening, is it to ask us to help treat Killer Bee? Sunsui Yifei reached out to clink glasses and directly pointed out A's next intention. Yes, I hope the fourth Hokage can help me. A's tone was earnest, his brows furrowed. Konoha Hospital, in the intensive care unit. The usually lively and energetic Killer Bee was now lying quietly on the pristine hospital bed, making one's heart ache. He was connected to various medical devices with several tubes inserted into him, and the numbers and lines on the instruments flickered continuously, displaying his vital signs. Several Konoha doctors in white coats were focused, their eyes glued to those instruments, and their recording sheets were filled with dense data. Outside the ward, A and she were anxiously pacing back and forth. Half an hour later, the ward door slowly creaked open, and a doctor walked out. The moment A saw the doctor come out, he sprang up like a spring and instantly stood in front of the doctor. He fixed his eyes on the doctor, filled with anticipation and tension. The doctor met A's eager gaze and quickly spoke. His physical condition is good, much better than that of an average ninja. However, his life force is fading quickly, and his mental state is somewhat unstable. The doctor's words were concise and clear. Each word felt like a heavy hammer striking A's heart. Can he be saved? A's hands suddenly grasped the doctor's shoulders, and in his excessive anxiety, he unconsciously tightened his grip, causing his fingertips to turn slightly white. His voice even trembled. Rakage, Rakage. She, next to A, looked at the pained expression on the doctor's face and quickly grabbed A's arm, loudly calling out to try to calm him down. Sorry, I hurt you. Realizing his actions, A immediately released his grip on the doctor, his face filled with guilt as he quickly bowed in apology. Looking at A, the doctor rubbed his sore shoulder and said, It's fine, Rakage. We can only maintain his vital signs with medication. To completely cure him, currently, only Lady Tsunade in Konoha can do that. There was a hint of helplessness in the doctor's tone. Thank you. I will go find her right away. After leaving his sentence, he turned and hurried away. Accompanied by Konoha's people, he rushed straight to the Hokage's office. Bang, bang, bang. I stood in front of the Hokage's office door, took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then politely knocked on the door. Gomin. A steady voice from Sunsui Yifei came from inside. Hearing this response, I pushed the door open and walked in. His eyes were filled with determination and sincerity as he said, Fourth Hokage, I beg you to take me to find Tsunade. Only she can solve B's situation. Whatever the cost, I will bear it, just name it. While speaking, a slightly bent his body, lowering his usually proud head to Sunsui Yifei. All right, I will take you to find her, but whether she is willing to help is up to you. After Sunsui Yifei finished speaking, he led A to Konoha's largest casino with ease. As expected, Tsunade was passionately sweating at the casino, her eyes sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm. One more time, this is all my capital. This time I will definitely turn the tables. Tsunade slammed all her remaining funds down on the gambling table, making a crisp sound, completely unaware of the two people who had already appeared behind her. The person who was gambling against Tsunade blinked when he saw Sunsui Yifei, as if seeking his opinion. Looking at that person's eyes, Sensui Yifei blinked back, first twice with his left eye and then twice with his right eye, conveying a signal that only they could understand. Lost again. Looking at the rolled numbers, Tsunade was deeply disappointed, her excitement instantly replaced by despair. She slammed the table in frustration, then stood up regretfully, preparing to find Jiraiya for more gambling funds. Yifei, Fourth Hokage? When did you two arrive? Tsunade finally noticed the two behind her face showing surprise. Let us go. This is not a place for chatting. Without waiting for A to speak, Sensui Yifei pulled Tsunade and headed in the direction of the hospital. Arriving at Tsunade's office in the hospital, Sensui Yifei slightly disdainfully used wind release to blow away the dust in the office. Sister Tsunade, it wants to ask you to help save Killer Bee. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked at A, her eyes starting to spin. 1 billion. Suna suddenly said. Bang. Hearing Tsunade's words, Sensui Yifei, who was about to stand up, stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. What surprised him even more was that he did not refuse but instead began to think seriously. His brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he said, Sorry, the Cloud Village currently does not have that much cash, only 50 billion. I don't know if 50 billion can make you agree to treat Killer Bee. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting A to negotiate so readily. Then she dug in her ear, signaling A to repeat what he said. After confirming again, Tsunade instantly stood up, her face beaming with excitement. Ha! As expected of the Fourth Hokage, so bold. Unlike some people who are stingy, they wouldn't even give me 5 million. Don't worry, I'll take care of your business. As she spoke, Tsunade excitedly patted A's shoulder, causing this tough man to twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of pain on his face. In A's expectant gaze, Tsunade confidently walked into Killer Bee's hospital room. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakuzu, you really dare to take on any bounty, huh? But I like it. Haiden and Kakuzu crouched on the treetops, observing the situation at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village from afar. Haiden wore his signature strange smile, with a wild gleam in his eyes. Hearing Haiden's words, Kakuzu turned to look expressionless and said, If the bounty is high enough, of course I'll take it. After surveying the surroundings for a while, Kakuzu jumped down from the treetop to the ground, his movements light and agile, making no sound. Let us go. Forget about the front entrance. We can't get in. With such a long wall, let's check other places. There must be some defensive gaps. Kakuzu's eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness and calculation. After calling Haiden down, the two began to circle around the walls of the Hidden Leaf Village, continuously observing. The Hidden Leaf Village is really prosperous. How many people must be here? Looking at everything inside the walls, Haiden's lips curled into a sinister smile, one that sent chills down the spine. Yes, the bounty for the Fourth Hokage's head is 660 million. Minato's head is 280 million. The third's is worth 400 million, and the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are also quite valuable. Plus, the new 3 sages of the Hidden Leaf Village are worth an average of 80 million each. Kakuzu's dark eyes continued to survey the inside of the Hidden Leaf, calculating the profits and risks of this operation in his mind. The bounty he accepted from the black market in the Land of Earth was to blow up the Hokage building with a reward of 1.5 billion, which intrigued him. He couldn't help but want to give it a try. Thinking of this, Kakuzu couldn't resist touching the thick stack of explosive tags in his arms, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, as if he could already see the Hokage building collapsing in flames. Chapter 131. Hokage-grade training assistant in the Hidden Leaf. Inside the secret room of the Hokage's office, it was quiet and silent. Who inhaled the steady and rhythmic sound of breathing softly echoed in the secret room. Senju Itai sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, his aura calm and steady. As he breathed rhythmically, his robe moved without wind, as if being gently stirred by an invisible force. An illusory taiji pattern slowly spread from his body, like ripples on the water, expanding in circles, then gradually rotating around him, gently enveloping him. Time passed slowly, and the illusory taiji became increasingly solid, surrounding Senju Itai's life, force, and natural energy, which were visibly strengthening at a rapid pace. Outside the secret room, in the spacious Hokage office, Shizen, Kakashi, Itachi, Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and Narashikaka were all sitting cross-legged. Focused, they greedily absorbed the increasingly rich life, force, and natural energy in the surrounding air, and their chakra began to flow and enhance. Initially, only Kakashi, my guy, and Itachi noticed that training beside Senju Itai provided unexpected support in recovering from their own losses and refining chakra. Later, Minato, Shizen, and others also discovered this secret and further explored that whenever Senju Itai actively trained, this support would significantly increase. Over time, this became an unspoken secret in the Hidden Leaf Village, and everyone training there consciously set a seal of tongue disaster to keep this key to the village's strength enhancement secret. As for who initiated all this, Senju Itai remained completely unaware. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Senju Itai ordered the entire Hokage office to be built on one floor. The center retained his secret room and rest area, while the remaining areas were mostly vacant, transformed into a spacious training area for everyone to use. Every time he trained, he would send a notice to those in the know in the Hidden Leaf to come and share this opportunity to enhance their strength. A long breath of turbid air was expelled from Senju Itai's mouth as the nearly materialized Taiji pattern steadily lifted him, suspending him in midair. He slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, it seemed as if the Taiji pattern flowed in his gaze, deep and mysterious. Then he stretched out his arms, and the Taiji pattern supporting him became illusory again, enveloping the rich life, force, and natural energy around him, suddenly expanding like a surging tide. The massive Taiji pattern spread from the highest level of the Hokage building, quickly enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Subsequently, the life force and natural energy wrapped within transformed into tiny specks of light, gently falling into every corner of the Hidden Leaf. Almost there, Senju Itai felt the surging changes in the energy within him and whispered to himself. He then slowly extended his hands, revealing a white and black pattern that resembled a fish, but was a fish, joyfully swimming in his palms as if it had its own life. Ha Xiaoji, I feel a bit invincible. What should I do? Should I go challenge Kaguya? Senju Itai said with a smile, confidence sparkling in his eyes as he spoke to Xiaoji in his mind. Ahem, master, that's enough. You're only at the level of the 6 paths at most, and you might not even be able to defeat Kaguya. Xiaoji mercilessly poured cold water on him. Hearing this, Senju Itai pouted in silence. It's too difficult without your power. My training speed is too slow. Otherwise, I could have been a powerhouse capable of kicking the god of Tsutsuki by now. Master, don't be anxious. Let us accumulate our emotions a bit more, and we'll succeed eventually. Look, aren't you doing quite well now? Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. My big brother started to throw a tantrum again. Master, you continue your work? I'll go chat with big brother. After Xiaoji finished speaking, he disappeared from his mind again, leaving Senju Itai alone in the secret room. Still impressive, Hokage-sama. The injuries I sustained from a mission a few days ago are almost healed now. Akimichi Choza casually took out a bag of potato chips, munching on them while examining the scar on his arm that had faded into a white line. As Senju Itai finished his training, the others outside also ceased absorbing natural energy and began to discuss enthusiastically. Shizen, what brings you here? Can't you train at home? What are you doing here? I'll cook for you alone tonight. Senju Itai pushed open the door to the secret room and immediately went to Shizen's side, jokingly. This scene caused the other ninjas to feel a mix of emotions. Hokage-sama, have you decided on the child's name? Minato and J.Z. stood together, smiling as they asked. Hearing Minato's words, the other ninjas chimed in. Of course it's decided. If it's a girl, she'll be named Yueling. As for a boy, we'll see later. Senju Itai replied with a smile. Wow, favoritism towards girls, Hokage-sama, that's not right. The crowd joked, and Senju Itai, while patting Shizen's belly, couldn't he help but laugh. Meanwhile, outside a hospital room in the Hidden Leaf, Lord Raikage, you should rest for a while. It's been a whole day and night. With Tsunade's treatment, Killer Bee will definitely be fine. Hiki continuously persuaded A, who had a serious expression and was sitting upright. Through the hospital window, Tsunade's hands were enveloped in green chakra, completely focused as she worked on Killer Bee. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair, closed his eyes, and his chakra fluctuated slightly. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Did you notice? The natural energy and life force in the air have both slightly increased. I looked at Shi, his expression serious. Upon hearing this, she immediately closed his eyes to sense it carefully. Yes, although the increase was not significant, it was still noticeable. Konoha cannot continue to be our enemy. I pondered for a long time before speaking, his gaze filled with vigilance. From the first day he set foot in Konoha, he should have sensed something unusual. There was a clear difference just one door apart. At that time, he was solely focused on seeking medical help for Killer Bee and had no time to pay attention to much else. The sudden increase in natural energy and life force, though not large, caught his attention immediately. Rumble. The sound of wheels rolling drew closer. Two medical staff members in white coats and masks hurriedly pushed a small cart towards them. Upon reaching the two, the staff stopped, and one of them looked at A and said, "Reikage-sama, this is the special chakra recovery potion requested by Lord Tsunade from the reserve. It's worth 100 million. We can only arrange for its use if you agree to pay." A observed the medical staff before him, sweat beads visibly forming on their foreheads. "Please make a quick decision. Once it's out of the special storage device, this potion can only be kept for half an hour. If we don't use it, we need to return it quickly. Sending it without payment this time is already a violation." The medical staff urged again. Use it, hurry up and use it. "She, what are you waiting for? Go pay." A no longer hesitated, seeing the anxious expressions on both of their faces, and urged them immediately. He looked forward with anticipation as they pushed the potion into the ward, his gaze firmly locked on Killer Bee. Chapter 132. Stroll? Kakuzu here. Outside a wall, in Konoha, Haiden called out to Kakuzu in a low voice, urgency in his tone. Kakuzu, tall and robust, leaped down from a high tree like a hawk, landing smoothly beside Haiden without stirring up any dust. Konoha has good greenery. The village is surrounded by trees. Kakuzu said in a deep voice that seemed to emanate from his chest, carrying a hint of scrutiny. After arriving in Konoha, the two seemed tireless and unafraid of trouble, circling the entire village. The outer wall of the village formed a neatly circular shape, gently embracing the village. The wall wasn't very high, and with their abilities, they could easily leap over it. After a careful inspection, they noticed that only the trees in front of the Konoha gate had been neatly cleared to make a path. In all other directions, tall trees stood like loyal sentinels, neatly surrounding the village. Whether this was intentional or not was uncertain. If the trees of the Konoha entrance were considered one area, the woods surrounding Konoha could be divided into 8 sections, with little difference in width or size. The two skillfully climbed the wall, standing atop it, their eyes sharp as they surveyed the scene before them, accurately calculating the distance to the Hokage building. "Otherwise, let's disguise ourselves and use the front entrance," Haiden suggested after a careful examination, turning to Kakuzu, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. The densely packed buildings loomed before them, and the wide streets were bustling with people, whether they moved through the air or on the ground. Such conspicuous actions would surely draw attention. "Humph, troublesome," Kakuzu scoffed, turning and jumping down from the wall with agility. At the same time, beneath the wall where they were, several ninjas, led by Tsukigakure's Shippu, began to appear, as if they had naturally emerged from the darkness. "Phew!" Nara Shikamaru stood up from the bushes, casually spitting out a toothpick he had been holding in his mouth, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. "Are these two guys just messing with us? They've been circling Konoha all afternoon. Do they think we're monkeys? Let's go, pull back, and inform the Hokage to strengthen defenses at the village entrance." Seeing the helpless expression on Nara Shikamaru's face, Tsukigakure's Shippu sighed and led the way towards the Hokage building. Moments later, 2 ordinary-looking individuals lightly dropped down from the wall. "Hee, Konoha's ninjas have some persistence. We've been toying with them all afternoon, and they haven't made a move. I was hoping to kill a few and collect some bounties," Haiden said, unconsciously speeding up his pace. As they approached the crowd, the two exchanged glances to confirm their plan and quietly blended into the crowd. Moving towards the Hokage building. "Lord Hokage, according to your instructions, we have made them stroll around. Now we can relax our vigilance. They should have entered," Tsukigakure's Shippu respectfully reported to Senju Itachi, his tone full of respect. Understood. You may leave. They are quite dangerous. I've already sent Minato and Itachi to take over. You and Shikamaru should observe," Senju Itachi said calmly, methodically arranging the tasks. "Yes, Lord Hokage. Wait, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we reached the Hokage building yet?" Kakuzu suddenly stopped, frowning as he carefully scanned the surroundings, his eyes revealing a sense of alertness. Haiden looked around in confusion and scratched his head, saying, "No way. It seems like we've been getting closer all along, right? Is it these buildings?" "They twist and turn, making it feel like the distance is getting longer," Haiden said, looking up at the tall buildings beside him and then back at the Hokage building not far away, instinctively pressing on his neck. Kakuzu did not respond to Haiden's words, still fixated on the passing pedestrians. Suddenly, Kakuzu sprang into action like a cheetah, grabbing a passerby's neck and twisting it sharply, the movement quick and clean. "Kakuzu, what are you doing? We're going to be exposed," Haydn exclaimed, startled, instinctively trying to stop him. But the surrounding environment began to change at a visible speed. The pedestrians around them began to vanish like smoke, and the towering buildings slowly faded away, replaced by sturdy trees. "Genjutsu? When did this happen?" Haydn's face was filled with shock, and before he could regain his composure, several figures appeared in an instant, surrounding the two of them. The legendary three of Konoha and the Yellow Flash? With the appearance of these figures, both Kakuzu and Haydn instantly recognized them. "When did you find us?" Kakuzu asked, not acting rashly but voicing his doubts. "When you appeared at the entrance of Konoha," Minato replied in a gentle voice, kindly answering their inquiries. "Kakuzu, it seems we've been played." Haydn thought of how they had been toyed with all day and had foolishly believed they were the ones playing tricks. Anger surged within him. "We underestimated Konoha. It seems it won't be easy for us to leave today." Kakuzu assessed the four individuals around them, each exuding their own unique aura. Not to be underestimated, anyone recorded in the ninja world and given a title had emerged from countless life and death battles. As the four conversed, Kakuzu keenly noticed that many more people were rapidly gathering towards them. Whoosh! The sound of a scroll unfurling suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Feeling out of place in the serious situation, Kaidi and Haydn couldn't help but look at Kakashi, who was examining the scroll. Haydn, a rogue ninja from Takegakure, worships an evil god and uses curses as his means of attack, first obtaining the enemy's blood to cast spells, and then using his own immortality to self-harm and brutally kill the enemy. Kakashi spoke in a steady voice, word by word. After finishing, he turned to Kaidi. Kaidi, a ninja from Takegakure, failed to assassinate the first Hokage and was blamed, later betraying his village after failing to assassinate his own village leader. He learned the Earth Grudge Fear, has 5 hearts, and can perform 5 different elemental jutsu, including lightning, wind, fire, water, and earth techniques. To kill him, one must destroy all 5 hearts. As Kakashi narrated, the expressions on Kaidi and Haydn's faces grew increasingly grim. "Any last words? Speak quickly." Seemingly oblivious to the murderous gazes from the two, Kakashi lazily put away the scroll and spoke. "Kaidi, it's time to fight back. Find your opportunity." Unlike Kaidi, Haydn showed no fear even when his methods were seen through. While speaking, he quickly took out his 3-bladed scythe, his gaze sweeping as he charged towards Might Guy like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 133. Suki no Shinjitsu, seeing Haydn rushing towards him, got pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. 2 rows of pristine white teeth flashed as he laughed. "Haha, as much as I'd love to fight you, you're not my opponent. Bye-bye." Clang. Sparks flew as Itachi, holding the Shinkage sword, steadily blocked Haydn's attack, creating a noticeable dent in Haydn's scythe. "Uchiha Itachi." As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on Haydn's face. Looking up, a pair of crimson eyes came into Haydn's view. "Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami." As if recalling something, Haydn instinctively tried to close his eyes, but was a moment too late. In an instant, Haydn felt the environment around him change drastically, and he instinctively tried to attack himself, only to find his limbs bound to a cross. His vision was filled with blood red, and he could feel nothing of existence. The next moment, Itachi's figure appeared before him. "Useless, you can't kill me. As a follower of the evil god, I am immortal. Is that so? Then I hope you can hold on." Swish, swish, swish. In the illusory realm of the Genjutsu, Itachi swiftly slashed at Haydn's body with a Shinkage sword, causing Haydn's shirt to fall to the ground. Then, Itachi stabbed again, blood flowing from Haydn's abdomen. Immediately after, 3 crows appeared in the illusionary space, pecking at Haydn's bleeding wound. Blood splattered as the crows fought to peck at Haydn's wound, causing it to widen continuously. Unlike a sharp weapon piercing, each time a crow pecked a piece of flesh, it had to shake its head repeatedly to use the force to pull off the tightly connected skin. Accompanied by the crow's tearing, the pain magnified by the Genjutsu continuously transmitted through Haydn's nerves. Bound to the cross, Haydn twisted his body in pain, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. "Aren't you used to watching others struggle? How's it feel?" Itachi's voice whispered into Haydn's ears like a demon. Due to the intense pain, Haydn's pupils dilated, bloodshot, his jaw clenched tight, unable to utter a single word. "Here, time, space, mass, are all under my control. Let's see how long you, a follower of the evil god, can hold on." Itachi's voice echoed in this blood-red world, filled with endless oppression, as if he were the ruler of this world. and Haiden was merely a plaything in his palm. At that moment, Haiden seemed to understand the despair reflected in the eyes of those he tormented. Remaining time, 167 hours. 59 minutes, 58 seconds. After Itachi spoke, the terror in Haiden's eyes deepened. He could hardly believe that such a long torment had only passed 2 seconds, and this pain would continue for over 160 hours. As he spoke, another crow flew out from the darkness, landing firmly on Haiden's head, its sharp claws embedding deeply into Haiden's scalp, bringing a sharp pain. Every second that passed, the crow would let out a cry. I hope you can hold on. By the way, the timer resets. You still have to last 604,800 seconds. As Itachi's voice fell, his figure transformed into several crows, all rushing towards Haiden. In an instant, even more tragic sounds echoed in the Tsukimi world, the crimson moonlight casting a blood-colored veil over Haiden. Each time he fainted from pain, Haiden awoke to a new round of torment, making him wish for death. However, the seemingly long and eternal torment was, in fact, just a moment in real time outside the Tsukimi world with the two locked gazes. As Itachi sheathed the Shinkage sword, Haiden collapsed like a puddle of mud, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The veins on his neck bulged like twisted snakes. He lay motionless on the ground, with only faint breaths proving he was still alive. Haiden! Haiden! Seeing his partner's state, Kai D shouted loudly, but received no response from Haiden. Realizing this, Kai D swung his right fist towards Haiden, the fist connected by dark gray tendrils stretching rapidly to hit Haiden. Useless. This isn't ordinary Jinjutsu. Even if you kill him, he won't wake up. Itachi kindly explained to Kai D as he watched his actions. Ignoring Itachi, Kai D grabbed Haiden, trying to pull him closer. A yellow figure flashed by, and a black short blade cut through, causing Kai D's right hand and Haiden to fall to the ground. Sorry, your opponent is me. Swish. Swish, swish. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze pulled out several kunai from his hands, and in the next second, he rapidly threw them in all directions. Watching Minato's actions, Kai D's expression darkened. Those seemingly casually thrown kunai accurately sealed all his possible escape routes. Staring hard at Minato, Kai D's black Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind. And the eerie Earth Grudge fear tendrils slowly emerged from the black robe, swaying gently. Earth Style, Earth Spear. With Kai D's hand signs, his left arm transformed into a sharp Earth Spear, stabbing towards Minato. At the same time, the right arm that had quietly fallen at Haiden's feet also suddenly transformed into an Earth Spear, rapidly stabbing towards Itachi. Just as the Earth Spear was about to hit Minato, he vanished in an instant and appeared to Kai D's left side, stabbing towards Haiden with the black short blade. Seeing Minato's movement, a black-masked creature emerged from the torn black robe behind Kai D. Wind Style, Pressure Damage. In an instant, a massive gust of wind blew from the creature's mouth, carrying sharp wind blades towards Minato, forcing him to abandon his attack. In Kai D's line of sight, the Earth Spear formed from his right arm stabbed directly into Itachi's body. However, before he could feel joy, Itachi's figure transformed into several crows, flying in all directions. Kai D cursed inwardly as Minato's attack came again. He bent down to dodge while the black tendrils connected to Haiden's arm quickly retracted. Rasengan. A light blue chakra sphere condensed in Minato's hand. At some point, a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god mark had been left at Kai D's feet. Facing the mask behind Minato slammed the Rasengan in his hand down hard, and in an instant, the mask shattered. Kakuzu only felt a powerful force strike from behind, his face changing dramatically as he jumped away, leaving deep footprints on the ground. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, blowing up dust and sand. Chapter 134. Kakuzu. Defeated Kakuzu steadied himself and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed directly on Minato. Remembering their recent fierce confrontation, he was filled with shock. Just as he unleashed his wind release jutsu, raising a storm of dust, Minato managed to seize that fleeting moment, accurately shooting a kunai with a sealing formula right beneath his feet. Lightning release, false darkness. With a low shout, a massive amount of lightning chakra surged wildly in Kakuzu's left shoulder while he ghosted away towards Haiden. In an instant, lightning flickered like a thunderbolt, charging straight at Minato. Just as Minato's figure vanished, Kakuzu didn't hesitate and unleashed another jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Almost as soon as he spoke, a giant fireball shot at high speed toward where Minato had just been. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and the powerful shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. With terrifying heat radiating from the explosion point, causing nearby trees to crash to the ground under the force. Kakuzu kept his eyes fixed on Minato's location, filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, another lightning release jutsu quietly gathered at his left shoulder. As the dust gradually settled, Kakuzu stared intently at the crater created by the explosion. He saw Minato half kneeling within it, slowly raising his head, their gazes meeting in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu shouted, "Lightning release, false darkness." The long-gathered lightning jutsu shot out like a deadly bolt, striking fiercely at Minato. Boom! A puff of white smoke rose, and the struck Minato transformed into two wooden stakes. Kakuzu's heart jolted, his eyes sharpening as he quickly scanned for Minato's whereabouts. Suddenly, a familiar sense of danger surged from his side. Kakuzu felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, followed by the clear sound of his mask shattering. With no time to think, the tentacles of his earth grudge, fear, quickly wriggled, and two black masked creatures violently burst forth from his body. Using the momentum from his shattered left shoulder, Kakuzu rolled forward, narrowly dodging Minato's second attack. On his shoulder, the black tentacles continued to writhe, and Kakuzu's wounds visibly healed at a rapid pace. When did this happen? After rolling awkwardly, Kakuzu stood up, looking at the strange mark that had suddenly appeared on his right forearm. His eyes filled with wariness as he fixed his gaze on Minato. "It was left when I intercepted your right hand," Minato replied calmly. "You're quite impressive. It's been a long time since I've faced someone who could push me this far in a one-on-one situation." Kakuzu looked at Minato, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. You're also very strong, especially for someone who has fought against the first Hokage." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato's figure flickered like a bolt of black lightning, wielding a black short blade, and charged towards Kakuzu with great speed. Boom! A fireball shot from Minato's side like a cannonball, and his figure vanished in an instant. Using the mark left on Kakuzu's right hand, he directly appeared at Kakuzu's side, the short blade glinting coldly as it thrust straight toward Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu reacted quickly, dodging to avoid Minato's attack with ease. At the same time, a water dragon surged with overwhelming momentum, charging at Minato once more. The water dragon roared down, but Minato disappeared again. Watching Minato's vanishing figure, Kakuzu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kakuzu didn't pause for a moment, unleashing the powerful fire jutsu toward the thicket on his right. Everything seemed to be according to Kakuzu's calculations, and Minato's figure predictably appeared there, only to be engulfed mercilessly by the enormous fireball in an instant. Minato-sensei, Kakashi, who had been nervously watching from the side, instinctively shouted, his short sword appearing in hand, his gaze locking onto the fireball like a hawk. "Ha, I'm fine, but that was really dangerous. I almost got hit." As the flames gradually dissipated, Minato emerged unscathed, patting his chest in relief. Unbeknownst to him, all the kunai he had set up were gathered in that one spot. If it hadn't been for his quick hand signs, he would probably be immobilized by now. Very good battle awareness. Kakuzu couldn't help but praise again, seeing Minato emerge almost unharmed. Swish, swish, swish. Several kunai were accurately thrown by Minato, and then he quickly formed hand signs. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A roaring water dragon surged with immense force, flying rapidly toward the black creature with the red mask. However, the black creature showed no fear and instantly unleashed a fire release jutsu to counter it. Mist filled the air, and Minato's eyes narrowed slightly as he vanished from his original position. Seeing this, Kakuzu's heart tightened, and he swiftly swung his right arm outwards. Sure enough, as his right arm flew out, Minato's figure appeared beside him. Using the momentum, Minato flipped and charged at Kakuzu with great speed. Watching Minato advance in a straight line, Kakuzu's left hand instantly transformed into an earth spear, striking down toward Minato's head with tremendous force. Clang! The short blade struck the earth spear, producing a sharp sound, and at that moment of stalemate, a water dragon surged toward Minato once more. Boom! The water dragon slammed into the ground, but Minato was already nowhere to be seen. Crack! Amidst the lingering mist, a sound of something shattering clearly rang out. Kakuzu saw the black short blade embedded directly into the mask, yet Minato's figure was nowhere to be found. Kakuzu's dark green eyes quickly searched around. Boom! A cloud of white mist slowly rose, and the three-bladed scythe that had been quietly lying beside Haiden suddenly transformed into Minato, quickly gathering a Rasengan in his hand, launching a fierce attack at the black creature with its back turned to Haiden. With a dull thud, the black creature's head exploded along with its mask. Minato retracted his right hand and walked calmly to his black short blade, bending down to pick it up, holding it horizontally in his hand as he approached Kakuzu step by step. Looking at Minato approaching him, Kakuzu's expression was as calm as water. "You're a strong opponent. I don't feel wronged in my defeat." Kakuzu's voice held no bitterness, only acceptance. "The Hokage sent me. He said he appreciates you in the Akatsuki and asked me to be your opponent," Minato said, looking at Kakuzu calmly. "So it seems everything was arranged by him." "Konoha." Kakuzu didn't continue, his words abruptly stopping. Before him, Minato was enveloped in a layer of golden chakra. With a light step, Minato was already in front of Kakuzu. "So this is your true strength. I don't feel wronged in my defeat." Kakuzu looked at Minato, his eyes filled with acceptance. "You are a good opponent. Go in peace." Minato's voice was low and calm. As he spoke, the short blade slowly pierced into Kakuzu's body. As Kakuzu's eyes gradually closed, Minato gently laid him down on the ground. "Itachi, Kakashi, you two handle the aftermath. I'll take Haiden to meet the Hokage." Chapter 135. Making full use of resources. Hokage-sama, Kakuzu has been killed by me, and Haiden is now imprisoned in the Umbu dungeon, waiting for your orders. In the Hokage office, Minato reported respectfully to Senju Itachi. "Good. Thank you for your hard work. Are you planning to go rest now, or shall we go take a look at Haiden together?" "Let's go together. The intel says he can't die, and I'm quite interested in that," Minato replied with a curious smile upon hearing Itachi's question. The two arrived at the Umbu prison where Haiden was being held. Haiden was tightly bound by iron chains, still unconscious with a look of pain on his face. Itachi and Minato examined the veins on Haiden's neck and the sweat that continued to drip. Is Itachi's Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, really that powerful? Itachi wondered, recalling Kakashi's reaction when he was caught in it. Unlike Kakashi, Haiden's killing move is to stab himself. He should be able to endure more than Kakashi. Why does he seem to be in a worse state? Minato, hearing this, showed a similarly puzzled expression. "I don't know. I haven't had the chance to try it myself. But looking at his condition, the power should be considerable." While the two were discussing, Kakashi, Itachi, and Might Guy entered the room together. "Hey, Itachi, just in time. How long did you cast that Genjutsu?" Itachi stepped forward upon hearing Itachi's inquiry and said, "Master, I cast it for 7 days and nights." But his real experience far exceeds that time. 7 days and nights? Wasn't it 3 days and 3 nights? Kakashi felt as if Itachi's question was directed at him, unconsciously touching his own neck as he glanced at Haiden. "Huh." Itachi was momentarily taken aback before continuing. "His data shows that he isn't afraid of pain, so I set the duration longer. Also, based on the story you told me about the eagle pecking the man, I changed the punishment from me stabbing him to letting a crow peck him, amplifying his perception of pain." As he spoke, excitement gleamed in Itachi's eyes. "Master, I found that this method of punishment is more effective than what I used before for interrogating prisoners. Next time, if I have the chance, I will try the death by 1,000 cuts you mentioned." Cough, cough. Seeing Itachi's eager expression, Itachi's eye twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. "There's no need for that. I'm just telling you stories. I didn't mean for you to actually use them. Be careful next time. Don't be so harsh on ordinary prisoners." Not only Itachi, but after hearing Itachi's explanation, Guy and Kakashi instinctively took 2 steps back. "Kakashi, next time you fight Itachi, don't hit his face. Or be careful, this kid will retaliate." "Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking the same. Let's practice distinguishing sounds and positions tomorrow." Their whispered scheming felt particularly abrupt in the quiet dungeon, and Itachi unconsciously covered his backside. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed as Kakashi and Guy each received a slap. "Stop messing around. Go down and lead your team properly, or I'll really let Itachi give you each its Tsukuyomi." As he spoke, Itachi pulled out a kunai and cleanly cut off one of Haiden's fingers, placing it in a plastic bag and casually tossing it to Kakashi. "Take this to the office for me." "Got it." Kakashi raised an eyebrow in silence, disinterestedly taking Haiden's severed finger and turning to leave. "Itachi, keep a close watch on Haiden. Bind him well, and don't let him have any contact with others. When he wakes up, interrogate him about everything he knows." "Yes." Leaving the Umbu, Itachi returned to the office. Kakashi was just about to leave when he was blocked at the office door by Itachi. "Put it down." "Huh? Put down what?" Hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi pretended to be confused, silently starting to move towards the door. "Oh, master, I was wrong. Moments later, Kakashi was face down on the ground, his right hand slapping the floor with force, tears sparkling in his eyes as he cried out for mercy. Itachi was riding on Kakashi's back, using his right leg to pin Kakashi's right leg under his left knee, while pulling down on Kakashi's left leg with both hands. "Where is it? Take it out." During the questioning, Itachi pressed down slightly harder, causing Kakashi's cries to intensify. "Don't, master. I'll get it. Just let me go, and I'll return it to you immediately. All right, but don't do this next time, or I have new tricks waiting for you." Calmly receiving his cherished manga from Kakashi, he added, "Go to my house in my study, the third row, fourth book. There's a hidden compartment. Take all the manga from there. I've finished reading them." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi instantly sprang up from the ground, eagerly massaging Itachi's shoulder. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have had to go through this torture. Bye. You continue to be busy, I'm off." After leaving that sentence, Kakashi swiftly left the office. "You little brat." Itachi chuckled and scolded, turning to pick up Haiden's finger from the table and entering the secret room, skillfully taking out a small white snake to contact Orochimaru. He waited briefly before Orochimaru's unique voice came from the small snake. "What is it? Hokage-sama, what do you need from me?" Looking at the small, white snake before him, Itachi asked, "So, how do you find the apprentice I introduced to you?" He's very much to my liking. With his addition, many of my research tasks can be handed over to him." "That's good. By the way, how is Kimimoro's illness?" Thinking about that lone survivor in the ninja world, Itachi asked again. "Not bad. With the help of Hashirame's cells and the modified heavenly curse seal, I managed to suppress the worsening of his condition. By the way, his illness is quite similar to the cancer cells in your book. Do you have any similar books? I would like to continue researching." Orochimaru's cold, hoarse voice revealed a hint of anticipation, and the small white snake in front of Itachi began to blink its golden slit pupils continuously. After a brief silence, Itachi said, "All right, tomorrow I'll have Kakashi bring you 2 books, and I'll also send Haiden's finger over." "Huh?" The golden slit pupils of the small, white snake widened suddenly. "Haiden and Kakuzu are dead?" "Haiden is not dead. Kakuzu is dead." "Interesting. It seems the organization doesn't know about their matters yet, Hokage-sama." Orochimaru paused delicately, adding a respectful tone. "Could you send Kakuzu's corpse as well? I want to study it. Also, if possible, please send me Kakuzu's heart. Let's not waste it." Chapter 136. Failed Practical Teaching Outside the Village of Konoha in the Training Ground. Might Guy, Itachi, and Kakashi stood in 3 corners, with Guy and Itachi each holding weapons, watching Kakashi intently. Not far from them, a group of Konoha's new generation sat around the training ground, their eyes fixed on the 3. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few strands of hair, and a serious atmosphere enveloped everyone in the training ground. Even the usually mischievous Naruto sat quietly in place. "Guy, Itachi says you are an acorn." Suddenly, Kakashi's abrupt statement broke the silence in the arena. Originally focused on Kakashi, Guy silently turned his nunchaku towards Itachi. Seeing Guy's action, Itachi's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew what Kakashi meant, he really hadn't said it out loud. Turning to look at Kakashi, a hint of mischief flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Whoosh! In the next second, Kakashi's figure flashed rapidly and charged towards Itachi, giving him no chance to explain. The 3 of them had sparred too many times. Almost as a reflex, Itachi instinctively sidestepped as the CHY and the Yuchong short sword clashed, sparks flying. At the same moment, Might Guy's nunchaku slammed down, and Itachi used his left hand to push against the ground for leverage, narrowly avoiding Guy's attack. The nunchaku hit the ground, kicking up dust. Itachi quickly said, "Guy, I never mentioned this, but think about it. Who was the first to know about this?" It was Kakashi who spread the word. Itachi, you little rascal, you've learned to mislead others." "Guy, don't listen to him." Interrupting Itachi's words, Kakashi accelerated again, kicking towards Itachi's abdomen. Itachi held the CHY horizontally, using the momentum to retreat quickly. At the same time, he spoke rapidly. "Guy, let's team up against Kakashi. Afterward, I'll tell you about the things he hid before." Guy, who was already troubled by their back and forth, lost grip on the nunchaku upon hearing Itachi's words. It flew accurately to a tree stump, perfectly changing direction and heading toward Kakashi. "Huh, Itachi, bet your youth on it. You have to tell me." Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, attacking Kakashi with the nunchaku. Watching Guy switch sides, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He kicked away the incoming nunchaku, only to be met by the CHY sword aimed at his waist. It seemed the fight was getting serious, as the 3 engaged in an increasingly fierce battle in the training ground. Accompanied by the sounds of clashing metal, Their figures blurred into shadows as they fought fiercely. Sasuke, can you see clearly? Naruto stared in awe at the three battling in the center, unable to make out their movements, and instinctively poked Sasuke beside him, gagging. Without waiting for a response from Sasuke, a gagging sound reached his ears. Naruto turned to see Sasuke's crimson, single-tomo Sharingan spinning chaotically, appearing disoriented. As he leaned on Naruto's shoulder, gagging forcefully. What the heck? You're making yourself dizzy, Naruto complained while gently patting Sasuke's back. Kakashi, let go. A scream interrupted Naruto and Sasuke's actions, causing them to look up simultaneously at the scene. The three who had been locked in a fierce battle were now entangled in a complicated position. Kakashi held Guy's nunchaku, awkwardly pointed straight at Itachi's backside. Guy was sprawled on top of Itachi, his legs caught in Kakashi's grip, unable to break free. Seeing this, Kakashi freed his right hand and twisted Itachi's left leg, pressing it hard against Guy's knee, resulting in a painful scream from both. One was in leg pain, the other in backside pain. What kind of strange position is this? Amidst the bizarre atmosphere, Senju Itai appeared next to Neji and Hinata, asking in confusion, Godfather, why are you here? Neji replied, while feeling the warmth of the large hand above him. Kakashi-sensei and the others said they were going to give us practical taijutsu training. With his right hand on Neji and left hand on Hinata, Senju Itai couldn't help but rub them a bit more, enjoying the comfortable feeling. Godfather, that's enough. If you keep rubbing, I'll go bald. Neji pressed down on Itai's hand, trying to push it away with all his strength. Slap. Feeling Neji's resistance, Senju Itai flicked his finger against Neji's head. You little brat. You've grown up and dare to complain about your godfather. Look at Hinata, learn from her. As they grew up together, Hinata and Neji both ended up calling Senju Itai godfather. Understood, Hinata replied with a smile. You all have had enough. Don't teach the kids bad things. He stepped towards the three, still screaming in the center, casually pulling Itachi's hand away from Kakashi's waist and kicking the entangled legs apart. Slap, slap, slap. He gave each of the three a light smack on the head, and they quickly lined up, bowing their heads to look at their feet. You three are quite familiar with the posture of admitting your mistakes. I thought you had forgotten my methods after not hitting you for 2 years. At this point, Senju Itai scanned the many children watching the scene. Kids, don't look. Turn around. Anyone who peeks will come up here and be punished. With a whoosh, in unison, all the children, including Naruto, quickly turned away. You take turns starting from Kakashi, then Itachi, and Guy. Hearing Senju Itai's words, Kakashi resignedly stood straight, muscles tensed. After a few screams, Senju Itai finally let the surrounding children turn back. Itachi, my guy, you too continue teaching. Teach well. If you mess around again, watch out for my punishment. Kakashi, bring Team 7 with me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi awkwardly followed Senju Itai, wiggling his way while waving at Naruto and the others. Ha ha ha, look at Kakashi-sensei's movements. Yo, Naruto imitated Kakashi's movements, swaying behind him. Suddenly, a sharp aura enveloped Naruto, scaring him into returning to a normal walking posture. Soon, they arrived in front of a merchant caravan at the village entrance. Kakashi, you will escort this caravan safely to the land of waterfalls. Finally, this cart is ours, and you will escort it to the land of rivers on the way. Sounds troublesome? Isn't this going to take several days? Unlike Kakashi, upon hearing there was a mission, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up, especially since it was a direct task from the Hokage. Oh, Hokage-sama, what level of mission is this? Hearing Naruto's question, Senju Itai rubbed his spiky yellow hair. A mission I personally assigned. What do you think? It must at least be A rank. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, pack your things. Let us hurry up and set off. In the meantime, Naruto dashed home, and Sasuke followed without hesitation. What are you waiting for, Sakura? At Senju Itai's reminder, Sakura also rushed home. Watching the three little ones leave, Senju Itai turned to Kakashi, reminding him to be cautious. Someone might attack them. Chapter 137. The exciting little trio on the way to Takigakure. A caravan wrapped tightly in thick cloth was on the move. There weren't many vehicles, only 4. The boss of the caravan, Dai Mufon, lay leisurely in the first cart, looking relaxed. Behind him, there were only a few drivers, with no other guards present. Ever since the Hidden Leaf Village vigorously developed trade, he had traveled this road no less than 180 times. At first, there were some foolish bandits attempting to rob them, but under the protection of Leaf Ninja, they had always managed to escape danger. In the past 2 years, for some unknown reason, not a single bandit could be seen in the land of fire and the land waterfalls. If it weren't for precaution, he wouldn't even want to hire ninja for protection. Dai Mufan basked in the sun, lazily gazing at the four figures ahead, a large one and three small ones, then tilted his head and simply covered his eyes to take a nap. In the sunlight, Kakashi's white hair shone brightly as he calmly flipped through the book in his hands, nodding along as if deeply engrossed. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say this was an A-rank mission? It's been 2 days, and we haven't encountered anything. Naruto followed a few people, jumping around while chasing a butterfly. After the butterfly flew away, he reluctantly came to Kakashi's side. TCH, what are you thinking? How could an A-rank mission involve us? Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, Sasuke disdainfully responded to Naruto. You think I can't tell? I just wanted Kakashi-sensei to appreciate the scenery around us. Naruto arrogantly turned his back to Sasuke and, pinching his nose, walked over to Sakura. Hey, Without completing his sentence, Sakura punched Naruto in the face, sending him flying. Who are you flicking your booger at? After knocking Naruto down, seemingly still not satisfied, Sakura quickly ran up and kicked Naruto's backside several times. Watching Naruto lying on the ground, Sasuke stealthily moved over and took the opportunity to kick him twice. Sasuke, you kicked me. Just as Sasuke raised his foot, Naruto, alert, turned around. Seeing Naruto's gaze, Sasuke gritted his teeth and decided to kick harder, delivering a powerful blow before decisively turning to escape. I knew it was you. I can feel it. Sakura's kick isn't as strong as yours. While speaking, Naruto quickly got up from the ground and chased after Sasuke's retreating figure. You two brats are really mischievous. When we get back, I'll have Minato-sensei and Itachi give you extra training. Watching the direction the two left, Kakashi stretched lazily, yawning as he spoke vaguely. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression changed, and he dashed forward, leaving a deep footprint in place. Stinky Sasuke, stop. Haha, you big idiot, you can't catch me. The two were running, but the distance between them never seemed to shorten. Suddenly, sensing something, Sasuke abruptly turned around, bent down, and grabbed Naruto, who had just jumped into the air, forcefully turning their positions. Swish! 2 shurikens grazed Sasuke's back, drawing some blood. Bang! Sasuke fell hard on his back, and Naruto quickly got up, anxiously picking up Sasuke, who looked pained. Sasuke, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ding! Without responding to Naruto, Sasuke pulled out a kunai and fiercely slashed at a shuriken that flew out from the nearby woods. You idiot, I'm not dead. Focus on the enemy. Crack! The sound of breaking trees echoed as Kakashi grabbed a ninja by the neck and violently slammed him against a thick tree. Bang! White smoke rose, and the ninja Kakashi had captured turned into a puddle of water on the ground. Are you okay? Kakashi pulled out his sword, cautiously surveying the surroundings. I'm Yifei. But Sasuke, I'm fine too. Interrupting Naruto, Sasuke quickly got up, catching his breath. You two fall back and protect the convoy with Sakura. Remember, during the mission, you must not let the target leave your perception range. Under Kakashi's stern reprimand, Naruto and Sasuke quickly moved towards Sakura. Sakura, holding kunai, stood alone at the front of the convoy, nervously surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke rushing over, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Bang! Intense sounds of battle came from Kakashi's direction. The four looked over, dust flying, trees scattering, various ninjutsu being unleashed. The fire dragon soared into the sky, colliding with the water dragon, and instantly, mist began to rise, quickly enveloping the area where they stood. Fire release! Fireball! Seeing the mist approaching, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and used fire ninjutsu to evaporate the mist coming at them. Sasuke, be careful! Naruto's voice rang out. At the moment Sasuke finished his fire technique, a shadow rushed out, wielding a kunai aimed directly at Sasuke. Puff! The sound of sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed as Naruto jumped in front of Sasuke, his left hand completely pierced by the kunai. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the black-clad person's right hand with one hand and stabbed the black-clad person with the kunai in the other hand. The black-clad person couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the chest by Naruto. Seeing this, Sasuke and Sakura no longer hesitated and decisively attacked, plunging their kunai into the neck of the black-clad person in front of them. Watching the black-clad person fall to the ground, Sasuke finally sighed in relief and quickly took out medical supplies from his pouch to stop Naruto's bleeding. Sakura, keep watch. I'll stop Naruto's bleeding. Don't use medical ninjutsu. Conserve your chakra. Stopping Sakura, who wanted to help, Sasuke quickened his movements. Bang! Just as Sasuke finished bandaging Naruto's wound, a familiar figure was sent flying and crashed down next to them. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing the person flying towards them, the three shouted in unison and rushed forward to help Kakashi up. Puff. Phew. Kakashi quickly pulled down his mask and spat out blood, then surveyed the three black-clad ninjas approaching slowly. Konoha's Silver Frost Thunderblade? Just a name, nothing more. The leading black-clad ninja walked while flexing his limbs, looking at Kakashi with disdain. Good job, you took one down. Seemingly ignoring his mockery, Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke with approval. The weakest one was intentionally let go, but I didn't expect the three of you to kill him. Thinking of this, Kakashi unconsciously stroked his chin. If it was arranged this way, killing him might not be good. While Kakashi was pondering, two more black-clad figures jumped out from the trees, observing them back and forth. Chapter 138. Finally encountering Orochimaru. Seeing the two who suddenly appeared, the three black-clad ninjas across from Kakashi began to communicate. What's going on? Are there others? I don't know, boss. Didn't only the four of us know about this? As the three discussed, one of the newly appeared black-clad ninjas quickly approached Sasuke. Sasuke drew his kunai, staring intently at the black-clad ninja in front of him, seemingly ready to fight to the death if he took another step forward. Injured? Who did this? A familiar voice entered Sasuke's ears. Before he could respond, the black-clad ninja checked Sasuke from head to toe. Hey, Itachi, most of the blood on Sasuke is mine. Seeing Itachi's worried expression as he checked, Naruto lifted his injured left hand to show him. Few seeing that Sasuke was fine, Itachi let out a sigh of relief, then gently ruffled the heads of the three. All right, leave the rest to us. While Itachi was checking Sasuke's injuries, Might Guy had come to Kakashi's side. Yeah, what happened? Two Jonin and one Chunin managed to do this to you? You even spat blood. Hee. Listening to Guy's teasing, Kakashi coldly chuckled twice, feeling speechless. The reminder from Senju Itama echoed in his mind. There will be attacks on the way. If I had known it was you two attacking me, I wouldn't have held back. No wonder they were hitting me so hard while I was going easy on them. Putting away his short sword, Kakashi felt quite annoyed. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he waved to Itachi and Might Guy. Hurry up, I'm injured. Let me rest properly. Okay. Without continuing to tease Kakashi, both of them took out their double-edged nunchaku and the Kageyama sword simultaneously. Their expressions were cold as they looked at the three people opposite them, their eyes devoid of any emotion. Who hurt my brother? Who hurt Kakashi? The two spoke in unison, an invisible pressure bearing down on the three people opposite. It's them. Feeling the aura from the two, the CH-Nin cautiously pointed a finger at the two J-Nin beside him. Leave one alive to ask about their organization and purpose. After that, you two can go and take care of it. Kakashi's lazy voice sounded, and then Guy and Itachi moved together. Moments later, two disfigured corpses lay in the woods, leaving only the trembling Seichnin to report everything he knew. A reactionary defector force from Takigakure. After a brief understanding, Kakashi spoke. Itachi, you and Guy take the convoy to the land of waterfalls to deal with them, and complete the mission for me. I'll head directly to the land of rivers without detours. Let us go bye-bye. While speaking, regardless of whether the two agreed, Kakashi began to pack up the last cart. What? Not leaving yet? Kakashi drove the cart, looking back at the three who were still dazed in place. Upon hearing this, the three quickly ran toward Kakashi, leaving Itachi and Guy still standing there in a daze. Kakashi-sensei, I'm injured, can I rest on the cart? After just 2 hours of travel, Naruto looked at Kakashi, who was comfortably sitting in the cart reading while driving, and raised his left hand to start whining. Yes. Kakashi-sensei, both Sasuke and Naruto are injured. Let them rest on the cart for a while. Seeing the dirty appearance of the two, Sakura also spoke up for them. Kakashi closed the book in his hand and looked at the three, saying, If you want to sit, just sit. It's such a wide space. I'm not restricting you. Haha. Kakashi-sensei is the best. After getting Kakashi's approval, the three scrambled to climb onto the back of the cart. After finding a few comfortable spots, they began to sunbathe. Kakashi-sensei, what S in this cart? Who are we delivering it to? Naruto lay on the raised part at the back, feeling the soft sensation beneath him, and asked Kakashi curiously. I don't know exactly what S inside. The Hokage didn't tell me, but we're transporting it to Orochimaru. Thud. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the three immediately sat up. Sasuke looked at Kakashi warily and asked, Kakashi-sensei, I sent to Orochimaru a rogue ninja from our Konoha? Huh, is that so? Sorry, it's been so long I forgot. I can't tell you about this. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi added, But it's fine, just hand you all over to him. TCH, are you trying to fool kids? We're all in our teens. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kakashi and lay back down. In the land of rivers, in a dark and eerie cave, Kakashi drove the cart through it with ease. Inside the cart, the three huddled together tightly, their heads constantly scanning their surroundings. Hiss! Suddenly, the cart came to an abrupt stop, and the sound of a snake flicking its tongue reached their ears. Following that, a huge blue snake head slowly descended from the cave's ceiling, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, and its golden slit pupils clearly reflecting the figures of the three. In an instant, a piercing noise echoed throughout the cave. Everyone shut up. If anyone makes noise again, I'll actually throw you here. Accompanied by Kakashi's threatening voice, the three stopped shouting and turned to low sobs. You've worked hard. Kakashi gently stroked the blue snake's head and then helped the three jump onto its head. Seeing this, the blue snake picked up the cart that had been unloaded by Kakashi and crawled deeper into the cave with the three. Kakashi-sensei, what are these? After placing them at their destination, the blue snake disguised itself again. Naruto looked around, his voice trembling. Following the direction Naruto pointed, rows of glass containers were neatly arranged, filled with green, unknown liquid. Inside the liquid were human hands, feet, legs, eyes, ears, hearts, and various organs that made one dizzy just looking at them. As they continued deeper, white figures hanging from the ceiling appeared above them. Countless tubes connecting to these figures and converging in one direction. Kakashi, did you bring the things and the people? A hoarse and cold voice came from ahead, and two stone doors suddenly opened, revealing countless electronic screens to the group. The group looked around and finally found the source of the voice, a pale-faced man in a robe, who had somehow extended his face in front of them and was observing them with great interest, looking at the long neck that extended several meters. The three retreated in unison, gripping Kakashi's arm tightly, too frightened to say a word. Chapter 139 New Equipment. Well, I brought them all. Uchiha Sasuke. You can take his Sharingan for research. And this blonde kid, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, this girl has good medical ninjutsu, so I'll keep her to assist you. As soon as Kakashi opened his mouth, the three who had been holding on to him instantly let go and quickly stepped back, their eyes filled with panic. Good, definitely worth researching. Orochimaru retracted his elongated neck and walked towards Kakashi. As Orochimaru moved, the three huddled together quickly retreated, their eyes revealing deep fear. Watch your feet. You stepped on me. A sudden pained voice came from under their feet, startling the three into screams. On the ground, a white hand was just under Naruto's foot. Watching the lips on the palm opening and closing, Naruto jumped straight into Sasuke's arms, wrapping his arms around Sasuke's neck and trembling. After Naruto jumped away, the white hand began to feel around, and upon touching a closed eyeball, it opened its mouth and swallowed it. The hand swelled for a moment, and finally, a crimson double tomo eyeball grew from its severed arm. Hand 352. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to help Kabuto with the stitching? Orochimaru calmly inquired as he picked up the severed hand from the ground. No rush. I came to get some equipment. I'll be back soon. Leg 43. With Orochimaru's call, a left leg quickly jumped out. Take hand 352 to get the equipment. From now on, you'll work together with it. The three stared dumbfounded at everything in front of them, momentarily forgetting to scream. After sending away a hand and a leg, Orochimaru approached the cart that Kakashi had dragged all the way, quickly undoing the preservation device set by Senju Itama. He casually threw Akatsuki's corpse on the ground and eagerly picked up the two books inside to examine them. Good. Now my experiment can have new breakthroughs. Holding the books, Orochimaru walked towards his laboratory without looking back. A white figure at the top of the cave was slowly lowered, carrying the Akatsuki corpse on the ground and a bag of items that had fallen to the side, neatly placing them on the lab table behind Orochimaru. 25. Go pack up the things I prepared. Don't keep them waiting too long to avoid disturbing my research. Reluctantly closing the books in his hands, Orochimaru began to give orders, casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi and the others still standing in the cave. On the 25th, a flurry of activity filled the previously empty cart. This one is for Meitikai, this one is yours, and this one is prepared for Itachi. I'll put the usage instructions inside for you. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my research. Orochimaru introduced the three items that were set apart. With a wave of his hand, the previously vanished green snake reappeared, looking respectfully at Orochimaru. Take them out. Without waiting for the group to respond, the green snake picked up the cart, lowered its head, and waited for their next move. Hey, what are you still holding on for? Not leaving? Do you really want to stay here and be researched? Kakashi jumped onto the snake's head, looking curiously at the three little ones who were still huddled together, standing frozen in place. Hearing Kakashi's reminder, the group snapped back to reality, quickly jumped onto the snake's head, and left the cave without looking back. Ugh! As they exited the cave and sunlight poured back onto them, the three little ones immediately fell to the ground, retching. Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you tell me there were corpses in there? Ugh! I slept on top of a corpse the whole way. Ugh! Naruto retched while looking at Kakashi with wide eyes. You didn't ask me. Hurry up and leave. Let's go home and rest. Kakashi comfortably drove the cart while the three little ones grimaced behind him, exercising their bodies. Sasuke, it was too scary in there. That creepy uncle clearly wasn't a good person. Naruto squinted, his features scrunched up as he recalled everything he had seen in the cave. Listening to Naruto's incessant chatter beside him, Sasuke's mind was in a jumble. The two-tomo Sharingan, when did it become so common? Randomly, a hand or a leg appeared, each embedded with a two-tomo Sharingan. Besides that, if he wasn't mistaken, the last figure that came down seemed to have another, that was a three-tomo Sharingan. With a head full of questions, Sasuke couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Naruto. On the other side, back in the cave after sending the group off, Orochimaru was reading the book in his hands seriously. On the dissection table, a white figure known as 25 was using various instruments to completely dissect Kakashi, neatly laying out the parts on the table. Lord Orochimaru, someone is coming at the entrance. A giant mouth opened on the stone wall above Orochimaru's head, reporting to him. Let him in. As soon as the words fell, the electronic screen closest to Orochimaru suddenly changed, revealing a figure dressed in a black robe with embroidered clouds. Kagaya? Let him in. Momins late. The two stood facing each other. Orochimaru, long time no see. Your lab is quite impressive. Black Zetsu looked around with admiration. As his gaze swept over, he noticed the parts on the dissection table. New research subjects again. No wonder you've been ignoring the organization's missions. What is the matter? We agreed that I would only be responsible for research, and you would handle the rest. Observing Orochimaru's expression, Black Zetsu remained silent as he took off his long robe. He then unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a black-gray eyeball embedded in the white half of his chest that faintly glimmered with golden light. Orochimaru, let us cooperate. Aren't you interested in the bodies and organizations of all of us? I believe you'll be even more interested in this eyeball. I'll give you a part of its tissue for research. See if you can find a way to restore its vitality. Orochimaru scrutinized the eyeball, a cunning glint appearing in his eyes. I'm not interested. I've researched a lot over the years on Sharingan, Byakugan, and various other bloodlines. 25. As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned 25, who had been waiting nearby, and pointed at his scarlet eyes. I've already cloned 5 three-tomo Sharingan, and I believe soon I will be able to conquer the Manjiki Sharingan as well. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with confidence, hidden away in the cave, absorbed in research. His skin had grown increasingly pale. Just as he finished speaking, Orochimaru turned to leave. Rinnegan. Black Zetsu's voice rang out behind him, and Orochimaru paused mid-step, then turned his neck 180 degrees, looking at the eyeball with keen interest. Chapter 140. Let Naruto be the older brother just as dawn broke. Konoha village was still shrouded in tranquility. On the street, Jiraiya walked with a bold stride to the front of the Namake's household, raising his hand to knock loudly on the door. Minato, is my grandson home? I need to find him. His voice shattered the morning silence. Inside, Minato, who was already helping Kushina make breakfast, recognized the familiar voice outside and smiled warmly as he opened the door. Teacher Jiraiya, Naruto is out on a mission with Kakashi and hasn't returned yet. Huh? Did that brat Itachi send him? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Yes. It was a mission arranged by the Hokage. Minato nodded and patiently explained, not just Kakashi's team. Other small teams have also been sent out for missions recently. Then that's fine. Jiraiya waved his hand, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. Make sure to let me know when Naruto comes back. I've run out of inspiration lately and want to go out for a bit to try to take Naruto with me to train. After saying that, he decisively turned around. Without Kakashi, his loyal fan, and Naruto, his source of inspiration, he felt incredibly bored staying in the village. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, Minato shook his head helplessly. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Was that Teacher Jiraiya just now? He said he wants to take Naruto out? Minato suddenly felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat uncontrollably breaking out, and goosebumps rising all over. Kushina, it's fine. Naruto isn't home right now. As he spoke, he carefully tried to soothe the angry Kushina, gently taking the knife she was gripping tightly out of her hands. Listen, put down the knife. Jiraiya and Naruto were notorious peeping Toms in Konoha. Whenever they were together, they would get beaten up 9 out of 10 times for peeping. At some point, Naruto had even created a famous jutsu in Konoha, the seduction technique. That day, the whole village was thrown into chaos as Kushina chased Naruto and Jiraiya with a knife, cutting through 3 streets. Remembering the ridiculous things Jiraiya and Naruto had done together, a bitter smile appeared on Minato's lips. He gently stroked Kushina's back in his arms and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Kushina, let us have another brother or sister for Naruto. Let him be the older brother. That way, he will have an example to follow and might understand things better. Hearing Minato's words, Kushina's cheeks instantly flushed. And no, that wouldn't be good. Last time we had Naruto, the Ninetales almost went berserk, and that attacker still hasn't been found. It's fine. Minato gently interrupted Kushina, his eyes filled with determination and reassurance. With the Hokage here, I've also asked for his opinion on this matter. He said we could decide for ourselves and not to worry about anything else. Well, okay then, I'll listen to you. Kushina shyly nodded. And upon hearing this, Minato's face broke into a joyful smile as he picked up Kushina and walked toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, at Senju Itachi's home, a figure was crouched down, rummaging through the study. He hurriedly opened one hidden compartment after another, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. However, as time passed, the hidden compartments were opened one by one, only to reveal emptiness inside. No. Why is there still nothing? Thousand Hands Yifei collapsed in despair on the ground, mumbling softly to himself. It's impossible. How could Silent find everything? He was filled with confusion and couldn't understand how the things he hid so well could be discovered by Silent. Just then, Silent gently pushed open the study door and walked in. Seeing Thousand Hands Yifei sitting on the floor with a dejected expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you so listless this early in the morning? Haha, it's nothing. Thousand Hands Yifei suddenly stood up, forcing a smile on his face. I just tripped a bit. It's nothing. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it. Saying this, he quickly got up and walked over to Silent, carefully supporting her and gently stroking her belly. Smack! Silent lightly swatted away Thousand Hands Yifei's hand, scolding him. The baby might still be sleeping. What are you doing? Then, with a smug look, she said, You don't need to make anything. Annie is here. She has already gone to prepare it. I'll tell you, I've taken those things and your secret stash of money too, so pay attention from now on. Looking at Silent's proud expression, Thousand Hands Yifei immediately changed to a flattering demeanor. No, I don't want a book. Just leave me some money, Silent wife. He launched a sweet-talking offensive, softening her up for quite a while, and finally ended up with a living expense of 1,000 yuan. Compared to the 1 million he had secretly stashed away before, this amount was pitifully small. After breakfast, Thousand Hands Yifei seized the opportunity and quietly pulled the housekeeper aside. Auntie, who came by the house these past 2 days? He asked softly. Annie May thought for a moment and replied, Lord Hokage, a few days ago Kakashi came by, and yesterday Jiraiya and Guy brought Niji over. Got it. Thanks, Annie. I'll go to work now. And Silent, you've worked hard to take care of everything. Thousand Hands Yifei left the house and strode towards the office, already starting to plot in his mind. My guy, you thick-browed, you really know how to mess around. And Niji, you little brat, I've spoiled you all these years for nothing. While he silently grumbled, he arrived at his desk, quickly scanning through the tasks, muttering to himself. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a task, and a wicked smile spread across his face. This is it. I'll personally give you a lesson. Let us see if you can get out of bed in 3 days. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Niji was practicing physical techniques with Lee and Tenten. Achoo! He sneezed inexplicably. Oh, not bad. Are you really serious? You even got here earlier than me. Mike Guy, sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, looked exhausted but still fought off his drowsiness, slapping himself twice to regain his enthusiasm. Come on, let us burn our youth. We'll run around this forest for 30 laps first. Saying this, he dashed out ahead. But before the morning warm-up exercises were completed, Noara Izumi approached with a toothpick in his mouth, holding a scroll. Guy, the Hokage has assigned you a mission. Come and collect it. You'll be leaving today. He handed the scroll to Guy, and after confirming that Guy had read the task, he turned to leave. All right, finally it's time for you to engage in actual combat. We're going to the Land of Iron to deal with some rogue ninjas. Chapter 141 Encounter with Terumi Mei in the Hokage office. Thousand Hands Yifei sat across from Kakashi, who had just returned from mission. What? Not a single one left? Kakashi's eyes widened, almost leaping from his seat, disbelief written all over his face. Yeah, Not a single one is left. They were all taken by Guy and Jiraiya. Thousand Hands, Yifei spread his hands in frustration, a hint of annoyance on his face. Kakashi stood up in anger, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. There is still a chance. I ran into Jiraiya at the village entrance. He took Naruto and left. I'll go chase after them now. There should still be a chance. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Thousand Hands Yifei with a determined silhouette. Hey, you're quite motivated. I hope you can get a few back for me. Thousand Hands Yifei watched Kakashi leave, a teasing smile forming on his lips. However, he wasn't planning to wait idly. He quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie to call on Minato and Riku. Hello, is Minato there? Hello, Minato? He called repeatedly, but the other end was silent, with no response. Thousand Hands Yifei pouted and switched channels. Hello, Riku, are you there? Riku? Yes, Lord Hokage. What can I do for you? Riku's calm voice came through instantly. Thousand Hands Yifei quickly summoned Riku to the office, then slapped the Hokage's chair and said, Come on, Riku, sit in this position for a day just today. I have some personal matters to attend to. Riku looked at Thousand Hands Yifei's eager expression and shook his head with a wry smile. Lord Hokage, don't joke around. I'm swamped over there. It's fine if you're not here for a day, but if I take a day off, I'll be buried in documents tomorrow. Lord Hokage, you can handle your matters. I've moved everything that needs your approval to tomorrow. It's practically the same whether you're here or not for a day or two. Haha, you say that, but as Hokage, I'm not that free. Facing Thousand Hands Yifei's expectant gaze, Riku finally nodded firmly. You've hurt my feelings. I've decided to be out for another day. The village matters are up to you and Minato bye-bye. While saying this, Thousand Hands Yifei waved his hand and, in an instant, used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in the woods at the village entrance, then hurried towards the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, in a forest within the Land of Fire, Terumi Mei was leading CHJR, AO, and a group of mist ninjas towards Konoha. Lord Mizukichi, will we really get their assistance when we go to Konoha this time? CHJR asked Terumi Mei softly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled, a confident smile forming on her lips. They will agree. If not, I might just have to sacrifice my charm. Her half-joking words carried a hint of teasing and allure. CHJR's face instantly turned red, his gaze instinctively avoiding hers, even after years of training. He still had no resistance to Terumi Mei's charm. Warning, someone is here. AO, who had been quietly following on Terumi Mei's left, suddenly spoke, his tone filled with vigilance. In an instant, Terumi Mei's brows furrowed tightly, her sharp gaze fixed on the trees ahead, her chakra quietly stirring as she entered a state of alert. He has stopped. Everyone be on guard, ready to counterattack. Terumi Mei lowered her voice, issuing orders, and then cautiously moved forward. AO activated his Byakugan, closely following Terumi Mei, his eyes sharp as he carefully sensed the source of danger. The mist ninjas behind them quickly took action, drawing their kunai and forming a defensive circle, warily observing their surroundings. Terumi Mei. Looking in this direction, are you planning to go to Konoha? Above the heads of the mist ninjas, Thousand Hands Yifei transformed into a thick tree trunk, standing steadily on a branch. He exuded a peculiar natural aura, skillfully shielding all sensory perceptions, making it difficult for anyone to detect his presence. Chinsho Yifei stroked his chin, pondering to himself, what's wrong with these guys? I haven't even sent AI away. And now there's another Koyomi Mei. Suddenly, as if he thought of something interesting, Chinsho Yifei couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. This abrupt laughter was particularly jarring in the quiet woods. Instantly, the fog ninjas below became alert, quickly gathering together and looking up in the direction of Chinsho Yifei. They saw a stocky man with bulging muscles appear in their line of sight. The man had a face full of flesh, surrounded by a thick beard, and his chest hair was wildly displayed. At this moment, he was crossing his arms with his left hand and stroking his beard with his right hand, squinting his eyes maliciously at Koyomi Mei, who was dressed in blue and had a graceful figure. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Chinsho Yifei quickly formed hand seals with his hands, his movements flowing like water. In the blink of an eye, a large area of soil beneath the trees rapidly transformed into a swamp, trapping the fog ninjas who hadn't reacted yet. Beauty, come to me, or I will kill them all. Chinsho Yifei jumped down from the branch, leering at Koyomi Mei and the others who had successfully jumped out of the swamp's range. Hearing such frivolous words, CHJR instantly became furious, his chakra surging, and a water blade, wrapped with overwhelming momentum, rapidly struck towards Chinsho Yifei. Chinsho Yifei was unhurried. slightly sidestepping to easily dodge it. The water blade struck the ground in front of a fog ninja behind Yifei, and the powerful impact kicked up a large amount of dirt, covering that ninja's face. Hey, he hit you. It has nothing to do with me, Yifei said with a smiling face, pointing at CHJer and teasing the unlucky ninja. You. CHJer was both angry and anxious, but thinking of his trapped companions beside Yifei, he immediately held back, not daring to act recklessly. Reflecting on how he almost harmed his own people in his rage just now, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Just then, Qing suddenly made a move, throwing several shurikens that glinted coldly, shooting towards Yifei like lightning. Clang! Yifei leisurely raised his hand to form seals, and a hard rock instantly appeared in front of him, firmly blocking all the shurikens. Lord Mizuki, don't worry about us. Just make your move. The fog ninjas trapped in the swamp struggled desperately, but were terrified to find that their bodies buried in the soil were tightly bound by an unknown force. Unable to move. Noisy, you're interrupting my conversation with the beauty. Yifei frowned slightly, his figure moving like a ghost, swiftly knocking out all the trapped ninjas one by one. He casually picked up a fainted fog ninja, a sneer of contempt on his face. Try attacking me again, and the next one to die will be him. Then he turned his gaze toward the still calm Koyomi Mei. So, beauty, have you thought it over? Will you come with me? Or should I send them to die? Chapter 142. Dissolution and boiling. Koyomi Mei silently calculated in her heart. Water style, dissolution, boiling. No matter which, her killing moves could not be used, as using them would inevitably harm her own people. After pondering this, Koyomi Mei let out a light laugh, subtly gesturing behind her to the remaining 5 people. At the same time, she looked at Yifei with sultry eyes. Big brother, everything is negotiable. You first let go of my people. Sure. I believe the distinguished Mizuki wouldn't abandon his companions. Yifei let go of the fainted fog ninja, appearing relaxed, as if he didn't take the few people at all seriously. Suddenly, the few people behind Koyomi Mei simultaneously performed the mist technique, and dense fog instantly enveloped the surroundings. Yifei stood still, feeling the fog ninjas being rescued around him, with no thought of stopping them. Boiling style, cleve mist technique. At the moment all personnel were rescued, Koyomi Mei quickly formed seals, and a strongly acidic high-temperature mist mixed with the ordinary dense fog rushed towards Yifei. Without dodging, he tentatively threw a kunai, which began to dissolve at a visible speed upon contact with the strong, acidic mist. Not bad. I'll let her try it later and see if it can dissolve Haiden, he murmured, quickly retreating, while a layer of faint white substance enveloped Yifei. So this is the chakra composition for boiling style? After analyzing the white substance, Yifei clearly sensed the chakra composition of the boiling style. He had exchanged various ninjutsu scrolls at a low price from the small intelligence merchant, and apart from directly exchanging and learning Inoki's dust release, the other ninjutsu were all scrolls. He had tried to practice and simulate them before, but could never find a suitable fusion method. Remembering the feeling when he developed Fire Spark with lightning, he found that in Sage mode, this fusion would be smoother. After years of training, he became more adept at using black and white substances, which made him think of stealing Koyomi Mei's technique today. Using the dense fog, Yifei activated Sage mode and performed the transformation technique to hide his appearance again. Recalling the hand seals for the clever mist technique in his mind, the fire and water nature chakra in his body began to collide and fuse continuously. The Taiji pattern on his forehead spun rapidly, and strands of natural power seeped out, calming the turmoil of the 2 types of chakra. After finishing the hand seals, the clever mist technique was unleashed and high-temperature, dense mist spewed from Yifei's mouth, only lacking the strong acidity that Koyomi Mei had displayed. Who exactly are you? How do you also possess the boiling style? Koyomi Mei's astonished voice echoed in the thick fog, filled with disbelief. Wind style, great breakthrough. Yifei used wind style ninjutsu from the side of the dense fog, dispersing the mist that covered the woods. Casually strolling towards a shocked Koyomi Mei, a malicious smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect us to have such a connection. Why not just agree to me? Koyomi Mei furrowed her brows tightly, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes as she took a step back, her chakra quietly surging. You, ugly and still dreaming, but unfortunately, I already have someone in my heart. You shouldn't talk nonsense anymore. As soon as Koyomi Mei said this, not only Yifei, but even CHJer and Qing behind her looked bewildered, feigning anger. Chinsho Yifei furiously questioned. Who? That pretty boy. I'll go deal with him. With his chest hair flying and a robust voice, it indeed matched his current image. Hokage of Konoha, Chinsho Yifei, Koyomi Mei said lightly, causing Chinsho Yifei to nearly choke on his own saliva. Dissolution style, dissolution monster technique. Taking advantage of Chinsho Yifei's moment of distraction, Koyomi Mei spewed out a large amount of magma, enveloping Chinsho Yifei like a huge net. Just what I wanted. He rejoiced in his heart, using the magma as cover. Several layers of wooden vine armor enveloped Chinsho Yifei, and a layer of white substance subtly pulsed outside the armor. Sizzle. The outer armor was stuck by the magma, burning and corroding, continuously making sounds. After analyzing the dissolution style, Chinsho Yifei clapped his hands. Earth style, heart decapitation technique. His whole body disappeared into the wooden armor and charged underground towards Koyomi Mei's location. Smack! He grabbed Koyomi Mei's ankle, pulling her entire body into the ground, leaving only her head exposed. Splash! In the moment when Senju Itachi emerged from the ground, the trapped Mei turned into a puddle of water and scattered on the spot. Dissolution technique, acide explosion. A strong acid attacked from behind Senju Itachi, and he stepped hard to dodge it in an instant. Suddenly, a large pit quickly appeared on the ground due to the corrosion of the strong acid. Water release, water dragon bullet. In the waterless forest, a gigantic water dragon appeared and flew towards Senju Itachi. Fire release, fire bullet. An ordinary ninjutsu, under the overwhelming chakra of Senju Itachi, transformed into a massive fireball that charged towards the water dragon, showing no signs of falling behind. Wind release, earth release, fire release. Boil release, an unknown ninjutsu that shields others' perception, and this enormous chakra. Who exactly are you? Such strong abilities cannot go unnoticed in the entire shinobi world. A strong sense of helplessness surged in Mei's heart. She could clearly see that the person in front of her had not unleashed all of their strength. Go! Seek support from Konoha. I'll hold them off. Mei quickly arranged for the awakened ninjas, and CH behind her with hand seals. Lord Mizuki's. CH wanted to say something, but Mei interrupted him. No time for nonsense. Hurry up. Even if I fall into his hands, he won't kill me immediately. Without you, I can still fight back more freely. Dissolution technique. Dissolution monster technique. A large amount of magma spewed from Mei's mouth, and she gently wiped away a trace of residue at the corner of her mouth. Continuing to form hand seals, she sprayed the strong acid, blocking Senju Itachi's retreat. Water release. Water formation pillar. A massive water sphere flew out from Senju Itachi's mouth, quickly expanding to intercept both the magma and strong acid. Mei looked at the water formation pillar before her, which was several times more powerful than her own, and was startled. She turned back to see the others had already retreated and quickly fled in the opposite direction without looking back. Ha ha ha, beauty, it's useless. Don't run. You can't escape my grasp. Just give in to me. Accompanied by lewd laughter, Senju Itachi approached Mei's side, glancing up and down at her impressive figure. Dissolution technique. Dissolution monster technique. In the midst of Mei's astonishment, a small amount of magma spewed from Senju Itachi's mouth. Shocked, Mei momentarily forgot to dodge, and the magma fell directly onto her blue dress. Sizzle. Mei quickly reacted, tearing off the clothes stained by the magma just as it touched her, revealing her skin covered by a gauze net. The sight was alluring, causing Senju Itachi's eyes to widen. Bastard, you're courting death. Feeling the intense gaze, Mei became furious, stopped fleeing, and charged fiercely at Senju Itachi, with an air of desperation. Oh no! It seems I've gone too far. Chapter 143. Mission completed. Mei said nothing, her eyes flashing with cold light, and swiftly drew a kunai to stab at Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi moved with agility, cleverly dodging and grabbing her, and with a smooth turn, Mei missed her strike, and the kunai stabbed straight into a nearby tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. Dust release. World separation technique. Senju Itachi shouted, raising his hand, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupting. In an instant, a large area of forest beside Mei vanished like a dream, leaving only emptiness behind. Dust release? You actually know how to use Naka's bloodline limit. Mei was startled, her gaze fixed on Senju Itachi, filled with vigilance and confusion. Searching her mind repeatedly, but unable to recall anyone of this caliber in the shinobi world. Lord Mizuki's, I was just joking. Do you believe me? Look at your ninjas. If I really wanted to attack, I could easily wipe them out with just a wave of my hand. Yet they're all safe, aren't they? Senju Itachi hurriedly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of flattery, fearing that Mei would attack him again and fight to the death. Huh. Teasing a shadow-level expert with 6J Nin and 10CH Nin under your command. You call that a joke? Mei raised her eyebrows. Her words filled with disbelief. As she spoke, she raised her left hand, gently adjusting her tattered outer robe, subtly covering the accidental exposure from the fierce battle earlier. I really was just joking. Those words were just for fun. Bye-bye. Believe it or not, I believe it. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Senju Itachi no longer entangled himself with Mei, waved his hand, and quickly headed towards his destination, leaving Mei, who was left dumbfounded. Standing there in shock, Mei watched Senju Itachi's departing figure, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and instead of pursuing him, quickly chased after the direction in which CH and the others had left. Senju Itachi sensed that Mei was not pursuing him and immediately transformed back to his original appearance, swiftly making his way towards the land of iron using the earth release, lightweight rock technique. Oh, just like that, Lee, well done. At this moment, in a certain forest in the land of iron, Might Guy was in a fierce battle with several ninjas alongside Lee and others. The opposing team had 1 J Nin, 2 CH Nin, and 3 Genin. Lee, relying on his superb taijutsu, was locked in an intense fight with a Genin, both sides exchanging blows and refusing to give in. Seizing the opportunity, Lee took a step forward, kicking the kunai out of the Genin's hand, and then quickly turned to kick, sending the Genin flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. On Niji's side, his Byakugan activated instantly, taking advantage of the close combat to close in like a ghost, unleashing a rapid series of 8 trigrams, 64 palms like a fierce storm. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he knocked the Genin down to the ground, rendering him unable to fight. At this moment, he was intently watching 10's battle, concern filling his eyes. 10 used all her strength to open the massive scroll that was half a head taller than herself, and in an instant, several shuriken flew out like lightning. The ninja reacted quickly, dodging rapidly while simultaneously knocking away several other shuriken that he couldn't avoid. However, 10 did not give him a moment's respite. A shuriken with an explosive tag had already lodged itself in the spot where he was about to land. The moment he touched the ground, the explosive tag detonated. Instantly, dust flew up and sharp fragments scattered, followed by a heavy thud as something hit the ground. 10 ignored the ninja dealt with by the special kunai and turned to look at Niji, who was watching her, smiling broadly. Haha, good job, well done. Here's another one for you. Might Guy praised a few who had resolved their battles, giving them a thumbs up. Then, he kicked a CH Nin he was fighting towards the 3, before turning his attention back to deal seriously with the remaining 2. Damn it, you underestimate me. Just wait for these 3 little brats to accompany me to the grave. The CH Nin who was kicked away quickly got up, spitting out blood. His eyes filled with resentment as he charged towards Niji with his kunai in hand. Niji reacted extremely quickly, activating his Byakugan instantly, accurately observing his opponent's every move. He swiftly took out a kunai, firmly blocking the CH Nin's attack. At the same time, Lee jumped high, delivering a powerful flying kick aimed at the CH Nin's head. The CH Nin, seeing this, quickly jumped aside to avoid it. However, what awaited him was a barrage of shuriken fired at him. Clang! Clang! The CH Nin, holding his kunai, barely managed to block the incoming shuriken left and right, but his arms and body were still scratched with several bloodstains. Watching Niji and the others closing in again, the CH Nin quickly threw out several shuriken while rapidly forming hand seals, causing the ground beneath them to ripple. As soon as he saw that he couldn't dodge, Niji rushed out without hesitation, positioning himself in front of Xiao Li and Tian. He quickly waved his hands, fully utilizing the heavenly spin technique, creating a solid barrier that deflected all the shurikens coming at them. Niji catch! At the moment, all the shurikens were blocked. Tian's clear voice rang out. Niji swiftly got into position, and a series of kunai tied with explosive tags shot out like meteors. Tian and Xiao Li worked in perfect harmony, maintaining a safe distance. The kunai flew from Tian's hands, accelerated a second time by Xiao Li's powerful taijutsu. As the kunai passed by Niji, he used the heavenly spin and tai chi to perform a third acceleration and directional adjustment, sending the kunai flying rapidly towards the Chunin. One after another, the kunai sped up, and the Chunin dodged left and right, unable to keep up. Having witnessed the death of his comrade, He understood the power of these kunai and dared not face them directly. Tian explode. After throwing the last kunai, Niji shouted loudly. In an instant, the Chunin froze. Instinctively looking down at his feet, realizing that he had inadvertently stepped into the encirclement of the kunai. Boom! Dozens of kunai exploded simultaneously, the tremendous force generating a powerful shockwave, sending countless sharp fragments flying like blades, instantly tearing the Chunin to pieces. Oh, great teamwork. Mission accomplished. Let's head back and continue our training. After taking care of the remaining two, Might Guy revealed his signature brilliant smile, his eyes full of encouragement as he loudly addressed Niji and the others. Upon hearing Guy's encouraging voice, Xiaoli responded with an equally bright smile. The group excitedly gathered together, chatting happily about their nearly perfect cooperation just now. Konoha ninjas dare to kill my subordinates, truly seeking death. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. Might Guy instinctively shielded the others behind him, his gaze intense as he calmly faced the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared, his muscles tense and ready for battle. Niji also subconsciously activated his Byakugan, carefully observing the unfamiliar ninja across from them. Teacher Guy, he has an enormous amount of chakra. I've never seen anything like it. A drop of cold sweat slowly dripped down Niji's forehead, his expression grave as he stepped forward firmly, resolutely standing in front of Tian and Xiaoli. Chapter 144. The Despair Duo, the Azure Beast of Konoha? I want to test your depth. Senju Itaru's expression was filled with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out like a bullet, his right fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind, smashing towards Might Guy. Guy reacted swiftly, without hesitation, instantly drawing out his nunchaku to cross and block. In an instant, the tremendous impact forced Guy's feet deep into the ground, his body uncontrollably retreating rapidly, carving a deep mark in the hard earth. You all quickly retreat. Don't engage him up close. He is not someone you can handle. If you get the chance, escape. Guy steadied himself, his usual playful demeanor replaced with unprecedented seriousness as he shouted at Niji and the others. Immediately, Guy pushed off the ground with great force, creating a shallow pit. He swung his nunchaku like a black whirlwind, launching a ferocious attack towards Senju Itaru. The gust of wind created by the nunchaku struck towards Senju Itaru's head. Senju Itaru's eyes narrowed. He stepped back slightly, and the fierce wind of the nunchaku grazed his hair, causing him to squint slightly. Guy's attack missed, but without pausing. He flicked his wrist, sending the nunchaku flying out of his hand. At the same time, his left arm shot out rapidly, a chain swirling around his arm before settling firmly in his left hand. He then exerted force again. The nunchaku, now wrapped with even greater momentum, attacked Senju Itaru's head once more. Damn, this kid wants to kill his teacher. Startled, a hint of surprise flashed across Senju Itaru's face as he hurriedly retreated 2 steps, narrowly dodging the attack. Just then, several shurikens shot towards Senju Itaru, almost simultaneously followed by a few kunai with sharp whistling sounds. Boom! Niji's voice echoed from afar. In an instant, the kunai still airborne began to sizzle and smoke, and as they neared Senju Itaru, the explosive tags detonated. The explosion shattered the kunai, turning them into countless tiny fragments that shot towards Senju Itaru like blades. Oh, not bad. I only suggested it not long ago, and this girl has already figured it out. Senju Itaru looked at the tiny fragments, and instead of fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He stood his ground, not dodging or evading, letting the fragments hit him. The fragments tore through Senju Itaru's clothes, but when they touched his skin, they only left shallow white marks. Good idea, but unfortunately, the power is still lacking. Senju Itaru shook his head, quickly forming hand seals, and in an instant, 4 identical shadow clones appeared out of thin air, rapidly charging towards the group. Niji activated his Byakugan, closely watching Senju Itaru's every move. He felt the terrifyingly large amount of chakra. Even if it were divided into 4 parts, each one far exceeded their current limits. The 7th gate. Guy's heart raced with urgency, and without hesitation, he intended to open the 8 gates. But he didn't expect Senju Itaru's speed to reach such extremes, instantly accelerating like a ghost, landing a heavy punch on his acupoint, forcibly interrupting Guy's attempt to open the 8 gates. Teacher Guy. Seeing Guy fly back like a broken kite, Xiao Li's eyes widened in horror. At this moment, Senju Itaru's clones were already within striking distance, and Xiao Li, desperate, was willing to open the highest gate he could reach. Whoosh! Senju Itaru's clone reacted quickly. suddenly kicking a broken branch on the ground. The branch, like a precise hidden weapon, instantly struck Xiao Li's fourth acupoint, directly interrupting his movement. In the blink of an eye, 3 shadow clones reached the 3 of them. One clone punched Niji, sending him flying, while the other 2 shadow clones expertly grabbed Xiao Li and Tian by their necks. And the eyes of Guy and Niji filled with despair. They swiftly vanished from their sight. Guy, feeling the 6 remaining gates unsealed, hesitated not for a moment and instantly opened them. In an instant, he was enveloped in green flames, wielding his nunchaku like a frenzied beast, ready to rush to save Xiao Li and Tian. Don't even think about saving them. Those who dare to kill my subordinates must pay the price. Senju Itaru's clone firmly held down the struggling Niji, while his main body quickly formed hand seals. Fire Dragon Bullet. A massive fire dragon roared as it flew towards Guy. Guy's eyes narrowed, and he swung his nunchaku fiercely, sending several waves of air to clash against the fire dragon. The collision of the air waves and the fire dragon produced a deafening sound, completely dissipating the fire dragon. Bang! However, before Guy could catch his breath, after the fire dragon, Senju Itaru leapt high, like a meteor falling from the sky, delivering a heavy punch to Guy's shoulder. Guy had no time to react before he was sent flying, just as Guy managed to stabilize himself and was about to counterattack. Senju Itaru's clone suddenly grabbed Niji and hurled him forcefully towards Guy. Seeing this, Guy had no choice but to forcefully retract his prepared attack and caught Niji with one hand. At that moment, Kai felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The pain spreading rapidly like a surging tide, traveling up through the 8 chakra points of the 8 gates, striking each one heavily. After the pain subsided, Might Guy felt an unprecedented weakness wash over him, his energy dispersing instantly. He gently laid Niji down, his expression grave to the extreme. This was the first time someone had forcibly interrupted him since he learned the 8 gates. In the nearby woods, the pained screams of Li and Tenten echoed. Heart-wrenching. Tenten Li. Niji struggled to get up from the ground, anger burning in his eyes, raising his kunai and intending to rush towards Senju Itachi desperately. Niji, calm down. Might Guy quickly reached out to stop the furious Niji, gripping his nunchaku tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. It was the first time he felt such powerlessness. His strongest move could not be executed, and he could only watch helplessly as his student was taken away. In the woods, Li, dressed in a green skin-tight suit, was shouting at the top of his lungs, while secretly observing Senju Itachi's reactions. Hokage-sama, is that enough? My throat hurts. Tenten lowered her voice, looking at Senju Itachi, who had returned to his original appearance, and pitifully asked, That's enough. Let Li shout a couple more times. You take a break first. Senju Itachi's lips curled into a sly smile. Slap. Senju Itachi lightly slapped the back of Li's neck and said, Be a bit more miserable. It's not enough emotional impact. Tenten, help Li out again. Upon hearing this, Li's eyes widened, looking at Tenten with a pleading expression. You're right. Tenten grinned foolishly, placing her small hand on Li's waist and twisting hard. Suddenly, a scream that sounded like a slaughtered pig echoed again, causing Might Guy's heart to tremble. As for Niji, after not hearing Tenen's voice, a sense of determination surged within him, and he had the thought of fighting desperately against Senju Itachi. Accept your fate. Today you're doomed. 2 more clones slowly walked out of the woods, casually tossing the broken scroll and the blood-stained green outfit on the ground. As they spoke, 4 Senju Itachis stepped forward towards the 2. The 2 felt as if their hearts were dead, tears uncontrollably flowing from their eyes, and they had no reaction to Senju Itachi's approach, as if their souls had been extracted. Chapter 145, Post-Battle Teachings Look Up. Senju Itachi's voice was cold and piercing, carrying no emotion, drilling straight into Kai and Niji's ears. Yet the 2 seemed soulless, showing no reaction to the command. Looking at these 2 disheartened individuals, Senju Itachi felt a pang of sympathy. One was his beloved disciple whom he had taught by hand, and the other was his godson, whom he cared for like a biological son. He had intended to give them a little retributive lesson, but it seemed he had gone too far. What's wrong? Don't you want revenge anymore? That watermelon-headed kid and the round-headed girl were tortured so badly by me, their screams, TSK, were truly satisfying here. Senju Itachi deliberately provoked them. I'll fight you. Niji instantly sprang up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, raising his fist like an angry bull, charging wildly at Senju Itachi. However, before Niji's fist could reach Senju Itachi, Might Guy quickly grabbed Niji back to his side. Go. Okay, Bellomed, his large hand gripping Niji's shoulder tightly, forcefully throwing Niji backward. Immediately after, he seized his nunchaku, kicked off the ground, and viciously attacked Senju Itachi's head. Senju Itachi stood still, not moving an inch. His right hand shot out like a steel hook, firmly catching the nunchaku that was flying towards him. At the same time, his left hand's 4 fingers came together like a blade, thrusting out sharply, striking hard against Kai's elbow before he could retract it. Kai felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the nunchaku flew from his grasp. Before he could recover, Senju Itachi suddenly crouched down, delivering a powerful sweeping kick that struck Kai's knee, knocking him to the ground. The next second, Might Guy felt the world spinning as he was lifted by his ankle and began to be shaken violently. You bastard, every day you don't learn. Just know to follow Kakashi and plot against my books. You even brought Niji and Jiraiya, taking all my books away, not leaving a single one. How did I end up with such a disappointing disciple? Familiar curses echoed in his ears. Ugh, you're so cruel, using Jinjutsu on me. Let me tell you, my Konoha Azure Beast won't say a word. Might Guy gagged, gritting his teeth, speaking each word firmly. Hearing Might Guy's words, Senju Itachi felt both angry and amused, increasing the shaking force a bit more. You damn it, keep your eyes wide open and see clearly. I am your genuine master. After shaking for a while, seeing that Might Guy was really about to vomit, Senju Itachi finally stopped. Everyone come out. Senju Itachi clapped his hands hard, and the vines in the woods slithered out like living snakes, wrapping around a tightly sealed cocoon-like object. As the vines slowly retreated, Niji's figure appeared before everyone, staring dumbfounded at Senju Itachi, as well as the unscathed Lee and Tenten behind him. Stand straight. Senju Itachi's voice was low and authoritative. Kai, you're their teacher. Starting from you, each of you summarize what went wrong this time. In the center of the woods, Senju Itachi sat steadily on a chair made of intertwined vines, his expression serious as he stared closely at the 4 who were lowering their heads in silence. Hey, I'm calling you. Hurry up and summarize. Senju Itachi urged. Under Senju Itachi's prompting, Might Guy finally stammered, Sumimasen, Master, next time we must not let others find out when stealing. You bastard. I asked you to summarize the shortcomings of this battle with me. Who told you to talk about stealing? Senju Itachi suddenly erupted in anger, a vine shooting up like an arrow from the ground, striking Might Guy's, but hard. Next to him, Niji, Lee, and Tenten all grimaced, instinctively covering their own behinds. Teaching you to take students, and you end up with such a bunch of foolish kids, not knowing to run when you can't win. Okay, go squat in a horse stance. You 3, come over here. Senju Itachi shouted angrily. Hokage-sama, Godfather. The 3 walked over to Senju Itachi slowly, heads down, not daring to say a word. Kai told you to retreat. Why didn't you leave? If you 3 had evacuated at the first opportunity, Kai wouldn't have to worry about you. In a one-on-one situation, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat more smoothly. Didn't the academy teach you this kind of thing? Senju Itachi's gaze was stern as he scanned each of them. With Senju Itachi's earnest teachings, the little ones' heads drooped lower and lower, nearly touching the ground. Do you all understand? Senju Itachi suddenly raised his voice, startling Lee, who was secretly making eye contact with Might Guy. Hi, Hokage-sama. I understand. Lee suddenly raised his head, puffing out his chest, his voice booming and echoing throughout the woods. All right, tidy up. Let us head back to the village together. Remember this lesson. Don't try to be a hero in the future. When it's time to retreat, you must retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. Senju Itachi said, raising his hand to gently tap each person on the head, then stood up and kicked Might Guy on the backside. The group returned along the same path, chattering nonstop after their brush with death. Especially Tenten, who stared unblinkingly at Senju Itachi's back, her eyes filled with admiration. The younger generation had only heard about Senju Itachi's heroic deeds before, but had rarely seen him in action. The only time was during the last incident at the breeding ground. But that time, Senju Itachi only delivered the final blow and didn't showcase any other ninjutsu or taijutsu. Niji, does Lord Hokage teach you any super powerful ninjutsu in secret? Tenten leaned close to Niji and whispered. Niji's ears turned red as he slightly tilted his head. And no, my godfather said that whatever teacher guy teaches me, he will know, so he lets teacher guy teach me. Haha. All right, you 2 stop discussing. After we return, I'll approve you to let your teacher take you to the 5th floor of the library. Then let the third Hokage pick some suitable ninjutsu and taijutsu based on your situation, and you can go down and practice well. Senju Itachi gently pressed Niji's head with one hand and pinched Tintin's cheek with the other, smiling at them. Whoosh! Little Lee, who was doing handstands with Guy nearby, rushed over like a gust of wind. Lord Hokage, can I go too? Of course, there are plenty of taijutsu manuals there. Have Guy pick a few for you. Oh, let us go. Let us ignite our youth and hurry back to the village. Little Lee shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, Raza, accompanied by several children of similar age to Niji, followed by a group of sand ninja, quietly gazed at the bustling Konoha village before them. Chapter 146. The Fearful Noki Konoha Reception Room. Raza and Terumi may exchange glances. Why are you here? Terumi may asked Raza, resting her chin on her hand, looking puzzled. Hearing her words, Raza frowned slightly and slowly replied, What? Is it only allowed for you to come here? I can't stroll around Konoha? After speaking, Raza looked around. Konoha is quite confident in us. I assent it. 3 shadow-level powerhouses from different villages just sitting here, not afraid of us causing trouble together. Go ahead. Try causing trouble, Lord Windshadow. Anyway, the 4th Hokage ISNT in the village. If you take the lead, I'll definitely accompany you. We can take Konoha from the inside. Terumi May lazily took a sip of her milk tea, casting a faint glance at Raza. Hearing her teasing, Raza remained calm and unruffled. The Mizukage is joking. My sand village's strength is far inferior to the mist and cloud villages. So this matter still relies on the two of you to lead. TCH, lacking masculinity, wanting me, a weak woman, to take the lead. Haha, my apologies. I didn't know you would visit. I've already notified Lord Hokage again. He is on his way back. Before Terumi, May, and Raza could continue, Kakashi pushed the door open and interrupted their conversation. Of course, if you all have urgent matters, you can discuss with me and Minato. Norus, I've already arranged everything in the village, Raza replied with a smile. He then turned to A and continued, Fourth Hokage. Do you remember the matter I raised at the last 5 Kage Summit? A, who had been silent, changed his expression slightly and sighed. Sigh, I should have listened to your opinion back then. It was my arrogance that led to the current situation. The joint defense mechanism was proposed by the 4th Wind Shadow. During the 3rd Shinobi World War, the 3rd Wind Shadow of the Sand Village mysteriously disappeared, causing panic throughout the Sand Village, and to this day. The whereabouts of the 3rd Wind Shadow have not been found. At that time, among the major ninja villages, aside from the Mist Village, which was in internal chaos, the Sand Village was the weakest. That was why he proposed to build a joint defense system with the other major ninja villages. Unexpectedly, the 4th Hokage did not take this matter seriously, and to this day, it has not been implemented. After risking his life and taking a step back, Raza saw the strength of Konoha clearly. Over the years, he continuously engaged in trade with Konoha, trying to bridge the gap between the sand and Konoha. Hard work pays off. After tirelessly extracting gold and trading with Konoha, he finally established a good commercial relationship, which led to his visit to Konoha this time. Stop it. You two want tea come to any conclusion. It's better to directly hand it over to Konoha. This milk tea tastes quite good, and there are many fresh things on the streets of Konoha. Should we go down and take a look together? Seeing the heavy expressions of the Wind Shadow and Hokage, Terumi May finished her last sip of milk tea, licked her lips with a hint of reminiscence, and proposed. The two exchanged glances and stood up simultaneously. Raza said to Kakashi, Sorry, we'll be troubling you in Konoha for a few days. Haha, there is no such thing as trouble. Lord Wind Shadow, feel free to enjoy yourself. If needed, I can arrange for personnel to accompany you. Kakashi responded politely with a smile. Before Raza could answer, Terumi May quickly replied, No need to be so troublesome. Just send a few people to follow us. We can manage the rest ourselves to avoid accidentally entering Konoha as confidential areas. Allicht. After a simple arrangement, Terumi May and the others headed out to the streets. On the streets of Konoha, a strange group composed of people with various appearances and different forehead protectors wandered aimlessly. CHG, help me buy a cup of this milk tea. It looks quite different. Compare which one tastes better. When we leave, see if we can change the recipe. We'll open one in the Mist Village too. Terumi May said while walking, her eyes constantly scanning the shops along the street. Stood like a wooden post, arms crossed, with an incredibly determined expression. Although he had been in Konoha the longest, he often stayed in the Konoha guest house, where 3 meals a day were delivered, and he only went out with a purpose to check on Killer BS condition at the hospital. Moreover, due to his identity as the Hokage, It was even more inappropriate to wander around Konoha aimlessly every day. With two companions of similar status, he finally had the opportunity to properly explore Konoha today. Raza observed beside him, then looked at Terumi Mei, who was shopping like crazy. The two were not in a hurry and stood side by side, surveying their surroundings. Reikage, what do you think of Konoha? Can it compare to the Cloud Village under your governance? Hearing Raza's question, he turned his head to look. After a moment of thought, he slowly replied, it can't compare. Senju Itachi is a talent. He has managed and developed Konoha too well. I am far inferior. Upon hearing this, Raza rubbed his chin and looked at A, saying, indeed, Konoha is too strong now. Since we are here, why not take this opportunity to negotiate peace with Konoha? If Konoha is willing, my Sand Village and your Cloud Village might have been swallowed long ago. What do you think? Let us wait for him to return. We can discuss it together. Raza's words echoed in A's ears, and he understood that what Raza said was true. Just the fact that Senju Itachi dared to leave him in Konoha and leave alone showed his confidence in Konoha today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and the so-called Konoha Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Rasha spoke softly, saying that apart from Senju Itama, he was the strongest visible force from Konoha. AI sighed. Yes, there must be other methods we don't know about. As he spoke, AI couldn't help but recall that night when a red, a green, and a purple appeared within the borders of the Land of Thunder. For some reason, he always felt that this matter was also related to Konoha. Meanwhile, in the Land of Earth, at Iwagakure, Noki looked serious as he stared at the intelligent scroll in his hand. Father, has something major happened? KT asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Noki handed over the scroll. Take a look for yourself. After you finish, gather all the ninjas for comprehensive preparations. KT's expression changed drastically as he opened the scroll. The Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage have all arrived in Konoha. The three have been in Konoha for a day and have not yet left. Father, this might not be something that can be solved with preparations, he said. Of course I know that. Hurry and notify the village elders to prepare for defense. Then arrange about 10 people to accompany me to Konoha to meet them before they leave. Naka's expression was grave, and his tone left no room for debate as he arranged everything. Seeing Naka's expression, KT swallowed back his words of objection and quickly left the office. Chapter 147. The old man in the library not stopping. After arranging everything in Iwagakure, Noki hurriedly set off for Konoha. Equally anxious was Senju Itama, who was being called repeatedly by Kakazu. One moment it was a pigeon, the next it was a crow. Various methods of communication made Senju Itama speed up even more, to the point of using the Flying Thunder God technique. In Konoha, the three Kage were not in a hurry, leisurely strolling around the village. They eventually stopped outside the Konoha library. Excuse me, can we go in and take a look? Terumi Mei asked with a smile, looking at the spacious and uniquely designed large building. Yes, you may enter, and the first 3 floors are open for you to explore, came the reply. After receiving permission, Rasha and the others followed the crowd into the library. Inside the spacious library, there was a constant flow of people, both ninjas and civilians. The reading area by the windows was almost completely filled, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, with the soft sound of pages turning filling the entire library. As the group moved around, the tea area and rest area were well organized, with many readers flipping through different books, causing their steps to lighten. The group tacitly dismissed the other accompanying personnel, leaving only their bodyguards and a few Konoha personnel. They walked along, observing the books on the shelves. Rasha lowered his voice to ask the Konoha personnel beside him, was this all the Hokage's idea? Yes, it is said that the Hokage invested a lot into this, came the response. Indeed, it shows that a lot of thought has gone into it. Rasha nodded, and after confirming that they could go up to the second floor, he stepped forward. Unlike the first floor, the second floor was clearly almost entirely occupied by children. The group looked at the kids engrossed in their books with puzzled expressions. The Konoha personnel accompanying them explained, Gentlemen, the reading materials on the first floor are mostly suitable for adults, while this floor is for children's literature. And look, the rest area is different too. It has soundproofing, snacks, drinks, and toys for the kids to use. Observing everything around, Terumi Mei nodded with interest. Rasha was also lost in thought. Finally, he asked, May I let my children come here to take a look in the next couple of days? Of course. Many of the kids here are for merchants. They come here for business, and their kids can stay here to read and play games. After receiving the answer he wanted, Rasha was visibly pleased and led the way to the third floor. The third floor had significantly fewer people, and everyone appeared very busy. Rasha examined the books on the nearest shelf, which were suitable for first-year ninja students. Language and literacy, detailed explanation of moral knowledge, and so on. Looking around, almost all the books were supplementary teaching materials, and there were quite a lot of them. Most of the busy people were printing these books, while others were taking notes and preparing for tomorrow's lessons. After checking out the first 3 floors, the group became interested in the upper 3 floors as well. As they approached the stairs leading to the 4th floor, people continuously walked up and down, some even gesturing with their hands while walking. Seeing that the others wanted to go up, the Konoha personnel accompanying them subtly shifted to block the stairs. Haha, since you've come from afar, why not come up and chat with us? A somewhat aged voice called out as Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down from the 4th floor, smiling at the group. Hello, senior. The 3 bowed respectfully, and they followed Sarutobi Hiruzen up to the 4th floor. This area has common E and D rank ninjutsu. This is C rank, that is B rank. And further ahead is A rank. Come, follow me this way. As Sarutobi Hiruzen walked and introduced, the group understood the reason for the restriction on the 4th floor. Arriving at Sarutobi's personal lounge, they sat cross-legged and patiently waited for him to prepare tea for them. Here, try this. Why are the 3 of you here? Where's that Bratatama? Haha, senior, this is good tea, Rasha said, taking a sip and then putting down the cup. The 4th Hokage might be busy with something and hasn't returned to the village yet. That brat is probably sneaking off to play again. By the way, did you come here for something specific? The group set their cups down, and AI spoke up. Senior, I came here to seek medical assistance. Killer Bee is receiving treatment in Konoha. Thank you. Well then, that's good. If Tsunade is treating him, there shouldn't be any issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of pride, being his student after all. Senior, may I make a copy of those books from the 3rd floor when I leave? I would like to take them back for the children of Kirigakure to study. After the 2 finished their conversation, Terumi Mei asked, looking hopefully at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a moment of thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I'm not sure. It's best to wait until Itama returns to discuss this. I have been retired for many years now. I only teach kids and read books. I haven't kept up with matters from other villages for a long time. His words were calm and unhurried, with a hint of laziness, as if the powerful ninja known throughout the shinobi world was now just an ordinary old man. Hiruzen, are you in there? A knock sounded, followed by a hoarse voice from outside. When the door opened, Tsunade entered, holding a child and looking at the group. She paused for a moment before immediately greeting them. You all can wander around the 4th floor if you want. I have to go teach the kids now. Without lingering, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged greetings with the group, took a book from his drawer, and walked towards the 5th floor. All levels of heroic ninjutsu. The group didn't hold back and began to explore the 4th floor after receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent. Terumi Mei picked up a red-covered book with a frog on it and started flipping through it. Rasha and AI also browsed the shelves. AI took out a book titled Detailed Explanation of the 4th Hokage's Ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Fire Release, Wood Release. Class A includes all ninjutsu below Class A. Not only the hand signs, but also the training methods and insights are detailed within. A few people were deeply immersed in it, and before they knew it, they saw the closing time of the library. They walked out in silence, where the neon lights were already flickering outside. It's really scary, this kind of cohesion, to display most of their ninjutsu like that. If I'm not mistaken, it almost encompasses all the ninjutsu information of the Konoha ninjas. Reflecting on the books displayed on the 4th floor, Terumi Mei took a deep breath, her expression one of disbelief. We lost without injustice. With such Konoha, it will only become more terrifying. A generation of ninja heroes is focused on education, and the future of Konoha is immeasurable. AI's steadfast gaze reflected the flickering lights, and as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. No wonder it's Lord Third. Today's explanation was really detailed. I learned 2 more ninjutsu. Yeah, the 3rd was in pretty good shape today. He nearly didn't let us leave. A group of 15 or 16-year-old children walked out of the side door of the library, their excited voices reaching the ears of the others. Chapter 148. The Foreshadows Conference. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had some matters to attend to, so I'm a bit late. In the Konoha conference room, Senju Itachi apologized to Rasha and Terumi Mei. It's fine. It just gave us enough time to feel the prosperity of Konoha, Rasha said with a carefree smile. Seeing Terumi Mei nodding in agreement, Senju Itachi felt a bit guilty. However, he still pretended to be unaware and asked the 2, is there a prior agreement for both of you to come to Konoha at this time? No. I arrived before the wind shadow. I came this time to discuss the subsequent construction plans with Konoha and to learn about the governance system. And by the way, to see Shizune, Terumi May spoke first, her face full of smiles, wondering if the Hokage would welcome her. Huh? What is this, Lord Watershadow? Of course. You are welcome. Shizune has been mentioning you. Senju Itachi turned to Rasha and politely asked, Wind Shadow, may I ask what brings you to Konoha? Listening to Senju Itachi's words, Rasha calmly replied, to seek cooperation with Konoha. To be precise, I hope Konoha can help me protect myself. The one-tailed Jinchuriki? Yes. Recently someone has been targeting the tailed beasts. I feel that the one tail in my village has already been targeted and the five tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure has already died. As Rasha finished speaking, AI added, the two tails Jinchuriki has died and the eight tails Jinchuriki is still being rescued. After that, both of them looked at Terumi May. After the previous generation's water shadow disappeared, the three tails Jinchuriki also defected. Our village doesn't need to worry about the Jinchuriki, Terumi May said with a relaxed expression, showing no signs of worry. The two were momentarily speechless and turned their gaze back to Senju Itachi. After they finished speaking, Senju Itachi began to calculate, which means that the two tails, three tails, five tails, and eight tails have already been captured. There are still five-tailed beasts left. The nine tails is not a concern with Minato around. The four tails is in Iwagakure, and you brought the one tail, leaving only the six tails and seven tails still out there. Sorry, this is all my fault. If I had followed the plan from the last five Kage summit to establish a united front, this wouldn't have happened. AI lowered his proud head, his words filled with endless regret. It's fine. Starting to establish it now is not too late. At least the one tail and nine tails are still with us. Since the enemy's intentions are already clear, we should capture the remaining tailed beasts before they do. Senju Itachi spoke confidently, not joking. The enemy's apparent leader is one of his own, and half of the internal members are planted by him. What he worries about the most is the Otsutsuki clan. While the Akatsuki organization is not to be feared, they can only create panic in other villages. Then how shall we proceed with the establishment of the Joint Defense Organization? AI was the first to raise question. Terumi May and Rasha turned their gaze to Senju Itachi. Ahem, that Riku you say? Senju Itachi naturally looked at Riku beside him. Seemingly having anticipated that Senju Itachi would call on him, Riku decisively spoke, Lord Hokage. I will go down and discuss with the other hidden villages to strive to construct a reasonable defense structure by tomorrow. All right. Thank you for your hard work. After a brief discussion, the few of them finalized the remaining matters. The five villages would jointly arrange the defense line, with the Wind Shadow notifying Inoki of this decision on the way back to the village. If he disagrees, it would change to a four-village arrangement. The Mist Village would seek the whereabouts of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. If they can persuade, they will. If not, they will send someone to capture them directly. The remaining seven tails will be sought by Konoha in Takigakure, bringing it back to Konoha to avoid being captured by the Akatsuki organization. Thus, an informal conference reached an agreement in the Konoha conference room. This organization that captures tailed beasts has sent two people to Konoha. One was killed, and the other was captured. Are you interested in going with me to take a look? After the meeting ended, Senju Itachi suddenly remembered that Konoha's Umbu prison seemed to still be holding a dangerous individual. The others immediately cast their gazes, and AI's eyes turned furious at that moment. Let's go together. In the Umbu prison, in a cell, Haiden sat on the ground in a daze, motionless. After 7 days and nights of illusion torture, he had become expressionless. There was no trace of the sadistic murderer he had been before. Outside the cell, Senju Itachi and the others looked at Haiden. Doesn't he seem very strong? Is this organization at this level? Rasha's words carried a hint of disdain. Hearing Rasha's voice, the initially motionless Haiden slowly stood up, his gaze blankly fixed on a few people. Bang! Suddenly, Haiden lunged at them, crashing against the iron bars with a loud noise. Then he looked frenzied, reaching out his arm through the gaps, struggling to touch Senju Itachi and the others. Looking at the somewhat insane Haiden, Senju Itachi couldn't help but admire Uchiha Itachi. An illusion had tortured him to this point. If two more came, wouldn't he just kill himself? Ha! Let me out, let me out. The great evil god is waiting for me to make sacrifices. Haiden desperately squeezed out, his scapula crushed against the iron bars, making a painful cracking sound. He wasn't strong, but his ability was quite strange. He couldn't be killed and could curse others. As long as he obtained a drop of your blood, you would undoubtedly die. Can't be killed. Can I try? Sure. The next second after Senju Itachi nodded, a flash of golden sand passed, and Haiden's head fell to the ground in response. However, his frenzied actions and expressions showed no change. He continued to chant about his evil god. In the astonished eyes of the others, Haiden's head reattached to his body, and the unconvinced Rasha experimented a few more times, but each time yielded the same result. Interesting, let me give it a try. Terumi Mei, seeing Haiden revive time and again, also became interested and quickly formed hand seals. A cloud of strong acid mist enveloped Haiden instantly, and the moment it came into contact with the strong acid mist, Haiden began to dissolve at a visible rate. In just a moment, Haiden turned into a puddle of blood, showing no signs of reviving again. Doesn't this also kill him? Terumi Mei gently wiped the white droplets from the corner of her mouth, her gaze confident. AI, who witnessed all of this, remained quiet throughout. As he watched Faden die, he finally spoke. It wasn't him. The one who attacked Yunin village was a person dressed in white. They might not be working together. Did that person have a fishing rod as a weapon? Yes, how did you know? Has Konoha encountered him too? He's very strong. We couldn't even touch him. He also died. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Senju Itama could answer AI's question, the pool of blood on the ground suddenly began to bubble. Chapter 149. Arrival. The bubbling sounds grew more frequent and intense, accompanied by a continuous stream of bubbles emerging. The blood slowly began to coagulate, and an indistinct figure appeared before the group. Can it really be revived? Luo Sha's face showed panic as he looked at the figure formed from the blood. Dissolution technique, dissolving monster. Without hesitation, Terumi Mei cast the jutsu again, wrapping the blood in sticky and highly acidic magma. With a sizzling sound, steam began to rise from the blood, and the figure formed from the blood was enveloped in the solidifying magma. This should be enough. Terumi Mei crossed her arms, her eyes filled with confidence. Crack, crack. Before the group could relax, cracks began to appear in the solidified gray magma. The blood inside disappeared, and a shadow covered in reddish-brown blood stood within. A group of ants. How dare you kill my follower? The voice was filled with murderous intent, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill down the spines of the group. As the voice emerged, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire Konoha, causing Luo Sha and Terumi Mei to step back 2 paces. AI was surrounded by flashing lightning, his blonde hair standing on end as he forcibly withstood this terrifying aura. The pressure spread, and dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky over Konoha. Passers-by halted in their tracks, an inexplicable fear making them stop, involuntarily looking up at the sky. At the same moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, and other elder ninjas, as well as Minato Namikaze and others who were handling affairs, quickly rushed toward the Umbu. Are you the evil god? Feeling this immense pressure, Senju Itama couldn't help but feel shocked. The evil god, whose followers possess immortality. But it seems Faden is truly dead this time. Otherwise, this evil god wouldn't be so enraged to descend. Ants, how dare you gaze upon this god? The shadow of the evil god spoke in anger, its overwhelming aura rising again, causing the entire Umbu base to begin to shake under its impact. I want all of you here to become my sacrifices. As it spoke, the black shadow suddenly expanded, soaring through the layers of floors into the sky. This is really troublesome. Watching the shadow leave, Senju Itama clapped his hands, and a thick vine shot up from the ground, wrapping around him and crashing through the Umbu prison to follow closely behind. Arriving above Konoha, the shadow of the evil god rapidly grew larger, quickly resembling a hill. It was surrounded by thick black smoke, and dozens of thick scarlet arms extended from the black mist, each ending in sharp and twisted claws. The black mist gradually began to coalesce, revealing a terrifying face densely covered with red eyes, and a vertical pupil in the center of its forehead emanating an eerie blood light. Senju Itama followed closely, the vine growing rapidly to elevate him to the same level as the evil god. Arranged for all villagers to retreat underground. Senju Itama stared directly at the evil god before him, his voice resonating throughout Konoha. With a single command, Konoha quickly sprang into action. Countless ninjas surged out, and underground hidden doors opened rapidly, with all villagers being evacuated swiftly under the ninjas' arrangements. On the rooftop of the Umbu building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Might Guy, and others stood together, their gazes fixed on the terrifying entity in the sky. Elder, what is that? AI, Luo Sha, and Terumi Mei, along with their subordinates, also arrived at the rooftop, asking the oldest Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. I don't know. I've never seen it before, but it's likely a being similar to the Grim Reaper. Where's Minato and Shikaku? They're arranging for the villagers' evacuation. All right, have all ninjas below Jonin accompany the villagers, protect them, and do not participate in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly arranged, but his gaze remained locked on Senju Itama and the evil god. It's useless. Do not try anymore. You're just ants, only fit to become my blood food. The figure of the evil god gradually solidified, looking at Senju Itama, who was attacking him with various means. With contempt in his words, Senju Itama tried every type of ninjutsu: wood release, water release, fire release, and various elemental techniques, but without exception, they all turned to ashes upon contact with the evil god, not causing a ripple. The last wisp of black mist coalesced, and the evil god's thick scarlet tail gleamed sharply as a pointed tail spike formed. Swish! In the next second, the evil god's tail suddenly lunged at Senju Itama. Several vines extended from beneath Senju Itama's feet, instantly forming a shield. The sharp tail spike pierced the shield as if it faced no obstruction, easily penetrating and continuing to stab towards Senju Itama. Thud! The tail spike brutally pierced through Senju Itama's body. In the next moment, he transformed into a wooden stump and fell down. It has a physical form. It seems I can hit it. Senju Itama's figure appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the evil god in the sky, his expression still calm. Master, go on. The late-arriving Kakashi tossed the black abyss in his hand to Senju Itama. You came a bit late. Pay attention next time. As he teased, Senju Itama drew his long sword into the air, and quickly charged at the evil god. Unts! The evil god spoke disdainfully, not in a hurry to act, as the dense red eyes watched Senju Itama charging toward him with interest. I hope you can entertain this god. The thick tail, accompanied by a whistling sound, met Senju Itama head-on. Before it could make contact with Senju Itama, several thick vines shot up from the ground, entangling the evil god's tail and forcibly halting its movement. Thud! In the shocked gaze of the evil god, the black abyss slashed through its tail, and foul-smelling blood gushed down, half of its tail already severed. Impossible! How can such a mundane thing hurt me? Very well. It's been many years since anyone has hurt me. You have made me very angry. After the initial shock, the evil god regained its calm, the severed tail reattaching. The vertical pupil in the center of its forehead flickered, followed by a dark red beam falling onto Senju Itama. With no time to dodge, Senju Itama was knocked back and slammed heavily into the Umbu building. Without pausing, the beam coalesced again, sweeping toward others above the building. An orange-red light flashed, and Itachi's Sharingan instantly activated, chakra and ocular power quickly forming the left arm of Susanoo, raising the shield in front of everyone. Interesting. It can actually block this god's attack. The evil god ceased its assault, curiously observing Itachi's Susanoo. AI looked at the Susanoo enveloping him, suddenly realizing that the three colossal beings from that night were indeed from Konoha. He then glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who had yet to make a move, together with him. Konoha had 4 of such troublesome entities. Crack! Before AI could continue pondering, a crisp shattering sound rang out, and the massive body of the evil god came into view, its claws piercing through Itachi's Susanoo, nearly stabbing into Itachi's body. Chapter 150. Late Arrival Bang. Another arm of Susanoo appeared, smashing down fiercely towards the evil god, who casually extended one of its spare arms to catch it firmly. Step back. AI's voice rang out, followed by 4 fingers extending outward, carrying the power of thunder to attack the evil god's piercing fingers. After one strike, a faint white mark appeared on the evil god's finger. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. They had all heard of the powerful attack capability of the Fourth Hokage. The power of that single blow was something none of them could easily achieve. Looking at the ant that provoked him again, the evil god swung his massive hand down, a gust of wind rushing in, causing several people to dodge. The giant hand smashed down, causing the entire Umbu building to collapse instantly. Dust filling the air as the evil god soared up, overlooking the smoke below. Dense fog surged out, quickly enveloping the evil god, who stood unmoving in midair, 16 arms spreading out. Not bad. You actually made me feel a slight tingle. What a pity, it's still not enough. Amaterasu, Itachi's voice echoed, and a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from the evil god's head. The evil god, proud and unyielding, did not dodge, and the roaring black flames grew larger, completely consuming his entire head. Interesting. The evil god's voice emerged from the black flames, still dignified, as if he were not being burned by the blazing black fire at all. As he spoke, one of the evil god's left arms slowly vanished, transforming into black mist that drifted toward his head. The moment the black flames touched the black mist, they quickly dissolved like spring snow. Bang! Just as the black flames disappeared, a massive Rasengan imprinted itself on the evil god's head. The intense attack caused the evil god to stagger back 2 steps, and faint traces of blood could be seen flowing from his nose. Feeling the warmth at the tip of his nose, the evil god roared in fury, and his thick tail swept violently towards Minato, who instantly vanished, reappearing right in front of the evil god, thrusting a black short sword fiercely towards the evil god's eye at the center of his forehead. Blood splattered as the black short sword pierced him deeply, accompanied by the evil god's shriek, and Minato disappeared once more. The evil god lost another arm, black mist rushing into the eye socket, but in a moment, the injured eye completely restored itself. The evil god roared in anger, and his massive face, with hundreds of thousands of eyes, concentrated endless red light, shooting indiscriminately towards the village of Konoha below. Rise! A furious shout rang out, and the decorative pillars on the sides of Konoha's tall buildings rapidly grew, intertwining layer upon layer. At the same time, the 8 towering trees surrounding Konoha also began to grow quickly, dense vines leaning and converging towards the center of Konoha village. Several beams of red light fell, causing the vines to explode and break, only for them to grow back again. After a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, the evil god stopped his indiscriminate attacks, glaring in hatred at the village completely protected by the thick vines below. Under the evil god's gaze, the vines slowly moved, opening a hole, and a wide wooden platform rose from within. Senju Itachi, along with Minato and AI, stood together. Clap! Senju Itachi clapped his hands, and countless sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground, stabbing towards the evil god. Crack! 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 As the wooden spikes approached the evil god, they were all shattered by sharp claws. However, under the relentless attack of the wooden spikes, the evil god soon lost his patience, black mist surging around him, increasingly solidifying. Third Hokage, Raikage, Wind Shadow, Water Shadow, Fugaku, please guard the village. Do not let this thing's attack penetrate my defenses. After saying this, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Senju Itachi turned to Minato and the others. I will hold him off directly. Minato, look for an opportunity to poke his eyes. Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi, you 3 assist from the side. Your weapons can also hurt him. Protect yourselves well. Gripping the black abyss, he soared into the air, his black hair gradually changing, a taiji pattern slowly emerging, the bizarre chakra of black and white enveloping Senju Itachi. Ants dare to attempt to slay a god. 14 arms attacked from all directions, and the black and white chakra broke free, the taiji pattern appearing to block the evil god's attack. In just a second, the pattern began to crack, and seeing this, the evil god increased his strength. Before he could shatter the taiji pattern, a chilling aura surged forth, and 2 figures appeared before him simultaneously. Minato's short sword and Senju Itachi's long sword stabbed down together. The evil god hurriedly dodged, but still, 2 of his eyes were blinded. Hee, is this what a god is? Your combat awareness is a bit weak. If this is your level, perhaps today we can slay the god. The 2 appeared simultaneously, attacked simultaneously, and disappeared simultaneously. While speaking, Senju Itachi had already returned to the platform, as if he had never moved. The taiji pattern shattered, transforming into 2 streams of light, one black and one white, once again enveloping Senju Itachi. You speak so arrogantly. If it weren't for this god being limited to descending with only 1 arm, you all would perish today. Oh! Before the evil god could finish speaking, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout Konoha. Ding, ding, ding. Go, Kakashi, keep going. My guy's nunchaku danced, creating afterimages, and Kakashi's hands also whipped out afterimages. Kunai were thrown one after another by Kakashi, and Might Guy, surrounded by green light, accurately accelerated the kunai a second time, sending them straight towards the evil god's rear. Amidst the screams, the evil god's massive tail swept down, and Might Guy sidestepped. Fingers touched, palms parted, the middle fingers crossed, and a faint blue chakra gathered between them. Daytime Tiger. A white beam shot out, causing Senju Itachi to furrow his brow slightly and glance sideways before he charged towards the light. As the light faded, a severed tail dropped to the ground, and Senju Itachi supported the somewhat fatigued Might Guy, reaching out his right hand towards the severed tail. A transparent white square appeared, enveloping the severed tail, and with a grip of his right hand, the white square, along with the tail, disappeared. Dust release. The surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu Udatane, who were preparing to take advantage of the situation, stopped their movements in shock, their eyes wide with confusion as they looked at Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi said nothing, clapping his hand to the ground, and the vines parted, revealing a hole big enough for one person, wrapping Might Guy and bringing him back down below. Not far from Konoha, Noki soared into the air, his eyes fixed tightly on Konoha, which was completely wrapped in massive vines. Strange black clouds gathered above Konoha, and several figures could be seen entangled with a bizarre giant. "You all stay here, Kuratsuchi. Come with me to take a look." As his voice fell, Noki made a quick decision and flew out. Chapter 151. Difficult to deal with a small figure continued to approach, and when Noki saw the mountain-like, pitch-black, many-eyed, mysterious creature, cold sweat began to pour out from his forehead uncontrollably. The tremor that came from deep within his soul forced Noki to halt his movement. Another ant. The evil god's scarlet eyes glanced at Noki, and a red beam shot out, clearly not taking Noki seriously. Noki quickly maneuvered to dodge the evil god's attack. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice beside him, "Old man, why are you here to join the fun?" Following the voice, Noki looked and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen holding the golden staff transformed from the Monkey King. Although he was speaking to him, his gaze was locked on the black creature. Dissolution technique. Dissolving monster technique. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Amaterasu. In an instant, several terrifying ninjutsu erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, all aimed at the evil god. Black mist instantly enveloped the evil god, and the ninjutsu seemed to be devoured, causing not a single ripple. Dust release. World separation technique. Although Noki had just joined the battlefield and was unaware of the situation, the common enemy was certainly his enemy as well. Gathering his strength, he used dust release to create a massive transparent cube capable of swallowing half of the evil god's body, which then charged toward the evil god. The attack hit, and the evil god's enormous body was instantly consumed by half. Seizing the momentum, Noki pressed the attack without any hesitation, forming hand seals once more. As a cylindrical white light beam coalesced from his hands, slicing down toward the remaining half of the evil god's body, the massive light beam swept through, and the evil god's body was instantly split in two, then dissipated into the air. Not bad, the old sword is still sharp. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to knock his side, his praise unreserved. Seeing this, Kahaku Mei and they also walked over to Noki. Suddenly, before they could meet, a sound of a long knife piercing flesh echoed, and a black arm, reformed at some point, thrust viciously toward Naka's back. But it was pinned in place by Senju Itachi's sword. A mere sacrificial pawn possesses such power. No wonder it dares to attempt to slay a god. Black mist appeared out of nowhere, coalescing again, as the evil god, who had already dissipated, reappeared before everyone, looking completely unharmed. Lord Third, you and Senior Noki stay with the Water Shadow, and assist Minato in safeguarding the village's safety. This big guy is mine." Senju Itachi, holding the black abyss, pointed his sword down as the black and white patterns of the sides of his eyes began to slowly spread downwards, creating a mysterious feeling out of nowhere. The black abyss in Senju Itachi's hand seemed to sense his fighting spirit, starting to tremble slightly, evoking a faint dragon's roar. A mysterious black and white substance seeped from Senju Itachi's hand, slowly coalescing onto the sword body, one side pure white and the other black as a deep abyss. A Taiji illusion appeared beneath his feet, slowly lifting Senju Itachi up. Whoosh! A series of phantoms appeared in the air, and before the evil god could react, one of its arms detached and fell heavily to the ground. Impossible! How could this happen? The evil god stood frozen, having felt a moment of fear. This was the first time in years of receiving worship from followers that he felt the threat of death. Looking at the fallen arm, the evil god desperately tried to make contact, but received no response. Vaguely, a strand of black substance emerged from the severed arm and flew back into the sword held by Senju Itachi. Immediately, the severed arm completely turned to ash, scattering to the ground. The killing did not cease, as Senju Itachi launched another fierce attack. He hadn't even arrived yet, but the sword was already there. The sharp sword light slashed diagonally, and the evil god barely managed to evade the risk of losing another arm by sidestepping. Black mist erupted again from the evil god's body, constantly swirling and swiftly dodging Senju Itachi's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clangs resounded across the sky of Konoha. So fast. The fourth Hokage frowned. His proud speed seemed laughable at this moment, as either of the two figures could easily slay him, even if he knew the trajectory of the attacks in advance. He did not have enough strength to evade each time. Boom! A violent collision echoed, and Senju Itachi was sent flying out, the evil god's form reappearing, now as tall as Senju Itachi. However, the oppressive aura emanating from it was undiminished. Crack! Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Fugaku and Itachi were sent flying. With just one strike, the evil god shattered Susanu's ribcage and injured the two inside. Seeing the evil god attempt to continue attacking, Minato instantly vanished from his position, reappearing with a black short blade already close to the evil god's heart. But ultimately was a moment too late, as the evil god's arm blocked it. Following that, a punch struck Minato's abdomen with such speed that Minato couldn't use Flying Thunder God again. He barely managed to block with the black short blade, but was still sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The evil god did not cease its actions, its crimson eyes viciously fixed on Minato. In the next second, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of black lasers toward Minato. Boom! Senju Itachi instantly appeared in front of Minato, raising his right hand as the Taiji pattern spun rapidly in front of him, firmly blocking the evil god's attack. Screech! A sharp bird's cry resonated through the skies, as a lightning bolt appeared behind the evil god. The fish intestine short sword, carrying immense momentum, stabbed toward the evil god's back, followed by a greenish-blue dragon enhancing its power. Divine Might. The forehead protector was taken off, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, activating Divine Might, constantly clashing with the evil god's arm as it tried to resist the attack. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice rang out from the side, as black flames enveloped the evil god's head. Crack! The original balance was shattered in an instant, and the evil god's resisting arm was swiftly twisted by Kakashi. The fish intestine short sword, charged with lightning, pierced deeply through the evil god's body, falling to the ground. At the same time, the black laser aimed at Senju Itachi also came to a halt, and the evil god stood upright. Before the group could catch their breath, the wound created by the fish intestine sword began to heal at a visible speed. Dust Release. World Separation Technique. Noki cast the technique again. The attack concluded. Yet the evil god remained standing, unchanged, its terrifying aura still present. Lightning Release. Thunderstorm Rage Thunder Axe. The fourth Hokage's blonde hair stood on end, his body crackling with lightning, delivering a forceful blow that struck the evil god, sending it flying. Spiraling Sphere. After the Hokage's attack, Minato enveloped himself in golden chakra, slamming a powerful, spiraling sphere into the evil god. Lava Release. Lava Monster Technique. After the spiraling sphere, red lava surged up again, giving the evil god no chance to breathe. Before the continuous attack of the lava monster technique ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already completed his hand seals. Beside him, Senju Itachi's black abyss had completely turned black, staring intently at the evil god not far away. Chapter 152. Hold on for a while. A barrage of attacks. Different attribute ninjutsu continuously surged toward the evil god. Mist billowed, dust flew, and flames burst forth. The evil god's figure was completely submerged in ninjutsu, making it impossible to see its condition. Whoosh! Senju Itachi vanished from his spot, rushing toward the evil god, the black abyss swirling as he flew out from the smoke, stained with a layer of crimson blood. Everyone looked on eagerly, yet their hand seals did not stop, still concentrating on the area where the evil god was located. How could you nearly slay my own avatar? The evil god's voice resounded again, and suddenly, several red beams shot out from the smoke, attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The few who had been on guard remained calm, dodging with their rich combat experience, while simultaneously resuming their unfinished hand seals. Crack! Suddenly, Rasha was sent flying out. Despite being covered in golden sand, blood still seeped from his abdomen and mouth. In the place where he stood, a red and black mixed palm hovered in the air. Before anyone could react, the fourth Hokage and Kakashi were also knocked back in the same manner. With a single strike, the palm transformed back into wisps of light gray mist, mixing with the surrounding dust. Continuous ninjutsu was interrupted, and as the smoke cleared, the figure of the evil god reappeared in front of everyone, with only the head full of eyes remaining in place, faint drops of blood visible at the neck. All other parts had completely dissipated, merging into gray mist and dust. Whoosh! A hand suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and without hesitation, he swung his staff, accompanied by a fierce wind sound, as the staff passed through the palm. In the next second, the palm reformed and fiercely reached for Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen. Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down to dodge, just in time, but was still slightly slower and was scratched by the sharp nails. In an instant, the roles of attack and defense flipped. The evil god's head hovered in the air, and palms continuously appeared from all directions, forcing everyone into Itachi and Fugaku's Susanoo. Father! Itachi was about to unleash his ocular technique with all his might when a large hand intercepted him. Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan rotated, and the shattered Susanoo restored itself in an instant, even growing rapidly. Although it didn't reach its complete form, it was close. I'm still here. How can I let you stand before me? Fugaku's voice rang out, gritting his teeth as he held on, the Susanoo being continuously shattered and rapidly restored. Just a little more, just a little more. Senju Itachi stood outside the Susanoo, feeling the change in the power within him. He swung the black abyss in his hand madly, repelling the evil god's palms attacking from all directions. In Senju Itachi's abdomen, black and white energies continuously intertwined, forming a taiji pattern that spun rapidly. However, between the black and white yin-yang fish, a faint blue substance flickered, preventing the two from perfectly fitting together. As the evil god's attacks became more frequent, Senju Itachi continuously called upon the power within him, and the taiji pattern spun faster and faster. The faint blue substance was compressed, and that thin line began to gather towards the center, causing the edges of the taiji pattern to touch each other. Two pathways, one black and one white, formed, transmitting different colored energies to the bodies of the yin-yang fish, giving them the final touch. The evil god grew even more frenzied, with dozens of arms relentlessly attacking Senju Itachi, while at the same time, scarlet eyes fired red lasers at him. Opening wide, a black laser shot out, aiming fiercely at Senju Itachi's face. Ding! Senju Itachi raised his sword to block, but was hit by the overwhelming force, sent flying. Unable to defend against several of the evil god's arms that took advantage of the opening and struck him hard, leaving him tasting blood in his mouth, drenched in blood. Boom! The red laser shot towards Senju Itachi again, and an orange-red energy suddenly appeared, wrapping around him and pulling him in the opposite direction. Help me hold on for a while. Ignoring the pain all over his body, Senju Itachi looked at Itachi, who had come to his rescue, and immediately sat cross-legged. The faint blue energy within him had been compressed into a small ball, becoming smaller and smaller as the taiji diagram spun continuously. And the eyes of the yin-yang fish became increasingly pronounced and round. Without Senju Itachi attracting fire, Fugaku's pressure increased sharply, and the repair speed of the Susanoo fell far behind the destruction speed of the evil god. A swarm of ants. The evil god laughed loudly, and in an instant, all attacks stopped, the mist gathering back towards the evil god's head. When the evil god's body fully restored, his entire figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, rushing at Uchiha Fugaku and the others at high speed. The Susanoo struggled to hold on, continuously breaking apart. As Fugaku gritted his teeth to endure, the orange-red Susanoo appeared, providing another layer of protection for everyone. You two protect Itachi. Minato, take me out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious. After exchanging glances with Minato, Minato grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, and they instantly vanished from the spot. Oh man, do you look down on me? Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen disappear, Owanoki couldn't help but curse in frustration, unsure of what he was planning. Let me out too. Seeing Owanoki persist, Itachi and Fugaku simultaneously opened a passage. In an instant, Owanoki and 8 dashed out, looking at the evil god with a fearless expression. The evil god approached in an instant, attacking the two at high speed. Owanoki quickly formed hand seals, unleashing dust release, a circular light column shooting straight at the evil god. The black mist condensed in front of the evil god, firmly resisting Owanoki's attack, and the momentum didn't diminish, causing Owanoki's dust release to be continuously compressed back, unable to harm the evil god in the slightest. 5 elements. Great multiple shuriken technique. The vanished Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared. 5 figures simultaneously forming hand seals, unleashing ninjutsu of different attributes sweeping towards the evil god. As the evil god was struck, Owanoki's dust release surged out again. And without the black mist resistance, The evil god lost an arm to Oanoki. Diamond prison. Another Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, throwing a diamond rod, instantly splitting into multiple clones. Crack, crack, crack. A series of combinations formed a square cage, imprisoning the evil god within. Hiruzen, hurry up. My old back can't take this. As the evil god struggled, the face of the monkey demon appeared on a wooden stick, showing pain, urging the Sarutobi Hiruzen who was forming hand seals. The moment the hand seals were completed, Minato's figure appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, grabbing his arm before disappearing again, reappearing inside the cage. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the evil god's shoulders with both hands. An unusual aura surrounding him, as a figure only he could see appear behind him, standing against the evil god. Chapter 153. External help. The evil god stood still, his scarlet eyes fixed firmly on the death god behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is not your follower. Why do you help him? The evil god's puzzled voice reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Seeing that the death god had yet to make a move and hearing the evil god's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look. He saw the death god's phantom moving its lips slightly, as if saying something to the evil god. After a moment, the evil god's voice rang out again. All right, I agree with you. After all, souls are not what I seek. I'll give you a part. No harm done. As the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The feeling of entrusting his life to another vanished without a trace. He glanced sideways, and the death god's phantom had unknowingly left. Boom! A loud noise erupted, an intense pain shot from Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen as he was sent flying. The monkey demon instantly reverted from his transformation, catching the flying Sarutobi Hiruzen and quickly leaping back, creating distance between them. Monkey demon, thank you. How did you provoke this thing? We're really done for now. The monkey demon grumbled, guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's side while vigilantly watching the evil god in the air. Oanoki and a quickly closed in, guarding on either side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi and Fugaku supported the Susanoo, protecting Senju Itachi within, while Kakashi and Minato worked outside the Susanoo to alleviate pressure on the two as much as they could. Rasha and Terumi may form the last line of defense, one in front and one behind, shielding Senju Itachi. After continuously unleashing powerful ninjutsu, their chakra was nearly depleted and everyone was at the end of their strength, relying on their will to keep from collapsing. In contrast, the evil god seemed completely unharmed, leisurely playing with the ants in his eyes. Boom! Kakashi flew out in response, caught midair by Minato. Before the two could catch their breath, the evil god's attack descended again, unavoidable. Minato quickly shielded Kakashi behind him. The evil god's claws lunged toward Minato's face. At the critical moment, a shadow of a staff flashed by, striking the evil god's palm hard and intercepting the attack. Kakashi, here, and also one for Itachi, handed to him. Minato-sensei, you should rest a bit. I'll hold the fort for now. Might Guy returned, clad in white armor. Green flames swirling around him, wielding nunchaku, constantly fending off the evil god's attacks, forcing the evil god to withdraw both hands to focus on attacking Guy. Suddenly, an orange-red sword light flashed, and the evil god, unable to dodge, was sent flying. Itachi's Susanoo regained momentum, visibly growing larger and quickly transforming into its complete form. Its wings spread wide, and it flew rapidly, striking down toward the place where the evil god fell. Boom! The ten-fist sword struck with full force. But the evil god slowly emerged from the dust, palms pressed together, firmly blocking the ten-fist sword, and his body expanded again. Quite skilled, clearly running on fumes, yet still able to unleash power beyond before. Interesting. As he spoke, the evil god's form became as massive as Susanoo's, ceasing attacks on others. Dozens of arms returning to his body, all aimed at Itachi's Susanoo. Kamui. Just as Itachi was being suppressed, Kakashi's voice rang out. The space around the evil god's head distorted, and a blood hole suddenly appeared, blood gushing out. The evil god turned to check, his injuries slowly healing. Kakashi, wearing a red and white mask, his white hair wildly flying, locked his Sharingan onto the evil god. Kakashi, Itachi, together. Might Guy roared, his aura surging again, and he shot out, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Seeing Guy charge forward, Kakashi and Itachi followed closely, quickly rushing toward the evil god. The three of them seemed to have activated a cheat, unleashing Kimi, Daytime Tiger, Amaterasu, and various lethal techniques on the evil god without holding back, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and others dumbfounded below. Hiruzen, is the younger generation of your village this fierce? Onoki stood frozen, his eyes wide, staring at the three young figures. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, not answering Onoki. Although he didn't know what techniques they were using, such a level of exertion would likely cause irreversible damage to their bodies. A similar expression was shared by AI, as well as Rashi and Koharu, who were by Senju Itachi's side. They compared their own strengths and despaired, realizing that none of them stood a chance against any of the three. At this moment, inside Senju Itachi's body, the Taiji pattern had fully formed, spinning rapidly, appearing as if it were still. The last trace of faint blue energy, consumed by the Taiji pattern, was finally devoured. Senju Itachi, who had been utterly motionless, suddenly exhaled a long breath, his eyes slowly opening, the Taiji pattern in his eyes flickering out of existence. Subsequently, his half-black, half-white hair returned to normal, and the markings representing Sage Mode around his eyes and body completely vanished. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was nearing its end. My guy knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, his armor in tatters. Itachi lay quietly on the ground, protected by Fugaku. Boom! With a loud crash, Kakashi was heavily embedded in the wood chips, his short sword flying from his hand. Kakashi! Might Guy's panicked shout echoed as the evil god's massive fist came crashing down. Kakashi lay in the wood chips, resigned, sprawled out, his eyes slightly closed, the mask on his face shattered, revealing a smile that seemed to embrace life and death. Might Guy's veins bulged suddenly, his violent power surging uncontrollably. Before he could fully unleash the eighth gate, a gentle force surged into his body, forcibly interrupting his actions. Before he could see the face of the newcomer, the person vanished again, appearing in front of Kakashi in the blink of an eye. Hey, you little brat. With that expression again, what's wrong? Is living painful? Hearing the familiar voice, Kakashi's eyelids twitched, and he spoke with difficulty. Unfortunately, can't die again. At the moment the evil god's fist was about to fall, the Taiji pattern rose from Senju Itachi's head, firmly catching the evil god's attack. With a wave of his hand, two vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around Kakashi and Might Guy, securely lifting them to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Third Hokage. Keep an eye on those two. Fugaku Minato, take a break. You've worked hard. Senju Itachi spoke calmly, as if he didn't regard the evil god at all. As he raised his hand, the black abyss that he had abandoned on the ground let out a sharp cry and swiftly returned to his hand. Senju Itachi pointed the sword tip upward, slowly rising into the air. Chapter 154. Power not belonging to this realm. Evil god, are you ready to die? Senju Itachi pointed his sword directly at the massive evil god, his tone laced with disdain. The evil god said nothing, glancing sideways at Senju Itachi. Not a single trace of aura leaked out, yet this person stood right in front of him, making him question his own eyes. Senju Itachi raised one hand, and a shattered wood release barrier above Konoha, destroyed by the battle, instantly restored to its former state, even more powerful than before. Immediately after, several sharp vines shot up from the ground, the tips carrying a black substance, speeding toward the evil god. A violent sense of dread surged in the evil god's heart. Without hesitation, he shrank in size, and the remaining 14 sharp claws waved together, continuously cutting the incoming vines. Bang! A tremendous force came from behind the evil god, causing his arm to stall suddenly, and 3 vines pierced through his chest, with crimson blood dripping down. Senju Itachi had somehow appeared behind the evil god, raising his right hand to strike down. Ming Shinmen, for large gates descended from the sky, as the evil god cut through the vines in front of him. He was immediately sealed by the red Ming Shinmen, preventing any further actions. 1 gate locked his tail, 2 locked his 3 arms, while the remaining gate rushed toward the evil god's neck, which he barely dodged. Whoosh! A black sword shadow came flying, feeling the sharp aura from behind. The evil god's face showed panic for the first time. His tail and the arms that were sealed suddenly broke off, and the rest of his body quickly transformed into black mist. As a sword fell, a blood mark appeared on the part of the evil god's body that had yet to disperse. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Seeing the evil god escape with severed limbs and tail, Senju Itachi slashed out with his sword, not pausing at all. Dust release was activated, enveloping the 3 severed arms and tail on the ground, instantly evaporating them. The evil god's form condensed again from the side, the severed tail regrowing, and the wounds on his body had disappeared, but his arms had transformed into 10. What is this power? The evil god looked at Senju Itachi in disbelief, realizing that every attack just now had harmed his essence. Unlike before, when only being struck by that black sword could touch his essence, now this person could cause such effects with any casual strike. Hearing the evil god's inquiry, Senju Itachi grinned and kindly explained, "It's the power that can kill you." As soon as the words fell, Senju Itachi once again charged out with his sword. The evil god instantly transformed in a black mist, its substantial body disappearing and evading Senju Itachi's attack. Boil release. Haze technique. The Taiji pattern in Senju Itachi's eyes flowed, locking onto a spot without any hand signs. The energy within him transformed instantly, and a mouthful of white mist was sprayed out, attacking a specific location. A scream echoed out of nowhere, and within the area, shrouded in white mist, the figure of the evil god appeared. Its originally black and red pattern body, now a bloody mess, looking extremely tragic. Dust release? Boil release. Noki looked at Senju Itachi in the air with a serious expression. Before Senju Itachi used ninjutsu, he couldn't even sense any chakra fluctuations. He even felt that Senju Itachi was commanding the power of nature for his own use. Whether it was dust release or boil release, once used by Senju Itachi, their power was elevated by several levels. The crazed voice of the evil god echoed throughout the sky above Konoha, and black clouds rolled in again, forming a black vortex over Konoha. Terrifying black mist surged out of the vortex, and the evil god's bloody figure began to recover at a visible speed. Damn it! Try to communicate with the main body right in front of me. Watching the evil god's momentum, Senju Itachi cursed inwardly, his whole body's momentum surging. The illusory Taiji pattern spun out from above his head, spiraling towards the location of the evil god. As the Taiji pattern danced, it gradually expanded and became solid. The gigantic Taiji pattern cut through vertically, causing the black vortex swirling above Konoha to instantly dissipate, and the Taiji pattern retracted back, transforming into a black and white cage. It trapped the evil god within. The evil god frantically attacked within the cage, two red-black beams continuously striking the cage, trying to break free. Don't waste your energy. The power of nature will continuously replenish the damage you cause to the cage. Senju Itachi retracted the black abyss and slowly landed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, waving his right hand. The black and white cage spun and flew towards Senju Itachi, having shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball by the time it reached him. "Let us go. It's over. Thank you all for your hard work. I haven't even properly entertained you, and you all had to accompany Konoha through this ordeal." Reaching out to grab the small ball containing the evil god, Senju Itachi lifted the barrier above Konoha. A few vines were left to support everyone as they descended back to the ground. Looking at the exhausted group, Senju Itachi waved his hand, and white energy flowed from his hand, scattering on several people. In an instant, those whose chakra was nearly exhausted clearly felt the energy consumed by their cells restoring to its original state, and they began to extract chakra again. Kakashi Itachi and Fugaku's bleeding and painful eyes were enveloped in a refreshing energy, and they also began to recover slowly. "Master, is this thing the so-called evil god from before?" Feeling the pain around him disappear, Might Guy sprang up, peering over curiously at the black and white orb in Senju Itachi's hand. Senju Itachi pressed his hand on Might Guy's head. "With all that sweat and blood smell, stay away from me. Also, if you don't behave next time, I'll lock you three up for 10 days or half a month." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Kakashi and Itachi, making the two feel a chill down their spines. After a moment, Narashikaku arrived with several ninjas. Seeing that everyone was safe, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Hokage-sama, Sandame-sama, are you all right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, dispelling the summoning technique, returning to his harmless old man appearance, lost in thought. Senju Itachi looked at Narashikaku and said, "We are fine. The crisis has been resolved. Let everyone come out and arrange for housing repairs. By the way, did anyone get hurt this time? 3 villagers were severely injured, and Lady Tsunade has already taken over the treatment. Also, there are a dozen lightly injured villagers who are also being treated." Hearing Shikaku's words, Senju Itachi nodded. "Well, then it's settled. Arrange accommodations for the guests, top-notch. It's thanks to them that we received help this time. Otherwise, we might not have been able to win." As he spoke, Senju Itachi saluted the group and casually tucked the orb into his pocket. Chapter 155, The 5 Kage Summit. "Suchikage, why are you running to Konoha instead of staying in Iwagakure?" The fourth Hokage crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing as he observed Noki, who was savoring a box of ice cream. Noki swallowed a mouthful of ice cream, looking satisfied. This is delicious. No wonder you young people gather here, neglecting your own village. I came to Konoha to find Tsunade to treat Killer Bee. Once Killer Bee's injuries are healed, I will leave. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki? What happened to him? Was he also attacked by that mysterious organization? It shouldn't be people from that organization. AI frowned, seemingly recalling the unpleasant events of that day, and continued. The person who attacked us was very strong, easily able to extract the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki's body. It also seemed to possess the Byakugan of Konoha's clan, though it was somewhat different. Upon hearing this, Noki finished the last bite of ice cream from the box, looking worried as he spoke. If that's the case, it seems our enemies are not just one. My old bones really can't take any more turmoil. By the way, where are the Mizukage and Kazekage? The meeting after the Konoha battle has nothing to do with them, right? One went to find his son, and the other went out for hot pot with friends. The Raikage said flatly, without any unusual expression, looking at Noki and asking again. If Konoha were to start a war and unify the ninja world, what would you do? The air fell silent. Naki's originally relaxed brows furrowed again, and after a long time, he sighed slowly. Surrender. After all, we can't win. Unifying the ninja world and leaving it to Konoha to lead is also a good choice. At least for now, under Senju Itachi's leadership, Konoha has far surpassed us. As for what happens in the future, that's not something an old man like me can worry about. The Raikage remained silent, nodding silently. Konoha now is truly terrifying. Let's not talk about the older generation, like Sarutobi Hiruzen for now. The current Senju Itachi, Minato, and Fugaku are all in their prime. The younger ones like Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Itachi have yet to reach their peak and have room for improvement, making it impossible for the four villages to compete with them. In contrast, the attitudes of the Kazekage and Mizukage also indicate that they cannot turn against Konoha. Bang bang bang. A few knocks at the door interrupted the Raikage's thoughts. Tsukuyami rushed in, politely saying, Sachikage-sama, Raikage-sama, Hokage-sama invites you to dine together. All right, let us go together then. Noki replied, and then his whole person soared into the air, flying out the door first. Seeing this, the Raikage did not linger and followed closely behind as they headed towards the banquet hall. Come, everyone, please sit and try Konoha's new dishes. Sachikage-sama is here. We haven't properly entertained you, so please forgive us for our negligence. On the wide round table, dozens of delicious dishes filled with color and aroma were laid out. Terumi, Mei, and Raza had already taken their seats early, and even though they had been in Konoha for a few days, they were still attracted by the nearly half of the dishes on the table that they hadn't tasted. Wow, Hokage-sama is treating me differently. I arrived earlier than Sachikage-sama, yet I don't have this kind of treatment. Terumi Mei stared at Senju Itachi with a somewhat mischievous smile. Seeing Terumi Mei's expression, Senju Itachi felt a pang of guilt and kept casting meaningful glances at Shikaku. Ahem, Shikaku, how do you entertain guests? I'll deduct a month's salary from you. Lu Jio stood up helplessly and cupped his hands, apologizing to Lord Shuing. I didn't consider things thoroughly and neglected you. Please forgive me. Watching the two of them play off each other, Terumi Mei rolled her beautiful eyes and shot a glance at Senju Itai. It's fine, your hospitality is great. I was just joking with Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, there's no need to actually impose a punishment for a joke. No way, there must be a penalty. This is a mistake on my part in Konoha. Not only should Lu Jio be punished, but I should be punished as well. Let's confiscate a month's salary from both of us to help rebuild Konoha. As the two argued, the previously quiet atmosphere became lively. The aides of the various Kage began to engage in conversation as well, and sitting at the same table, with the help of fine wine and food, there were signs of breaking the ice. Senju Itai, I toast you. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Raikage suddenly stood up, raising his wine glass towards Senju Itai. Although I don't know if Killer Bee will recover, I still want to thank you for helping me without holding grudges. Cheers. As he spoke, AI downed a glass of the high-proof liquor brewed by Senju Itai in one go. Good wine, really strong. What I drank before was like plain water. Seemingly completely letting go of himself, AI ate and drank without fear of getting drunk, and his dark skin even showed a hint of red. Listening to AI's words, Senju Itai immediately raised his glass and stood up. No need to be polite. Tsunade has already informed me about Killer Bee's situation. He should wake up within a day or two. The Eight Tails still has a trace of chakra in his body, which is also the reason he didn't die on the spot. After special treatment, the Eight Tails chakra has begun to gather again, so there's no need to worry. Onoki looked at the people around him who were eating, drinking, and laughing, occasionally taking a sip of his drink, looking quite content. This scene was unprecedented. with the 5 Kage sitting at the same table, and even their bodyguards were no longer on high alert. If they could eliminate the organization that had been capturing tail beasts, such a situation wouldn't be impossible. As the banquet progressed with toasts and laughter, it continued late into the night, with everyone leaving the banquet hall, supported by their own ninjas. Once the crowd dispersed, a few people from Konoha walked arm in arm down the street. Senju Itai was in the middle, with Lugio on his left and Minato on his right. Lugio, Minato, should we take down all the other villages? Konoha has that capability now. Leave a way out. Being the only dominant power is not a solution. Without the checks and balances of other ninja villages, these great nations will be more prone to chaos. Besides, if we completely eradicate them, Konoha will be despised by everyone. If we don't eliminate them, it might provoke more resistance and chaos. Hearing Senju Itai's inquiry, Lugio began to analyze. Minato nodded in agreement, saying yes indeed. How about this? We also pass on Lord Hokage's governance policies to them and let things take their course. If it doesn't work out, we can initiate war. Few indeed. There are still quite a few things to consider. There are also troubles lurking behind that are watching the entire ninja world. Let's do it this way for now. There's no rush. Chapter 156. Late night conversations. You're here. In the library, Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely sipped tea, calmly pouring a cup for Senju Itai, as if he had anticipated his visit. Senju Itai sat cross-legged in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and downed the tea in one gulp. Good tea, you really know how to enjoy it, but it's a bit too hot. Of course, I just boiled the water. Sarutobi Hiruzen teased Senju Itai while refilling his cup. Very strong. I couldn't feel any chakra fluctuations before you made a move. And you can also draw upon the natural forces of the outside world. Is this the new ninjutsu you told me about? Yes. I've been stuck on the last step for years, but the pressure from the evil god clone allowed me to complete the final fusion. Hearing Senju Itai's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Konoha is in your hands, and I feel at ease. The will of fire will never go out. Do what you want. There's no need to ask me again. I can't give you any more advice. Just focus on training the next generation. Senju Itai respectfully raised his hand and finished the tea in front of him. I'm leaving. I won't disturb you any longer. After leaving the library, he strolled through the streets of Konoha. Although it was already nighttime, the night was still young, and the streets were lit with neon lights. With pedestrians going about their business as usual, seemingly unfazed by the events of the day. Come out, you three little brats. What are you doing following me? Senju Itai casually greeted the children playing by the street, calling out without turning his head. As soon as he finished speaking, three figures quickly ran out from a nearby alley. Oh, master, let's spar a bit. That move you did today was so cool. Can we see it too? My guy rushed in front of Senju Itai, excitedly shouting. Kakashi and Itachi instinctively took a couple steps back, waving their hands in a flurry to meet Senju Itai's intrigued gaze. Hee hee. Senju Itai grinned. No problem, but you all must be tired today. Rest well. Tomorrow I'll spar with the three of you and let the kids come along to observe and learn some practical experience. What? My guy looked confused, quickly shaking his hands. Master, I was just joking. I didn't really want to spar with you. There's no need. That's not acceptable. I'm serious. I happen to see a few areas where you need improvement today, and tomorrow I have time to help you strengthen those. No, master. Seeing Senju Itai's serious attitude, the three shouted in unison, and Kakashi and Itachi kicked Might Guy at the same time. The three began to scuffle, and Senju Itai had no intention of stopping them. He crossed his arms and smiled as he watched them. Some amazing moments later, Might Guy, bruised and battered, bowed apologetically to the other two. Are you done? Come on, Kakashi. Tell me where Orochimaru's equipment has flaws. I'll go down and let him research it. Hearing Senju Itai's inquiry, Kakashi took out the broken red pattern mask from his clothes. The amount of chakra that can be stored in advance is a bit low. If I fully activate the Sharingan to use Kamui, I can only use it 3 times. Also, it needs to be worn to alleviate the deterioration of the Sharingan's vision, which is a bit inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Senju Itai nodded slightly. That first point is indeed a problem. I'll have him strengthen that. As for the second point, you do as you please. You wear a mask every day anyway. Just switch to a different mask if you like. Itachi, what about you? The first point is the same as Kakashi's. The amount of chakra that can be stored in advance is a bit low. As for the second point, I want to know why my half-face mask has 2 cat ears on top. Can't this thing be removed? As he spoke, Itachi took out his mask, which had black feather-like patterns etched on it, and on the top of the mask, 2 cute pink cat ears stood out prominently. I had Orochimaru specially make this for you. Didn't you love wearing it when you were a kid? I remember Izumi gave it to you, and you still keep it to this day. Am I mistaken? Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, I do remember you wore it. Might Guy slapped Itachi on the shoulder, looking as if he had just realized something, complimented by Kakashi's signature dead fish eye. Itachi's face turned red instantly as he helplessly looked at the three in front of him, silently putting away the mask in his hand. Well, that's not bad. I'll solve the first problem. Guy, what about yours? As soon as Senju Itahito finished speaking, Might Guy slapped his abdomen, and in an instant, white armor spread out from his waist, enveloping him. Master, I don't really like the color of this thing. Can you find a way to dye it green? It's a bit light. Wearing it doesn't provide much of a training effect. Can you make it heavier? And this design, I feel like... Stop. Don't ramble. Write it down yourself tonight, and I'll see if I can make some changes. I'll research the other aspects myself. Hold me. After feeling the three of them place their hands on him, Senju Itahito performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared from spot. When he reappeared, he was in their shared secret base. Finding a place to sit down, he closed his eyes to extract chakra. After the three sat down, Senju Itahito waved his hand, and three spheres of white energy appeared, hovering over the three of them and slowly seeping into their bodies. Half an hour later, the three opened their eyes simultaneously. Master, I feel so relaxed. I feel like I could run around Konoha until dawn. Yeah, I feel light all over, like some burden inside me has disappeared, and my eyesight has returned to what it was before I opened my eyes. Is it closed? Kakashi removed the forehead protector covering his eyes. The original three-tomo Sharingan was gone, replaced by a normal eye that no longer drained any extra chakra from him. Shocked, Kakashi tried to feel the existence of Sharingan, and in the next moment, under his control, the dark pupil changed continuously until it became the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The chakra consumption was also greatly reduced, seeming to reach the level of what Shursui and Itachi had mentioned. Kamatari. While speaking, Kakashi activated Kamui against the rock wall in front of him. In an instant, a rock cave the size of a grinding disc appeared. The same power saved a third of the chakra compared to before. Watching Kakashi's series of experiments and his restored dark eyes, Itachi and Might Guy exchanged glances and reached out to shake hands in agreement. Itachi, let's take him on together next time. Okay, Guy-sensei, I'll follow your lead. Next time we'll team up to take him down. All right, enough joking. You two head back first. I need to talk to Kakashi. Chapter 157. Killer Bee awakens in Konoha Hospital, Room 302, the intensive care unit. I stood by Killer Bee's bedside, arms crossed, looking at the now thinner Killer Bee with a serious expression. Didn't they say he would wake up yesterday? Why is he still unconscious? This doesn't match what Tsunade said. What? Are you questioning my medical skills? If you want to take him back, go ahead and let whoever you want see him. I'm not serving anymore. Tsunade kicked open the hospital room door, her beautiful eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at the Fourth Hokage. Standing next to Tsunade coldly said, "Get out of the way, don't block the path." You? What do you mean you? If you block the way again, don't blame me for not treating him. Under Tsunade's threat, the Fourth Hokage reluctantly lowered his raised right hand and stepped back 2 paces with a cold face. Watching a step aside, Tsunade circulated her chakra, enveloping her hands in a layer of green chakra, moving up and down Killer Bee's body to check his condition. After a moment, Tsunade withdrew her right hand from Killer Bee's chest, leaned in close to him, and carefully listened to his heartbeat. While Tsunade was examining him, Killer Bee's eyelids twitched slightly, and a blush appeared on his face, which even his dark skin couldn't hide. Wait a minute. Other bodily functions have returned to normal levels these past 2 days. So why is his heartbeat still accelerating? There shouldn't be any problems, so why isn't he waking up? While speaking, Tsunade raised her head, looking puzzled at the still, motionless Killer Bee. Seeing Killer Bee's expression, she gently tapped and pointed at Killer Bee's rosy complexion. After confirming that he noticed Killer Bee's complexion, she politely said to Tsunade, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for taking care of Killer Bee these past few days. We'll take it from here." After watching Tsunade leave, they grabbed Killer Bee's face with one hand, lifting him entirely off the bed, threatening him in an unfriendly tone. "If you keep pretending, I swear I'll throw you out the window." "Oh, big brother, I'm going to die. If you keep squeezing, I'll really die." As A.S. threatening words fell, Killer Bee, who was being held, began to flail about in protest. Watching Killer Bee, who was lively and showed no signs of injury apart from being a bit thin, S. anger surged even more. "I've been in Konoha for over 10 days, and you're here pretending to be unconscious. What about the village of Kumogakure? What? Are you addicted to staying here? Can't bear to go back? Oh, big brother, I'm really going to die this time. With a cold snort, it looked at the noticeably thinner Killer Bee and casually tossed him back onto the hospital bed. When did you wake up? Big bro, I woke up the day before yesterday, and that big-chested lady was checking my body, and then... Before he could finish, the hospital door was pushed open, and Tsunade stood at the entrance, holding 2 bottles of milky white potions, exuding an icy demeanor. Oh, you're awake? Pretending here made me doubt my medical skills. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash, it was sent flying out, crashing through the hospital wall. Tsunade coldly withdrew her right hand. I can't bear to smash my 50 billion patients, but I can smash you, the boss. As she spoke, Tsunade turned to look at Shi, who was still in shock. Go down and have your rakeage report the wall repair costs. Goodbye. After finishing, Tsunade turned her gaze back to Killer Bee, who was pretending to be unconscious on the bed, and slowly said, recover completely. If I see you again, I'll make you lie on a hospital bed once more. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Might Guy and Itachi Uchiha stood upright in front of Senju Itahito, silent and staring intently at him. Watching the two in front of him who were at odds with him, Senju Itahito slammed the desk. What are you doing? Don't you see I'm working? Why are you guarding the office? Do you want to get beaten? The two remained unmoved, standing like 2 pillars in front of Senju Itahito. Crack! The pen in Senju Itahito's hand snapped in response, and veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it! Are you getting cocky? Do you really want to get beaten? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish and give you both a beating. As he spoke, Senju Itahito stood up, clapped his hands, and was about to make a move. Master! Just kidding, don't get angry. Oh, come on. Feel free to hit me, as long as you tell me where Kakashi is. Seeing Senju Itahito about to act, Itachi and Might Guy quickly moved, one on each side, darting to Senju Itahito's side. Itachi's tone was somewhat soothing, while Might Guy had the stance of you can hit him, but I'll block. You 2 idiots, Kakashi went to carry out the mission I arranged. What are you worried about? Am I going to sell him out? That is not okay. He went out on a mission last night. You should be getting less of a beating this morning, and I'm not satisfied. Might Guy shouted, gripping Senju Itahito's right arm tightly without any sign of letting go. Hearing Guy's words, Senju Itahito turned to look at Itachi, who nodded indifferently, as if to say, I feel the same way. All right, you 2 go first. When he comes back, I'll beat him again. Why are you still holding me? Didn't T.I. agree to you 2? Let go of me. The 2 people had no intention of letting go of Senju Itachi. Instead, their grip on his hands became even stronger. Master, just tell me where Kakashi is. That guy even left me a suicide note. Senju Itachi turned his head in confusion and glanced at Might Guy before turning back to Itachi with a questioning look. Itachi nodded in confirmation. In an instant, Senju Itachi was startled and asked, Where's the note? Let me see. Slap. A stack of books in various colors, red, yellow, and green, was thrown on the desk by Might Guy. Senju Itachi's eyes widened instantly as he pointed at the book titled Paradise of Affection on the desk and shouted angrily, Is this a damn suicide note? Master, this book is something Kakashi has always carried with him. He never leaves it behind. He didn't take it with him this time. Doesn't this imply something? Listening to Itachi's logical analysis, Senju Itachi broke free from Might Guy's embrace and clapped his hands. 2 thick wooden vines glowing with a faint white light shot up from the ground, wrapping around the 2 and lifting them upside down. In the terrified gazes of the 2 more vines grew and whipped towards their backsides. Slap, slap, slap. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of intense whipping, a knocking sound came from a door. Komin, the office door opened, and with 2 Konoha ninjas leading the way, Raikage and Shi entered. Upon seeing the 2 being whipped upside down, their eyelids twitched slightly. As for the 2 Konoha ninjas, they were already accustomed to this sight and looked at the beaten duo with calm expressions. Chapter 158. Negotiation in the Konoha conference room. The 5 Kage sat around a round table, with hats representing their identities neatly placed on the table. Inoki spoke steadily, Fourth Hokage. Do you have any suggestions or thoughts on the relationships between the major ninja villages moving forward? Senju Itachi lightly tapped the table with his 4 fingers, staring directly at Inoki, and calmly replied, Everyone, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Konoha has no intention of unifying the ninja world, and of course, we lack the time and energy for that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the opportunity to sit here and communicate with me. Hearing Senju Itachi's words, the other 4 Kage did not refute. Senju Itachi looked around and continued, The Mizukage and the Kazekage have always had good relations with Konoha. They have also learned from our governance philosophy and achieved good results. If the 2 of you don't mind, I hope that Suchikage and Reikage can also learn and promote this, extending beyond just a single ninja village but to the entire country. Alright, I accept. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have brought it up myself. The fourth Reikage nodded in agreement without any hesitation. The land of lightning and my Kumogakure have long been at odds. The ensuing rebellion is likely related to Konoha as well. Seeing the Reikage's straightforwardness, Senju Itachi nodded in response. Yes, to be precise, not just the land of lightning. The turmoil in several other countries is orchestrated by me, including the assassinations of various country leaders, which I also organized. As Senju Itachi finished speaking, the expressions of the others did not change much, whether due to his strength or because they had guessed part of it. Kujin, what about the plan we devised earlier? Distribute a copy to each of the lords. As Kujin distributed the prepared documents, everyone began to flip through them. No one spoke, and the entire conference room fell into silence, with only the sound of pages turning. After finishing the last page, Inoki frowned tightly. Is this your policy for governing Konoha? That old man Sarutobi didn't oppose it? He did. But the third Hokage's thoughts changed quickly, and since my plans wouldn't cause any loss to Konoha, he eventually supported me. Senior Suchikage, the fourth Hokage, is right. With Konoha's help, my Kirigakure has already recovered from previous losses. Although Kirigakure is not as prosperous as Konoha now, it is at least peaceful and prosperous. Shedding the title of Blood Mist, seeing Inoki's disbelief, Terumi May spoke about the changes in her village. Senju Itachi looked at the still hesitant Inoki, his gaze sharp. An invisible pressure suddenly erupted, bearing down on Inoki. Boom! At the moment the pressure approached Inoki, his chakra surged violently as he began to resist the pressure coming from Senju Itachi. Noticing Inoki's movements, the other three showed no reaction, curiously observing Inoki. Inoki's gaze was fixed on Senju Itachi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In contrast, Senju Itachi remained calm, showing no expression. Seal, seemingly for the others to hear. Senju Itachi calmly uttered a word, and an invisible bagua pattern descended from above Inoki's head. The moment it penetrated Inoki's body, his aura dissipated completely, leaving him feeling feeble. Senior Suchikage, if Konoha wishes, none of you can leave this room. I don't always have the time and interest to sit here. The weak are prey to the strong. And this has always been the case in the ninja world. I hope you understand. For the two confronting each other, the other three Kages made no moves. As for the guards behind Inoki, they had long been ensnared by the vines and could not move a muscle. Disperse. Senju Itachi pronounced another word, and Inoki suddenly felt a lightness all over. The chakra that had been immobilized began to flow freely under his control. Inoki's eyes were fixed on Senju Itachi, and after a long sigh, he said, "All right, I'll listen to you." With Inoki's decision made, Raza visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Among those present, Sunagakure was the weakest, and it was best to avoid conflict. The scene fell silent again, and after a moment, they spoke up. Have you investigated that organization that's been operating in the shadows? And what about the white-clad ninja who attacked my Kumogakure? Have you encountered him in your villages? That organization is capturing tailed beasts. I don't know what their intentions are. I don't know the exact number of members in the organization, but each one is formidable. After a brief pause, Inoki replied, as for the white-clad ninja you mentioned, we have not encountered him. I don't know. My Kirigakure has not encountered him yet. I suspect the disappearance of the previous third Kazekage from Sunagakure is related to this organization, but there has been no evidence of tailed beast capture yet. Listening to their exchange, Senju Itachi turned to the fourth Reikage. You don't need to worry about that white-clad ninja. He's already been killed by us. As for that mysterious organization, it's called Akatsuki, composed of rogue ninjas from various villages, and 2 of its members have already been eliminated. This time, the evil god is the existence worshipped by a member of this organization named Haiden, who possesses the abilities of immortality and curses. As the fourth Reikage listened to Senju Itachi's account, his fists clenched tightly, looking at Senju Itachi with resentment. Did you kill him? Senju Itachi was taken aback and shook his head slightly. No, it was Kakashi and the others. It wasn't my turn to act. No need to dwell on it. He's dead, and he won't cause any more chaos in the ninja world. That is our victory. Seemingly noticing the fourth Reikage's dissatisfaction, Raza spoke up to ease the atmosphere. What will happen to the Akatsuki organization next? Hearing Inoki's inquiry, Senju Itachi waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. I have already sent people infiltrating their ranks, and it won't be long before I uproot them. Seeing Senju Itachi's confident demeanor, Inoki and the others ceased their inquiries. Continuing to study the documents in hand, Kakashi began discussing with the guards nearby. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's experimental base, Kakashi appeared wearing a red pattern mask. Beside him stood Nagato, Konan, and Shui, all lined up neatly. Let's go home. The mission is over, Kakashi said, removing his mask and looking at the few people in front of him. Nagato adjusted his newly replaced limbs, feeling the power of his body, and asked why. Aren't we supposed to find a chance to deal with Obito and Zetsu? And the peace he promised us hasn't been realized yet. Yes, hasn't the Hokage still not found a way to deal with Obito's intangibility? Are we just ending the mission like this? Listening to their words, Kakashi put his mask back on and slowly spoke. No need. My mission this time is to eliminate Obito and Zetsu and safely bring you back. Chapter 159. Leaving Konoha, are you really not staying a few more days? At the entrance of Konoha, Senju Itachi, accompanied by a group of ninjas, watched the other 4 Kages preparing to leave. Thank you for the hospitality these past few days. We won't disturb you any longer, Hokage, until we meet again. With that, Raza thanked them and left with the Sand Village ninjas without looking back. The other Kages followed suit, thanking them before departing. Watching all 4 Kages leave, Senju Itachi glanced slightly to the side, looking at Karabi, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro who stood behind him. After discussion, both Raza and A felt that Konoha was the safest place. Instead of having the Jinchuriki follow them back to their village, it was better for them to stay in Konoha for safety. Let's go, it's time to head back, Sherlong. I'll leave these 3 kids to you. During their stay in the village, the 3 children had gone to the library almost every day and coincidentally met Sherlong, whom Gaara recognized immediately. They followed Sherlong every day. So Senju Itachi decided to entrust them to him. The seal of Shikaku within Gaara was completely secure under Senju Itachi's seal, and the noticeable dark circles under his eyes had decreased significantly. In the library, Gaara made many friends from Konoha, and under Naruto's carefree personality, he felt much lighter. Back in the office, Senju Itachi continued his laid-back life, comfortably leaning in his recliner while reading his beloved books. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound came from the secret room. Senju Itachi entered the secret room and picked up the small white snake that had its mouth open. Hokage, is this mission meant for Kakashi to complete alone? Alone? Senju Itachi was startled and asked again, what did Kakashi tell you? Kakashi told us that the mission is over and to return to Konoha while he goes to eliminate Uchiha Obito. Understood. You stop that brat, I'll head over now. Hokage, Kakashi has already left. The sharp cry of the small white snake reached Shusui's ears. He looked at the small white snake in his hands and saw it coil back up, becoming silent again. Damn it, it shouldn't have told him. Cutting off contact. Senju Itachi resentfully set down the small white snake and muttered curses at Kakashi. Approaching his desk, he took out the intercom to contact Riku. Riku, are you there? Come to the office. Moments later, Senju Itachi looked at Riku and said, Riku, help me keep an eye on the village for a couple of days. I need to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Riku asked, Hokage, do you need support? No, I'll find someone to bring Guy and Itachi over shortly. The 3 of us will go together, plus Shui and the others. That should be enough. No need to waste other manpower. Okay, understood. After arranging matters, Senju Itachi used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his spot and reappear at home. After briefly explaining to Shizen, Senju Itachi found Itachi and Guy, who were training the next generation of Konoha, and headed towards Orochimaru's base. Inside Orochimaru's experimental base, Shui and Konan were observing Orochimaru and Kabuto's experimental creations. A white eye with several ripples was submerged in a testing vessel. Konan, this thing looks quite similar to Nagato's eyes, but it seems to have fewer patterns inside. Yeah, it is somewhat similar. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be able to research the Rinnegan. The 2 marveled as they watched. Every visit to Orochimaru's experimental base over the years had brought them much shock. The replication of White Zetsu, the research on Byakugan and Sharingan. Since that boy named Kabuto joined, Orochimaru's overall experimental progress had again broken through, changing almost daily. Shusui's vision issues had been completely healed by Orochimaru, which allowed Shui to fight without holding back, starting with Susanoo and directly overpowering his opponents. Why are you 2 not out on a mission, but instead staying here with Orochimaru? Just as they were examining the Rinnegan, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. Shui and Konan turned around in unison to see Zetsu emerging halfway from the ground, looking at them with a strange expression. Every time I finish a mission, I come here to have Orochimaru help treat my eyes. But you, with Haiden and Kakuza dead, why aren't you recruiting new members and instead came here? Shui remained calm, looking at Zetsu, who had fully emerged from the ground, hesitating whether to take action directly. We should go, continue with our mission. It's eerie here, better let them stay. The usually quiet Conan noticed Shirsue's movements and spoke up to stop him, then led the way out of the cave. Watching the two leave, Zetsu showed no reaction and walked straight towards the area where Orochimaru was conducting experiments. Once outside the cave, Conan, with a serious expression, asked Shirsue, "Have you seen him take action? If you act directly, are you confident you can take him down? What if we alert the others? That would be counterproductive." I was a bit impulsive. Let's go find a place to wait for the Hokage to arrive. Kakashi has Nagato keeping watch, so there shouldn't be any problems. Inside the cave, Orochimaru and Kabuto were focused on studying a Rinnegan that emitted a faint golden light. The golden Rinnegan was embedded in a white wall, continuously receiving chakra to supply energy. Zetsu stared intently at the glowing Rinnegan, his eyes filled with excitement. "Orochimaru, you really are something. I wonder how much this eye has recovered." Hearing the question, Orochimaru paused his actions and glanced slightly to the side. The basic damage has fully healed, but the ocular power has only recovered to less than 1/10. It still requires a large amount of chakra to supplement it, and the current experiments cannot fully restore it unless we can obtain the chakra of a tailed beast. "Okay, Orochimaru, I need to take it back to Lord Obito for chakra supplementation. You can leave a part of the tissue cells you mentioned for research without damaging the eye." You really are impatient, Kabuto. Cut a portion of the tissue and then hand the Rinnegan over to him. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he coldly laughed and agreed to Black Zetsu's request. "Goodbye, until we meet again." After receiving the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu carefully placed it into White Zetsu's body and immediately burrowed underground to escape. After watching Black Zetsu leave, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory. On one of the experimental tables in the laboratory, disorganized arms and legs were haphazardly pieced together, with visibly dense flesh buds growing and connecting at the joints. Chapter 160. Old friends at war come out. You followed me all the way. Do you still plan to follow me? The figure clad in a red cloud black robe and wearing a tiger-striped mask, Obito, stopped his advance, slightly turning his gaze towards the woods behind him. Kakashi, wearing a red patterned mask, slowly walked out from the trees, silently staring at Obito. "Hatake Kakashi? Hey, what's this? Konoha only sent you to die?" Obito turned around, looking at the familiar white hair, his tone indifferent, not taking Kakashi seriously at all. Kakashi remained unfazed, removing his mask to reveal his two eyes, which were no different from ordinary people's. Obito, who had been paying attention to Kakashi's movements, was startled the moment he saw Kakashi's eyes and exclaimed, "Kakashi, where's your Sharingan? Take off your mask, I want to see your face." Kakashi's tone remained calm, his gaze fixed on the mask on Obito's face, trying to see the hidden face beneath it. For the past 2 days, Senju Itachi's words had been echoing in Kakashi's mind. "Kakashi, when your Sharingan awakened, did you ever discuss it with Shirsue or Itachi? And do you remember the mysterious person who attacked the village when Naruto was born, trying to disrupt the seal of the Nine Tails? Now that I think about it, that person's space-time ninjutsu is similar to your Kamui. If I remember correctly, your Sharingan came from your dear friend Uchiha Obito, right? I suspect that he may not be dead. Of course, it could also be someone else." Looking at the silent Uchiha Obito in front of him, Kakashi swiftly drew his sword, the kunai in his left hand appearing without warning as he charged at Obito. Swish! Kakashi slashed at Obito with his sword, passing through him as if piercing the air. Without pausing, a kunai shot out from Kakashi's left hand toward Obito's left arm. Obito remained unflinching. The kunai passed through him, and in that instant, he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball towards Kakashi. Zzz. The sound of thunder suddenly erupted as the sword was enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, slicing downwards to meet the fireball, which was instantly cleaved in two. Without delay, Kakashi's left eye turned crimson, the Sharingan spinning rapidly. Kamui, locking his gaze on Obito, Kamui was activated in an instant. Obito quickly dodged, avoiding Kakashi's attack, while the Kamui twisted the ground behind him, creating a basketball-sized pit in an instant. The Sharingan is still active? Impossible. You're not a member of the Uchiha clan. How could you control the Sharingan so effortlessly? Obito stared incredulously at Kakashi. He could not mistake the Sharingan that belonged to him. Kakashi, holding the short sword, looked cold. The eyes of my friend. How could I casually discard them? It is my responsibility not to protect them well, but I cannot easily abandon what belongs to my companions. As he spoke, Kakashi moved towards Obito, rapidly swinging his short sword. Obito paused slightly at his words. providing no further explanation as he drew the fan from his back and began to fight Kakashi. Kakashi was surrounded by flashes of lightning, the short sword becoming a blur as it relentlessly attacked Obito. Relying on years of accumulated taijutsu experience, Kakashi held the upper hand, forcing Obito to defend with his fan and occasionally counterattack. The more they fought, the more alarmed Obito became, continuously using the Sharingan to track Kakashi's movements. When Obito noticed that Kakashi's Sharingan had opened once and then returned to normal, frustration began to build within him. How is this possible? I've tried so hard. Why can't I defeat Kakashi? Why? It's impossible. I'm not the same loser I was back then. The Crimson Sharingan spun continuously as Obito observed Kakashi's every move. Bang! Kakashi sidestepped and kicked the fan away with force, his short sword instantly enveloped in a layer of lightning chakra, slashing downwards. A strange sense of familiarity surged within Obito. The wounds on his body seemed to throb again, delaying the activation of his intangibility. A trickle of red seeped from Obito's shoulder, and Kakashi was startled, immediately withdrawing. Sensing Kakashi's unusualness, Obito seized the opportunity to kick Kakashi in the abdomen, sending him flying to the ground. As Kakashi stood up again, Obito held the fan and coldly asked, "Why did you hold back? That was a great opportunity just now. Also, is your swordsmanship learned from the fourth Hokage, Senju Itachi? Just a muscle cramp. You should be thankful it's me here. If it were my master, you'd be dead already." As if truly experiencing a cramp, Kakashi straightened his right arm holding the short sword, stretching it out, meeting Obito's exposed eyes, and spoke again. "Your taijutsu is really lacking. You can't even unleash the power of the weapon in your hand. If it weren't for your eye ability, you would have already lost. Damn, Kakashi, you deserve to die." Enraged, Obito quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fiery tornado from his mouth, sweeping towards Kakashi. Water style, water barrier. Water chakra spewed from Kakashi's mouth, colliding with the fiery tornado, creating a large mist. Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fong. Amidst the mist, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, releasing a bolt of lightning towards Obito. Obito raised his fan to block in front of him, the lightning rebounding upon contact, turning back to attack Kakashi once more. Bang! The lightning struck Kakashi. A puff of white smoke appearing, and a wooden stump appeared in its place. Earth style, heart decapitation technique. Kakashi reappeared from the side, forming seals again, burrowing into the ground as the surface writhed. Kakashi quickly burrowed underground, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beneath Uchiha Obito's feet. Kakashi reached out with both hands, firmly grasping Obito's ankles. Obito reacted instantly. In that moment, the space where Kakashi and Obito made contact rippled, a tremendous pulling force enveloping Kakashi, who had no intention of letting go, as he vanished alongside the spatial disturbance. Kakashi felt a moment of disorientation, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a strange space. Inside the space, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings. All he saw were square boulders, nothing else. Closing his eyes to sense, he soon felt a familiar chakra fluctuation in the corner of the space. Kakashi moved quickly, flipping over the boulders, and found the kunai he had previously used with Kamui, along with the earth, perfectly intact. Chapter 161. Mouth Ninjutsu outside the Kamui space. Obito ignored Kakashi's situation, his gaze sternly focused on the black figure appearing ahead. Pain, has the so-called leader already betrayed the organization? Pain's Deva Path locked eyes with Obito, slowly approaching him. When he was about 2 meters away, Pain stopped, speaking calmly. "Uchiha Madara, or should I call you Uchiha Obito?" "Uchiha Obito, it's been a while since I heard that name." "How do you know it?" Obito's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. Their conversation was as if they were discussing a task, serene and devoid of controversy. "Was it Uchiha Shursui who changed your will?" "Nagato, you possess the Rinnegan, a manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths' will for a stable world. You are the savior of this world. Why let the words of others influence you?" Someone who doesn't even dare to reveal their true face is here spouting nonsense about salvation. It's truly laughable. "My words are irrelevant. Nagato, Akatsuki was left behind by Yahiko. Are you really going to betray the organization and Yahiko?" "Shut up. You aren't worthy of mentioning his name. Yahiko's death is tied to you, as are those members of the organization who died at your hands." Not wanting to hear more from Obito, 5 black rods condensed before Pain and shot out like arrows toward Obito. Just as Obito was about to use intangibility to evade, he remembered that Kakashi was still in the Kamui space, so he swung the fan in his hand, blocking all the rods. Universal. Pain spoke coldly, extending one hand. In an instant, a massive gravitational force enveloped Obito. He was uncontrollably drawn toward Pain, leaving deep imprints on the ground as he desperately tried to stop himself from getting closer, while quickly forming hand seals with his hands. Raging storm. As he completed the hand seals, a whirlwind of flames erupted from Obito's mouth, sweeping toward Pain under the influence of the universal pull. Shinra Tensei. Pain remained unfazed, calmly speaking, his stern face particularly striking in the reflection of the flames. The moment the fire tornado approached Pain, the immense gravitational force instantly shifted, and an invisible repulsive force enveloped Pain, causing the fire tornado to be rebounded and redirected toward Obito, drawn in by the gravitational force and manipulated by Pain's repulsion. The distance between the two, which was already short, became even closer. With the fan raised, Obito used the power of the fire attack to leap backward, while the flames were once again repelled. As the flames neared Pain, Shinra Tensei activated again, deflecting all the flames. Seeing this, Obito was about to form hand seals again, but his hands were drawn by an invisible force, preventing him from completing the seals. A massive chameleon appeared behind Obito, its long tongue wrapping tightly around his arm, while the hungry ghost path approached along the chameleon's tongue. Seeing the hungry ghost path attacking him and the black rods closing in, Obito no longer hesitated, instantly turning his arms intangible, breaking free from the chameleon's grip. Within the Kamui space, the moment Obito's arms appeared, Kakashi keenly perceived it and rushed quickly toward the direction of his arms. Kamui. To avoid harming Obito, Kakashi fixed his gaze on the sleeve of Obito's clothing, locking onto the external space to expand the area of Kamui, leaping out from within. Whoosh! As soon as Kakashi revealed himself, a black rod shot toward him at high speed. Kakashi was startled, locking onto the black rod with Kamui, and in an instant, the black rod was transferred into the Kamui space. Thud! A sound like flesh being pierced rang out as Kakashi turned to see a black iron rod piercing through Obito's arm, embedding deeply into his forearm. Oh, Obito! Kakashi, having already confirmed the identity of the masked man with about 80% certainty, exclaimed, looking at Obito with concern. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Obito paused slightly, dodged all attacks, leaped aside, and looked at Kakashi, his cold voice emerging. Kakashi, this time you should have aimed for here. Obito pointed to his heart. Seeing Obito's gesture, Kakashi removed his mask. You were there that day too? Obito, Rin. Shut up. You didn't protect her. Why mention her name now? This false world. I will definitely overturn it. I will create a world with Rin in it. The dead Rin is just a fake substitute. Obito's furious voice rang out as he slowly removed the tiger-striped mask from his face, revealing his true appearance, his eyes fixed intensely on Kakashi. Obito, I am sorry. Before Kakashi could finish, Obito interrupted him again. Kakashi, you don't need to feel guilty toward me. I know everything. It was Rin who chose to die by throwing herself at your Raikiri. But no matter how you put it, you who failed to protect Rin are a fake to me, just like the dead Rin. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi let out a slight sigh and gestured to Pain, who was on guard against Obito, to stop. Once he saw the others halt their attacks, Kakashi spoke again. Can you deceive yourself, Obito? You want to see Rin, right? More than once, haha, I thought so. No wonder sometimes the flowers I gave Rin would get thrown away. I thought she didn't like them. But it turns out they were all discarded by you. Kakashi, you don't understand. It's all fake. You and the dead Rin are both fakes. Everything is fake. Fake? Then what about this? Is this fake too? Kakashi's left eye quickly changed, instantaneously becoming the same as Obito's. Look, this is the gift you left for me. It has accompanied and protected me for 15 years. You and Rin have never left my heart. Thud! As he spoke, Kakashi bent his fingers and plunged them directly into his left eye, blood gushing out. The crimson eyeball fell into Kakashi's palm as he slowly approached Obito. Here, the real Uchiha Obito is the one who would block a blade for his comrades, the one who taught me that comrades are more important than rules. You are the fake, the one unworthy to mention Rin. For so many years, I've lived with guilt over you and Rin. I'm sorry, it's you who are unworthy. Rin, such a lovely and kind person, and yet you want to forget her, replacing her with a virtual version of her that exists only in your imagination. Kakashi forcefully placed the crimson eye into Obito's hand. Obito, I now repay all that I owe you. As for Rin, I will personally go down to apologize to her. Raising his right hand, lightning chakra instantly condensed, and the next moment, Kakashi did not hesitate to thrust his right hand into his own heart. Chapter 162. Damn it. Electric arcs flashed, smoothly cutting in, and blood immediately gushed out. Obito stood frozen in place, holding the still warm eyeball in his hand. Immersed in Kakashi's crazy actions, Obito had no idea what Kakashi would do next. Blood flowed down Kakashi's right hand, continuously dripping to the ground. Obito, that's how Rin died before my eyes. Watching you and Rin die right in front of me. Guess how I've lived these years. Puff. Pulling out his blood-soaked right hand, Kakashi spoke with difficulty, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As if feeling no pain, Kakashi looked at the dazed Obito before him, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he began to fall backward. Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi's state, Obito shouted and rushed forward, catching Kakashi in his arms just before he fell to the ground. Obito's eyes were filled with panic as he frantically pressed on Kakashi's wounds, trying to stop the wild flow of Kakashi's blood. Boom! Suddenly, a strong pressure surged in, and before Obito could react, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying backward, crashing through 4 sturdy trees before finally coming to a stop. Before he could continue attacking Obito, Senju Tobirama raised his right hand, a pure white energy gathering in his palm, which he quickly drove into Kakashi's chest. Master, you're here, Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, looking at Senju Itachi in front of him, his gaze carrying a hint of relief. You bastard, you're pulling this stunt on me again, you jerk. I never agreed to this, and you're not dying yet. Please, let Obito go. Senju Itachi looked at Kakashi's expression, then turned back to glance at Obito, nodding helplessly. Seeing Senju Itachi agree, Kakashi closed his eyes and finally couldn't hold on any longer, fainting. Kakashi-senpai. At the moment Kakashi fainted, 2 familiar voices reached Senju Itachi's ears, followed by 2 massive chakra bursts erupting instantly. A blue-green aura enveloped Might Guy, and amidst Might Guy's shouts, the overwhelming momentum kept rising, the blue-green aura subtly beginning to shift towards red. On the other side, a bright red complete-body Susanoo appeared in an instant, with a yellow chakra wheel rapidly condensing and enlarging in its hands. Boom! A dragon and a wheel, 2 attacks descended simultaneously, sweeping toward Obito, who was still leaning against the tree and unable to move. Damn, you 2 idiots, stop! Senju Itachi laid Kakashi flat on the ground and instantly rushed out, quickly blocking Obito. A large Tai Chi pattern appeared, blocking in front of Senju Itachi, and the 2 attacks exploded violently, sending a massive shockwave outward. Seeing this, Senju Itachi raised his right hand, and thick vines shot up from the ground, tightly protecting Kakashi within. Bang! Bang! Once the attacks ended, the 2 gathered their chakra and walked towards Senju Itachi, glaring fiercely at Obito behind him. Master, why are you stopping us? He killed Kakashi. Under no circumstances can I let him leave here alive. Might Guy, who always acted simply, regardless of the consequences, was about to attack, but was stopped by the already calm Itachi. Itachi, you and Guy take Kakashi back to find Tsunade for treatment. Kakashi's heart is injured, and I still need to go find Orochimaru. Hearing Senju Itachi's words, without any hesitation, Itachi activated his complete body Susanoo, wrapping Kakashi and Guy, and swiftly flew towards Konoha. Watching them leave, Senju Itachi turned to Obito behind him and stepped closer. Obito was still quietly leaning against the tree, his eyes vacant, seemingly lost in thought, completely ignoring the approaching Senju Itachi. Half squatting in front of Obito, Senju Itachi carefully examined this love-struck ninja of the world. Other than the injured areas, everything else seemed ordinary. When he noticed Senju Itachi's gaze, Obito's vacant eyes refocused, staring at Senju Itachi, calmly speaking. Go ahead, you let me escape back then. Today you probably won't give me that chance again. TSK, that expression of yours is somewhat similar to that bastard Kakashi. That guy's always lived in guilt towards you. Back then when I encountered you, I thought about letting you really die. So, Kakashi wouldn't have to be entangled, but I missed. Don't worry. This time I won't kill you either. I won't go back on my word after promising Kakashi. Besides, since I told Kakashi about your existence, I had no intention of killing you. With all this fighting and killing, when will the entire ninja world achieve true peace? Listening to Senju Itachi's discourse, Obito sneered disdainfully. How did you know my identity? Don't try to deceive me. You didn't T-attack just now, and now you want to kill me, but that's not possible. The real world will always have fighting and killing. Only the false illusion can completely solve everything. Slap. Senju Itachi slapped Obito's face with a casual motion, his tone filled with disdain. Killing you is easy. If you have the ability, try to use Kamui to escape, not thinking about solving the problem. Indulging all day in illusion techniques to escape reality, you weak coward blinded by others. Slap. Another slap followed. This one was for Minato. Slap. This one was for Kushina. Slap. This one was for Kakashi. Slap. This is whatever, anyone could do it. Continuous slaps fell on Obito's face. No matter how wildly his Sharingan spun, he felt no fluctuation of the Kamui space. Stop trying. It's impossible for you to use Kamui to escape. While speaking, Senju Itachi picked up Obito and walked towards Nagato nearby. The 6 paths of pain had already been collected by Nagato, who appeared in front of Senju Itachi in a healthy posture. Hokage-sama. Nagato politely greeted Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi raised a hand and slapped Nagato. Nagato didn't dodge or evade. A white energy seeped from Senju Itachi's palm into Nagato's body, helping him recover his not yet fully restored physical state. Feeling the changes in his body, Nagato clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It's nothing. You all have worked hard operating in the dark all these years. From now on, you and Conan are free. Whether you return to Konoha or have other plans is up to your own choice. By the way, take the other members of the Akatsuki organization that belong to you as well. I'll take Obito back to Konoha, and as for Zetsu, kill him on sight. Chapter 163 Treatment in Konoha Hospital in the intensive care unit. Kakashi was covered in tubes, his eyes tightly closed and beneath the oxygen mask. That everlasting black veil still remained. When Guy and Itachi carried Kakashi back to Konoha, Kakashi briefly awakened once, using all his strength to put the veil back on his face. In front of the hospital bed, Senju Itachi had a tube in his hand, looking at Kakashi with a strange expression. Senju Itachi had tried to remove Kakashi's veil, but he was reflexively blocked by Kakashi. If it weren't for the fact that Senju Itachi could feel that Kakashi was truly unconscious, he would suspect Kakashi was pretending to be in a coma. After Tsunade's rescue, Kakashi had temporarily escaped danger, but the damage to his heart would not recover anytime soon. You bastard, joking with your life all the time, and not considering the people who care about you. Now look, I have to donate blood to you with my old arms and legs. Aren't you afraid I'll bleed to death? While Senju Itachi was complaining, Tsunade walked in with a bottle of medication. Seeing Senju Itachi still chattering away, Tsunade casually slapped him. Still cursing here. Can't you wait for him to wake up before saying anything? And your old arms and legs. Does that mean I can finally rest in peace? With your blood production capacity, you could bleed Kakashi dry without even taking a breath. Move aside, don't block me. As his master, I watch him grow up. What is wrong with scolding him a bit? Get lost, I lost again today, my mood is bad. I don't want to talk much with you. Write me a note later, I'll go find some money. After Tsunade changed Kakashi's medicine, she shot a glare at Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi felt a chill down his back, and quickly moved aside respectfully. Alright, no problem. I'll write you a check for 10 million. You can take it whenever you want. Watching Tsunade leave, Senju Itachi finally let out a sigh of relief. After seeing the designated amount of blood transfusion completed, Senju Itachi removed the tube, casually stopping Kakashi's bleeding, and then got up to leave the ward. Hokage-sama, is Kakashi-sensei alright? Just as he walked out of the ward, 3 heads, 1 yellow, 1 black, and 1 pink, eagerly leaned in. Chinsho Yifei casually stroked each of the 3 heads before smiling and speaking. It's fine. Resting for another 2 days should help him wake up, and then you can go in to see him. For these few days, let Itachi take care of your training. The few people he has been training have already been promoted to Chunin, so there's no need for him to take on more. Oh, Brother Itachi, that's great. Then we can spar with Brother Bai as well. Last time, neither Sasuke nor I got to fight him, so we want to give it another try. Hearing Chinsho Ifei's words, Sasuke's face lit up with joy, while Naruto excitedly shouted out loud. Show quiet. Kakashi-sensei still needs to rest. Sakura's forehead twitched with veins popping as she raised her fist at Naruto. Before Sakura's fist could land, Itachi's large hand gently pressed down on Naruto's head, stopping the overly enthusiastic Naruto. Naruto quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Sorry, I got too excited and forgot. Seeing Itachi's hand resting on Naruto's head, Sasuke smirked and subtly pulled Naruto closer to him. You heartless guy. Kakashi-sensei is lying inside severely injured, and you look pretty happy. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto froze, his eyes widening in shock as he pointed at Sasuke to defend himself. What? Stinky Sasuke, don't talk nonsense. The Hokage said that Kakashi-sensei is fine. Don't slander him here. Listening to Naruto's defense, Sasuke raised his right hand and poked at his ear with his pinky. You're so noisy. Just as the two were about to start fighting, Chinsho Yifei glanced at Itachi. Itachi immediately understood, lifted the two of them, and walked toward the hospital exit. In the Konoha Umbu prison, in the most heavily guarded cell, Kushina and Minato looked incredulously at Obito, who was imprisoned before them, repeatedly confirming his identity. Finally, Minato spoke the first words. Obito, why haven't you returned to Konoha all these years? We thought you had. Dead? You're not wrong to think that. Obito is dead. He died under that giant rock the night Rin passed away. The current me is merely a walking corpse. Hearing Obito's words, Minato fell into silence, while tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes. Instinctively moving closer to Obito, she looked at his injured half of the face. You must have suffered a lot out there these years. But it's okay. You're back now. Minato, and I will plead with the Hokage. You won't have to wander anymore. Ignoring Kushina's words, Obito raised his head and asked the two, how is Kakashi doing? Upon hearing this, Minato waved to the Umbu ninja outside the door. Unlock his chains. I'll take him to see Kakashi. Yes, Lord Minato. The Umbu ninja did not hesitate, took out the key, and unlocked the chains on Obito. Let's go. I'll take you to see Kakashi. Obito moved his limbs, staring at Minato for a while. Aren't you afraid I'll escape? Not afraid. You have a seal placed by the Hokage on you, and in your current state, you shouldn't be able to break it. Seal. Hearing Minato's words, Obito was startled and immediately tried to mobilize the chakra within him. As expected, he felt no chakra presence at all, and he couldn't even activate his Sharingan. Obito had always thought that it was the iron chains engraved with sealing techniques that imprisoned him, completely unaware that there was another seal in place. When did this happen? After thinking for a moment, without any ideas, Obito gave up and followed Minato outside. On the streets of Konoha, Obito quietly followed behind Minato, looking around at the completely renewed Konoha. Ever since Kushina gave birth, and he was repelled by Chinsho Yifei, Obito had never entered Konoha again. For some reason, every time he got close to Konoha, he would feel as if he was being watched. As they walked, a magnificent archway appeared before Obito. The Uchiha clan emblem above particularly eye-catching. Under the archway, several elderly men were leisurely drinking tea and playing chess. Hey, Minato, where are you going? What's up with this kid? He looks a bit familiar. One elderly man stood up in annoyance to give way. Seeing Minato and Obito, he smiled and asked. Looking at the old man, Minato smiled back. Grandpa Show, what, lost a Grandpa Ling again? Haha, you little rascal. Exposing the old man's shortcomings again. While talking with Minato, Uchiha Sho's eyes were constantly sizing up Obito. Grandpa, you all sit here. We have things to do, so we won't disturb you. Minato interrupted Sho's topic with a smile and led Obito toward the hospital. Watching the two leave, Sho nudged the elderly man next to him, who was sunbathing with his eyes closed, with his elbow. Old man, doesn't that kid look like the one who used to help everyone back in the day? Huh? What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear. The old man slightly opened his eyes, looking at Sho with a confused expression. Seeing the old man's look, Sho pointed at Obito's departing figure and raised his voice. I said, look, that kid, doesn't he look familiar? Upon hearing Sho's voice, the old man opened his eyes, but there was no glimmer of recognition in his cloudy gaze. I can't see. You old fool. You're doing this on purpose. Hey, you have quite the temper. Can I forget for a moment? Keep blabbering, and be careful I won't take you to eat when I go back to the ancestral land. I'm scared of you. At worst, I'll go to the Hyuga clan to eat for a few days, right? Old man Ling? The elderly man, Hyuga Ling, who was studying the chessboard, turned to look at Sho and Kwai and said, all right, no problem. Just right. We need to figure out how to deal with Nara Shikaku. As he spoke, Hyuga Ling accidentally disrupted the chessboard in front of him. He's getting old. Why are my hands and feet so uncooperative, suddenly cramping up? Hyuga Ling, you old man, you can only bully me, but can't handle Shikaku. Sho looked at Hyuga Ling's deliberate behavior with disdain, curling his lips in contempt. Brother Sho, it's fine. I'll let him have 5 pieces. Nara Shikaku was unafraid, picking up the teacup beside him, taking a sip, and pointing at the disrupted chessboard, removing his own pieces that were in disarray. Looking at Hyuga Ling, he confidently said, within 5 moves, I will capture your king. For moves later, Hyuga Ling looked at his king piece with nowhere to escape, glaring fiercely at Nara Shikaku, gritting his teeth and saying, I'm done playing, let us go play mahjong. Shikaku will remember the cards. Hearing Sho's voice, Hyuga Ling turned around without looking back, pushing Uchiha Kwai. I won't play with him anymore. The Nara clan is all weird. I'll go to the library to play mahjong with the 3rd Hokage. Remember to pick up Kwai tonight. We'll go to the 3rd Hokage's house for dinner. Hey, what you guys saying? Speak louder. I can't hear. If you can't hear, then don't listen. Get lost. I'll find some kids to play with you. As he spoke, Hugo Ling quickened the pace of the wheelchair. What about us? Are we going together or not? Uchiha Sho asked Narashikaku. Narashikaku packed up the chess pieces on the table, stuffed them into his ninja tool pouch, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Let us go. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go to the library and check it out, and then go to the third Hokage's house for a meal, and play with the kids at the library for a bit." After the two left, the Watergate that had departed from the street corner and Obito reappeared. Obito looked at Watergate with a look of disbelief, trying to seek an explanation. Seeing Obito's expression, Watergate smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling incredulous? People who used to not even greet each other when they met can now sit together and laugh in leisure and entertainment." Obito nodded slightly. Seeing this, Watergate continued, "Now that everyone has left, let's go too. Let's go see Kakashi and talk while we walk." Hearing Watergate's words, Obito's eyes moved. "I want to check out that library. As for Kakashi, if you still have time to watch me, it means he is not in much trouble. I want to see the current Konoha." Watergate thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take you to the library, and we can also stroll around Konoha." Under Watergate's guidance, the two headed towards the center of Konoha. As they got closer, pedestrians and vendors appeared more frequently on the road. "Hello, Lord Watergate." On the way, the patrol team was executing their tasks in an orderly manner, and upon seeing Watergate, they all greeted him politely. The team members wore standardized uniforms, and, aside from a few with Byakugan, it was hard to tell which clan they belonged to. On the streets of Konoha, pedestrians and vendors did not shy away from the patrol team. Instead, they warmly greeted each other. Occasionally, mischievous children would ignore their parents and pretend to be abandoned by them to the patrol team. See, disobedient kids will be locked up in a little black room by the uncles until they behave. The patrol team members cooperated, pretending to take out their equipment from their waists and putting it on the children's hands, scaring them into saying they would definitely listen to their mothers. "Let's go. We're here. Let's go in and take a look." While Obito was still immersed in the various bustling surroundings, Watergate's voice awakened him. Looking up, a large, clean building appeared before Obito's eyes. Looking through the windows, he could see many villagers reading books inside. There were also quite a few children climbing towards the second floor with clear objectives. Obito followed Watergate into the library, taking in everything around him. It was quiet and peaceful, with the sound of turning pages continuously ringing out, occasionally mixed with the sounds of people discussing. After finishing the first floor, the two climbed the stairs to the second floor, where they saw groups of children sitting in their own spots, reading their favorite books. Looking around, in a room separated by transparent glass, several children were playing games, their faces beaming with happy smiles. Noticing one of the children, Obito asked, "Isn't that the Jinchuriki of One Tail from Sunagakure? How come he is also in Konoha?" Following Obito's gaze, Watergate replied, "The ninja world is not at peace. So the Kazekage kept him and his companions here, in Konoha. Poor kid, at least he can make friends here." Understanding the implication in Watergate's words, Obito said no more and quietly became a spectator. Soon, under Watergate's lead, they arrived at the fourth floor. The ninja guarding the fourth floor greeted Watergate politely and allowed the two to go up without any obstruction. There were fewer people on the fourth floor, but looking around, it was filled with ninjas. In a few compartments on the fourth floor, Obito spotted the missing four-man team. Uchiha Kai was comfortably leaning in a wheelchair, surrounded by several 7- or 8-year-old kids who were eagerly trying to feed him snacks and fruits. As for Hinata Ling and Uchiha Shun, they had already started rolling small square blocks with Sarutobi Hizashi and Yamanaka Koharu. In another room, Nara Shikamaru had a face full of boredom, with a long line of young ninjas waiting at his door, holding ninjutsu scrolls and waiting for his explanation. "Come on, let's take a look next door." Without caring whether Obito was willing or not, Watergate pulled Obito's arm and walked towards the room where Sarutobi Hizashi was. Feeling the touch on his arm, Obito's body tensed, wanting to break free, but instinctively suppressed his inner resistance. The two entered the room, where Sarutobi Hizashi was fiddling with a square block in his hand. Glancing over at the two, bang, the mahjong in his hand slammed onto the table as he energetically shouted, "Self-draw, singleton, pay up. Hey, if you want to mooch off a meal, you have to leave your meal money with me today." Chapter 165, A Father's Pitfall. Aha. Have you finished your business so soon? Noticing someone entering, Uchiha Shun turned his head and asked the two, still rolling the mahjong without stopping. Sarutobi Hizashi, satisfied, stuffed the money into his pocket before he could pay attention to Watergate and Obito. His gaze lingered slightly on Obito before he pointed to the seats behind him, smilingly saying to the two, Come, sit here, let me observe you to prevent these guys from cheating. Hearing this, Uchiha Shun and the others immediately became unhappy and started to rebut. Lord Third, in Mahjong, there's no size, it's all based on skill. You can question our ability, but you absolutely cannot doubt our character. As soon as Shun finished speaking, Hinata Ling began to nod in agreement. That's right, Lord Third, especially with younger generations present. You're deliberately tarnishing our reputation. I strongly demand you apologize. You guys usually, cough. Before Sarutobi Hizashi could refute, Yamanaka Koharu coughed twice, interrupting his words. Hizashi, Ling, and Shun have a point. You are indeed tarnishing our reputation, and I also demand you apologize. All right. You three are all in the same boat, colluding together. Sarutobi Hizashi glared with wide eyes, pointing at each of the three. He slammed the table and said firmly, I tell you, an apology is absolutely impossible, not in this lifetime. Here, the money I won from you in the last round, I don't want it anymore. Let's go again. Today, I will make sure you three lose thoroughly. The fierce showdown of Mahjong skills reignited, and Obito and Watergate exchanged glances, silently retreating from the room. As soon as the two stepped out of the library, a commotion arose on the street. Don't miss out. The second part of the large-scale romantic action movie Intimate Paradise, starring the famous actor Kamishima Shizu from the Land of Fire, will be released on the 1st of next month. At that time, the author of the book, Lord Jiraiya, will be present alongside Ms. Kamishima, and the audience will have a chance to receive signed books from both of them. Everyone come take a look with the pamphlets in our hands. The ticket price is 30 off. On the street, two people dressed in cinema uniforms were loudly shouting into a megaphone. Passers-by, hearing the promotion, rushed towards them, competing for the pamphlets in their hands. Looking at the bustling crowd, Watergate smiled gently at Obito and said, You probably don't know, but Kakashi loves to read this book by Master Jiraiya the most. If he hadn't been injured, he should already be inside fighting for a pamphlet. Hearing Watergate's words, Obito showed disdain and coldly snorted, Humph, just the name alone doesn't sound like a serious book. That annoying Kakashi, as always, is so reserved and flirtatious. It's really irritating. After saying this, Obito looked at the crowded crowd, and a pamphlet was just blown up by the wind. He instinctively bent his leg, but the next second, as if he remembered something, he forcefully stood up straight again. Noticing Obito's action, Watergate smiled slightly, exerted strength in his legs, leaped into the air, and pounced towards the pamphlet. Other ninjas who noticed this scene immediately gave up competing for the pamphlet and rushed towards others in the crowd. Oh, perverted sage, I'm coming. Naruto's multiple shadow clones. With the flyer in hand, a familiar voice entered Minato's ears, lingering in the air. Minato turned to look in the direction of the voice. A few familiar shades of yellow appeared in his line of sight. Two Narutos reached out and grabbed another Naruto, forcefully tossing him into the air, aiming directly at Minato. Naruto! The familiar voice finally awakened Naruto's conscience. He shifted his gaze from the flyer and finally saw that familiar figure. Dad, move out of the way. With no place to gain leverage, Naruto could only watch helplessly as he crashed towards Minato. Minato instinctively wanted to use the flying thunder god technique to dodge, but seeing the hard ground behind him, he retracted his right hand and caught the flying Naruto. A wave of turmoil surged in his stomach as Minato embraced Naruto, struggling to use the flying thunder god technique, and in the next moment, they appeared beside Obito. I didn't hit the ground, it doesn't hurt. Noticing that he was on solid ground, Naruto tentatively opened his eyes, only to meet Minato's scrutinizing gaze. Naruto, didn't you tell Mom you had a mission today? How did you end up here? Is your mission to steal flyers? Upon hearing this, Naruto shyly broke free from Minato's embrace, crossed his arms, and narrowed his blue eyes into slits. After some thought, he finally spoke. Kakashi-sensei got injured, and Lord Hokage asked Itachi to take us. The mission hasn't started yet. We're leaving tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Then why did you come to steal the flyer? Is this something you should be looking at your age? Minato looked at Naruto seriously, suddenly feeling a chill down his back, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. An angry voice came from the side of the two, implying that this was indeed something Naruto should be looking at. Plop! The bead of sweat from Minato's forehead fell to the ground, and Naruto involuntarily dropped his crossed arms, his eyes widening in pure fear. In the next second, Naruto turned and executed a perfect slide, bracing himself against Kushina's immense pressure, hugging her thigh and pointing at Minato to start complaining. Mom, it's Dad who wants to see it. He even wanted me to help him find Jiraiya Grandpa's stuff. I didn't want to, so he brought me here to steal it. As he spoke, the blue in his eyes began to mist over, and a tear rolled down from the corner of Naruto's eye. A violent orange chakra materialized, forming a massive chakra hand that reached out towards Minato. Dare to resist. I'll make sure to knock your child out. Seeing the furious Kushina, Minato, who was about to escape with Obito, froze in place, too scared to explain. He was lifted by the chakra hand, unable to move. Hee. Naruto turned back to look at the restrained Minato, grinning mischievously, releasing Kushina's thigh, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and getting ready to leave. Huh, Mom? What are you doing? I still have things to do. Before Naruto could leave, a warm chakra enveloped him, pulling him together with Minato. No hurry, let's go home first. Mom will calculate the things you lied about today. Naruto turned to look at Minato, who wore a smile similar to his own, and began to add on. Yes, Naruto doesn't have a mission today, and last time, he broke the scarf you knitted, gave Sasuke 200 Ryo, bribed him to take the blame, and also, with Minato's additions, Kushina's already wild red hair became even more untamed. The three gradually walked away, leaving Obito standing there, dumbfounded. Is the teacher's wife really this violent? I remember her being very gentle. How could it be like this? It shouldn't be. I must be seeing things. Before Obito could continue pondering, a chakra enveloped him and pulled him towards Minato and Naruto. Almost forgot about you. You've been away from home for so many years, and didn't T come back to report your safety, making us worry about you for nothing all these years. On the streets of Konoha, Kushina exuded an imposing aura, leading three men floating in chakra behind her towards her home. Chapter 166 Reunion in the Hokage's office in Konoha Village. Senju Itai smiled as he looked at the various figures in front of him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Deidara leaned against Sasori's H-Rin, curiously surveying Senju Itai and the office environment, his eyes darting around as if deep in thought. Sasori was hidden within the H-Rin, making it impossible to see his true form, while the Akatsuki member Kisame kept a wary eye on Senju Itai, his right hand never straying far from the large sword on his back. Aside from the deceased Haiden and Kakuzu, the captured Obito, and the missing Zetsu, the remaining members of the Akatsuki had all been brought back to Konoha by Pain. Nagato, clad in a red cloud black robe and wearing a mask, concealed himself among the crowd. Judging by the distance between him and Kisame, they were likely still mission partners. Senju Itai discreetly observed the group and walked towards Pain. Kisame tensed up, instinctively taking a step back and preparing to draw his sword, but was stopped by Nagato beside him. It's fine. Our true supporter is Lord Hokage. Many of our actions have his support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Pain's calm voice reassured the wary Kisame. Approaching Pain, Senju Itai smiled and said, "Let's go. You've worked hard these years. I'll take you out for a meal first, and then we can make arrangements according to your wishes." The fourth Hokage of Konoha? The true master of the organization? Then why did Haiden and Kakuzu die in Konoha? Kisame's eyes remained vigilant as he voiced his doubts. Upon hearing this, Senju Itai walked towards Kisame. He is bloodthirsty and uncontrollable. He must not be kept alive. If you were to separate their partners, who would you be willing to cooperate with to carry out missions? Seeing Kisame remain silent, Senju Itai turned to the carefree Deidara. How about you? Would you be willing to partner with Kakuzu or Haiden? Let them die. I've never liked those two anyway. I only care about my art. Don't you agree, Lord Sasori? Your art isn't as beautiful as mine. A dismissive voice rang out from the H-Rin, and Deidara scoffed, readjusting his position comfortably against the H-Rin. Senju Itai was unbothered and naturally shrugged towards Kisame. See, even you guys don't want to turn your backs on them. Let's go, don't dwell on it. Since Pain brought you here, it means there's still hope for you. Let us eat and allow your organization to reunite in the true sense. Shirzue, take them to change clothes first. These outfits will attract too much attention on the street. I'll go find Obito, and let us meet at the ninja tool shop at the main road of the village later. After arranging everything for them, Senju Itai left the Hokage office, heading towards Minato's house. As a notorious criminal under strict surveillance in Konoha, although Minato was allowed to handle everything, there were still Umbun ninja reporting Obito's real-time location to Senju Itai. As a level 1 criminal, this treatment was necessary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fitting for his identity. Initially, he intended to just kill him directly, but ultimately softened and informed Kakashi. Anyway, it wouldn't cause much of a stir, so it was better to let them resolve it themselves. However, Senju Itai truly did not expect Kakashi to resolve it in this way, which surprised him greatly. Bang bang bang. Naruto is like this because of you? What kind of father are you? No, Kushina, let me explain. As soon as I approached the door of the Namikaze household, the sounds of intense fighting and arguing came from inside. A group of onlookers, mostly curious aunties, surrounded the area. What's going on? What has Minato done to upset Kushina this time? Senju Itachi quickly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from one of the aunties nearby, cracking them open curiously as he asked. The auntie, seeing it was Senju Itachi, pulled out another handful of seeds from her pocket and handed them over, then said, I don't know, Lord Hokage, I just saw Kushina engulfed in flames, dragging Minato and Naruto behind her, along with a man I don't recognize, looking furious. Yay! That stance is just like last time when there was a misunderstanding about Minato cheating. It's really scary. After carefully listening to the commotion inside, Senju Itachi spat the sunflower seed shells into his palm and waved his hand, saying, Everyone go home. This is something I arranged. There's nothing to see. Hurry up. It's time for dinner. Has anyone even started cooking? Stop hanging around here. He dismissed the crowd of onlookers, cleared his throat, and knocked on the door of Namikaze's house. As the door knocked, the noise inside suddenly stopped, and after a moment, the door opened. Kushina, with a bright smile, opened the door and upon seeing the visitor, gently said, Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Looking at the warm-hearted Kushina, Senju Itachi smiled and replied, It's nothing serious. The issues with the Akatsuki have been resolved, and Shui and the others have returned. I came to bring Obito along. I want them to see who the mastermind behind all this is. Oh, I see. Lord Hokage, please come in. Haha, it's a bit messy at home. Please don't mind. Following Kushina into the Namikaze household, they found Minato crouched on the floor, carefully cleaning up the mess. Hearing the voices behind him, Minato turned slightly, revealing dark circles under his eyes, which combined with his bruised lips and aggrieved expression, made Senju Itachi's eyebrows twitch. I need to reduce the number of times I meet with Kushina. If they both learn from each other, I definitely want to have good days ahead. Firmly deciding this in his heart, Senju Itachi turned to the other side, where a pale rear with bruises appeared in front of him. Seemingly sensing someone watching him, Naruto, half fallen on the sofa, struggled to turn around. Upon seeing his idol, he painfully tugged at his pants, and with a cry of pain, he finally managed to protect his dignity under Senju Itachi's teasing gaze. In contrast, Obito stood in the corner formed by the cabinet and the wall, staring fearfully at the warm-hearted Kushina, looking completely at a loss. Sensing the subtle atmosphere in the Namikaze household, Senju Itachi withdrew his gaze and walked over to Obito. Come with me. Let us meet your companions. Obito numbly nodded, having no other thoughts, and followed Senju Itachi out the door. Obito, a gentle voice, called from behind him. Obito immediately stopped in his tracks and mechanically turned to look at the one who called him, Kushina. If you leave this time, remember to come back and tell me and your teacher. Hearing this, Obito quickly nodded and sped up his pace, hurrying to catch up with Senju Itachi. The person in front of him was indeed powerful, but at most could only kill him. The unfamiliar teacher behind him was the real terrifying presence, something he couldn't contend with in his current state. Chapter 167. The Twisted Gathering. Come, here is the menu. Take a look, order whatever you want. It's on me. In a restaurant in Konoha called Gourmet Research Institute, the members of the Akatsuki organization sat around a round table under the leadership of Senju Itachi. The waiter eagerly distributed the menus, waiting with a smile for them to place their orders. In the waiter's eyes, although their Hokage was usually kind, not just anyone could receive his personal hospitality. The people in front of him, looking somewhat disheveled, should all be individuals of some significance. Senju Itachi smiled as he watched the group staring blankly at the menu, his gaze shifting back and forth between Pain and Scorpion. All along, Senju Itachi thought Pain didn't need to eat, but this guy actually showed up at the dinner table, piquing his curiosity. And looking at Scorpion, Senju Itachi found it hard to believe that he could still curl up in that cramped space while dining with everyone. Seeing that they hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to order, Shui confidently waved his hand to call over the waiter. Well, since you all can't decide, I'll order for everyone. This, and this, don't get those cheap ones, just the others. Click. As soon as Shui finished speaking, the chopsticks in Senju Itachi's hands suddenly snapped. The waiter immediately came to Senju Itachi's side and asked, Lord Hokage, is there a problem? Senju Itachi shot a glance at Shui, giving him a threatening look. We probably can't finish so much. Just pick a few signature dishes for us, enough will do. Ignoring Senju Itachi's subtle movements, Shursui waved off the waiter who was about to leave. Lord Hokage, we have a big appetite. It's fine to serve all of these. We can finish them. Senju Itachi's expression changed, cursing in his heart. Are you pigs? How can you finish so much? Besides, even if you can, my wallet can't take it. Just as Senju Itachi was contemplating how to negotiate for himself, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Minato, sporting dark circles under his eyes and limping, entered with Naruto, followed by a black-haired boy covering his mouth and giggling, and a man with tear grooves looking at them affectionately. Ah, Lord Hokage is treating us. You don't mind if my son and I join, right? You know, Kushina isn't happy today, and we have nowhere to go. You wouldn't want to see us starving on the streets, would you? I came to see Shursui, and coincidentally, Sasuke wanted to meet him too, so I brought him along. There are so many of us now. Master Shootin' mind adding 2 more bowls and chopsticks, right? Before Senju Itachi could open his mouth to ask, Minato and Itachi had already found a suitable excuse for themselves. All right, then let us at bang. Before Senju Itachi could finish his sentence, a figure flew into the lobby, drawing all their attention. Jiraiya, you went to the women's bath to peep again. Tsunade's furious voice rang out, her chest heaving. Before Jiraiya could get up, Tsunade's powerful fist struck him hard in the abdomen, sending him flying again, embedding him in the wall beside them. Just as Tsunade was about to strike again, Jiraiya nimbly got up and leaped towards Senju Itachi. Itachi, help me block her, or you'll permanently lose your dear Jiraiya-sensei. As he spoke, Jiraiya clutched his chest and quickly dove behind Senju Itachi, completely ignoring the gazes of those around him. Tsunade, who followed closely behind, retracted her fist upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces, glaring fiercely at Jiraiya before turning to Senju Itachi. Perfect. I've lost all my money today and have no money for dinner. I'll mooch a meal from you, and later I'll have Shizune increase your allowance. Facing Tsunade's seemingly pleading but effectively commanding gaze, Senju Itachi could only nod helplessly. Looking back at Jiraiya behind him, he had already skillfully pulled Nagato and Konan to sit between them. While examining the menu, he complained disdainfully about Senju Itachi. You're really stingy as Hokage. You don't know how to make things lively when guests come over. With just a few people eating, how boring is that? Hey, Minato, go run an errand for me and invite the others on the first floor to the private room on the second floor. Our Hokage-sama has booked the first floor hall. It needs to be a lively banquet for the guests. Naruto, Sasuke, you two go call your little friends and also invite those old guys. Regardless of whether Senju Itachi was willing or not, Jiraiya arranged everything for him. Except for Shursui. The other members of the Akatsuki organization stood there in a daze, especially Obito, who instinctively reached for his waist, but found nothing. Before long, the sound of chattering and noise came from outside the door. A large group of children, led by Naruto and Sasuke, walked in. Hinata shyly stole glances at Naruto ahead, while Neji keenly caught Hinata's gaze and subtly shifted half a step to block her view. Among the crowd, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro mingled seamlessly with the Leaf children, laughing and chatting away. Ha, you lost. Tomorrow you continue to treat me to barbecue. Hey, I'm not fully recovered yet. You're taking advantage of me. That's not fair. 8 Gates. Mike Guy and the double-bladed Kisame walked into the restaurant, facing off against each other, neither willing to give in. Just as everyone was settling down, an old man rushed in, pushing a wheelchair. Itachi, bring us a few jugs of good wine. Today I'm going to make these shameless guys drink until they can't stand. Hiruzen Tsurutobi pushed Uchiha Kaien, swiftly found a place to sit, his face full of anger. It was clear he hadn't gained any advantage in the card game. Hinata, Rin, and others walked in with smiles, and seeing the bulging pockets of a few people, they must have won quite a bit. Without needing a waiter to specifically greet them, those who came in afterwards greeted Senju Itachi and then found their own places to sit and began ordering. In less than half an hour, the gathering that originally had fewer than 10 people inexplicably turned into a large banquet of several hundred people. The restaurant didn't have enough space, and under the pressure of the crowd, Senju Itachi went to the largest training ground in the Leaf Village, using wood release to rebuild a place that could accommodate hundreds of people dining at the same time. With one restaurant shorthanded, they teamed up with a dozen others to cook together. In the panicked eyes of the Akatsuki members, a grand banquet they had never experienced before began inexplicably. Not only were the Akatsuki members stunned, but Senju Itachi himself was also bewildered. What the hell is going on? I just wanted the Akatsuki members to see the true face of the mastermind behind the scenes. How did it turn into this? Chapter 168. Cola glasses clinked and cheers echoed. The large training ground was filled with laughter and joy. The original residents of the Leaf Village were bantering and boasting, drinking merrily. As for the Akatsuki members, Shursui and Itachi were hugging each other, chatting and laughing, completely forgetting about the other members. Nagato and Konan sat on either side of Jiraiya, forced to listen to Jiraiya's great achievements, occasionally being compelled by him to take a drink. Konan, you and Nagato are at the age of discussing marriage. Are you interested in letting your teacher drink to your wedding wine? Nagato and Konan didn't drink much and were slightly tipsy, while Jiraiya was slurring his words and speaking loudly. Shursui, who was hugging Itachi's neck and talking animatedly, suddenly stiffened, maintaining the hugging posture, cautiously leaning towards Konan. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Konan's already slightly flushed face, due to the alcohol, became even more alluring. Teacher, with the turmoil in the ninja world, I have no intention of discussing feelings. Yahiko's wish has not yet been fulfilled, and my steps forward will not stop. Also, Konan and I have no feelings in this regard. Nagato spoke up before Konan could, while also pouring Jiraiya's glass full. Listening to Nagato's words, Konan did not show much, silently picking up a piece of beef and feeding it to herself. Phew, you scare me. Shursui let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest in lingering fear, and habitually looked to the side. Seeing his empty arm, Shursui was slightly taken aback, then turned his head sharply to meet a calculating gaze in front of him. Itachi stroked his chin, sizing up Shursui, and slowly spoke, Brother Shursui, do you like her? Without any hesitation, Shursui disappeared from his spot, instantly appearing behind Itachi, locking his throat and dragging him towards the children's area. While walking, Shursui kept looking back at Konan, praying that she wouldn't hear. Burp, Lord Scorpion. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Deidara leaned over to the hidden scorpion, asking, TCH, this wine is good. Much stronger than the others. Not waiting for Scorpion's reply, Deidara poured himself another glass and started drinking. Hiding in the hidden compartment, Scorpion wore a confused expression, feeling regret for the first time about turning himself into a puppet. Kisame was eating by himself, casually stuffing a whole chicken leg in his mouth, his serrated teeth crunching through both the meat and bones without wasting anything. Hey, Killer Bee, how did you end up here? Did you give up? Come on, don't stop. Drink another cup. We have to settle this. A hand suddenly slapped Kisame's shoulder, and he instinctively wanted to fight back. Turning around, he was met with an ugly watermelon head. Might Guy, holding a bottle of wine, downed half of it in one go, provoking Kisame. Come on, Killer Bee, cheers. Seeing the person in front of him ignoring him, Might Guy pulled out another bottle of wine from somewhere, flicked the cap off, and unceremoniously stuffed it into Kisame's hand. Under Might Guy's watchful gaze, Kisame grabbed the bottle, opened his mouth wide, and chugged the entire bottle down in one go. Oh, not bad, but I won lose to you. After passionately declaring, he finished off the remaining half bottle, then casually pulled out 2 more bottles, opened the caps, and handed them to Kisame. Nanny, what are you doing here? In the time it took me to go to the bathroom, you got cozy with someone else. A dark-skinned man suddenly rushed out, standing between the two, glaring at Kisame. My guy looked dazedly at Killer Bee and asked, Who are you? 8 Gates. You actually don't remember my face. Unforgivable. You're Killer Bee? Then who is he? Oh, never mind. The 3 of us will team up. Let us see who can win in the end. My guy looked back and forth between the two, then simply gave up and pulled out another bottle of wine to hand to Killer Bee. The 3 exchanged glances, clinked their bottles together, and downed their drinks in unison. Senju Itachi sat at the head of the table, watching the lively scene around him, locked onto a position, and with a flash, disappeared from his spot. Did you arrange this? In a corner, leisurely enjoying hot pot, Kakashi heard Senju Itachi's voice. Kakashi casually took a new bowl and placed the freshly cooked meat slices into it. Just right, after my research. This thickness of meat only needs to be boiled for 10 seconds. It's at its best texture now. Hokage-sama, give it a try. Senju Itachi picked up the chopsticks that had already been prepared on the table, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. Hey, the wild boar can't really taste the fine brand. It's no different from what I've had before. Indeed nice, even more tender and smooth. Seeing Senju Itachi nodding in praise, Narashikaku took out a bottle of black liquid and poured into the cup in front of Senju Itachi. Lord Hokage, please drink. Looking at the bubbles on the walls of the cup, a hypothesis appeared in Senju Itachi's mind, and he eagerly lifted the cup to take a sip. The familiar taste danced in his mouth, confirming Senju Itachi's guess. After finishing it in one gulp, the air rushed down his esophagus. A long burp escaped from Senju Itachi's mouth. After finishing the drink, Senju Itachi turned his gaze to the bottle in Narashikaku's hand. Feeling Senju Itachi's gaze, Narashikaku leisurely spoke, "Lord Hokage, if you want to keep drinking this in the future, then you can't deduct my salary for this." Crack. The chopsticks in Senju Itachi's hand broke again. Looking at Narashikaku's lazy smile, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Oradai, no deductions. And you can't use the village's public funds." "Okay, no public funds, just my own pocket money. And you can't come to me for accounts later." "Well, okay. It's all up to you." With each statement, a hint of ferocity appeared on Senju Itachi's face, and Narashikaku's smile brightened even more. After getting the remaining cola he wished for, Senju Itachi immediately smiled in a way that suggested it was worthless. Seeing Senju Itachi's expression, Narashikaku's smile became even more radiant as he grinned and said, "So, can they stay?" Satisfied, Senju Itachi took a sip of cola before replying. "Sure, Zue will probably choose to follow Konan. As for Konan, she won't separate from Nagato. The decision of the three of them will depend on what Nagato decides. As for Kisame, it's hard to say, but it looks like he's already started playing with Guy and Deidara and Sasori." As he spoke, Senju Itachi looked in their direction, where Deidara, who had been lying on Fuyuki's shoulder, had somehow mixed in with Naruto and the other kids. He saw white butterflies flying out of Deidara's hands, swirling continuously in the air. Naruto and the other kids cheered happily, constantly reaching out to grab the dancing butterflies. Senju Itachi was so startled that he sprayed cola everywhere and rushed towards Naruto and the other kids without a second thought. Chapter 169. Nagato's decision. In the blink of an eye, Senju Itachi arrived near Deidara. He focused intently on Deidara to prevent him from doing anything extreme. "Haha, brother Deidara, this is so much fun. Do you have any other shapes?" Naruto, holding two butterflies, looked at Deidara with anticipation, trying to get him to make more clay figures in different shapes. Sasuke silently caught the butterfly that landed on his shoulder in his palm, disdainfully telling Naruto, "Humph, childish." As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Naruto fumed and leaned in front of Sasuke, glaring at him. "If you have the ability, stretch out your right hand and let me see what you have." Having been keeping an eye on Sasuke, Naruto had already noticed his movement. Exposed by Naruto, Sasuke's face turned slightly red as he released the butterfly in his hand. "It landed in my hand by itself. I couldn't be bothered to catch it." "TCH, I don't believe you." Their argument caught Deidara's attention, and he silently took a piece of clay from his ninja tool pouch and stuffed it into his mouth. After a brief operation, Deidara extended his right hand, and a pure white cat emerged, darting towards the group of children. "Wow, so cute." The moment the cat appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all the children. The arguments between Naruto and Sasuke stopped abruptly as they turned to look at the cat, immediately joining the competition for it. "Lord Hokage, don't worry. Deidara seems to really like that blonde-haired kid and won't make a move against them," Nagato said as he approached Senju Itachi from behind, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi turned to Nagato and replied with a smile, "I'm naturally at ease. Since you've chosen to bring them back, they must all be people you trust. What do I have to worry about? What I'm worried about is Naruto. This kid's behavior is quite unpredictable, and I'm afraid he might do something out of line." They exchanged glances, standing quietly while observing the situation around them. "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Nagato said sincerely after a long time, bowing to Senju Itachi. Watching Nagato's actions, Senju Itachi helped him up and spoke gently. "What are you thanking me for? Your contributions far exceed mine. Apart from the 5 great nations, the peace of the smaller countries has been achieved with your help. Without you, if I had to act alone, Konoha might have already been besieged. Without Lord Hokage's support, we wouldn't have been able to achieve the liberation of these small countries." Nagato smiled, hope shining in his eyes as he moved his already well-functioning limbs, and said, "Lord Hokage, after today, I will leave Konoha to continue Yahiko's unfinished wish and take a good look at this world. Everything we've done before is not yet completely finished. Even if I'm the only one left, I won't give up." Senju Itachi felt no surprise at Nagato's decision. World peace was the very idea that Yahiko and the others had when they founded the Akatsuki. And how could someone who had devoted years to this cause easily give up? Gently patting Nagato's shoulder, white energy seeped into Nagato's body, nourishing the body that had been depleted over the years. "Go, take them with you, and carry out your ideals. With my deterrence over the 4 great ninja villages, they won't do anything to you. If you need people, just ask me. If someone hinders you, just tell me. Now, We fear nothing. Go ahead and show your skills. And act boldly. Feeling the gradually filling vitality within him and listening to Senju Itachi's encouraging words, Nagato nodded heavily. The banquet continued, and Obito sat silently at the round table, his gaze scanning the lively surroundings. Laughter and cheerfulness continuously entered Obito's ears, and the harmonious scenes kept impacting his mind. In the spacious training ground, adults were toasting and exchanging cups, chatting and laughing. The children were chasing and playing, filled with joy. A familiar figure caught Obito's eye. The yellow hair, particularly striking under the lights. Minato held a wine glass, his face full of smiles, dressed in casual clothes, constantly competing with Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and others in drinking capacity. Seemingly sensing someone watching him, Minato finished his drink and turned to look in the direction of the gaze. The moment he met Obito's eyes, Minato froze slightly before disappearing from the spot. While Obito was in a daze, that familiar figure appeared right beside him. "Why don't you sit over there and drink with them?" Minato asked as he approached Obito, glancing at the members of the Akatsuki. Obito turned to look at Minato. "Not familiar. There's nothing to drink with them." Hearing this, Minato's smile faded, and his expression gradually became serious. "They are your companions who have been with you for many years. Are they really that unbearable? What happened to that you who loved life, was willing to help others, and always wanted to be Hokage?" Looking at Minato's expression and listening to his words, Obito felt a fleeting sense of returning to his childhood, coming back to his senses. Obito gently shook his head. "Sensei, it's too late. Twice, we experienced it at the brink of life and death. Yet the yellow flash you were known as didn't arrive in time, either time. What were you doing back then?" Minato's eyes flickered, and for the first time since being captured with Obito, he referred to himself as a teacher. Memories of the past surged in his heart. As their leading teacher, he had failed to protect his students. 3 had died, 2 of them, and he had been unaware of the one who still lived all these years. Minato opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He was human, not a god, and even with the yellow flash, there were things beyond his control. A person who had always lived under the veil of others felt he had no right to criticize his own teacher. Senju Itachi approached the two with a can of cola in hand, looking disdainfully at Obito. "Hokage-sama, regarding what happened back then, it was indeed me." "Stop. Shut up. Don't just wallow in self-blame." Before Minato could continue, Senju Itachi forcefully interrupted him and turned to Obito. "Uchiha Obito, do you think Minato knows you were the one who attempted to attack his family back then? Think about it. If our defenses hadn't been tight enough and you had succeeded, what would have happened to Konoha? Would your teacher, his wife, and Naruto still be here today, reunited?" Senju Itachi looked at Minato, his expression serious, and waved at Itachi beside him. Itachi broke free from Shirsue's restraint and walked over, looking confused. "Itachi, have you seen Sasuke's memories?" Itachi paused slightly, then nodded in response to Senju Itachi. Chapter 170. Social Death, Let's Go Somewhere. Looking around, Senju Itachi placed his hands on Obito and Itachi's shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Minato was momentarily stunned as he watched the 3 disappear, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Senju Itachi. Beep, 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 beep. Kakashi, lying on a hospital bed, suddenly sensed several familiar chakra signatures. Instinctively, he stuffed the book in his hands under the covers, completely forgetting his current situation, and the machines monitoring Kakashi's condition began to beep incessantly. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and 4 hospital staff members rushed into the room. Ignoring the others in the room, they headed straight for Kakashi and began to check on him. His heart was fine, connections were good, and blood supply was adequate, but his heartbeat had suddenly quickened, causing some small blood vessels to burst. It wasn't a major problem. Phew, that's good. You two use medical ninjutsu to reconnect the burst vessels. Under the medical staff's efforts, the beeping machines quickly calmed down. Once they finished, the leading doctor looked at Senju Itachi and the others with a face full of grievances. "Hokage-sama, didn't I tell you? Kakashi needs to rest now. You can't visit him until he wakes up. Even if you're worried, you can't do this. What if something goes wrong?" Senju Itachi felt embarrassed from the scolding and nodded repeatedly. Okay, got it. I won't do this again. There won't be a next time. I promise to follow the doctor's advice." This incident was sudden, and I couldn't help but calm. As he spoke, Senju Itachi approached Kakashi. "But Dr. Huchin, what if this patient is pretending to be unconscious? Not only is he pretending, but he's also moving around randomly. That's impossible, with such severe injuries. He can't wake up in just 3 days." That is not necessarily true. Senju Itachi's malicious laughter reached Kakashi's ears, making him feel a chill down his back. Before he could react, he felt a figure approach him. Meina, help lift the blanket on Kakashi's side. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart immediately rang alarm bells. He subtly raised his hand to press down on the blanket. No matter how hard Meina pulled, it wouldn't budge. Seeing this, a curious Obito walked over to Meina and helped her pull the blanket off. A colorful book appeared on Kakashi's abdomen. There was no way around it. It was too sudden. Injured as he was, he could only muster so much strength. Obito curiously looked at the book, which had a cover depicting several voluptuous and exposed nurses in various poses, some holding needles, others with stethoscopes. But without exception, their expressions were all filled with allure. The hospital's secret garden with just one glance. Everyone present understood the book's content. The two young female nurses stomped their feet in shame, their ears turning pink, and they walked out of the room without looking back. The older doctor, Huchin, calmly glanced at the book and said, "Young people should pay attention to moderation. With injuries like this, it's best not to read these kinds of books for now. Hokage-sama, Minato-sama, your disciple needs to be well educated. This behavior is unacceptable. Meina, stop looking. Let's go. Your girl. Why are you reading these kinds of books when Hokage-sama is still here?" At some point, Meina had picked up the book from Kakashi's abdomen and started flipping through it. Hearing Dr. Huchin's words, Meina incredulously threw the book on the ground and rushed out of the room, crying, "Impossible. Kakashi-sensei isn't like this. I don't believe it, what?" Dr. Huchin, who knew some inside information, sighed and silently chased after her, leaving behind a stunned Obito and the others. Realizing there was no one else in the room, Kakashi opened his lifeless eyes and quietly pulled the blanket over himself, hiding his entire body. 2 lines of tears slowly slid down from the corners of Kakashi's eyes, and he felt utterly hopeless, as if his world had turned gray. Obito took the book off the ground and flipped through a few pages. "Kakashi, you really haven't changed. The first thing you do when you wake up is read this kind of book. Haha, you have good taste. The content and setting are quite fitting." Kakashi remained silent, silently pulling the blanket up further. Senju Itachi casually took the book from Obito's hands and discreetly tucked it into his own arms. "Oof, you've learned well. You haven't even recovered, and you're already looking at these books. Who taught you this? Now everyone in the hospital knows about it. It might even spread throughout Konoha by tomorrow. I wonder how you'll find a partner in the future." Minato and Itachi quietly watched Senju Itachi's performance, saying nothing, silently praying for Kakashi in their hearts. Itachi felt a sense of familiarity at the first sight of that book. If he remembered correctly, it first appeared in Senju Itachi's hands. Watching Kakashi, who was severely injured and now being educated by Senju Itachi and mocked by Obito, Itachi felt a pang of pity in his heart. Master, we shouldn't be here to lecture Kakashi-sensei, right?" Senju Itachi, who was busy educating Kakashi, suddenly realized, "Right? I didn't come here to lecture Kakashi. I came to let Obito see Kakashi's current state to stir up the soft spot in Obito's heart. I got sidetracked. It's all Kakashi's fault for stealing my treasure books and making me search for half a month without finding them. Cough, let me see your head. You're going to suffocate yourself." As he spoke, Senju Itachi pulled back Kakashi's blanket, revealing Kakashi's lifeless, dead fish eyes. "Don't mind me. Just let me die. If I survive, how will I face others in the future?" Tears streamed down Kakashi's eyes and dripped onto the pillow, already not recovering, combined with the dead atmosphere. He looked even more fragile. This made Obito unable to help but step closer and comfort him. "Kakashi, it's fine. You've always worn a mask. If you dye your hair in the future, no one should be able to recognize you." Snap! A faint sound of heartbreak echoed, and Kakashi despairingly closed his eyes. Arms spread wide, head tilted, ignoring everything. "Ahem, I won't take the book back. I'll give it to you once you recover." As Senju Itachi spoke, Kakashi's head, which was tilted to one side, straightened again, and then he stopped moving. "My secret library is open to you. You can read whatever you want. I have no demands." Kakashi opened his eyes, staring blankly at Senju Itachi. Senju Itachi gritted his teeth and added, "You can read all the comics, the uncensored ones, plus a private signed photo of the stars of paradise of affection. All right, Obito, help me up. Important matters are at hand." Obito helped Kakashi sit up, looking at him with unfamiliar eyes. Chapter 171 Different Ending Itachi. Just recall the memories that were synchronized with Sasuke. The two bumped fists, and Itachi's memories began to synchronize. With the support of Senju Itachi's ninjutsu, the others were also pulled into Itachi's memories. A different ninja world appeared before everyone. The same people, the same places, but experiencing different events. After a long time, amidst the shocked gazes of the others, Itachi finally stopped recalling. So my daughter-in-law is that little girl Hinata. Boruto didn't want to tell me. Haha. Now I know. Looks like I should visit the Hyuga family more often. Maybe I could hold my granddaughter sooner. While everyone was still immersed in the shocking event plotted by Kurizetsu, Minato's somewhat untimely voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Hearing this, Senju Itai patted Minato's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely instruct Neji to keep Hinata far away from Naruto, absolutely not giving that kid a chance." Lord Hokage, that's narrow-minded. It's not like that. At worst, I'll just share a bit of my mission rewards with you in the future. Hey, that's fine. It's a deal. Leave Neji to me. Wherever Naruto and Hinata are together, you definitely 1TC Neji. Kakashi and Itachi listened to their conversation with a face full of black lines. Two big brothers, is this the point? Shouldn't the focus be on the authenticity of those memories just now? Reflecting on the memories just seen, Obito fell into deep thought. Bang! A muffled sound followed by Kakashi's scream. Obito had unknowingly let go of Kakashi, who fell heavily onto the bed without support. Kurizetsu? Madara? Kagaya? Kurizetsu is the true mastermind? The rest of us are just pawns? Aside from the final battle being relatively complete, most of the memories were fragmented, and 80% of the other memories were about that so-called Naruto. Discarding other unnecessary events, Obito compared what he knew, and after a long time, he incredulously asked, "Is all this real? Then why did I become a part of it? Why? Why?" The angry and confused voice echoed throughout the hospital room. And if all this were true, Obito felt like a clown, a pathetic clown who had lived under someone else's conspiracy and worked hard for others. Kakashi struggled to sit up, suppressing the pain at his wound. Obito! Before Kakashi could finish his words, Obito was already holding his head and shouting frantically. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. What bullshit memories. They're just your means to deceive me. Everything is fake. That so-called Hokage has never appeared in those memories at all. It's all. Slap. Before he could finish, Senju Itai slapped Obito across the face. The force was so great that it sent Obito flying to the side, knocking down a cabinet nearby. As a member of the Uchiha clan, can't you tell whether or not an illusion was cast? Also, don't you know what your plans are really about better than us? Can't you see, we can make our fakes look so real? You've been given face. Don't you look at what's worth our planning? Always acting like you have persecution paranoia, seeing everything as someone trying to harm you. Amidst Senju Itai's cursing, Obito got up from the ground, supporting himself against the cabinet. His eyes gradually calmed down. Many schemes couldn't withstand scrutiny. Piecing together what he knew, Obito had already figured out many things. Not caring about his slightly swollen face, Obito looked at Senju Itai and calmly said, "Lord Hokage, can I go to the Nanha Shrine in the Uchiha clan?" Without answering Obito, Senju Itai turned to look at Uchiha Itachi, casting an inquiring glance. Understanding Senju Itai's intention, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, his eyes moving as if pondering something. The others did not urge him, quietly waiting for Uchiha Itachi's answer. Seeing Itachi's expression, Obito gave a self-mocking smile. Right, the shrine. How could a traitor like him enter? The shrine still stands, but the stone tablet inside is gone. Your purpose must be that stone tablet, right? Just as Obito felt hopeless, Itachi's voice rang out. Obito looked blankly at Uchiha Itachi. "No way. The things left by our ancestors, you guys didn't preserve them well. What is going on?" Seemingly understanding the meaning in Obito's eyes, Itachi looked around at the others and explained, "After I obtained these memories back then, I wanted to destroy the stone tablet. Later, I reported this to my father, who probably guessed some things too, and after discussion within the clan, it was directly removed and replaced with the village's central values." The village's central values? What is that? In the midst of confusion, Senju Itai voiced his inner question. "Master, let us go see it together. As for the stone tablet, I believe my father hasn't thrown it away yet." The few nodded, and after bidding farewell to Kakashi, they headed towards the Uchiha clan. The journey was silent. In the quiet atmosphere, Obito suddenly asked, "In the memory just now, I successfully released the 9 tails, and Naruto is also an orphan. Teacher, do you know that it was I who attacked you back then?" Hearing Obito's question, Minato smiled. "The flying thunder god mark doesn't disappear. You have 2 marks on you, one which I left." With that one sentence, Obito instantly realized and understood why Minato could appear beside him in an instant. "Teacher, don't you resent me?" Upon hearing this, Minato pondered for a moment before replying. "That was something that happened in the memories. Wasn't it? Isn't everything different now?" As the two spoke, they arrived at the Uchiha clan. They had left early, and most people were still gathered in the training field. In the large Uchiha clan, the lights were bright, and only a few people were moving around. The group walked as if in an empty space, heading towards the Nanha Shrine under Itachi's lead. The shrine door opened, and the place where the Uchiha clan's heritage stone tablet should have stood was empty. Instead, on the other side where the stone tablet should have stood, a large golden plaque was erected. Love for the village, dedication, integrity, kindness. Looking at those 16 familiar characters, Senju Itai couldn't help but be stunned in place, turning to Uchiha Itachi in a daze. Where did this come from? I don't recall ever saying this complete phrase, right? Uchiha Itachi nodded seriously at the words. Well, I haven't said anything like that before. You only mentioned something similar during the first class years ago. The rest is what I summarized based on the books you gave me and the guidelines you've set over the years. Listening to Itachi, Senju Itachi silently gave a thumbs up, then looked at Obito with disdain, as expected of someone who could sacrifice their entire family for the greater good. If only Obito had your awareness and intelligence, the Fourth Great Ninja War would never have happened. Chapter 172. Earthquake, Flood, Chaos in Konoha Village, the Umbu Prison. Obito was brought back with chains and shackles, quietly reflecting on everything he had done with Zetsu earlier. All the actions, from beginning to end, were merely carried out by him. All the routes were pre-designed by Madara and Black Zetsu. In his memories, Obito sneered coldly. Is it a coincidence? For being saved when I was supposed to die, to witnessing Rin and Kakashi in crisis. I suppose all of this was planned. Blood dripped from Obito's palm. Looking back, everything seemed so coincidental, and he had never doubted it. Black Zetsu, I will make you pay for this. Consumed by anger, Obito gritted his teeth while muttering Black Zetsu's name, his tone filled with rage. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. In a vast desert, Zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, swiftly traversed underground, continuously cursing. Mom, wait for me. I will definitely resurrect you. They can't keep you locked away for long. My plans over the years cannot fail like this. With White Zetsu responsible for gathering information, Black Zetsu promptly retrieved his Rinnegan from Orochimaru as soon as he sensed that things were amiss. Sure enough, when Black Zetsu got the Rinnegan and found Obito again, Obito was already fighting pain. Originally, Black Zetsu intended to secretly help Obito escape, but before he could act, he was repelled by a tremendous force. Sensing Kakashi's serious injuries, Senju Itachi did not hide his momentum as he rushed towards Obito at full speed. That terrifying aura made Black Zetsu choose to conceal himself on the spot and stealthily escape in the direction away from Konoha. I've arrived. Haha, there's still hope. There's still hope. Mom, wait for me. I can release you soon. Stopping his stealth, Zetsu emerged from the ground, looking at the yellow sand-covered area ahead with gleaming eyes, his tone filled with excitement. The pitcher plant-like shell opened, revealing Zetsu's black and white half-head. Zetsu's arm twisted, and a faintly golden eye appeared in his palm. Looking towards the sense location, Zetsu dove back underground, holding the Rinnegan in his hand. Uchiha Madara, it's more appropriate for you to retrieve your Rinnegan yourself. Haha, reviving my mom depends on you. My dear Madara. As he descended, invisible chakra continuously gathered towards the Rinnegan in Zetsu's hand. The dim golden light became increasingly dazzling, and the black patterns against the golden glow became more pronounced. Boom! As the underground chakra was absorbed, the earth suddenly trembled. In an instant, yellow sand filled the sky, and the nearest Sunagakure was instantly enveloped in yellow sand. The people of Sunagakure, still immersed in sleep, were all startled awake. Loza quickly flipped out of bed, the first to rush out the door. The tremors underfoot persisted, and the view ahead was hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. The heavy earthy smell in the air made Loza instinctively cover his mouth and nose. More and more people were awakened, and the originally dark village gradually lit up. Quick! An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Be careful of building collapses or quicksand. Hurry and take the children to higher ground. The scene was hazy, visibility not exceeding 10 meters, with chaotic figures barely visible. The panicked voices of the people echoed throughout Sunagakure in an instant. Boom! Nearby houses collapsed with a crash. Loza quickly formed hand seals, and a giant hand made of gold sand appeared, steadily supporting the building until all the residents escaped. Swish! Two figures appeared before Loza, quickly asking, Kazakage-sama, are you alright? I'm Fine. Quickly organize the ninjas for rescue. Everyone act together to minimize civilian casualties. Yes. Without any delay, the two immediately took their leave. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, ninjas moved in every direction. Grandma Chio stood in the yellow sand, her fingers flying quickly, and 10 puppets swiftly moved between different houses to conduct rescues. Kazekage-sama. The underground animals are also in chaos and are approaching Sunagakure. Before the earthquake had even stopped, the ninjas stationed at the village's perimeter found Loza to report. Upon hearing this, Loza's gaze turned cold. Without hesitating, he charged into the yellow sand alone. Meanwhile, in YifeiWakes, Anoki soared into the air, hovering above. Looking down at the village below, where houses were collapsing, Anoki swiftly flew there, weaving through the village, rescuing villagers in danger. Bang! Anoki landed in front of Genin, quickly forming hand seals. His right hand was soon covered in rock, punching away a massive boulder that was about to fall. Tsuchikage-sama. Quickly assist others, but also be cautious of your own safety. Don't get hit by falling boulders. Not sparing more words, after saving this Genin, Anoki flew away again, rushing towards another person. In the chaos, time ticked by, and about 10 minutes later, the earthquake finally calmed down. In Kumogakure, they stood seriously on a high platform, surveying the crowd gathered in the square. Report on the casualties. Reikage-sama, there are 200 severely injured from boulders, 10 deaths from collapsed buildings, and over 500 with minor injuries. Initiate rescue operations, prioritize treating the injured, and organize those who are unharmed to rebuild the houses. Under A's organization, Kumogakure began orderly disaster response efforts. Oh, I'm exhausted. What is going on? How can an earthquake happen out of nowhere? In Kirigakure, Terumi Mei sat languidly in a chair with her legs crossed, fine beads of sweat beating on her forehead. Ao stood calmly in front of Terumi Mei and said, Mizuki-sama, the damage caused by this earthquake isn't too severe, but the tsunami triggered by the earthquake has flooded many areas on the borders of the Land of Water. It doesn't affect us much, but the daimyo's orders will likely arrive soon, and, at that time, we may have to send some people to assist with disaster relief in the Land of Water. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei sighed lightly. There's no way around it. Debts must be repaid. Just send some people over when the time comes. Today, focus all efforts on rescuing our own place. Like the other 4 hidden villages, Konoha was also in chaos at this time. Although the buildings had not collapsed, there were still some stampedes during the evacuation process. In several training grounds, the villagers of Konoha gathered, all looking up at the sky above Konoha. Senju Itachi stood in mid-air, hands clasped together. Several vines emerged from the ground, firmly stabilizing the towering buildings, preventing them from collapsing due to the tremors. Chapter 173. Conditions to leave the village Hokage-sama. All the injured have been arranged in the hospital for treatment, but the other residents are still gathered in the training ground. When will they be arranged to go home? Listening to Nara Shikamaru's report, Senju Itachi paused his actions. No rush. Let me fix these old houses with cracks first. They can endure a bit in the training ground for now. The sun is up, so you can gather the people and start cooking on the spot. Let everyone eat something first. Yes. Asuka Hinata received the order and left, while Senju Itachi continued to use wood release, reinforcing the older houses one by one. Not just Senju Itachi, all the living forces of Konoha have been dispatched. Once the village was stabilized, the surplus forces began to spread out to the surrounding villages, starting a rescue mission one by one. The rescue operation lasted a whole week, and Senju Itachi tirelessly reinforced all the houses in Konoha, taking a full 5 days to complete the last house. Phew, damn it, good thing I didn't slack off back then, otherwise. This earthquake would have probably worn me out just dealing with Konoha alone. Since Senju Itachi took over as Hokage, the construction of the village houses has been personally done by him using wood release. The original purpose was to prevent enemy raids, but unexpectedly, the raid on Konoha turned out to be a natural disaster. Fortunately, although it came suddenly, the intensity of the earthquake was still within the capacity of the houses. Bang, bang, bang. After finishing the disaster relief, everything returned to normal. Senju Itachi finally managed to relax a bit, just comfortably basking in the sun with his eyes closed when someone knocked on the office door. The door was pushed open, and 2 familiar figures walked in first. While a line of other people outside hesitated for a moment, stopped, and silently closed the door for the 2. Hokage-sama. A familiar voice reached his ears. The lethargic Senju Itachi turned his gaze to see the 2 people, now dressed in fresh attire, and couldn't help but brighten up. Nagato wore a red robe, his red hair cascading down to cover one of his eyes, with a Konoha headband on his forehead and a small green frog tied to his arm. Konan followed Nagato's side, dressed in a green robe adorned with orchids, her purple hair casually pinned up, with a Konoha headband on her forehead and a white paper flower on top, with a cute green frog quietly perched on it. Hey, not bad. Girls should dress a bit more beautifully. This looks pretty good. Hearing Senju Itachi's compliment, Konan smiled. Thank you for the praise, Hokage-sama. Haha, no need to be polite. Now that you have time, make sure to dress up a bit and interact more with other girls. Don't just hang around with these old guys all day. Saying this, Senju Itachi pointed at Nagato. Look at him. All he thinks about is fulfilling Yahiko's dream. I can't be bothered with him. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to say goodbye, right? Just as Nagato was about to express his intentions, he nodded in cooperation upon having his intent pointed out. Senju Itachi stopped speaking, stood up from the lounge chair, and walked in front of Nagato, casually flicking the small green frog on Nagato's arm. Is this the frog squad? Did Jiraiya request this? Or did you two volunteer? While asking, Senju Itachi withdrew his finger from the small frog and looked at the Konoha headbands on their foreheads. It can't be that Jiraiya forced you to wear these, right? If he dares to threaten you too, I'll go over and revoke his rights to publish his works and lock him in my office for a year or so, not allowing him to go out. Hey, you little brat. I'm still outside listening. No need to be so ruthless. Without waiting for Nagato to respond, Jiraiya pushed open the door and walked in with an angry expression. Seeing Jiraiya's demeanor, Senju Itachi scoffed. TCH, you haven't threatened people enough? Under your threats, Kakashi hasn't he done a few bad things for you? Ah, that doesn't count as a threat. I need inspiration, and he needs stories. We're just helping each other. Fine, helping each other, that is only right. I'll go tomorrow and list your hot paradise as a banned book. Let us see who dares to buy your book. You bastard. Senju Itachi, you're getting cocky now and starting to bully people. What is wrong? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and beat me up. Hearing Senju Itachi's threat, Jiraiya's eyes widened in anger, and finally, pointing at Senju Itachi's nose, he shouted loudly, Okay, you're strong. I can't beat you. I'll go find Tsunade. I don't believe no one can handle you. Upon hearing this, Senju Itachi, who was originally confident, instantly changed his expression, grabbing Jiraiya, who was about to leave, and began to soften his tone. Big brother Jiraiya, there is no need for that. It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Why are you angry? I never said I didn't believe you. With your style of doing things, you wouldn't threaten them. It was my rashness. Come, sit down. In the satisfied expression of Jiraiya, Senju Itachi pulled Jiraiya's arm and pressed him onto the office chair. Then, turning his head to look at the line of small kids outside, Senju Itachi helplessly said, All right, come in. Why are you hiding so far back? Since you dare to come here, are you afraid I won't agree? Upon receiving Senju Itachi's permission, a group of kids led by Shiro and Kanamaru walked in, looking timidly at Senju Itachi in front of them, not daring to make eye contact. Looking at the kids in front of him, Senju Itachi had many feelings. These children were sent back to Konoha by Konan and Shursui over the years. It seems that the efforts of these years were not in vain. A group of troublesome little ones, what? Can't stay put anymore? Hearing Senju Itachi's words, Shiro raised his head, his lively eyes meeting Senju Itachi's gaze. Hokage-sama, we want to go out with Nagato and Aizen and Konan Onizen to see our old living places. Sigh, it seems I haven't done well enough. In the end, I still can't keep your hearts. Forget it, go ahead. You've all grown up and don't need me anymore. With a sigh, Senju Itachi turned around in disappointment and sat down in his office chair, no longer speaking. In an instant, the group of children who had been anxious just now showed expressions of regret. Shiro looked anxiously at Kanamaru beside him, then turned to Konan and Nagato, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Hokage-sama, that's not what I meant. Shiro waved his hands in a panic, his tone flustered. Halfway through, Shiro suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, and a figure appeared in front of him. Haha, just kidding. If you want to go out, that's fine. However, all of you must pass the Chunin exam. At least you need to have the basic ability to protect yourselves. Ruffling Shiro's head and seeing his bewildered expression, Senju Itachi laughed happily. In the next second, Senju Itachi disappeared from the spot and reappeared, holding two small kids. You two little brats, what? Did you think I wouldn't see you standing at the back? Chapter 174. All reverted to Genin, casually throwing Naruto and Sasuke, who he was holding, onto the ground. The two rubbed their butts and looked at Senju Itachi with awkward smiles. Hokage-sama, we were just curious and came to take a look. Do you think I believe you? Facing their guilty gazes, Senju Itachi chuckled coldly. Seeing Senju Itachi's expression, Naruto narrowed his eyes, turned his small hand back, and pointed outside. If you don't believe me, do you not believe in Niji and Hinata? As soon as Naruto said this, Sasuke's face instantly changed. He reached out to cover Naruto's mouth, but was still a step too late, only able to roll his eyes at Naruto in frustration. Super big idiot. You're scolding me again. As the two were about to start arguing again, Senju Itachi grabbed one of each and lifted them into the air, walking towards the door. Stepping outside, Senju Yifei looked towards the stairs and immediately felt darkness before his eyes. A large group of familiar children had gathered there, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they stared intently at the door of the Hokage's office, seemingly waiting for something. When they saw Senju Yifei coming out with Naruto and Sasuke, the excitement in their eyes instantly vanished, and the next moment, they all turned and ran downstairs. Neji, Lee, stop right there. Watching the fleeing children, Senju Yifei shouted angrily, and at the same time, two vines appeared on the floor, flying towards the last two, Neji and Lee. Bagua Palm, returning heaven. As the vines approached them, Neji spun in place, quickly enveloped by a layer of chakra, trying to deflect the vines back. Seeing Neji's actions, Senju Yifei couldn't help but laugh in anger. You little brat, I thought you were obedient, but you actually led them over here. If my attack can be deflected by you today, I'll let you take my position as Hokage. Slap, slap, slap. Without caring about Neji's defense, the vines smoothly wrapped around and began to whip at Neji's backside. Lee, who was beside him, did not escape either, as the vines pulled him next to Neji and started giving him the same treatment. Raising his hand, two more vines appeared, wrapping around the chuckling Naruto and Sasuke, and began to whip them as well. Turning back to the office, Senju Yifei's gaze swept over the children inside. In an instant, Bai Yifei and others in the office instinctively covered their backsides and hid behind Nagato and Konan. Hell, one by one, now you want to hide? Where were you earlier? His malicious gaze swept over everyone indiscriminately. Noticing Senju Yifei's gaze, Jiraiya, who was watching the show and sipping tea, trembled and stopped his actions, looking out the window. Hey, Yifei, the weather is nice today. I should go sunbathe my quilt. I'm off. We'll talk another day. With that, Jiraiya jumped out the window and onto the rooftop of the nearest building, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Senju Yifei snorted coldly, retracting his gaze from Jiraiya and focusing on Nagato and Konan. All of you today, including those who ran away, I want you to catch them all. Meet at the training ground in half an hour. If even one is missing, I'll make the Frog Squad into the Toad Squad. A chill involuntarily descended upon the two, and although they had been external personnel for years, the name of Senju Yifei was something that Jisue had always drummed into their ears. Whenever the punishment methods of Senju Yifei were mentioned, Jisue would hesitate and refuse to speak. Remembering this, the two did not linger and quickly took action. Konan instantly transformed into a flurry of paper, wrapping up the surrounding children and giving them no chance to react. The children who had barely escaped to the first floor had not even caught their breath when six figures appeared, looking at them maliciously. 20 minutes later, at the training ground, Senju Yifei sat calmly in a chair, surrounded by four pitiful children who were holding their backsides and groaning incessantly. After a while, a flurry of white paper carrying over 50 children flew towards the training ground. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the children landed, several vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around their feet and firmly fixing them in place. Senju Yifei's gaze swept over them, counting the numbers, satisfied to see that none were missing. He nodded and looked at Nagato and Konan, patting the chair beside him, saying, "Come, sit over here. They can stand." After sending the four who were covering their backsides back into the crowd, Senju Yifei continued leisurely. "Very good. It seems I've been too indulgent with you all, making you feel too comfortable in the village. Each of you is thinking about going outside. Fine, I'll indulge you. You can play together. And since most of you are newly graduated Genin, only a few who graduated early have become Chunin through Konoha's exams. Today, all of you who have already become Chunin will have your Chunin status canceled and will revert to Genin." Senju Yifei's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Neji, Lee, and Tenten, as well as Bai, Yifei, and others who had passed the Konoha Chunin exam, all changed their expressions dramatically, looking at Senju Yifei in disbelief. Playing around has its limits. The outside world is not as simple as you think. Normally, team leaders are responsible for tasks, and there are time limits for leaving the village. However, your intention this time is to wander the entire ninja world without too many restrictions. Fine. If your strength meets the standards, I will allow you to go. Listening to Senju Yifei's serious words, all the children fell silent. The training ground was quiet, and Senju Yifei's gaze fixed on the distance, seemingly waiting for something. 5 minutes later, Nara Shikaku arrived at the training ground holding a pineapple head, followed by a group of Konoha Jonin and some parents of the children. Dad, let go of me. I don't want to go. Can't you just let me lie at home? Why do you have to drag me out? Not a chance. You must participate in this event. The argument between father and son successfully broke the silence in the scene. All the children turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. And when they saw their parents and team leaders, they all involuntarily tensed up. After Nara, Shikaku forcefully placed Shikamaru into the crowd. All the parents and team leaders gathered beside Senju Yifei, and a row of wooden chairs appeared, where they all sat down neatly. All right, everyone is here, so let the punishment begin, Senju Yifei said with a wicked smile, clapping his hands. Vines as thick as an adult's fingers sprang up in front of all the adults. At the same time, wooden partitions appeared where Naruto, Niji, and the other children were standing, isolating them all. No, I was wrong. Amidst the terrified screams of the children, their respective parents and teachers walked towards them holding the vines. Chapter 175, Chunin Exam Plans. In the training ground, the screams echoed continuously. Nagato and Konan sat quietly on their chairs, their eyes constantly flickering between the small partitions and the grinning Senju Yifei. After less than 10 days of first-hand experience in Konoha, the two had completely been convinced by the situation in Konoha. From Yahiko founding the Akatsuki organization until now, they had been striving for peace in their hearts. War, death, revenge, and the destruction of families have been recurring endlessly. Misled by Obito, they fell into the anticipation of the Eye of the Moon plan, and when Jiraiya's persuasion fell on deaf ears, they were about to become pawns. Jisui's joining the Akatsuki brought a plan that shattered their thoughts, allowing Nagato and Konan to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. From one village to 2 villages, gradually developing, then to a small country, they hid in the shadows with Konoha's help, continuously carrying out the liberation movement planned. Liberation, propaganda, breaking rigid thoughts. Equality for all. Ideals that had faded away with Yahiko's death reignited the hope within Nagato and Konan. Nagato's gaze fell on Senju Yifei, and sensing Nagato looking at him, Senju Yifei met his gaze, his smile never ceasing. He pointed at the small partitions and said, "So, how about going to find someone to beat up? This bunch of little brats just has a simple itch in their backsides. This time, they must learn their lesson." Hearing this, Nagato suddenly burst into laughter, not knowing what he thought of. "Ha ha, indeed, it was an itch in my butt. Xiaonan and I also didn't think it through and actually agreed to let them come out with us. We shouldn't have done that. Kids should be able to enjoy their lives peacefully and safely. Well, how about it? Do you and Xiaonan want to confess your sins and hit yourselves a few times?" Chinsho Ifei looked at Nagato's heartfelt smile and couldn't help but tease him back. Without any hesitation, Nagato immediately took off his new outer robe and walked toward the center of the training ground. "Hokage-sama, come on, I'm willing to accept punishment. Let us consider it settling the debts for the wrongs I've done over the years." Xiaonan looked at the already prepared Nagato in a panic, momentarily frozen in place, unsure whether to go or stay. Seeing Xiaonan in such a dilemma, Chinsho Ifei stood up, picked up the long robe Nagato had taken off, and walked over to him. He draped the robe back onto Nagato. "I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? Besides, we're all adults. This way of punishment isn't right. Just put your clothes on, and that's enough. Let the past stay in the past. No need to bring it up again. Then Hokage-sama, you can punish me in the same way you punish Shirzue." Chinsho Ifei was left with a head full of question marks. "I punish Shirzue? That's impossible. You think Shunshin and Shirzue are a joke. He runs away so fast. As soon as I had the thought, that kid was already gone. He's slandering me." Secretly making a note of Shirzue, Chinsho Ifei asked Nagato and Xiaonan, "By the way, how long has this been going on?" "Almost half an hour." Xiaonan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and answered Chinsho Ifei's question. "This should be enough. If it goes on, be careful not to break anything. These are all the future of Konoha." Hearing Chinsho Ifei's murmuring, Xiaonan and Nagato exchanged smiles and sat back down. Chinsho Ifei cupped his hands in a trumpet shape in front of his mouth and shouted loudly, "All right, everyone stop. They're all our kids. A few hits to learn a lesson is enough." 5 minutes later, a group of teachers and parents returned to their seats with smiles on their faces. The switches in their hands had all become different. Only some of the parents and teachers of the girls had gone easy, still holding intact switches. Naruto lay motionless on the ground, hands covering his butt, his forehead protector half hanging on his yellow hair, and his body covered in dirt. Kushina casually tossed aside the remaining 20-centimeter switch in her hand, smiling as she greeted those around her. In contrast, Sasuke covered his mouth, stifling his laughter, stealing glances at the motionless Naruto. Mikoto also stood among the parents with a smile, her 1-meter-20 switch still looking as good as new. Niji limped over to Tenten, covering his butt, and, after confirming she was all right, he finally approached Hinata. Hinata's face was flushed with shame, her head down, fidgeting with her fingers. The usually obedient Hinata had been hit for the first time, and it was in front of a crowd. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted, and a 6-meter-high slug appeared. Lord Slug, could you please help these children heal? They've hurt and learned their lesson. When all the children stood straight in front of him again, Bai Yifei stood up from his seat, his expression serious as he spoke. Listen up, a month from now, we will hold the Chunin exam. Those who pass will have their requests met. Those who fail will stay in the village and improve their strength. This time, the Chunin exam will not only involve Konoha. I will send invitations to other villages for eligible genin to come participate in Konoha. The Chunin exam includes 3 parts: a written test, individual battles, and team battles. At that time, we will select assessment teachers from all participating ninja villages for scoring. Anyone who does not meet the requirements will be considered a failure. Remember, this assessment is not just a simple evaluation. It concerns the face of Konoha. I do not want Konoha's organized activities to have the worst results. Anyone who brings shame to Konoha, your Hokage will be angry. The cold laughter reached the children's ears, causing them to shiver. Bai Yifei flicked his sleeves and sat back down in his seat. Riku, you are responsible for the specific content of the Chunin assessment. Remember, it must be difficult. Too easy won't do. It must reflect Konoha's standards. Nagato, Xiaonan, you are more familiar with the ninja villages. Remember to invite not just the other 4 great villages, but also those small ninja villages. The invitations for the Chunin assessment will be handled by you. By the way, I will also borrow Kisame and Deidara for a while. The 3 nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing this, Bai Yifei nodded in satisfaction and then casually glanced at Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma immediately understood, stood up with a cigarette in his mouth. Hokage-sama, with such a large-scale assessment, I think Shikamaru and the others shouldn't participate, as they just graduated not long ago. If they participate, there's a high probability they will fail. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, who had been listless, immediately perked up. Riku, seeing this, quietly stood up. I disagree. Although they just graduated, they still have abilities. This Chunin exam is unprecedented and a great opportunity. I hope they don't miss it. With the intention achieved, looking at the 2 acting in tandem, Bai Yifei stood up and raised his hand to stop. First, go down and perfect the assessment content. Invite other villages. I'll consider this matter. Chapter 176. The melancholic duo Hokage-sama. What are you planning? Why suddenly think of organizing such a large-scale Chunin exam? In the Hokage office, Riku frowned, looking unwell at the blank sheet of paper in front of him that only had 1 line written on it. Chunin exam plan. Bai Yifei casually picked up a washed apple, wiped it with a paper towel, and handed it to Riku. It was a whim. I'm sorry for the trouble. Keep it simple, don't make it too difficult, or else these kids' confidence will be completely shattered. Crunch. Riku took the apple and bit into it. Hokage-sama, later you should have the leading jounin recommend their respective students. Otherwise, my kid definitely won't participate. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Riku nodded in satisfaction, swallowing the piece of apple in his mouth. He spoke slowly with your current influence. There shouldn't be anyone in the invited ninja villages who would refuse. Therefore, this Chunin exam must showcase the strength of Konoha, so, with a casual gesture, Riku naturally rubbed his fingers together. Bai Yifei waved his hand. I will have the finance department cooperate fully, including the Umbu and the guard department. As long as you need, Minato and Fugaku will also listen to your orders. Hokage-sama is generous. Riku smiled broadly, staring intently at Bai Yifei. What are you doing? What do you want? This Hokage is a family man. I advise you to retract your filthy thoughts. I still have a son. Riku swallowed the last bite of the apple and complained unkindly. Then, looking at Bai Yifei, he changed the subject. Hokage-sama, if I remember correctly, you don't have much to do during this time. Why not let me call on you for a few days? What a joke. This Hokage has a lot on his plate. How could I have time to participate in a small Chunin exam? I'll give you a separate overtime fee, charged to the village's public account. You dare to pull this Hokage into corruption? Impossible. You went to the capital under the guise of a business trip last month and got a massage. Wow. How dare you track me, the Hokage? Upon hearing this, the originally righteous Senju Itachi's aura instantly wilted, and he glared at Nara Shikaku with gritted teeth. Unfazed by Itachi's gaze, Naruto calmly took out a photo from his pocket, clearly well prepared. In the picture, Itachi is comfortably lying on a massage bed, with two beautiful women giving him a foot massage. This massage parlor is your property, right? Someone invested in it back then. Can you guess who? Beautiful. Itachi snatched the photo and quickly tore it into pieces, then glared fiercely at Naruto. You win. I'll listen to your orders and let you command me. A victorious smile ballooned on Shikaku's face. It feels so good. You always trick me. And this time, I finally got my revenge. By the way, I intercepted that photo halfway. Your partner wanted to trick you, but I found out, and his shares now belong to me. Be careful of your identity when you go out. Many people are watching you. All right, got it. I want to do it again. No, wait. There won't be a next time. Don't think you can threaten me with this again. During the conversation, Naruto picked up a pen and began planning the Chunin exam. Seeing this, Itachi no longer lingered. He left the Hokage office to issue orders about which teachers could recommend Genin to participate. After issuing the orders, Itachi headed toward the Umbu as a small businessman. He didn't think he would have the guts to plot against him. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Itachi's office, Itachi frowned, looking at the documents in front of him, veins bulging on the hand holding the pen. You two have had enough. I still have work to do. How am I supposed to handle these documents with you two acting like this? Looking to his side, he saw a yellow and a black figure, both clinging to his legs, looking pitiful. No. Itachi brother, we also want to participate in the Chunin exam. Please help us if you don't help us. We want to get up. I can't help you. The Master S decision is beyond my control, and Asuma is right. Your strength is indeed insufficient. You wouldn't pass even if you participated. It's better to train well for a year and take the exam next year. Upon hearing this, Naruto started shaking Itachi's leg, crying and wailing with snot and tears. Itachi brother, no. After so many years, this is the only chance. If we miss it, it's gone. Please help us. You like Sasuke the most. You will help me in Sasuke, right? Naruto's shoulders trembled, occasionally rubbing his face against Itachi's leg to wipe his snot and tears. He then kicked Sasuke's but with one leg. Sasuke, who was originally a bit aloof while watching Naruto, instantly understood Naruto's intentions. His eyes rolled, and he began to imitate Naruto, rubbing his snot and tears on Itachi's leg. Brother, you don't love me anymore. Please help us. This is the only chance. We want to see the ninjas from other villages. Can you bear to see me sad? Itachi looked disdainfully at the two clinging to his legs, angry enough to stand up and quickly lift them one on each side, heading towards the Namake's household. Itachi brother, isn't this the direction of my house? Originally thinking Itachi was going to help him speak, Naruto suddenly panicked when he saw the direction Itachi was going, struggling wildly to escape Itachi's grasp. Sasuke, realizing what was happening, also began to twist his body frantically. Kushina was furious, and Sasuke had the unfortunate experience of this once before when he and Naruto went to the women's bath to find Jiraiya. They were caught by Kushina, and no matter how they explained, she would listen and started beating Naruto right there. That time, Naruto limped for a whole week, and Sasuke was so scared he would take a detour upon seeing Kushina. No, don't. Itachi brother, I was wrong. Please put me down. I won't bother you anymore, really. Brother, I was wrong too. Don't take us there. We won't bother you anymore. Watching the two panic, Itachi stopped and set them back on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. It would have been better if you had done this earlier and not disturbed my work. You two behave, I'm going back. What should we do? Sasuke, I want to participate in this Chunin exam. I don't know. I want to participate too. What should we do if we can't? Their last straw of hope left casually, leaving Naruto and Sasuke standing pitifully on the street. In the chaos, Neji, Hinata, Lee, and 4 others walked out from the street, heading towards the two. Let us go to the library to study. The Chunin exam is next month. Shouldn't we prepare in advance? Hearing this, the two looked at Inuzuka Kiba with tearful eyes. Didn't you say we couldn't participate? Yuhi Kirin recommended us. We could participate. Shikamaru's side, Asuma-sensei, also recommended us. Didn't you know? Whoosh! The two figures instantly leaped out, disappearing around the corner in a breath. Chapter 177, White Zetsu, Infiltrating Konoha. Kakashi-sensei, please, just recommend us to participate in the exam. Naruto was guarding Kakashi's hospital bed, his tone filled with pleading and a hint of coquetry, carefully shaking Kakashi's bed. Sasuke placed a freshly washed fruit plate on the small cabinet at Kakashi's bedside, smiling as he even thoughtfully placed a small fork for Kakashi. Kakashi flipped through the book in his hand, showing no reaction to their flattery. The two exchanged a glance, and Naruto suddenly lunged forward to snatch the book from Kakashi's hand. The book was instantly in his hands. Without any hesitation, Naruto tossed it to Sasuke outside, who caught it and retreated 2 steps to distance himself from Kakashi. Ha! Kakashi yawned widely, half opening his dead fish eyes, calmly glancing at the two, pulling the blanket over himself, and closing his eyes to snuggle comfortably into the covers. In front of the library, the two little ones squatted in a corner with a look of grievance. What should we do, Sasuke? Itachi brother 1T help us. And Kakashi sensei 1T pay us any mind. Everyone else can participate in the Chunin exam, but we can't. I want to accept this. Another group of fellow Genin happily walked into the library to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam, making Naruto green with envy. Listening to Naruto's furious words, the twig in Sasuke's hand snapped, and he turned to Naruto, equally indignant. So what? Are you going to beat them up, or directly go find the instigator, Lord Hokage, and have him allow us to participate? Oh, Sasuke, you have a way. Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to find Lord Hokage right now. After a moment of silence, Naruto's eyes suddenly widened as he looked towards the tallest building in the village. Without waiting for Sasuke to react, the anxious Naruto ran towards the Hokage building. Hey, wait for me. Realizing what was happening, Sasuke shouted loudly to Naruto, but was still a step too late. Naruto had already disappeared around the corner. Sasuke slapped himself in frustration, saying, hey, this big fool really dares to listen to anything. Just as he was anxiously chasing out, he was stopped by a voice from behind. Sasuke! Turning around, he saw a girl with pink long hair, Sakura, excitedly waving her hand as she ran towards him. Sakura? What's wrong? Hurry up and say it. If it's not important, I still need to find Naruto. The originally enthusiastic girl immediately pouted upon hearing this. It's nothing. You go ahead. Okay. Sakura had just started speaking when Sasuke quickly turned around and chased after Naruto, leaving Sakura stunned in place. Damn Sasuke. You jerk. You didn't even let me finish my sentence. All you think about is Naruto. A fierce image appeared in Sakura's heart as she shouted crazily at Sasuke's back. Bang bang. The door to the Hokage's office was knocked on. Naruto poked his head in and locked eyes with Kakashi, who was busy writing the Chunin exam plan. Naruto, aren't you going to prepare for the Chunin exam? What are you doing here? Uncle Kakashi? Where's the Hokage? He's not here. He went out on an errand. What's up? Upon hearing that the Hokage was not there, Naruto, who had been hopeful, suddenly felt dejected again. He left the office feeling disappointed and ran into Sasuke on the way downstairs. Sasuke, we can't participate in the exam, boo-hoo. What should we do? Naruto threw himself into Sasuke's arms, his cries echoing through the hallway. Sasuke was taken aback, looked around, and instinctively ruffled Naruto's hair. It's okay, it doesn't start until next month. We still have time. Let's not rush. If it doesn't work out, we can prepare for the exam first and think of a way after they're done. Sasuke, and Naruto, what are you two doing? Sakura, who had followed closely behind, looked at the two of them hugging and crying in shock, her inner self instantly struck by lightning. Sakura, what are you doing here? The moment he saw Sakura, Naruto pushed Sasuke away, rolled up his sleeves to wipe his tears, and rushed to Sakura. After calming her inner shock, Sakura returned to her usual smile. Teacher Kakashi agreed to recommend us for the exam, but he couldn't come himself, so he sent me to find you guys. He wrote the recommendation letter, and once we sign it, we can participate. Really? Naruto, filled with joy, wanted to hug Sakura, but she pushed him away in disgust. Settling for second best, Naruto hugged Sasuke instead, jumping up and down in excitement. The book that had been snatched also fell to the ground due to their antics. Sakura picked up the somewhat familiar book and confirmed it, then looked at the two and asked, isn't this the book I stole from my dad to bribe Teacher Kakashi? How'd it end up with you two? The excited duo immediately quieted down, looking at Sakura in disbelief. Are you sure? Sakura nodded, her tone extremely certain as she said, I'm sure. It has signatures from Jiraiya and Miss Kamizuru. I just gave it to Teacher Kakashi an hour ago. There's no way I could be mistaken. Teacher Kakashi. The two's expressions changed dramatically as they sprinted towards the Konoha hospital. After they left, a white figure emerged from within the wall. 3 little human brats making such a fuss. What a hassle. Chunin exam? What is that about? While complaining, the white figure continued to ascend the floors, observing the internal structure of the Hokage building. What's going on? Why are these humans so weak? They're not even as strong as me. Should I just kill them all? This mission is to scout. I can't act. While muttering to himself, White Zetsu quietly made his way to the 26th floor of the Hokage building. Sensing a presence above him that was stronger than himself, White Zetsu moved to the outer area of the building. Countless tiny spores spread from White Zetsu, drifting towards the outskirts of Konoha. Using his sensing abilities, White Zetsu cautiously poked his head out from the 27th floor. In a large space, only one person sat there writing something. Noticing that the person seemed unaware of his presence, White Zetsu boldly crept toward another secret room, completely oblivious to the shadow of the already transformed furniture behind him. Bang! Upon touching the wall of the secret room, White Zetsu was instantly rebounded, and before he could dive back underground, a black shadow had already connected with the shadow. You must be White Zetsu. As the Hokage mentioned, you have quite strong stealth skills. If it weren't for the Hokage's reminder, I truly wouldn't have noticed your presence. Oh haha, I see I've been discovered early on, White Zetsu said with a smile. While speaking, White Zetsu tried to move his body but had no reaction whatsoever. Don't waste your efforts, come with me. Without further ado, Kakashi walked outside, and White Zetsu followed him uncontrollably, mimicking his movements. Chapter 178, Madara and Black Zetsuha, discovered. In a relatively remote forest west of Konoha, a white figure emerged from the trunk of a tree. The figure gazed towards Konoha, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, some spores that only White Zetsu could sense appeared, and he retracted all the spores before disappearing back into the trunk. Meanwhile, in the ruins beneath the desert, Black Zetsu stood respectfully in front of a figure, holding the golden Rinnegan and respectfully presenting it to the man. Lord Madara, I'm very sorry, the mission failed. Obito was captured by Konoha, and I couldn't retrieve the Rinnegan that belongs to you. Madara remained silent, moving his body and feeling the long-lost heartbeat. He then inserted the golden Rinnegan into his eye socket, closing his eyes to adapt for a moment. Slowly, Madara opened his eyes, and the golden Sharingan gradually dimmed, quietly lying dormant within his eye socket. Failed the mission? Then where did this Rinnegan come from? Where is this place, and what is this overwhelming chakra? Madara's tone was calm, and after surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in an unfamiliar space. Black Zetsu immediately began to explain. Lord Madara, this is a ruin not far from Sunagakure, also known as the location of the Dragon Vein. I stumbled upon it while on a mission before. I absorbed the chakra from the Dragon Vein using the Rinnegan to revive you. The Dragon Vein? No wonder the chakra here is so terrifying. It gives off the feeling of being inexhaustible. While speaking, Madara raised his right hand, his gaze slightly dazed, seemingly feeling something. The next second, a black spatial rift appeared in front of Madara. He reached his right hand in, and another black rift appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Madara's hand, which had entered the rift, appeared in front of Black Zetsu, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him in front of himself. Quite a nice ability. With a cold smile, Madara suddenly tightened his grip on Black Zetsu's neck. Since you know this is the Dragon Vein, why would you dare to tamper with the energy here? Don't you understand the importance of the Dragon Vein? If the energy here is activated, the entire ninja world could be destroyed. So what would be the point of my resurrection? A strong sense of suffocation pressed against Black Zetsu, who struggled desperately, trying to break free from the iron grip. Madara calmly observed the struggling Black Zetsu, not lingering too long, and dove into the black space, reappearing outside the ruins in the desert. Casually tossing Black Zetsu onto the fine sand, Madara's steady voice rang out. This is the only time. If you ever try to manipulate the energy of the Dragon Vein again, even if you are a product of my will, I will personally send you away. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu curled up on the ground, trembling. If it weren't for the lack of options, he wouldn't want to tamper with the Dragon Vein. It was like a ticking time bomb that could potentially destroy this world. Tell me about this Rinnegan and why the mission failed. With Obito's abilities, if he wanted to escape in today's ninja world, there shouldn't be anyone capable of stopping him. After weighing the pros and cons, Kurizetsu did not expose the Rinnegan's origin from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but instead used the mysterious figure as a substitute. When mysterious figure was killed, he sensed the remaining aura of the Rinnegan and managed to bring back the Rinnegan, which was almost completely burned out. In other aspects, Kurizetsu explained everything in detail to Madara without any concealment. With Madara's intellect, if he concealed too much, he would instead reveal his intentions. It was better to speak frankly. Obito infiltrated Konoha, attempting to release the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, but was intercepted and killed by the newly appointed Fourth Hokage. Subsequently, Nagato was turned against by the Fourth Hokage's infiltration. Orochimaru repaired the Rinnegan, and Obito fought Kakashi and Nagato, ultimately being captured by the arriving Fourth Hokage. Listening to Kurizetsu's meticulous recounting, Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became excited. Senju Itachi? Ha ha. I never expected that the Senju clan could produce such an outstanding member. Hashirama, let him fight for you and me. As Kurizetsu finished his explanation, the name Senju Itachi was firmly etched in Madara's mind. Hearing Madara's maniacal laughter and seeing his flamboyant hairstyle dancing in the wind, Kurizetsu trembled and said, Madara, Lord Madara, you just revived. Shouldn't we take it slow? I feel that Konoha is now much stronger than when you and Hashirama led it. Just as Madara was laughing wildly on the rock, his eyes shining with excitement, he suddenly turned back upon hearing Kurizetsu's words. The power of the Rinnegan is not weak, even if its owner is a pig. It is not something an ordinary Genin can defeat. Anyone capable of defeating its owner is worth my cautious approach. Moreover, Konoha now possesses my Rinnegan. How can I let it fall into the hands of others? The Fourth Hokage, the Senju clan members, sounds like they have some means. Let us go see Konoha. Lord Madara, I've already sent a white Zetsu clone to investigate the situation in Konoha. Shall we wait a bit longer? Wait. Upon hearing Kurizetsu's words of persuasion, Uchiha Madara's tone changed abruptly. I have waited for so many years. Now that I am revived, it is time for me to take the initiative. A presence that sounds even stronger than Hashirama? I can hardly wait to see what Konoha looks like now. In Konoha, Go brought the controlled white Zetsu to the Umbu. Haha, you're here, come have a couple of drinks. As soon as Go entered the office of Minato in the Umbu, his brows furrowed with anger. A small round table was set up between Minato and Senju Itachi, laden with roasted chicken, peanuts, ham, and a pile of delicacies, while the two were happily clinking their cups. What are you doing? My dear Hokage, you can't drink during work hours. Isn't that your rule? I worked hard on the plan, and you two are hiding here drinking? Well done. Go glared at the two with bulging veins on his forehead. In the next moment, a chicken leg flew toward Go's mouth. Minato yanked the remaining chicken leg and stuffed it into Go's mouth, saying, Look at you being so stingy. I knew you would come, so I specifically saved this for you. Senju Itachi casually sealed white Zetsu and fed Go the juice he had just poured, not caring whether Go could drink it. Here, taste the juice we're drinking. It doesn't tea count as a violation. This Hokage practices what he preaches. So he wouldn't break his own rules. The two blocked Go's mouth, and only then did Senju Itachi carry white Zetsu outside. Outside, the Umbu ninja was eavesdropping and was startled by the suddenly opened door. Seeing the Umbu ninja's appearance, Senju Itachi slipped him a banknote and whispered, Don't let anyone know about me drinking just now. If Go hears about it, he'll dock my salary. Oh, and put this thing with Obito. They're familiar with each other. Let them chat. Chapter 179. Uchiha Madara's physical discomfort. Your clone was captured too? In a forest at the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha looked at Zetsu in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. If it weren't for Kurizetsu's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed the white Zetsu clone hiding underground. Even when he did sense it, it was only when it was about 3 meters away from him that he detected something unusual. What's the situation with Obito? Did you find anything out? Or do you have any information on Nagato's location? Lord Madara, we didn't gather any intel. No one in Konoha has mentioned anything related to them. And the Hokage building is mostly filled with civilians and low-ranking ninjas, so there is no substantial news. As for the top floor, the clone was captured there, and so far there has been no news. It seems he is still alive and hasn't been killed. After white Zetsu finished reporting, Madara's furrowed brow relaxed. A black spatial crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it, disappearing once again. In a Konoha Umbu prison, Obito frowned as he looked at the noisy white Zetsu clone in front of him. Huh? You're still alive? Then why aren't you leaving? Why didn't they kill you? You're not bound by these chains. You should be able to get out, right? By the way, where are Pain and Nagato? Why is the organization left with just me and Kurizetsu? Don't ask me why, white Zetsu replied. Kurizetsu told me to find out about Nagato and your whereabouts. And then he mysteriously started doing something without telling me. A barrage of questions bombarded Obito, who could no longer bear it. He moved his body and punched white Zetsu in the face. White Zetsu flew backward, the chains clanking, and crashed heavily against the wall of the cell. Shut up. Can't you just ask one question at a time? White Zetsu stood up, completely unfazed by the punch he had just taken, and suddenly leaned in closer to Obito, looking at his 2 intact eyeballs, and couldn't help but ask, Wait, when did you get another eye? Back then, Kurizetsu advised you to get a Sharingan from Orochimaru, but you didn't agree. Why are you willing now? What have you experienced in Konoha? Obito stared speechlessly at White Zetsu in front of him. He had already become a prisoner. Couldn't he just stay quiet for a while? White Zetsu glanced at Obito and then looked outside the cell. Seeing that there were no other guards nearby, his body wriggled. Before long, another White Zetsu stood in front of Obito, looking excited as he said, "Let us go. I'll take you out." Obito was stunned at the sight of the two White Zetsus and asked, "You weren't sealed?" In response, the first White Zetsu's abdomen wriggled, and a technique was displayed before Obito. "I'm not human. Sealing this part of me doesn't mean I can't use other parts. I'm just a bit weaker than before." Obito looked at the White Zetsu in front of him, his gaze flickering. He couldn't tell if this was Senju Itachi testing him, or if this was just White Zetsu's peculiarity that Senju Itachi hadn't considered. After a moment of hesitation, Obito's eyes gradually grew resolute as he stood up and approached White Zetsu. The moment they made contact, White Zetsu skillfully wrapped around Obito and dove underground. As the two disappeared, the White Zetsu that had been bound by chains suddenly slumped to the ground for some unknown reason and soon lost all signs of life. Lord Madara, the clone is dead, but according to the memories he transmitted back, Obito is still alive and hasn't been killed. He has just been imprisoned. Now the two have successfully infiltrated underground and are expected to escape soon. At the moment the White Zetsu clone fell, Zetsu, who was with Uchiha Madara, received the memories from the clone. Captured, not killed, Mad casually opened a spatial rift, emerging from it and surveying his surroundings. After confirming his position, he sat cross-legged on a nearby rock. He chuckled, thinking about the Senju clan, the descendants of Hashirama, and how, like Hashirama, they too were indecisive and naive, unable to deal harshly with their enemies. Complaining about Senju Itaka's behavior, Uchiha raised his hand, and a black rift appeared before him. With a thought, another rift appeared in front of a nearby tree. Forming hand seals, a fireball of moderate size flew from Madara's mouth, straight into the rift. Boom! The stone beneath him exploded, and at the moment the fireball appeared, Madara sensed danger and quickly jumped up, narrowly escaping disaster. Landing nearby, Madara furrowed his brows, looking at the black rift that had appeared behind the stone, filled with confusion. He was well aware that he had only opened 2 rifts earlier, and this third rift definitely did not appear by his will. From a long time ago, Madara had sensed something was off. Aside from the first time he used the Rinnegan, every subsequent transfer through the spatial rifts had resulted in a deviation, large or small, from the intended destination. Otherwise, they would have reached Konoha by now, rather than wandering aimlessly in the Land of Fire. Realizing something was wrong, Madara calmed himself and began to carefully examine his physical state. In his first resurrection, there were many things he did not fully understand, so it was safer to check thoroughly. Watching Madara with his eyes closed, Zetsu, although unaware of what was happening, remained silent and stood quietly to the side, playing the role of a bystander. At this moment, underground in Konoha, Obito, controlled by Zetsu, was being led through the underground by him. As they moved deeper, Zetsu skillfully avoided the plant roots below. What used to be a means of travel and message delivery had now become a source of danger. Who knew which annoying would-release tree was lurking below? A careless touch could land him back in Konoha as a prisoner. Descending to a sufficient depth, Zetsu chose a direction and dashed forward. Estimating the distance covered, after an hour of effort, Zetsu finally felt it was safe to head back to the surface. Silently reaching the surface, Zetsu looked around and found himself in a familiar house. The part of Zetsu wrapped around Obito's head loosened, revealing Obito's face. Obito glanced around and his expression changed, prompting him to warn, "We need to leave quickly." "Leave? After all this hassle, you're probably tired. Let's rest well and leave tomorrow," came a teasing voice as the door opened. Obito turned to see Senju Itaka smiling at him. Behind him, Nara Shikaku and Minato Namikaze were each tasting a cup of black liquid. Chapter 180. Senju Itaka's worry indeed. Leaving Zetsu behind was to test me? Looking at the trio of Senju Itaka before him, Obito wore an expression of expected resignation. Itaka was momentarily taken aback by Obito's words, but quickly regained his composure and said bluntly, "You think too highly of yourself. I truly forgot that Zetsu isn't human. My sealing was done casually without much thought. I never had the intention to test you. But how dare you think about escaping? Do you really think I wouldn't kill you?" His tone was sharp, and a powerful wave of chakra surged forth, instantly dispersing the Zetsu wrapped around Obito. Raising his hand, sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through Zetsu before he had a chance to struggle, leaving him lifeless. Obito watched Itaka's actions with calm eyes and spoke evenly. Do as you wish with me. I merely wanted to see Kaguya and ask him personally to confirm whether the memories I have are true or false. Itaka scoffed. What? You still think we're trying to deceive you? You're hopeless. If it weren't for Kakashi urging me, I would have slapped you dead. As he spoke, Itaka made a gesture to slap Obito, but was stopped by Minato grabbing his arm. What is wrong, Minato? Let go of me. I really want to wake this stubborn fool up. I've never seen such an idiot. Initially intending to vent his frustration, Itaka's anger only intensified when Minato held him back. Obito, open your eyes that can only see Rin's death and take a good look. This is the teacher you want to kill, and he still protects you. He clearly saw those memories. In that future, you succeeded. You caused his family to be destroyed, leaving only that child to grow up in exclusion. As Itaka shouted in anger, Minato continued to hold him back, trying to calm him down. Calm down, Lord Hokage. Take it easy. If you slap him now, he might really not be able to take it. If he can't take it, then so be it. Let him die. A traitor who betrays his teacher and clan, living in a dream all day, is of no use left alive. Whether those memories are true or false, doesn't he understand? You have seen that future person with your own eyes. Minato kept holding Itaka's hand, and when Itaka finally calmed down, Minato smiled and said, Lord Hokage, don't you often say not to live in the past? Isn't that what you've been advocating in the village, resolving conflicts between clans? Why are you now getting caught up in it? Calm now. Itaka looked at Minato's sincere expression and then at Naruto, who was quietly observing him, and shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Fine, take Obito away. Tomorrow we'll find Orochimaru. It's better to clarify some things directly with the dead. Having calmed down, Itaka didn't linger and turned to leave the office, with Shikaku following closely behind. Exiting the Umbu, the streetlights were already lit. Itaka's figure flickered, and in a few leaps, he reached the top of the Umbu building. Looking down at Konoha, Itaka felt a surge of emotions. Shikaku, how do you think I'm doing as Hokage? Shikaku, who had been by Itaka's side, chuckled in response. The Konoha beneath your feet is the best answer. Oomph, you cunning old fox. If only others were as lazy and clever as you. Then I'll take it as Lord Hokage complimenting me. Turning to Shikaku, Itaka asked, Do you know why I was angry just now? You were scared, right? Hearing this, Itaka's gaze froze, and he retorted, Was I that obvious? Shikaku smiled slightly and replied, If it were before, I might not have noticed, but now I can see it. Why do you say that? Intuition, Shikaku said, patting his chest. Although you used to work hard to break the barriers between clans, I always felt you were out of place with us, like a traveler who never truly integrated with us. Your thoughts and designs are things this era cannot possess. The things you talk about, I've never found in any of the books. When you first became Hokage, the things you said were strange and quirky, yet they greatly increased people's fondness for you. I wanted to see what this Hokage, who didn't quite live up to his title, could actually do. At this point, Shikaku stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Senju Itachi. You succeeded unprecedentedly. Today's Konoha is no longer what it used to be. Everyone recognizes you as Hokage. Even if you were to order me to die now, I wouldn't hesitate too much. Just like me, everyone in Konoha probably feels the same way. Senju Itachi's body trembled as he met Shikaku's gaze. Shikaku's eyes were firm, unflinching, reflecting Itachi and the lights of Konoha behind him, continuing his words. Hokage-sama, you are different now. The chaotic matters in the village are all initiated by you. Roads, schools, hospitals, orphanages, civilians, ninjas, everything has been considered by you. You are a true Hokage, supported by everyone. So, Hokage-sama, you don't need to worry. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. We will all follow you. You should have no concerns or worries. Shikaku's right hand firmly rested on Senju Itachi's shoulder as they both looked at the bright lights of Konoha. Senju Itachi smiled, his eyes scanning Konoha, and he spoke in a teasing tone. I didn't realize my strategist in Konoha had such eloquence. Well then, I'll leave the future mobilization meetings to you, so I don't have to rack my brains to write speeches in advance. Hey, Hokage-sama, that's not okay. I still have my own matters to handle. Man, just a moment ago you said that as long as I gave the order, even if it meant death, you wouldn't hesitate. Is this how you execute that? Hokage-sama, this is a different matter. Ignoring the cries of Shikaku behind him, Senju Itachi left with a smile. All along, Itachi had been worried about the future. Even when Obito was captured, he did not give up on hunting Kaguya. The entire ANBU was currently working hard on two missions, capturing Kaguya and investigating the underwater ruins. Senju Itachi knew that one day he would leave this place. Especially when Sasuke from the future appeared, his worries peaked even more. Had he really changed the future? The present Minato and the others were no longer characters from the anime, but comrades fighting alongside him. He didn't want to lose the companions who had been with him for over a decade. Chapter 181. Revenge on Minato. Minato, hurry up, I am Stadavan. Why are you so slow? Aren't you known as the Yellow Flash? Your speed doesn't live up to your title. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi sat at the dining table in Minato's house. Fugaku took a sip of the brewed green tea and teased Minato, who was busy in the kitchen. Hearing Fugaku's urging, Senju Itachi took a piece of cut apple, took a bite, and mumbled, "Right, you stopped me yesterday, and you did it pretty quickly. Why are you so slow today? My steak, a bowl of ramen, and a plate of tuna sushi aren't ready yet?" "Oh yes, Dad. Is my sushi not ready yet? If you don't finish it soon, the pervy sage will be waiting anxiously for me. I still have special training to attend." Naruto lazily lay on the table, playing with the flying thunder god kunai that Senju Itachi had just pulled from his waist, mimicking Fugaku's tone to urge Minato. Slap! Nara Shikaku, forced to sit at the dining table, slapped Naruto on the back of the head. "You little brat, it's one thing not to help your father, but to make sarcastic comments here?" Naruto, holding his head, looked up at Shikaku with teary eyes, trying to defend himself. "Ah, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that Hokage-sama and Uncle Fugaku don't agree. Besides, Mom, aren't you sitting here too? Haha, don't make it hard for Naruto. This is between Hokage-sama and Minato. Just let Hokage-sama vent his feelings, and we can wait here." Hearing Shikaku speak up for him, Naruto quickly hid behind Shikaku. Shikaku patted Naruto's head, smiling at Kyuki. "Oh, don't slander me. As Hokage, how could I lack such grace?" Senju Itachi immediately protested, throwing the apple core at Shikaku. Shikaku sidestepped, and a black shadow from the trash can accurately caught the core. "Naruto, remember, never offend our Hokage-sama. Otherwise, you'll never know when you'll be in trouble. TCH, justice is in the hearts of the people. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Naruto, don't listen to him. Come sit with Uncle." After failing to retaliate, Shikaku clearly had a plan and began to entice Naruto. Naruto glanced between the two and quickly ran to sit next to Senju Itachi. "Here we go. Don't rush. Isn't this good?" Just as Naruto sat down, one of the three Minatos in the kitchen came out with a plate. Minato walked straight to Senju Itachi, placed his breakfast on the table with a smile, and said, "Hokage-sama, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's your breakfast." It was indeed a bit of a wait. "Please pay attention next time." "Sure, I hope next time Hokage-sama can be faster than me." Minato still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of threat in his words. "Oh no, could this guy have something on me? That's impossible. I've been quite meticulous in my work lately. They shouldn't have caught anything on me." With that thought, Senju Itachi began to self-reflect. Finally, after losing track of time, he started tasting Minato's cooking. "Not bad at all. Hokage-sama, how does it taste?" "Not bad, acceptable." "Haha, that's good. Hokage-sama should use this standard next time." After saying this with a smile, Minato left with the plate, casually ruffling Naruto's hair on his way out. Finally, he cast a meaningful glance at Fugaku, Hisashi, and the others. The group felt a chill down their spines, looking at Minato's busy figure in the kitchen, and began to self-reflect. After a moment, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison, as if they had made some kind of determination. Fugaku spoke first. "Minato, I'm a bit too hungry. Please help me add another serving of grilled meat." I'm a bit too, but my stomach can't handle it like Fugaku's. Please add another bowl of ramen for me." After Hisashi and Fugaku spoke, they both looked at Shikaku. Under the pressure of the two, Shikaku finally spoke. "I'll keep it simple. I'll have a serving of tempura, a serving of sushi, and a piece of pork cutlet." Good, good, good. You all wait a moment." Minato's voice came from the kitchen. Originally 3 clones, they became 7, with the 4 newly created ones carrying outdoor cooking utensils heading to the backyard. Kyuki watched Minato's busy back and covered her mouth, chuckling. This wasn't the first time such a thing happened. Only 4 people came today, clearly indicating that this matter hadn't been widely publicized. Otherwise, the house would have been filled with people by now. Even if there were many people waiting until the afternoon, Minato couldn't escape this meal. He had to complete it all by hand. After working hard for another half hour, the 4 clones appeared together with plates. After placing Fugaku and the others' breakfasts along with Naruto and Kyuki's, Minato finally dismissed the clones and sat down to eat his own breakfast. So comfortable. The first to finish eating was Senju Itachi, who comfortably rubbed his stomach, lazily leaning back in his chair. Once everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, Senju Yifei finally spoke up to give instructions. Rukyu, you sit in the office for a day. Rizuko and Richa, you help Watergate guard the Umbu for a day. Fugaku, Itachi, I'm taking you with me. Don't slack off with the security team today. Watergate and I have some matters to attend to. If all goes well, we should be back tomorrow. If not, you should be able to sense it. The few of them readily agreed, but when they reached the village entrance, they realized the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, Might Guy, Nagato, and Konan stood guard beside Obito, gathering at the village entrance, along with Namikaze Minato and Senju Yifei. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha, who noticed the situation at the entrance, all stopped in their tracks. Many were unsure of Nagato and Konan's strength, but they were well aware of the abilities of the other individuals. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd looking at Obito turned to fear. What kind of terrifying existence required so many powerful individuals to keep it in check? Noticing more and more people gathering, Senju Yifei waved away Rukyu and the others who had come to see them off. He approached Obito, grasped his shoulder, and said to Nagato and the others, "Put your hands on me. I'll take you over." The group placed their hands on Senju Yifei, including Watergate, who secretly placed his hand on Yifei as well. However, vines suddenly shot up from the ground, knocking Watergate's hand away, and Senju Yifei glared at him fiercely. "You come over yourself. Don't think you can hitch a ride. Not happening. TCH, stingy." Watergate muttered quietly as he watched Senju Yifei and the others disappear from his sight. After a brief pause, Watergate began to sense the flying thunder god kunai he had left on Senju Yifei. All right. If I provoke you again, I'll be a dog." With no result from his sensing, Watergate searched for the marks on Obito again, still finding nothing. Finally, in the puzzled gazes of the crowd at the village entrance, Watergate activated Sage Mode in anger and quickly headed towards Orochimaru's location. Chapter 182. The Perverse Orochimaru in a Quiet Cave. Senju Yifei and the others appeared out of thin air. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Senju Yifei spoke. "We arrived. Let us go inside." "Master, are we not waiting for Watergate-sensei?" Uchiha Itachi asked, looking at Senju Yifei, who was walking straight in. Senju Yifei turned to Itachi and replied matter-of-factly, "No need. I have his Flying Thunder God kunai. He can use the Flying Thunder God technique to catch up." As they wound their way through, they finally saw a glimmer of light after turning a final corner. Under the illumination, a team of white figures was operating mechanically. On the crimson ground, one Sharingan after another, from 1 tomo to 2 tomo, and even 3 tomo, was haphazardly embedded. The white figures continued their actions, seemingly oblivious to Senju Yifei and the others' arrival. The 3 tomo Sharingan were taken by the white figures, placed on chakra donors, and then injected with an unknown milky white liquid using a syringe. Under the catalysis of the white liquid, the 3 tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the chakra donors were drained into dry corpses. The white figures showed no hesitation, immediately offering their bodies, allowing the Sharingan to absorb their chakra until they too became dry corpses, with another white figure stepping in to replace them. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 to 53 tomo Sharingan placed in the same batch exploded one after another under the shocked gazes of Senju Yifei and the others. After the last Sharingan exploded, a cold, hoarse voice echoed above them. "Hee, what a pity. Another failure. Still can't cultivate a second Manjiki Sharingan. It seems the method for the last was an accident." Senju Yifei and the others looked up to see a massive face appearing before them. Under their watchful eyes, the large face gradually shrank to a normal human size, then slowly detached from the crimson wall, revealing a mass that resembled flesh and fell to the ground. The mass twisted and reshaped, and after a moment, it transformed into Orochimaru's appearance standing before them. Seeing Orochimaru's entrance, Senju Yifei was somewhat surprised. The last time they met, he knew Orochimaru was moving and casually gave him a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark before leaving. He really didn't expect him to move inside a snake's body. If he sensed correctly, the massive mountain outside was all Orochimaru, and they were currently inside his body. "Orochimaru, can you make your entrance a bit more normal? This way of appearing can easily scare children. Yifei, give me some more of your blood. The blood you left to save Kakashi is used up. I suspect the appearance of that Manjiki is related to your blood. Give me some more so I can research it properly." Ignoring Senju Yifei's teasing, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he looked at Yifei. The passionate gaze made Senju Yifei involuntarily step back. Meanwhile, Shursui, covered by Nagato and Konan, quietly activated his Mangeki Sharingan to observe Orochimaru, relieved when he confirmed his Jinjutsu was still active. Stop! Seeing Orochimaru's neck stretch longer and longer, Senju Yifei quickly raised his hand to stop him, looking at the eager Orochimaru and said, "All right, help me with something, and I'll leave you some later." Swish! Okay. Orochimaru's neck instantly retracted, and without any hesitation, he replied, "Impure world reincarnation? Or Uchihamadara?" After hearing Senju Yifei and the others' request, Orochimaru was somewhat shocked, then scanned the surroundings. Instantly, Senju Yifei felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble slightly, and then a wide crack appeared in the mountain above them. "This matter. Let us go outside to discuss." Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang out. Hearing this, Senju Yifei slightly nodded. The ground beneath them began to tremble again, and the crimson flesh lifted Senju Yifei and the others, rapidly growing until they were brought outside Orochimaru's body. Looking down, everyone saw a massive mountain stretching endlessly, covered with dense trees. If it weren't for the visible crack, no one would suspect that the mountain beneath them was actually a snake. "All right, we're outside now. How do you want to talk?" Senju Yifei asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru lowered his face, which always wore a cold smile, looking down. A familiar figure emerged from the crack, holding two unconscious white humanoid creatures. Toby climbed out of the crack, excitedly looking up. With Toby's eager and expectant gaze, Orochimaru landed with the others, and the crack closed again. Toby rushed towards Senju Yifei, respectfully bowing and saying, "Hokage-sama, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see. You've changed quite a bit. And your strength has improved a lot. Haha, good." Senju Yifei patted Toby's shoulder with satisfaction. Toby had a 3-tomo in his left eye, a Mangeki in his right, horns on his head, and a snake tail extending from behind. Overall, his strength was not inferior to Orochimaru's. Toby's impure world reincarnation is better than what I researched. He's more suitable for this aspect. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, extremely satisfied with his disciple, pride filling his eyes. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared beside Obito. The late arrival of Minato Namikaze glanced at Senju Itachi with annoyance before releasing the Sage Mode. "Huh? What is that look in your eyes? Let me tell you, I'm not that bored. It was Orochimaru who blocked your perception." Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, I isolated your perception. Your flying Thunder God mark was within my body just now, and you wouldn't be able to sense it without my permission." "Oh ho, did you hear that, Obito? Everyone is here now, so bring out a part of Uchiha Madara's corpse and let Kabuto perform the Edo Tensei." The crowd made way for Obito, who stood there in a daze, unmoving. Senju Itachi frowned and looked over. Obito rolled his eyes and pointed at his stomach with a righteous expression. Feeling guilty, Senju Itachi raised his hand to form a seal and placed it on Obito's abdomen, lifting the seal on him. Obito scanned the crowd and vanished into thin air. "Aren't you afraid he will run away?" Orochimaru's golden slit eyes turned to Senju Itachi, questioning his doubts. Senju Itachi shrugged confidently and replied, "Not afraid. He still wants to know the so-called truth. If he runs away, how will he find out those truths?" Moments later, the space rippled again. Obito appeared in front of everyone with a dry corpse, placing it on the ground as he looked expectantly at Kabuto. Kabuto removed one of Uchiha Madara's dry corpse's hands and grabbed a white clone from beside him, then began to perform Edo Tensei. After finishing the seals, Kabuto confidently slapped the ground and looked at the clone with anticipation. Time passed second by second, but the white clone remained unchanged, and the air fell into silence. Caw, caw, caw. It seemed a line of crows flew over the heads of the crowd. Kabuto awkwardly withdrew his actions, a faint blush appearing on his pale horns. Well, could it be that there isn't enough material? Let's add some more and try again." Senju Itachi broke the silence first, conjuring a vine that brought Uchiha Madara's corpse and placed it all in front of Kabuto. Under pressure, Kabuto formed seals once again, but after a moment, everything remained the same. Orochimaru, filled with hope for Kabuto, couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance. "Impossible. Although I have never performed Edo Tensei before, it should never fail. There must be something wrong." Kabuto stared at the unchanged clone in confusion, constantly reflecting on where the problem might lie. "Wait, let me find something to verify." Kabuto returned to the mountain and came back with a heart, ready to use it to perform Edo Tensei again. The clone began to tremble slightly, and Kabuto's eyes glinted with excitement. The others also turned their gazes toward him, but after a brief tremor, the clone returned to calmness. Not reviving the owner of the heart, How about this, Kabuto? You go down and research Edo Tensei with Orochimaru, and we'll head back to the village. When you have results, we'll come back, okay? Senju Itachi patted the doubtful Kabuto, unsure how to comfort him, so he suggested this. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, who had failed multiple times to revive, silently stroking his chin. The technique is fine, and the materials used for revival also meet the criteria. So the only problem must be with the soul of the deceased. Seeing Kabuto looking somewhat down and lost in self-doubt, Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang out. All right, I will study it further with Kabuto. This should be a matter of the soul. If there are results, I will inform you. Excited at first, they returned disappointed. With Senju Itachi's Flying Thunder God technique, everyone quickly returned to Konoha. They gathered Konoha's top experts to pursue Uchiha Madara, but ended up with nothing. Once everyone dispersed, Obito was resealed and imprisoned, making no resistance and not asking any questions. From the moment he returned to being imprisoned, he remained silent, deep in thought. Senju Itachi headed straight to the library, arriving in the basement where the sealing books were stored, and began researching Edo Tensei. Strange, there shouldn't be any problems. With Kabuto and Orochimaru's abilities, there shouldn't be errors. Why can't they revive Uchiha Madara? Not to mention Uchiha Madara, they hadn't even managed to revive the second target. Could it be that they were led astray under my influence? Have they focused too much on biological knowledge? After a thorough investigation, Senju Itachi returned the sealing book to its place. Ultimately, he blamed the issue on Orochimaru and Kabuto. Meanwhile, in a forest in a land of fire, Uchiha Madara's chakra was in turmoil, wildly pouring into the golden Rinnegan. Deep in Madara's heart, two figures stood facing each other. Clad in armor, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, exuding an intimidating presence, his pitch-black pupils filled with nothingness as he stood silently. Opposite him, a white figure hovered in midair, a red fish basket at its waist and a red fishing rod slung over its shoulder. I see, there's a bug like you living in my body. No wonder I felt uncomfortable ever since I was revived. Madara's voice echoed, his empty black eyes locking onto Urashiki. Hearing Madara's words, Urashiki's voice came back fiercely. You, an ant-like existence, dare to call me a bug? Shut up. Can't you just stay quiet? Why do you have to draw my attention? I can borrow your eyes and let you stay in my body for a few days, but if you keep causing trouble, I'd rather get rid of you to feel at ease. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly, and in the next moment, a vast chakra surged toward Urashiki's ethereal form. Not giving Urashiki a chance to resist, he quickly retreated under the overwhelming chakra. With nowhere to escape, Urashiki raised his fishing rod in an attempt to fight back. But the next second, a large hand firmly grasped his neck. The massive chakra swept over, and Urashiki's chakra projection flickered like a candle in the wind, disappearing completely from Madara's grasp in an instant. Noticing Urashiki's complete disappearance, Madara looked curiously at the black diamond-like substance left in his hand, controlling his chakra to touch it, attempting to destroy it as well. In an instant, the black diamond item burst into light, and waves of memories belonging to Urashiki began to flash through Uchiha Madara's mind. Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Urashiki, an outsider, interesting. So, I could be revived this way. No wonder you were causing trouble in my body. It seems you wanted to plant that so-called wedge in me. However, it's a pity you picked the wrong person. Scenes flashed by, and a look of interest spread across Uchiha Madara's face. However, it was quickly replaced by a hint of anger. Planting the god tree? Devouring all life on the planet for your evolution? Not just one person invading. Trying to seize the Nine-Tails chakra? Is it that hard? You useless bug. What a waste of a perfectly good Rinnegan, letting you end up like this. Oh, this is the future? How could it be? I, the Uchiha clan, am left with only 2 people. Damn you, Tobirama. Did you really succeed? Scenes flashed by, and Uchiha Madara watched everything seriously, his expression changing unpredictably, until a black shadow flashed through the scene. The black diamond finally dissipated in Madara's hand, as if it had completed its mission. The Otsutsuki clan? Damn it. So the so-called ancestor of chakra was just an invader? In the future, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and those guys in Konoha now, I want to ask, why is it that my Uchiha clan is left with only 2 people? Uchiha Madara was furious, and his chakra-concentrated body instantly dispersed. In the outside world, the golden Rinnegan, which was crazily absorbing chakra, suddenly quieted down the moment that black diamond substance disappeared. Madara opened his eyes, and the golden Rinnegan began to change slowly, the gold gradually fading until it turned into a normal white Rinnegan. In another hollow eye socket, An eyeball began to grow at a visible speed. Chapter 184. Visiting the village Madara. Are you just going to walk in like this? At the entrance of Konoha village, Black Zetsu looked surprised as he reminded Uchiha Madara, who was dressed in a casual black robe and walking straight towards the Konoha gate. Uchiha Madara turned back calmly and said nonchalantly, "What else should I do? Should I disguise myself and sneak into Konoha? When I left back then, I walked through the front door. How is it that, as the founder of Konoha, I have to sneak back now?" Ignoring the dazed Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara stepped towards the grander gate than he remembered. Black Zetsu stood in a daze, watching Madara's back as he was about to enter Konoha, silently slipping underground. "Hey, brother, you look unfamiliar. What's your name? Where are you from? And what are you doing in Konoha? You need to register here before you enter." Kamizuki Izumi, who was responsible for registration at the entrance of Konoha, spun the pen in his hand and shouted at Uchiha Madara, who ignored them and walked into Konoha. Madara turned back in confusion, glanced at Kamizuki Izumi, and pointed to a nearby merchant group that was free to enter, his gaze slightly narrowing. Why don't they need to register to enter? Kamizuki Izumi felt an inexplicable chill run down his back and instinctively avoided Madara's gaze. After swallowing hard and sensing that Madara had no chakra fluctuations, he finally gathered the courage to explain, "They're all regular visitors to Konoha and wear temporary identification badges, so they don't need to be checked. First-time visitors need to register here." Uchiha Madara observed, indeed seeing that everyone coming in and out wore corresponding special badges on their chests, each with a faint chakra fluctuation. Stepping towards Kamizuki Izumi, in an instant, Kamizuki Izumi felt his hair stand on end. Cold sweat trickled down his back, as if he were being targeted by some ferocious beast, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Steel Iron, who had just registered another person's information, sensed something was off with Kamizuki Izumi and leaned over. In an instant, Steel Iron fell into the same state as Kamizuki Izumi, as if his heart were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Uchiha Madara, visiting the village. As Madara spoke, that invisible pressure instantly dissipated. Kamizuki Izumi dully wrote down the information, his eyes glazed over, while Steel Iron, not knowing when, had returned to his seat and started doing his work. Watching Kamizuki Izumi finish registering his information, Uchiha Madara continued walking into Konoha village. "Hey, shift change, you two go eat, let me and Ship come in. What's going on today? You're working so seriously, not slacking off at all. This isn't like you." Shinui Gunma, wearing a headscarf and chewing on a toothpick, suddenly appeared behind Kamizuki Izumi, patting him on the shoulder and speaking casually. Startled by the pat, Kamizuki Izumi jolted as if just waking up, rubbing his eyes, and after realizing, he replied, "Why is it so early today? It feels like we haven't been busy long before it's shift change time." "Yeah, I feel like today went by quickly too, but my hands are so sore and my shoulders ache a bit. Even my butt feels numb from sitting." Steel Iron, beside Kamizuki Izumi, stood up to stretch his shoulders and occasionally rub his backside. "Okay, stop pretending. Hurry and go eat. Don't disturb us at work." Moonlight Ship kicked Steel Iron in the butt, disdainfully pushing aside the messy registration book. "Hee, go record your information, Izumi. We're off to eat." Steel Iron brushed off the dirt from his butt and pulled Kamizuki Izumi away, swaying towards the village. "I don't know why, but I keep feeling something's off. As if I've forgotten something." "Really? It must be because we were too busy this morning. Let's go enjoy ourselves at the new massage parlor tonight. It'll definitely help you remember what you forgot. Why am I back here again? This winding street is like a maze, so troublesome." At the street corner, Uchiha Madara frowned as he looked at the familiar buildings in front of him, his words filled with impatience. "Oh, damn Sasuke. Stop right there. You're sneaking off to find Itachi to practice ninjutsu again without me. It's so annoying. Can't you just practice on your own? Why do you have to drag me into it? Besides, don't you often go find Jiraiya to teach you ninjutsu? No, don't cling to me." Two figures ran past Uchiha Madara while arguing, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed again. Comparing the figures in front of him with the memories of Otsutsuki Kagaya, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So these are the two strongest in the ninja world in the future? Children of the same age? This amount of chakra is not bad." Watching them enter the building in front of him, Uchiha Madara turned and walked towards the largest restaurant nearby. Having been resurrected, he hadn't eaten anything tasty yet, only having casually grabbed something in the woods to fill his stomach. Now, with the aroma wafting through the streets, and reminded by the two children he just saw, it was mealtime, he needed to find a place to fill his belly first. Delicious food gathering. Glancing at the restaurant sign, Uchiha Madara pushed the door and entered. Welcome. As soon as he walked in, two graceful women bowed to welcome him. Uchiha Madara's expression shifted slightly as he found an empty seat to sit down. Just after sitting down, a waitress approached with a menu. Hello, what would you like to eat? Looking at the unfamiliar dishes on the menu, Uchiha Madara calmly replied, Bring me the best dishes in your restaurant. Okay, please wait a moment. The waitress smiled and stepped back. Uchiha Madara looked around, observing the surroundings. Compared to his memories of Konoha, he was shocked. It had been just a little over a decade since he had committed suicide, yet Konoha had undergone tremendous changes, making him feel utterly unfamiliar. As for the current Hokage, Senju Itama, he couldn't fathom where this person, a descendant of the Senju clan, had come from. While pondering, Uchiha Madara suddenly focused his gaze to the side, an invisible pressure instantly spreading toward that person. Meeting Madara's gaze, the person showed no intent to evade, braving that invisible pressure as they walked towards Uchiha Madara. The old man approached, staring intently at Uchiha Madara, and tremblingly asked, Who are you? Noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on the old man, Madara retracted his oppressive aura towards him. You know me? The old man stammered, but before he could continue, Uchiha Madara raised his hand to interrupt, signaling the old man to sit down. The old man understood Madara's intention and lowered his voice, saying, Clan leader. Is it really you? Uchiha Madara nodded and looked at the old man, asking, Does the Uchiha clan still exist in Konoha? What is their situation? Chapter 185. Return to the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, up ahead is the clan territory. Uchiha Shursui pushed Uchiha Kai, lagging half a step behind Uchiha Madara, pointing at the tall gate not far ahead. I see it. Madara nodded in satisfaction. The magnificent gate was very much to his taste. Just as he was about to step in, for little rascals with sticks blocked the entrance. Stop. This path is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some money. Uchiha Madara looked at the four little kids with interest. One wore the Uchiha clan's clothing, one had a pair of white eyes, and the other two were unidentifiable. Seeing this strange yet harmonious combination, Madara couldn't help but smile slightly. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to rob him. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Shursui, with his white hair, dashed forward, kicking each of them in the rear without mercy. You little brats, hurry back home and study. Every day you don't study properly. Where did you learn these ridiculous things? Grandpa Kai, Grandpa Shursui, is bullying us. The four little ones quickly rolled over to Kai's side, hugging his legs and starting to complain. Listening to their voices, Kai smiled and reached into his clothes, pulling out some candies to hand to them. Be good, stop causing trouble, hurry back home to study. Yay, Grandpa Kai is the best. Unlike Grandpa Shursui, stingy Hey, you little rascals, are you asking for a beating again? Shursui secretly glanced at Uchiha Madara, noticing that Madara's expression remained calm, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following the children's words, he pretended to lift his foot. Haha, you can't catch me. Hi, it's your turn. Let's go rob at your house. Yeah, let's go rob Brother Niji. After watching the little rascals leave, Shursui turned to Uchiha Madara again. Clan leader, the kids are a bit mischievous. I hope you don't mind. Rest assured, I'm not so petty as to be angry with a few kids. As they entered the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha clan members strolled about in groups, both young and old, chatting and laughing, engaging in post-meal exercises. Occasionally, someone would greet Shursui and Kai, and although they didn't know Uchiha Madara, they still greeted him with friendly smiles. As they moved forward and observed, although the clan territory had expanded significantly with many new buildings, the core elements remained intact. It seems the newly appointed Fourth Hokage is quite good. He hasn't treated our clan as an evil clan like Tobirama. Uchiha Madara walked slowly toward the shrine he remembered, and with deeper observation, he became even more curious about the Uchiha clan's demise. After a round, there were at least 600 or 700 people in the clan territory, and many people had not returned to the clan territory. Why did the Uchiha clan, which once numbered over 1,000, have only one person left? Hearing Madara's words, Shursui's face immediately broke into a proud smile. Haha, the Hokage is indeed great. The entire village's achievements today are all thanks to his leadership. He not only resolved the Uchiha clan's poor reputation in the village, but also expelled the culprit Danzo from Konoha, and he even took Itachi as his disciple, reportedly intending to train him as the next Hokage. By the way, he also gave Itachi a weapon. I heard it's called the SHY, very powerful, capable of breaking through Susanu's defenses. Listening to Shursui's rambling, Uchiha Madara showed no intention of stopping him. He pushed open the large door of the shrine in front of him. A nostalgic expression appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. After several years, he never expected to return to the shrine in such a situation. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the spot where the stone tablet should have been. Immediately, a violent chakra wave erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Shursui, who was still excitedly narrating, snapped back to reality upon sensing the overwhelming aura, pushing Uchiha Kai to leave the shrine's vicinity. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying aura coming from the shrine? Fugaku, who was quietly listening with his ear on Mikoto's belly, suddenly stood up and without any hesitation, rushed towards the shrine. Bang! The giant gilded stone tablet inscribed with the 16-character mantra broke through the shrine's roof and smashed heavily onto the ground. I need an explanation. Who can tell me what happened here? Uchiha Madara's imposing presence loomed as he slowly stepped out of the shrine. Several Uchiha clan members rushed over, their eyes warily fixed on Uchiha Madara at the shrine's entrance. That fierce aura reminded them of the mysterious presence in the sky that day. A deep-seated fear and tremor arose from their souls. Old buddy, what happened? Who did you provoke this time? The hearing-impaired and blind Uchiha Kai suppressed the instinctive fear and loudly asked Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui remained silent, pushing Kai's wheelchair towards a safe area. Brother, you stay here for a while. I'll go take a look. If something happens to you, you'll have to find someone else to push your wheelchair later. Old Hinata Ling isn't bad either. With that, Uchiha Shursui hurried towards the shrine, leaving Uchiha Kai, confused, shouting in place. What did you say? Damn it, speak louder. I can't hear you. Returning to the vicinity of the shrine, the Uchiha clan members had already surrounded the shrine tightly. Shursui was about to squeeze inside when he was stopped by several juniors. Uncle Shursui, hurry back. Don't come here to join the fun. The clan leader is already here and has sent people to find the Hokage. Be careful not to get hurt. In front of the shrine, Uchiha Madara looked at Fugaku across from him. You are the current clan leader of the Uchiha? Fugaku assessed Uchiha Madara, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Hearing Madara's inquiry, he stepped forward under pressure and said, Yes, I am Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. I hope you can give me a proper reason for destroying our clan's shrine. A reason? Ha, young one. Let me ask you, where's the stone tablet in the shrine? You don't honor the things left by our ancestors. What are you worshipping instead? How can I give you a reason? What satisfactory answer can you give me? Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, thinking that the current Uchiha clan was developing positively, but who knew they would dare to discard their ancestors' legacy? No wonder they faced extinction. It seems they had all been bewitched by that Senju brat. Young one, answer? Why should I, the Uchiha clan, explain to an outsider? Fugaku's eyes burned with anger. Not only had Madara destroyed their shrine, but he also dared to call him a young one despite looking to be of similar age. Step back. Fugaku shouted softly, and the Uchiha clan members retreated in unison, the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifesting in Fugaku's eyes, and a blue Susanoo appeared around him. Susanoo? With a bit of patriarchal authority, Junior, today, I'm going to wake you up. The overwhelming chakra surged out in an instant, and under Fugaku's shocked gaze, a blue Susanoo appeared, raising its 40-meter-long sword and slashing down towards Fugaku. Chapter 186. I won't get involved in internal matters. Crack! A clear sound of shattering echoed as the blue sword fiercely embedded itself into Fugaku's Susanoo. Susanoo, you're also from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku manipulated the Susanoo, slowly raising his right hand to grasp the blue sword, his tone filled with astonishment. Uchiha Madara looked disdainfully at Fugaku, the violent chakra continuing to pour out, and the blue Susanoo rapidly grew, layers of flesh spreading out from its skeletal frame. In a moment, the massive blue Susanoo stood atop the Uchiha clan's land. Covered in black Tengu armor, its blue wings spread wide, exuding an imposing aura. Who are you? Uchiha Madara? Impossible. The clan leader Madara can't be alive now. Who exactly are you? Looking at the blue complete body Susanoo that existed only in records, and matching it with the familiar appearance, Uchiha Fugaku finally realized the identity of the person before him. Ake mipiaka, come. Fight me. Let me see what level of power my future clan members can reach. Before Fugaku could react, the blue Susanoo reached out a massive hand, grabbing Fugaku along with his Susanoo. The sound of shattering echoed continuously as the blue Susanoo took flight, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha village. Clan leader. Hurry, go find Lord Hokage. What is happening? Who is that person? And why do they also have a Susanoo that's so much stronger than the clan leader? Watching the blue Susanoo take flight, the entire Uchiha clan was thrown into chaos. Is that a Susanoo? I've never seen that color before. Such a powerful chakra fluctuation. Has a new genius appeared in the Uchiha clan? Feeling the terrifying chakra fluctuation, Hyuga Hizashi stepped out of his door and immediately saw the blue Susanoo hovering above the Uchiha clan's land. No way, that guy has a blue skeletal frame? Oh no. It's that old Fugaka, what's going on? Just as he was about to express his surprise, Hizashi, activating his Byakugan, suddenly saw the familiar figure and without hesitation, rushed towards the Uchiha clan. At the same time, everyone in Konoha was drawn to the blue Susanoo. The fastest, Minato, was the first to arrive, quickly understanding the situation and rapidly chasing after the direction Madara had left. Father, as Minato hurried along, a red Susanoo quickly flew overhead. Itachi, wait for me. After the red Susanoo passed by, Shirsue's voice echoed from afar. Moments later, another green Susanoo appeared before Minato, striding towards Itachi's direction. Whoosh! In an instant, Minato leaped onto the green Susanoo and, looking at the wildly running Susanoo, asked in confusion, Shirsue, why don't you fly directly like those two? Hearing this, Shirsue manipulated his chakra to pull Minato to his side, expressing his frustration as he said, I can't. My chakra isn't enough to support me in activating the complete body Susanoo. I don't know how Itachi managed to do it. I was the first to activate the Manjiki Sharingan. This doesn't make sense. While chasing, Madara brought Fugaku to a wide open space. Casually tossing Fugaka down, Uchiha Madara calmly looked back. Interesting, this generation really has a lot of talented individuals. There are actually two people who can control Susanoo. As he spoke, the Susanoo dissipated, and Uchiha Madara casually sat cross-legged on the ground, looking towards the direction Itachi and Shirsue were coming from. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze locked firmly on Madara, the vast disparity between them making him hesitant to act recklessly. Father, are you okay? As Itachi landed, he quickly enveloped Fugaku within his Susanoo, carefully checking Fugaku's condition. I'm fine. He just brought me here. Hasn't made a move yet. He must have sensed you were in Shirsue's presence and is waiting for you two to arrive. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi visibly relaxed, the red Susanoo dissipating as a sharp gaze turned towards Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, as if targeted by some monstrous force, Itachi instinctively dodged to the side. Sure enough, at the moment he dodged, a black crack appeared where he had just been, and Madara's large hand reached out from the gap, attempting to remove the mask from Itachi's face. Not bad, Junior, your combat awareness is quite good. Much better than your father. Is the ordinary Sharingan supported by this strange mask to negate its side effects, allowing you to use the complete body Susanoo? That's a good idea. The mask has a familiar scent to me. Whose technique is it? Uchiha Madara retracted his right hand, his gaze fixed on the mask on Itachi's face. Who are you? When did the Uchiha clan have someone like you? Ignoring Itachi's question, Madara looked toward the tardy Shirsue and Minato, saying, You've all arrived, then let's have some fun. I haven't fought since my revival. I hope you can entertain me a bit. Uchiha Madara stood up, no longer suppressing his chakra fluctuations, his black cloak billowing without wind, and his normal eyes suddenly transformed. His left eye shone with golden light before retracting, turning into an ordinary Byakugan, while his right eye revealed a scarlet hue. The Manjiki Sharingan appearing. Seeing this, Fugaku and the others no longer hesitated, the Manjiki Sharingan suddenly manifesting as they warily stared at Uchiha Madara. Internal conflict? Minato glanced around at the four imposing figures, silently sheathing the black short sword he had just drawn back into his waist. Oh, so it's an internal matter of your Uchiha clan. You can resolve it yourselves. I'll want to get involved. I'll just step aside. As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head and walked to the side. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Ignoring Minato, who had moved aside, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals, sending several fireballs with fangs towards Fugaku and the other two. The three simultaneously cast techniques to intercept dust and smoke rising. The next second, two figures quickly burst out from the smoke, charging towards Uchiha Madara. Fugaku, holding kunai, rushed directly at Uchiha Madara, while Itachi drew his weapon from behind, attacking Madara from the side. As for Shirsue, he suddenly appeared behind Madara, holding a short sword the length of his forearm, stabbing towards Uchiha Madara's neck. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, calmly watching the three approaching him. The Byakugan activated instantly, and he sidestepped a step to evade Itachi's invisible attack, grabbing Fugaku's wrist and smashing him towards Itachi, delivering a graceful backward kick that simultaneously repelled the three. Then Uchiha Madara suddenly pushed off the ground, kicking up a cloud of debris as he swiftly charged towards Fugaku. Just as Fugaku steadied himself, he threw 5 shuriken at Uchiha Madara. But with a shift of Madara's right eye, he charged straight through, the shuriken passing through him without causing any harm. Under Fugaku's astonished gaze, Madara's fist landed heavily on Fugaku's face, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Shursui attacked from the side, gripping the short sword to stab at Madara's neck. But Madara slightly tilted his head, sidestepping with an elbow strike, forcing Shursui to withdraw his blade to defend. When, with a crisp sound, Shursui was knocked back 3 steps. Amaterasu! The moment Shursui retreated, Itachi's voice rang out, and as the black flames ignited, Madara vanished into the black crack above. The ability of this eye? Is it from the Otsutsuki clan? Summary, damn. Your grandfather. Bai Yifei woke up to an old man spitting on his face. Just as he was about to show the old man his fist the size of a sandbag, he was surprised to see a fire dragon appear next to him. The old man was asking him to take over as the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. With the attitude of, since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it, he decided to make a big impact in the world of Hokage.